Chapter 1. Becoming a true heir of a wealthy family. Do you wish to cure Yangwei? Do you desire to possess more women? Do you aspire to ascend to the pinnacle of life, smiting your foes? Do you long to make the world kneel before you? Bind yourself to the most powerful ace system 077 to receive all rewards. While engrossed in a novel, Shen Qingling scoffed, boring. What era is this, still resorting to such advertising pop-ups? Yet this wretched advertisement, much like a dubious website, was unresponsive to his attempts to dismiss it. In a fit of frustration, he inadvertently pressed the confirmation button. Thus, Shen Qingling found himself transmigrated into a book. He was now face-to-face with a woman, their eyes locked and their chests pressed together. Shen Qingling felt as though he was about to lose his mind. What sort of game was this? Before him knelt a completely naked girl, bound by ropes, with tape across her mouth, her beautiful eyes filled with terror as she gazed at him, and he held a pair of scissors. What madness is this? Why was he thrust into such a situation? This world did not revolve around him. It seemed to be playing him for a fool. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. You are Shen Qingling, born into poverty, yet possessing an extraordinary visage as a cool-headed academic prodigy. The number of girls who secretly admired you could stretch to France, and in the classroom, girls often fought fiercely just to catch a glimpse of you. The love letters you received outnumbered the exams you had taken, while the boys spoke of you with envy and jealousy. At this moment, you remain unaware of your remarkable heritage, yet your family is about to find you. Regrettably, in 1 hour, you will face disgrace and ruin. Please, as the host, alter Shen Qingling's destiny and accomplish the task of a triumphant reversal in life. Furrowing his brow at the voice in his head, Shen Qingling realized the plot. How familiar it seemed. A sudden flash of insight struck him. This was the very novel he had read before his untimely demise. The fake heir of a wealthy family desires a perfect life. He had transmigrated into the world of the book. Moreover, he had become the tragic true heir, Shen Qingling, who bore the same name. His childhood sweetheart regarded him as a backup lover. His fiancée was resolutely breaking off their engagement for the sake of a fake heir. His sister viewed him as the family's disgrace, and his father was obsessed solely with wealth and power. His mother was powerless and timid. A heartless father, an incapable mother, a biased sister, a scheming brother, and he, with nothing at all. Shen Qingling's vision darkened. Take me home. Let me go home. Child point 077. Apologies, the system only facilitates transmigration, not a return. Please hurry. You have only 1 hour until your disgrace. Shen Qingling quickly surveyed his surroundings. He was in the abandoned restroom of the original host's university. The restroom. He recalled this scene as the Gu family was about to locate the original host. The male lead, Gu Yijin, sought to ruin the original host's reputation by framing him. Gu Yijin had orchestrated the original host's abduction to the restroom. Intending to knock him unconscious, a naked girl was tied up in a stall, bearing the marks of abuse. According to the original plot, in an hour, police and reporters would arrive. The original host would be falsely accused of kidnapping and attempted assault. Due to the lack of concrete evidence, he would not be imprisoned, but his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, precisely what Gu Yijin desired. The original host's former glory would be extinguished, making him a target for public scorn. Because of this incident, the Gu family would also hold the male lead in disdain, marking the beginning of Shen Qingling's tragic life. Thus, this event must be prevented at all costs. Shen Qingling gazed at the innocent girl before him. Fear etched across her features, and an electronic screen flickered in his mind. Confronted with the bound girl, your choices are A. Smile and threaten her. Miss Song, you wouldn't want this predicament exposed, would you? Comply with me. B. Flash a domineering smile. Gripping her chin, woman, you have piqued my interest. C. Extend a sinful hand towards her, casting aside any pity for this delicate flower, fully embracing the role of the villain. D. Act as a Sigma male, ignoring the beauty before you, and leave without hesitation. Shen Qingling replied, I choose E. He sensed this was not a legitimate system. However, by coincidence, he was not a conventional individual either. The options A, B, C, and D felt lackluster. He preferred something more substantial. Thus, he opted for E. Shen Qingling extended his hand towards her. Her eyes were wide with fear, tears brimming as she shut them tightly when he reached out. Yet contrary to her expectations, a slap did not land instead. The tape over her mouth was ripped away, and a large coat fell over her exposed body, concealing her wounds. She regarded Shen Qingling with astonishment, her terror transforming into confusion. Shen Qingling spoke calmly. "There's only 1 hour left, to be brief. I did not inflict the injuries upon you. I too was lured here and knocked unconscious. The one behind this has a singular aim, to frame me for your kidnapping. If I truly intended to harm you, I wouldn't do so in a school setting. I am not that foolish. Miss Song, you wouldn't want this image of yourself to be seen, would you? Do you know my identity?" Shen Qingling certainly did. The girl before him was the daughter of the Song group. Had it not been for the reporter's exposure afterward, no one at school would have known her true identity. Song Jining had encountered a girl who falsely claimed to need help due to menstruation. Naively, she had followed her to the restroom, only to awaken bound and alone, while the deceitful woman had vanished. In the original story, Song Jining knew that Shen Qingling was not her captor, but no one would believe her explanation. Instead, she was further victimized by fabricated photos published by reporters bribed by Gui Jin, depicting a manipulated image of her and Shen Qingling. As a result of the unethical reporter's exposure, these images spread widely, leading to incessant gossip about Song Jining at school. Even when the Song family attempted to suppress those posts and photos, she remained trapped in her own world. She isolated herself at home, ceasing to attend school, ultimately succumbing to depression and taking her own life by jumping from a tall building. That I am aware of this, so you should understand that I have no motive to kidnap you, unless I'm tired of living. Song Jining's gaze flickered, her mind racing with thoughts. The person before her was well known, the cool-headed academic prodigy Shen Qingling, a figure virtually every girl at the university recognized. She had no enmity with him. Indeed, he had no reason to act thus, unless he sought to ruin his own future. Though she was unsure how he had discerned her identity, there was no time for further contemplation. Resolving the immediate predicament was paramount. Seeing Song Jining silent, Shen Qingling continued, "If you remain unconvinced, soon the police and reporters will arrive, intent on ruining my reputation. Your own will suffer as well. If my words are validated, you will follow my instructions. How does that sound?" Song Jining nodded. "All right, I believe you. What must I do?" About an hour later, the campus echoed with police sirens, and throngs of reporters with cameras descended upon the university, igniting a flurry of speculation among the students. What is happening? Why are there so many police and reporters? I heard a girl was kidnapped, so someone called the police. What? A kidnapping at her school? How atrocious. This is Jiangshang University. Who would dare commit such acts here? What sort of fool could gain admission to such a prestigious institution? It seems they found someone. They say it's in the restroom of Building West 3. Let's go take a look. The restroom was surrounded by a crowd. By the time the police and reporters arrived, news had already spread throughout the school, clearly designed to attract student attention. Upon arrival, the police's first order of business was to disperse the crowd. However, before they could act, the restroom door swung open on its OW. This moment, the reporters had already focused their cameras on the entrance, all eager to capture the first-hand news of the sensational kidnapping incident that had occurred at Jiangshang University. A strikingly handsome young man, clad in a white shirt, emerged carrying a girl in his arms. Chapter 2. An unprecedented value. The girl, dressed in a complete black coat, leaned against Shen Qingling, her face pale, her arms wrapped trustingly around his neck. A gentle breeze tousled his hair, as if even the wind favored him. His deep, captivating eyes bore an air of solemnity, accentuating his cool and aloof demeanor. His exceptionally long legs drew attention, and his hands, which held the girl, were as defined as slender bamboo. The camera magnified nothing but flaws in others, yet this young man appeared flawless in every respect. The reporters incessantly clicked their cameras, making it seem like a glamorous red carpet event. The police rushed forward, but Song Jining refused to let go of Shen Qingling. She looked at him and softly said, "I want him to stay with me. I'm scared." The officers exchanged glances before inquiring, "Did he save you?" Song Jining nodded, tightening her embrace around Shen Qingling. Though Song Jining was the center of attention, her attire remained intact, devoid of any visible injuries, thus averting the tragic fates often depicted in novels. The onlooking students could not help but gossip, their focus shifting from Song Jining to Shen Qingling's striking visage. Shen Qingling is incredibly handsome. Men become infatuated. Women lose their composure. He's the antidote to depression and the savior of forlorn hearts. Shen Qingling has already captured hearts. He speaks of cherishing small creatures, yet neglects this devoted admirer. Goodness, Shen Qingling is so striking, resembles a male lead from a novel. If I were that girl, I would never forget him. He's too handsome. I always thought Shen Qingling was attractive, but today, he's like a flower without fragrance now. I see his allure. Not only is Shen Qingling handsome and academically gifted, but he's also kind-hearted. I wonder how he saved that girl. I can guarantee that this photo will trend online. Shen Qingling is bound to become famous. Outside the police station, Shen Qingling sat on a bench, pondering his next steps after completing his statement. His greatest regret was not finishing that book. The plot had been too extraordinary, and he had found the male protagonist's personality unappealing, causing him to abandon it midway. Little did he know he would become entangled in this unfortunate system and be thrust into the narrative. The male lead, Gu Yijin, was a quintessential antagonist, selfish, ruthless, and responsible for countless deaths. Shen Qingling was merely one of many unfortunate souls. Although he had altered the original protagonist's disgraceful fate, Gu Yijin would undoubtedly seek retribution, and upon returning to the Gu family, he would likely encounter even more traps. The storyline might also shift due to his presence, diverging from the original narrative, leaving Shen Qingling in a realm of uncertainty. Beyond his handsome visage, he felt he possessed nothing. Host, do not worry, you have successfully taken the first step in altering the original protagonist's fate and earned 3,000 points. By the way, I haven't had the chance to ask, what exactly are you? And what can these points do? I'm the Goddess System 077. You may call me Chi-Chi. As long as you earn the affection of the opposite sex, the system will reward you with corresponding points, which will be exchanged for various advantages in the shop to assist you. In completing tasks, point 077 had specifically chosen Shen Qingling. He was exceptionally attractive, perceptive, and capable of embodying both aloofness and innocence, a paragon of charm. In his previous life, Shen Qingling was an actor of striking looks and impressive talent, having courted numerous goddesses. He was the perfect host for the goddess system. Before him, a panel materialized. Name, Shen Qingling. Age, 18. Height, 188 centimeters. Attractiveness, 94. XX, 25. Health, 60. Combat power, 65. Reputation, 20. Affection value, 50. Points, 3,805. Special abilities, none. Target goddesses, 0. Reversal progress, 10. Main quest progress, 1. Side tasks, not activated. Shen Qingling's attention was immediately drawn to the 25. Chi-Chi, that 25 isn't what I think it is it? Indeed, hosted is precisely what you envision. That's just not too much. Moreover, the host possesses the ability for extraordinary encounters. This book must be aimed at female readers. The author must have immense talent to write such scenes. With Kiki's help, the host can surpass even 18. Let's cut to the chase. Please explain the rest. Certainly. The host's primary task is to reverse the original protagonist's fate, achieving a life of triumph. Side tasks will activate randomly, and completing each will yield corresponding rewards. Targeting the goddesses involves acquiring their affection values. Ordinary individuals' affection values can be disregarded, as they convert directly to points, but the designated goddesses must be pursued to reach maximum affection. What if I choose not to pursue them? The system will perish without energy, and so will you. Is it that dire? Indeed, these goddesses are intertwined with the narrative, and pursuing them alters their fates. Understanding the system's mechanics, Shen Qingling realized that these goddesses likely faced grim destinies linked to the male lead, Gu Yijin, and by pursuing them he could change their outcomes. But I haven't pursued anyone yet. Where did this 50 affection value come from? And what about the extra points? The points stem from the admiration of the onlooking girls. They are ordinary individuals classified as clever, and their affection values convert to points beneficial to you. The 50 affection value comes from Song Jining. Although she isn't a designated goddess, she belongs to the level category, which correlates with her relevance to the plot. Providing higher affection values, level characters can be pursued or ignored. Further up, there are A, S, SS, and SSS levels, with a level and above goddesses being mandatory targets. At last, Shen Qingling grasped the system's operations and recognized his next course of action. Earning the affection of others was his forte, having thrived in that realm in his previous life. Moreover, the original protagonist possessed such extraordinary looks, he understood how advantageous that could be in gaining favor with women. This face surpasses my previous lives' attractiveness, truly a boon. With such remarkable attributes, no woman can resist your allure. I can't shake the feeling that you're not a conventional system. I merely state the truth even without these attributes. Your impressive score of 93 in attractiveness will captivate women. Speaking of which, I'm curious why the original protagonist's attractiveness is only rated at 93. What would it take to reach 100? The host can strive to earn points. 100,000 points can be exchanged for one attribute point, which can enhance various attributes, including attractiveness and combat power. At this juncture, 077 added. Moreover, the length can also be increased. In that case, I must strive to earn points to achieve maximum beauty. Go for it, Shun Xiaokuei. Shen Qingling chose to disregard the latter part of the system's statement, feeling that this system was rather cheeky and not entirely serious. Just then, someone lightly tapped her shoulder. She looked up to see a young girl standing there, beaming at her. Thank you, Shen Qingling. Chapter 3. The girl who strategizes through imagination. Upon catching sight of Shen Qingling's handsome visage, the young girl felt her cheeks flush. His face seemed to be etched indelibly in her mind. She couldn't help but recall how the youth had embraced her. Perhaps this was what it meant for a fictional hero to step into reality. Rumors suggested that Shen Qingling was a solitary and proud idol, perpetually maintaining a distance from girls, an unattainable flower on a lofty peak, where countless goddesses had met their demise. Consequently, Shen Qingling had yet to experience the pangs of romance, remaining a white moonlight that was desired but could never be reached. Yet, this very idol had appeared in the news alongside her name, and some had even begun to ship her with Shen Qingling. A tinge of delight bubbled within her. After all, this was Shen Qingling, who would understand her plight. 077 chimed in. Your heartthrob value with Song Jining has increased by 5 points. Shen Qingling, unaware of the girl's thoughts, noticed her face redden further, her long lashes fluttering adorably. Thinking of Song Jining's predicament and gazing at the girl before him, radiant and bright as spring, Shen Qingling smiled softly. Perhaps he had indeed done a good deed. I am relieved to see you well. Song Jining, unable to hold Shen Qingling's gaze, felt her heart race at the sight of him. Cautiously, she pointed to the seat beside him. May I sit next to you? The presence of such a person instilled in her a sense of reverence, making her approach him with trepidation. With a gentle smile, Shen Qingling replied, Please have a seat. You need not thank me. It is likely that you were affected by my actions, and assisting you is simply my duty. Song Jining's heartthrob value surged another 5 points. He was aware of his status, yet did not seek to wield it for favor. Rather, he comforted her, taking the blame upon himself. How kind he was! Truly, he was Shen Qingling, the epitome of an idol. As the girl settled beside him, she whispered, Your gratitude is warranted. After all, you saved me and preserved my reputation. Shen Qingling inquired with utmost seriousness. Have you clarified the situation? Do you know who your captor was? Song Jining rested her chin on her hand and shook her head. Alas, we have yet to uncover the truth. All we know is that it was a girl, and the location was an abandoned restroom, devoid of surveillance. It is seldom frequented, making it difficult to investigate promptly. We must await the police's findings. Regret washed over her for having trusted the girl's deceit so easily. It left her feeling apprehensive and wary of others. But I am grateful to you for your assistance. Thank you for your clothes. Suddenly realizing her slip, Song Jining paused, mortified. How had she inadvertently brought that up? She turned her gaze to gauge Shen Qingling's reaction, noticing a faint flush on his ears. And she couldn't help but stifle a giggle. His demeanor grew increasingly awkward as he responded, Let us forget about that incident. I did not see anything. You need not dwell on it. The more he spoke, the more uncomfortable he became, and Song Jining found him endearing, her eyes curving into crescents. Who would have thought Shen Qingling possessed such innocence? He must be feeling bashful. She had glimpsed a side of the aloof academic that was rarely revealed, and it was all rather amusing. The voice of 077 echoed once more. Song Jining's heartthrob value has increased by 5. No, this girl must be an idealist. I suspect she is on the verge of falling for you. It was hardly surprising. The original persona was perceived as a cold idol, and encountering such a contrasting side would naturally pique her interest. With a countenance as charming as mine, and a pure heart, no woman could possibly resist, he mused, especially considering that she was a young lady from a prestigious family accustomed to the charms of dashing suitors. You should be grateful to the original for crafting such an impeccable persona for you. No worries. Even if the original were a philanderer, I could still win them over. He thought, I can easily masquerade as the type they admire. At that moment, Song Jining's phone rang, prompting her to excuse herself to take the call. Her father, who had been abroad on business, immediately booked a flight home upon learning of her predicament. Minutes later, she returned, her expression bright with anticipation. My father wishes to invite you to dinner at our home this weekend to express his gratitude for saving me. Are you free? Song Jining looked at him with eager eyes, wishing for Shen Qingling to accept, yet fearing rejection. Apologies, Miss Song, but I cannot guarantee my availability this weekend. The aloof idol maintained his distant demeanor. Should he be too accessible, it might lead to the impression that he was easily obtainable. The more unattainable he seemed, the more unforgettable he became. The allure of the white moonlight lay in its elusiveness. Today, he had already exhibited sufficient gentleness towards Song Jining. Any further display might diminish its value. As a young lady accustomed to being pursued, Song Jining found his rejection surprising, but it only served to increase her heartthrob value. Countless individuals aspired to attach themselves to the Song family, yet here was Shen Qingling, who chose to decline such an opportunity, a rarity indeed. Do you have other commitments this weekend? She inquired, puzzled. Shen Qingling replied with unwavering calmness, I am seeking part-time employment. Alongside his remarkable appearance and exceptional academic prowess, Shen Qingling was also known for his humble background. However, many were unaware of the depth of his struggles. As he was an orphan, upon hearing that he intended to work, Song Jining felt her heartthrob value rise yet again. 077 was nearly overwhelmed. What is happening? Is this girl under some spell? Why is she so easily enchanted? She likely admires my independence and resilience, he reasoned. Having grown up sheltered, she would naturally respect someone who must toil for their livelihood and speaks of it with such composure. In essence, she viewed him through a favorable lens, perceiving him as admirable, which naturally inflated his heartthrob value. This also indicated something significant. Song Jining was a girl with sound principles. She did not belittle him for his humble origins nor mock his need to work. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, she cautiously suggested, would it be possible to add each other on WeChat? If you have any free time, please do let me know, all right? She blinked, adding, rest assured, I won't pester you. Shen Qingling had no reason to refuse the WeChat request. Under her hopeful gaze, he retrieved his phone and opened the WeChat QR code. With a mix of nervousness and excitement, Song Jining added him on WeChat. Following that, Shen Qingling found an excuse to take his leave. Song Jining stood still, watching his retreating figure, lost in thought for an extended moment. Once Shen Qingling vanished from sight, she couldn't help but leap in place, exclaiming yes. I added the idol on WeChat. In a flurry, she changed her chat background to the image of Shen Qingling carrying her, a photo that had gone viral. Shen Qingling had skyrocketed to fame, his visage far surpassing that of any current popular celebrity, with the comment section overflowing with praise and admiration. Every time she glimpsed his striking face on her phone, she couldn't help but marvel. How could a man be so handsome, especially one who has held me? Just the thought is overwhelming. Meanwhile, as Shen Qingling boarded the bus, he received another system notification. Song Jining's heartthrob value has increased by 5. Chapter 4. The betrayal of childhood friends. Shen Qingling smiled, finding Song Jining rather amusing, not at all the aloof young lady he had imagined. The young man sat by the window, gazing at the scenery. With some time left before returning to school, he decided to put on his headphones and listen to music, shutting out the chaos of the outside world. The system chimed in, Host, Song Jining's affection level has reached 85. I must say, you truly possess something remarkable. This girl was quite impressive. It seemed that mere imagination could lead to her conquest. After all, as a B-level character, she remained unaffected by the male lead, leaving ample room for hope in pursuit. Such a naive young girl was easily maneuvered. However, those with more complex thoughts posed a greater challenge. As Shen Qingling chatted idly with 077, little did he know that someone had recognized him and discreetly snapped a photo, posting it online. Jiangcheng, being the second-largest city in Huagua after the capital, boasted a thriving economy and an abundance of universities, making it common to encounter university students everywhere. There existed a forum app for students in Jiangcheng called Encounter. Initially, it was a platform for local university students to post and browse, but it had since evolved into a nationwide social network for college students to share gossip, engage in casual conversations, and even discuss the entertainment industry and supernatural events. This app resembled a fusion of the Tieba and Tianya forums from Shen Qingling's world. Original poster. Guess who I encountered? The trending topic today, Shen Qingling, is right beside me. L1, wow, it really is him. He looks even more handsome than on screen. You didn't use beauty filters, did you? L2. As we all know, cameras can sometimes capture unflattering images. This must be a raw shot. Shen Qingling's looks are undeniable. L3. Strange. Why haven't I heard of this person before? He is so handsome. He should be just coming to fame now. L4. Jiang University students here, raising hand. Actually, many have posted about him before, but each time they were met with skepticism about the high-quality images. Haha. L5. If I hadn't seen his photo trending today, I would have found it hard to believe someone could look like this. Suddenly, Shen Qingling's phone buzzed. Upon checking, he saw a message from someone named Chu Jiaojiao. Chu Jiaojiao. Shen Qingling recalled her. In the original story, she was his childhood friend. They were both orphans raised in the same orphanage. One day, a couple came to adopt a child, and Shen Qingling selflessly offered the opportunity to Chu Jiaojiao. After being adopted, she led a normal life, yet their connection remained intact. Chu Jiaojiao's new home was not far from the orphanage, and Shen Qingling would wait for her every day to walk to school together. Her adoptive parents knew of Shen Qingling, and thus they grew up side by side. Shen Qingling treated her with utmost kindness, showering her with the little tenderness he possessed. But she failed to cherish it. In the original narrative, she accepted bribes from Gu Yijin and accused Shen Qingling of having sexually assaulted her, claiming it happened multiple times. She portrayed herself as a timid and weak character, afraid that no one would believe her due to Shen Qingling's academic excellence, thus remaining silent. The Shen Qingling she described was a hypocritical, selfish, and twisted rapist. In front of the camera, Chu Jiaojiao wept bitterly, garnering sympathy from countless individuals and deepening the public's disdain for Shen Qingling. They had attended the same elementary and middle schools, and even high school together, only to part ways in university. Their former classmates were well aware of their relationship. They had been inseparable, and many girls envied Chu Jiaojiao for receiving Shen Qingling's care and affection. Therefore, when Chu Jiaojiao spoke, everyone believed her without question, for why would a childhood friend lie? Due to Chu Jiaojiao's unfounded slander, the rumors transformed into what everyone assumed to be the truth, and public opinion shifted from skepticism to belief regarding the original host's alleged kidnapping and attempted assault on Song Jining. Shen Qingling could not fathom Chu Jiaojiao's true feelings towards the original host, nor did he wish to know. Regardless, the actions she took in the original story were unforgivable. His mere presence had altered the course of events, but that did not absolve her of her past collusion with Gu Yijin. Given the chance, she would undoubtedly betray the original host again. In Shen Qingling's eyes, Chu Jiaojiao had already been sentenced. She was beyond redemption. He opened her message, noting that she remained pinned at the top of his WeChat. Frowning, he swiftly unpinned her message. She did not deserve that distinction. Jiaojiao, Qingling, your post on Encounter is trending. A college friend spotted you on the bus, and everyone is saying how handsome you are. Shen Qingling lowered his gaze, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Were it not for his knowledge of the original story, Chu Jiaojiao's facade would have been hard to see through. On the surface, she appeared to be a lively and innocent girl, full of admiration and dependence on Shen Qingling. Yet in reality, her loyalty could be bought for a mere 100,000, capable of leading Shen Qingling to his demise. This childhood friendship was indeed quite cheap. At that moment, the system's voice chimed, detected a potential target, Chu Jiaojiao. A character panel for Chu Jiaojiao appeared before Shen Qingling. Name, Chu Jiaojiao. Goddess level, A class, identity, Shen Qingling's childhood friend. Personality, selfish, vain, duplicitous. Plot relevance, 30. Ending, insufficient points cannot unlock ding. Side quest activated. Obtain Chu Jiaojiao's regret value. Reward, 100,000 points. Will the host initiate the side quest? 100,000 points for Chu Jiaojiao's regret value? Shen Qingling frowned. It was already displeasing to pursue a woman like Chu Jiaojiao, and now there was an additional side quest regarding her. Indeed, she was intricately tied to the original host's tragic life. She was one of the key figures responsible for his misfortunes, making her regret value significant. Thus, he decided to initiate the side quest. 100,000 points were not to be dismissed. She would undoubtedly make further missteps, and Gui Jin would seek to undermine him by leveraging her. Therefore, the host's goal was not only to acquire her affection points, but also to harness her regret value, bending her to his will. However, winning over a woman as selfish and self-serving as she was would not be an easy feat, not easy. In truth, it would not be overly difficult. To Shen Qingling, the original host had been far too kind to her. A little coldness was warranted. A slap followed by a sweet reward would reveal to her how her life would fare without Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling understood. Shen Qingling replied simply, leaving no room for embellishment. Upon receiving his curt response, Chu Jiaojiao furrowed her brow, not out of anger but confusion. Shen Qingling had always been indifferent towards women, yet he had never responded to her with such coldness. What had transpired today? Was he in a bad mood due to some incident? That shouldn't be the case. He should be happy after saving someone. Chu Jiaojiao sent another message. Jiaojiao, Qingling, what's wrong? Are you feeling down? Shen Qingling, no. Jiaojiao, then why did you only reply with 3 words? You never done that before. How about you come to my university this weekend? After sending that message, Chu Jiaojiao wore a disdainful expression. She knew Shen Qingling all too well. No matter what transpired, he would always treat her with unwavering kindness when they met. A devoted admirer. Countless women would yearn for a man of his caliber. Yet she had reduced him to a mere backup option, a devoted admirer. How could she not feel a twinge of annoyance? Chapter 5. Indeed, girls can be quite desirous. Chu Jiaojiao and Shen Qingling both attended universities in Jiang City, albeit at institutions separated by considerable distance, necessitating a journey of approximately 1.5 hours. Each time Chu Jiaojiao expressed her desire to see Shen Qingling, he would make the trip. Shen Qingling harbored no romantic feelings for Chu Jiaojiao. Rather, he regarded her as a younger sister in need of protection. Prior to the revelation of a certain incident, their relationship, while not particularly close, was emotionally fulfilling. She encouraged him to apply to Jiang University, showed concern for his studies and well-being, and treated him with a mixture of admiration and dependence akin to that of a sibling. This dynamic allowed Shen Qingling, who lacked familial ties, to regard Chu Jiaojiao as family. Regrettably, Chu Jiaojiao perceived Shen Qingling as nothing more than an infatuated admirer, a mere backup option. She found it easy to manipulate him with mere words, confident that only someone like him would take her seriously. Were it not for the fact that he had once offered her the opportunity of adoption, and his gullibility, which afforded her attention, she would hardly have bothered with him. Chu Jiaojiao garnered both attention and esteem through her relationship with Shen Qingling, who was not only handsome, but also an academic star at Jiang University. His visits to her campus invariably elicited envious glances from her classmates, greatly satisfying her vanity. At that moment, her roommate passed by and remarked with a smile, Jiaojiao, are you chatting with that academic star from Jiang University again? To which she replied, yes, he mentioned wanting to come see me this weekend. Her roommate responded with envy. How fortunate you are to have such a wonderful brother. If I had a handsome friend like him, I would undoubtedly pursue him. Other roommates joined the conversation, exclaiming, indeed. Shen Qingling even made it to trending topics today. Many praised his looks. You must seize the opportunity and ensure he isn't swept away by someone else. Another added, Jiao Jiao, he treats you so well. Is he really not your boyfriend? Chu Jiao Jiao felt her cheeks flush. Whenever girls inquired if Shen Qingling was her boyfriend, she would merely lower her head in shyness. She wished to deter other girls from approaching him, neither affirming nor denying their relationship, allowing others to believe in an ambiguous connection, thus dissuading them from pursuing him. Conversely, if a boy asked, she would promptly deny it, insisting they were merely friends. In the presence of boys, she felt compelled to maintain her single status. Otherwise, how could she find a suitable partner? Chu Jiao Jiao had never contemplated a romantic relationship with Shen Qingling. In her eyes, despite his handsome appearance, he lacked wealth and possessed a somewhat dull personality. Being a backup was sufficient. Romance seemed pointless to her, as she simply wished to relish his affection and the attention he brought. Jiao Jiao, have you considered being more proactive? If you don't seize this handsome guy, someone else surely will, suggested Man, who offered sound reasoning. You should be less shy. A scholar like Shen Qingling is bound for great success. Marrying him would free you from worry. Chu Jiao Jiao smiled, her eyes curving. I understand. You need not worry about me. I'm well aware. How naive, she thought. She had no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship with Shen Qingling. Good looks could not be converted into sustenance, and she deemed these women shallow, a gathering of mindless individuals. While she recognized that Shen Qingling, as an academic star, would likely earn a respectable income post-graduation, she was unimpressed by such earnings. Her aspirations were to marry into wealth. How could Shen Qingling, no matter how accomplished, compete with the affluent scions of society? Chu Jiao Jiao, possessing striking beauty, believed she should not lead a mediocre life. She harbored dreams of entering a wealthy family, with her greatest ambition being to marry a prosperous heir, thereby enjoying a life free from financial worry and the envy of others. Thus, her living expenses were primarily devoted to purchasing clothing and skincare products, and she relied on Shen Qingling for a meager allowance to sustain her lifestyle. When Chu Jiao Jiao awaited Shen Qingling's response for an extended period without reply, she dismissed it, choosing to ignore him. She doubted he would maintain such indifference indefinitely. Eventually, he would come seeking her attention. This time, she resolved not to respond readily, intending to feign annoyance until he adequately appeased her, testing whether he would dare remain aloof. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Qingling was entirely unconcerned. He had downloaded an app called Encounter to see what discussions were circulating about him. The system informed him that a recent photograph had garnered him a significant amount of points. These girls, reminiscent of his past admirers, would become enamored merely by the sight of an attractive image, generating their affection. Such infatuation could be converted into points, a mutually beneficial arrangement for him. Shen Qingling's elation lasted no more than 3 minutes before the system added a cautionary note. The host should be mindful that if the affection of these individuals turns to disdain due to negative news, points will be deducted. Shen Qingling replied, understood. He was aware that fans could be a double-edged sword. Wielded well, they could serve as an asset, but mishandled, they could cut deeply. After completing the app registration, Shen Qingling accessed a trending discussion about him, currently at the forefront, with over 1,000 replies. The comments varied, with some praising his looks, others expressing a desire to see his physique, and many seeking his contact information. Among them were also some shockingly brazen remarks. Raising an eyebrow, Shen Qingling found little surprise in the comments. He had long been accustomed to such responses from his previous admirers. Indeed, he had observed that women could be quite desirous, having experienced numerous relationships. Female desire manifested in both overt and subtle forms, alongside those who boasted of their boldness, yet were timid in reality. Most of his fans belonged to the latter category, emboldened only in the digital realm, producing provocative comments that would vanish in face-to-face encounters. Few women dared to utter such words in his presence. Those who did were either exceedingly self-assured or intoxicated to the point of losing their inhibitions. However, he was soon to encounter a woman who embodied that very boldness. Chapter 6. The abstruse and caustic young lady Shen Qingling. Your eyelashes are remarkably long. Oh, are yours as well? Shen Qingling found himself cornered against the wall, unable to escape the advances of the woman. This was precisely the type of woman he had described. One who, after indulging in drink, became entranced and disoriented. He could only wonder if she would be horrified upon regaining her senses and recalling her actions. To understand the context, we must rewind several hours. Shen Qingling worked part-time at a CAF near Jiangxing University. Initially, he only worked there on weekends, but due to a prior commitment to attend a dinner at the Song family home with Song Jining, he had swapped shifts with a colleague. To avoid attracting attention, he typically wore a mask while working, and today was no exception. From Monday to Friday, the CAF was not overly crowded, and after a brief stint of activity, Shen Qingling leaned against the wall to rest. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Potential target detected. Ruan Mingyi. Name: Ruan Ming, goddess level. Identity: young lady of the Ruan family. Personality: abstruse, caustic, lacking affection. Plot relevance: 30. Ending: insufficient points. Unable to unlock. Shen Qingling raised his eyes to the entrance, where he observed a woman supporting another as they entered. Their attire and demeanor unmistakably signaled their affluent backgrounds. They were undoubtedly daughters of wealthy families. The woman being assisted was none other than Ruan Mingyi, the target of Shen Qingling's intentions. Puzzled, he mused, I have no recollection of this name. Is there a plot involving her in the original narrative? 077 responded, Indeed, though you may have overlooked it. She is the sworn enemy of your future fiancée, Shengxia. At a banquet, they quarreled, during which Ruan Mingyi doused Shengxia in red wine. Gu Yijuan, defending Shengxia, incurred Ruan Mingyi's wrath and subsequently harbored resentment towards her, eventually orchestrating the ruin of Ruan Mingyi's beauty. The subsequent developments remain for you to unlock. Having gleaned enough information from 077, Shen Qingling anticipated the unfolding events. Ruan Mingyi had publicly humiliated Gu Yijuan, and given Gu Yijuan's temperament, retribution was inevitable. Ruan Mingyi's fate would likely not diverge significantly from that of the original protagonist. He discreetly observed Ruan Mingyi and her companion, Yi Qiao, as they settled at a window-side table. Their entrance had captivated the attention of many patrons. Ruan Mingyi was strikingly beautiful, not in the innocent, youthful manner, but rather as a bold and dazzling beauty. Her features were exquisitely defined, and her deep blue eyes hinted at a mixed heritage. Her fiery red lips accentuated her allure, and her tousled waves cascaded down her shoulders, her gaze slightly unfocused from intoxication. Seizing the opportunity while Yi Qiao placed their order, Shen Qingling leaned closer to eavesdrop on their conversation. Just as he approached, he overheard Ruan Mingyi indignantly declare, How am I to compete with her when her bosom is larger than my head? Yi Qiao, glancing at the menu handed to her by Shen Qingling, replied, Your chest is not insignificant either. Besides, what comparison are you making? She's nothing more than a big-busted fool. With a sigh, Ruan Mingyi lamented, Yet he is drawn to such foolish women. If happiness were a fleeting dream, I would be forever ensnared by a husband lost in slumber, accompanied by passengers who remained silent on their journeys. Yi Qiao quickly interjected, We're in a CAF. Let us refrain from such talk. She pointed to the coffee on the menu. 2 of these, please. As Yi Qiao lifted her gaze, she locked eyes with Shen Qingling, momentarily taken aback by the beauty of his eyes. He acknowledged her with a nod before stepping away. Yi Qiao nudged Ruan Mingyi's arm. Did you notice that server just now? He is quite the handsome fellow. Server? What of it? My instincts tell me he is a dashing rogue, Ruan Mingyi scoffed. Spare me, Qiao. I have completely given up on men. I, Ruan Mingyi, shall never again be captivated by any man. Yi Qiao rolled her eyes, well aware of her friend's tendencies, falling for every charming face she encountered. Yet, her sharp tongue had driven away every suitor, leaving her without a meaningful relationship thus far. Which man has held your interest for more than a month? That is not my fault. They simply failed to keep my interest alive. Yes, you are always right. At that moment, Yi Qiao's phone lit up with her boyfriend's call, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Mingyi, my boyfriend is calling. I'll step outside to take this. Stay here and sober up. Understood, Love-struck fool, Ruan Mingyi replied, though she had no intention of heeding her friend's advice. Instead, she retrieved the unfinished bottle of red wine from her bag and continued drinking. Meanwhile, two men at a nearby table had been observing Ruan Mingyi for some time. Seeing her alone, they approached her. "Beautiful lady, why are you drinking alone? Are you feeling down? Would you like us to keep you company?" Ruan Mingyi, her gaze hazy, regarded them with disdain, a sardonic smile forming on her lips. Her mood had already soured, and the sight of these unattractive men attempting to engage her only intensified her irritation. "Do you not own a mirror? How dare you approach me?" The first man's smile faltered, while the second interjected, "Miss, your words are rather harsh. My friend is not unattractive." Ruan Mingyi raised an eyebrow. "Attractive? I would say you are slightly more appealing." The man beamed, but Ruan Mingyi continued, "You strike me as a charming rogue, particularly with those eyes that resemble mischief." The duo fell silent, clearly taken aback. The second man, undeterred, attempted once more, "We merely wish to befriend you." Ruan Mingyi frowned. Her disinterest was abundantly clear. Yet he persisted. "With your demeanor, you think you could be friends with me? Your salary likely resembles something bought from a discount site. Please, I drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Your aura is more akin to a rain-soaked Phantom, reduced to a mere electric vehicle. You've not seen every type of vehicle, so don't presume to judge. Enough with the pretense. The only thing you can flaunt is your underwear. The Phantom is merely a figment of your imagination." Shen Qingling finally understood why the system had tagged Ruan Mingyi with the descriptors abstruse and caustic. As the two men continued to engage Ruan Mingyi, he approached with the intent to intervene, only to find himself the recipient of the wine that was meant for them. Ruan Mingyi, realizing her error, stood unsteadily, preparing to speak to Shen Qingling, only to inadvertently knock over her wine glass once more, drenching herself. Frustration boiled within her. Today was indeed a day of misfortune. She glared at the two men, but her ire was redirected upon recognizing Shen Qingling as he removed his mask. Chapter 7. How long are you there? Red wine trickled slowly from the strands of the youth's hair, cascading down his high-bridged nose and gliding past his sensuous, slightly pursed lips, a clear indication of his displeasure. However, Ruan Mingyi was indifferent to his mood. Upon catching sight of Shen Qingling, she couldn't help but swallow hard, her dreamy eyes wide with surprise. 077. Ruan Mingyi's heart fluttered, adding 30 points. Shen Qingling. So she's a superficial admirer. She was the one who berated Gu Yijin for being effeminate in the original story, possessing an exceptionally discerning taste, and it was perfectly natural for her to be enamored by your visage. Yet, her infatuations with men typically lasted no longer than 3 minutes, easily forgotten in a matter of days. What you must do is evoke a sustained interest within her that endures. After hearing 077's description, Shen Qingling began to devise a strategy to captivate Ruan Mingyi. For a girl of her nature, one cannot simply be overly passionate nor excessively aloof. Instead, a delicate balance of closeness and distance is essential, akin to flying a kite. There must be both tension and slack, leading her to become ensnared. Outside, Yi Qiao sensed the unusual atmosphere and hurriedly ended her call to enter. Upon witnessing the wine-stained visage of Shen Qingling, she immediately deduced that Ruan Mingyi had caused another ruckus. "I apologize, handsome. My friend is in a foul mood today and has had too much to drink, so I am truly sorry. Whatever compensation is needed, we will." "No need," Shen Qingling interrupted coldly. Ruan Mingyi would not appreciate a man devoid of self-respect. Thus he could not grovel before her. The CAF's waitress, having arrived early, was acquainted with Ruan Mingyi. She quietly informed Shen Qingling, "This CAF is owned by the Ruan family. She is the young lady of the Ruan household, and I have heard her temper is rather infamous." Another girl, enamored with Shen Qingling, advised, "Indeed, Shen Qingling, it would be wise not to engage with her, lest you attract trouble." Fearing a confrontation between Shen Qingling and Ruan Mingyi, the waitress approached with a smile and suggested, "Miss Ruan, let me help you change into something else." However, Ruan Mingyi pointed at Shen Qingling and declared, "No need for you. I want him to accompany me." Shen Qingling turned to the waitress and said, "It's fine. You need not concern yourselves with me. It would be best if I went instead. I would feel guilty if my presence affected the CAF's performance." The waitress looked at Shen Qingling with astonishment, her cheeks flushing. Previously, she thought Shen Qingling too cold and aloof to approach, but now she realized he was quite gentle and considerate, a man whose exterior chill belied an inner warmth, making him all the more attractive. Yi Qiao tugged at Ruan Mingyi's sleeve. "What are you doing, Mingyi? You've drenched him in wine and haven't even apologized." Ruan Mingyi, swaying unsteadily, grasped Shen Qingling's arm. "Shen Qingling, right? I apologize. I will go to the restroom to apologize." Just then, she lost her balance and fell into Shen Qingling's embrace. He frowned slightly. Yi Qiao stepped forward to support Ruan Mingyi, addressing Shen Qingling. "I'll help her inside. Will you come with us?" Shen Qingling nodded, following the two into the restroom. Fortunately, the restroom had separate stalls, sparing them from an awkward situation. Yi Qiao guided Ruan Mingyi into a cubicle to change clothes while Shen Qingling stood at the sink, washing the wine from his face. Though the stains on his clothing remained stubbornly intact, he gazed into the mirror. After being splashed with water, his features appeared even more striking. Then, he heard Ruan Mingyi's voice from inside. "Who has a bigger chest, me or that woman?" You are the biggest. She's practically flat," he replied. "Then why is he with her and not with me? The way you mocked him, he must be furious." "What did I say?" "You said you wanted to be with him for a long time, but you neither grew nor endured." "Did I say that? But I haven't even slept with him. I haven't even touched his hand." "You asked his ex-girlfriend, didn't you? She went to him to complain, and after a quarrel, he blocked you." "Oh, right. I was wondering why I felt like drinking today." Yi Qiao sighed helplessly at the drunken girl before her. After changing, she helped Ruan Mingyi out. Spotting Shen Qingling, Ruan Mingyi beamed and pushed Yi Qiao's hand away, moving closer to him. "You're so handsome, way more attractive than the men I used to like." Seeing Shen Qingling silent, she pouted in dissatisfaction and poked his chest. "Why aren't you speaking?" "Oh, I forgot to apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to splash you. I intended to douse those two ugly ones. You're handsome, so I wouldn't waste it on you." "Miss Ruan, you have had too much to drink. I should get back to work," Shen Qingling stated, attempting to leave. Ruan Mingyi seized his hand and leaned into him. To prevent her from falling, he instinctively wrapped an arm around her waist. The sweet scent of her perfume mingled with the aroma of red wine, enveloping him. The softness of her body felt like a puddle, and a mere glance downward revealed her alluring curves. No. Are you new here? I've never seen you before. If I had, who would still like that freeloader?" Ruan Mingyi was clearly intoxicated, unable to stand steadily, her entire weight leaning on Shen Qingling. He cast his gaze down upon the woman in his embrace, unable to deny her beauty. The flush from her inebriation added an irresistible allure to her already charming demeanor. "Miss Ruan, I must return to my duties," he said calmly. The drunken girl, oblivious to his words, raised her eyes to meet his. Droplets of water still clinging to her lashes, softening the coldness of his gaze and revealing an innocent youthfulness. Ruan Mingyi blinked innocently and remarked, "Shen Qingling, your eyelashes are so long. Hey, how long are you there?" Yi Qiao's eyes widened in shock as she quickly pulled Ruan Mingyi away from Shen Qingling. "I'm sorry, my friend is drunk. She's not usually like this. She just has a rather abstract personality." The term abstract had become a lifeline for many oblivious individuals. Shen Qingling, unfazed, observed Ruan Mingyi's drunken state, while Yi Qiao felt even more awkward than her friend. Ruan Mingyi would never behave like this when sober. Had she not been intoxicated, she would have merely asked for his contact information and sought to entice him with her wealth, inviting him to dinner. If she liked him, she would pursue him. If not, she would simply move on. Now, in her drunken stupor, she had made a fool of herself before Shen Qingling, and once she sobered up, she would surely wish to disappear into a hole. Ruan Mingyi was a woman who valued her pride above all. In her eyes, reputation was paramount. And should anyone offend her, no matter the previous affections, she would quickly turn her back. Shen Qingling glanced at the red wine stains on his clothing, frowning. "Miss, I recommend you take your friend home. Otherwise, who knows what might happen." Yi Qiao apologized. I'm sorry for the trouble. We'll be leaving now. I'll ensure the CAF compensates you for today. There's no need, Shen Qingling replied. It's merely part of my job. His refusal of compensation only deepened Yi Qiao's sense of guilt. Yi Qiao escorted Ruan Mingyi back to the Ruan residence. Ruan Mingyi's father called, and she groggily answered while sprawled on the sofa. Hello, Dad. Missing me already? It's still the construction bank number. After Ruan Mingyi finished her sentence, she hung up the phone, leaving Yi Qiao to sigh in resignation. Ruan Mingyi's parents divorced when she was very young, and since then, her father has been preoccupied with his business, showing little concern for her. Consequently, the relationship between Ruan Mingyi and her father remained strained, with their communication limited to financial matters. After a long day of turmoil, Yi Qiao, too, found herself weary and dozed off beside the sofa. When Ruan Mingyi awoke, the night had fallen. She rubbed her temples, frowning. Ouch. Why does my head hurt so much? What happened? Today, she had been blocked by that insipid man. Then shared a few drinks with Yi Qiao, followed by a visit to a CAF where more alcohol was consumed. And then, Ruan Mingyi suddenly sat up with a start. She had flirted with a handsome stranger. Chapter 8. Does Shen Qingling truly have it? A piercing scream echoed through the 500-square-foot living room as Ruan Mingyi, in a state of utter exasperation, exclaimed. She nudged Yi Qiao beside her. Qiao Qiao, wake up quickly. Yi Qiao, still groggy, lifted her gaze. Mingyi, you're awake. Are you hungry? Should we call the kitchen for something to eat? At that moment, Ruan Mingyi couldn't care less about food. With a vacant expression, she stared ahead and murmured, Did I, today, commit an unforgivable act against a handsome man? Yi Qiao lazily stretched. Oh, you remember? I thought you would forget. You spoke recklessly to him, hugging and touching. Fortunately, he has a good temper and high quality, so he didn't hold it against you. Ruan Mingyi buried her face into an expensive pillow worth 80,000, her muffled voice laced with embarrassment. Oh my heavens. How could I have said such things? Did she really ask him if he had it? But does Shen Qingling truly have it? Considering his height, it shouldn't be too far off. She hadn't dared to test the waters. She could only flirt verbally, but when it came to action, she faltered. Ruan Mingyi was rather reserved, and everything she did towards Shen Qingling yesterday could only be described as madness. The thought of her infatuated demeanor in front of him made her wish she could travel back in time and slap her past self. Yi Qiao reassured her, Don't take it too seriously. Just apologize when you have the chance. After all, he works in the CAF at your place. So it's not a big deal. But no, it was a significant issue. The mere thought of Shen Qingling's handsome face made her heart race. Even his frowning, cold refusal was captivating. Qiao, I genuinely admire that face. If these embarrassing incidents hadn't occurred, I could have maintained an air of elegance as a beautiful lady in front of him. Now in his eyes, I must appear to be nothing more than a harassing, infatuated fool. That's accurate. Your behavior back then was hard to witness. What should I do? Do I still have a chance? With your beauty and wealth, what man could refuse you? As long as you don't speak too harshly, I believe there's still hope. After all, you were drunk. It was somewhat excusable. However what? I think Shen Qingling seems rather aloof and doesn't strike me as the type who would rely on money. He is probably quite different from the men you've liked before. Ruan Mingyi raised an eyebrow. What of it? Isn't that even better? I wouldn't be interested in a man easily swayed by money. Before long, Ruan Mingyi managed to acquire Shen Qingling's WeChat, intending to use her old methods to approach him. However, while she obtained his WeChat, he had not accepted her friend request. Ruan Mingyi frowned. Was he busy, or had he simply forgotten? She added a note stating her name and that she was reaching out to apologize, then sent another friend request. Unfortunately, Shen Qingling still did not agree. Meanwhile, Shen Qingling's phone lit up. He glanced at it and recognized it was a friend request from Ruan Mingyi. 077. Are you not planning to accept Ruan Mingyi's friend request? Shen Qingling. I never said I couldn't accept it. I simply can at the moment. Ruan Mingyi cannot be allowed to approach you too easily. Otherwise, if she acquires you effortlessly, she will lose interest and fail to cherish you, let alone invest genuine feelings. Ruan Mingyi's character is marked by a lack of love. She loves superficially, finding affection for anyone she encounters. This kind of affection is shallow and lacks sincerity. She seeks someone to whom she can express her emotions simply because she craves love. It matters little to her who the other person is. It is not genuine affection. Shen Qingling does not wish to become just another inconsequential trophy in Ruan Mingyi's collection. He desires her true heart. One could surmise from this that Ruan Mingyi's upbringing was less than ideal, not in terms of wealth, but in emotional nurture. Otherwise, with her family background, how could she possibly lack love? The absence of complete and sufficient love in her family has fostered a tendency in her to love indiscriminately and to switch affections at will. People like her struggle to learn how to love genuinely. The affection Ruan Mingyi offers is not true love. She simply hopes to attain the love she desires through these means. However, it is evident that her distorted approach to love makes it exceedingly difficult for her to find genuine affection, leaving her perpetually searching, yet never truly loved. The more perfect the family, with loving parents and a nurturing environment, the more likely it is to raise well-adjusted children. Such children possess a greater capacity to love, with brighter and more abundant inner lives. They do not seek extreme love from others. Rather, they are more inclined to give love. Why would they yearn for what they already possess? Shen Qingling has encountered many individuals like Ruan Mingyi, regardless of gender. They ultimately inflict wounds upon those they claim to love. Shen Qingling hopes to change her, provided she is still redeemable. Glancing at the time on his phone, Shen Qingling noted it was nearly midnight. He needed to sleep on time, as he had an early class the next morning. As a diligent student, he could not afford to be late. The original owner had rented an off-campus apartment for convenience, situated not far from the school, a mere 10-minute walk. Early the next morning, Shen Qingling arose, opened his wardrobe, and was met with a uniformity of white shirts, rendering him momentarily speechless. Thankfully, it was spring, and he had jackets and trench coats to wear. Otherwise, one might think he donned the same attire each day. Shen Qingling donned a mask and slipped into a trench coat before stepping outside. The original owner favored wearing a mask, and so did Shen Qingling. The former did so for discretion, wishing to avoid drawing too much attention. Shen Qingling, having been a star in his past life, adopted this habit to prevent revealing his identity and to evade paparazzi and obsessive fans. Thus, he habitually wore a mask when going out. Arriving early at the classroom, he immediately captured the attention of his peers. In his previous life, Shen Qingling was a top-tier actor, possessing both popularity and skill, and was a regular feature in high-profile fashion magazines. It is often said that women steal the spotlight on the red carpet. Yet, Shen Qingling consistently outshone even the female stars. He seemed to possess an innate allure, particularly in the way he moved and carried himself. It was hard to articulate, but he was undeniably more attractive than the average person. To speak in ethereal terms, it was star-like. In simpler language, he had a striking physique. In truth, Shen Qingling's poise was the product of rigorous training. As an accomplished actor, every gesture, every smile, and every frown had been rehearsed countless times in front of a mirror. He understood how to smile most charmingly and how to cry most compellingly. Such a man, among ordinary people, would undoubtedly be a stunning presence, one that few women could resist. Shen Qingling removed his mask and casually chose a seat, as usual. No one dared to sit beside him. His reputation for being aloof was well known, which naturally kept others at bay. Even if one were to occupy the seat next to him, they would only sense an overwhelming chill, feeling as though they were inviting humiliation upon themselves. No one wished to approach him under such circumstances. Yet today, the discussions surrounding him were more numerous than ever. Hey, have you all noticed that Shen Qingling seems to have become even more handsome? I feel like he is somehow different, yet his face remains the same, and he is still the same person. How strange. Could it be that after seeing that stunning photo, he has gained a fan filter? Does his face even need a fan filter? Isn't he just objectively handsome? Even I, a man, find him attractive. That's an undeniable fact. Handsome is handsome. No one said he wasn't before. It's just that he seems to possess a greater aura today. Why does the same trench coat evoke such a distinct aura when worn by him? Just a moment ago, as he entered with a mask adorning his face, he resembled a model on the runway. One might easily mistake him for a celebrity. Chapter 9. The cold-faced Shen Qingling was inundated with the continuous notifications of his affection points, which had been transformed into credits. He glanced at the system panel. Name: Shen Qingling. Age: 18. Height: 188 centimeters. Length: 25 centimeters. Attractiveness: 93. Health: 60. Combat power: 65. Reputation: 21. Affection points: 117. Credits: 29. 799. Golden finger: none. Strategy goddess: 0. Expand. Song Jining strategy progress: 85. Chu Jiaozhou strategy progress: 30. Ruan Mingyi strategy progress: 32. Reversal progress: 10. Mainline progress: 3. Side quests unlocked: expand. Side quest 1. Obtain Chu Jiaozhou's regret points. Progress: 0 originally. Shen Qingling had only accumulated a little over 3,000 credits, but now, thanks to his trending presence yesterday and the affection points provided by the girls at school today, he had amassed over 20,000 credits. Such a significant increase in just one day suggested that maintaining long-term exposure was indeed essential. Ordinary affection points were quite useful. As long as he could maintain his visibility, he should be able to gather 100,000 credits soon. Indeed, once the host accumulates sufficient credits, they can unlock various storylines and character endings, and the system shop offers an array of items. Would the host like to take a look? Are the items in question legitimate? Of course, they are legitimate items, though there are also some less reputable ones. As long as the host has credits, nothing is beyond reach. Shen Qingling perused the system shop and discovered a bewildering assortment of items, including even intimate products. It was evident that this was not a conventional system. However, with his current credits, he could afford nothing and could only browse. Before long, the teacher entered, prompting Shen Qingling to set aside his thoughts and focus on the lesson. Although he had inherited the original owner's memories and knowledge, neglecting his studies would only lead to a decline in performance. He could not afford a transition from an academic star to a failure. Meanwhile, Ruan Mingyi had risen early, meticulously applying her makeup before heading to a CAF. Upon learning that Shen Qingling only worked part-time on weekends, she exhibited a look of disappointment. Chow, he isn't here. I told you, today is Thursday, and Shen Qingling is a student at Jiangda University. He must be in class right now. I heard he is quite the academic prodigy. I saw his name trending on Weibo this morning. It was indeed him. I saw that Weibo post too. That photo captured him quite handsomely. No wonder you fell for him at first sight. Alas, he hasn't even accepted my friend request on WeChat. Otherwise, we could visit him at his university. Aren't you afraid he might ignore you? I'll just say I came to apologize and take him shopping for new clothes as compensation. I have a perfectly good excuse. Ruan Mingyi felt her plan was flawless. She had a reasonable justification, and it was up to Shen Qingling to decide whether to reject her. Ruan Mingyi was quite familiar with Jiangda University, as the Ruan family had donated a building to the institution, and she had shared meals with the school board members, making her integration into Jiangda a breeze. As she observed the youthful faces on campus, she suddenly felt a twinge of age, lacking the vibrancy of youth. Ruan Mingyi sighed. So young. Yi Qiao chuckled. Why the sudden sentimentality? You only graduated 2 years ago. You speak as if you're middle-aged. That's different. 2 years post-graduation makes one a seasoned veteran. We who have entered the workforce cannot possess the naive, clear-eyed perspective of university students. Come now. What you call work is merely pretending to be busy for an hour or two while sipping coffee. You haven't even turned on your computer. How rude. Am I not allowed to express my sentiments? If I had to live that life, I might as well jump off a building. As Ruan Mingyi and Yi Qiao chatted, they approached the door of Shen Qingling's classroom. Ruan Mingyi immediately spotted the young man sitting upright in class. Yi Qiao would remark it. How can he look so handsome even while attending class? It's like a scene from an idol drama. Ruan Mingyi replied, those young heartthrobs can't compare to him. Cold-faced Shen is the true epitome of charm. Cold-faced Shen was the nickname Ruan Mingyi had given Shen Qingling. Although she was somewhat abstract in nature, she recognized that interrupting someone else's class was inappropriate. So she and Yi Qiao leaned against the railing in the hallway to converse. Even so, they attracted the attention of several individuals inside the classroom, including a boy and girl seated in front of Shen Qingling. Wow, there are two stunning beauties outside. They have great figures, fair skin, and long legs. How enviable. Which department are they from? Such beauty shouldn't go unnoticed. They might not be from our school. Just look at their attire. They clearly belong to a wealthy class, unlikely to be students. I'm such a bumpkin. I can't even identify their luxury brands. I recall that bag costs over $1 million, doesn't it? Shen Qingling paid them no mind, remaining immersed in his studies. On the surface, it appeared so, but in reality, he already knew who had arrived outside. He remained unperturbed, ignoring the chatter from the outside world, which only earned him praise from the girls in his class. Look at the boys in our class. Their mouths are nearly watering. Shen Qingling hasn't even glanced up. It seems beauty holds no allure for him. Perhaps the fragrance of knowledge is far more enticing. My idol doesn't even regard the campus beauty. To him, even the most beautiful woman is merely a facade. At that moment, another boy retorted, perhaps he knows he lacks any redeeming qualities beyond his looks. What woman will want to gaze upon that lifeless face daily? Exactly. He probably can't even afford to buy his girlfriend a new outfit. He has to work to pay for tuition. Would such a person dare to pursue such beauties? They probably wouldn't even look at him. Ha ha ha. Those two beauties combined are worth more than his lifetime. I believe his fear of dating stems purely from embarrassment. If you girls knew how stingy he is in private, would you still idolize him? His little sense of superiority would vanish. Shen Qingling is merely short on cash now. That doesn't mean he will always be broke. You can all stew in your jealousy. A few boys laughed heartily, while the girls discussing Shen Qingling turned crimson. How despicable. They only know how to attack Shen Qingling for being poor. What a pathetic bunch. Before long, the bell rang, and students began to exit the classroom, some even engaging with Ruan Mingyi, who maintained a cool demeanor. Whispers circulated about who Ruan Mingyi and her companion were there to see. Who do you think they are here for? Cheng Chuan? Xie Zhiyao? Or perhaps Shen Qingling? It can't be Shen Qingling. Who would dare approach him like that? Wouldn't they fear being embarrassed? Then it must be Xie Zhiyao. There are plenty of beauties chasing after him. Xie Zhiyao could attract such beauties? I don't believe it. Then it must be Cheng Chuan. He's quite handsome too. As Shen Qingling stepped out of the classroom, he immediately spotted Ruan Mingyi. Their eyes met, and he turned to leave, but Ruan Mingyi blocked his path. Hey, Shen Qingling, do you remember me? Chapter 10. The suspected poor god of wealth loses dignity from money. Shen Qingling's expression was rather stoic as he lowered his gaze towards Ruan Mingyi, his demeanor perpetually frigid. The youth's slightly pursed lips hinted at his impatience. Miss Ruan, is there something you need? Unfazed by his icy countenance, Ruan Mingyi responded with a bright smile. I see you still remember me. Shen Qingling's words dripped with a hint of sarcasm. Miss Ruan has left a profound impression on me. I am here to apologize for yesterday's incident. I would like to invite you to dinner as a gesture of goodwill. Would that be acceptable? That won't be necessary. It suffices that Miss Ruan does not disrupt my life. It's just a meal after all. Surely, you wouldn't want to lose your part-time job at the CAF. Shen Qingling furrowed his brow. Are you threatening me? Ruan Mingyi blinked innocently. How can that be considered a threat? It's merely a small tactic to befriend you. Shen Qingling replied coolly, then feel free to dismiss me. Ruan Mingyi perceived his indifference. To Shen Qingling, this was merely a part-time job. At worst, he could find another. She was undeterred, raising an eyebrow. Surely, you wouldn't want the staff at that CF to lose their jobs because of you. Ruan Mingyi noticed that Shen Qingling had defended those girls quite fiercely yesterday. It appeared that he was not as aloof as he seemed. Perhaps he was merely cold on the outside, but warm within. A boy like him, once one penetrated his heart, could bestow his entire tenderness and affection. What Ruan Mingyi desired most was an intense and passionate love. If it were to be ordinary love, she would rather do without it. Indeed, Shen Qingling wavered at her words. He opened his mouth, but refrained from uttering a refusal. Just this once. Good. I hope Miss Ruan keeps her word. I cannot deceive a man. Yi Xiao glanced at Ruan Mingyi, thinking that trusting her words was indeed foolish. Shen Qingling checked the time on his phone. However, I have a class to attend. Miss Ruan, perhaps you could find somewhere to pass the time. Ruan Mingyi's eyes, resembling a cunning fox, twinkled with mischief. Though she found him irritating, she still addressed him politely as Miss Ruan. In truth, Shen Qingling was rather easy to manipulate. As long as one was unafraid of his cold demeanor and persisted in their antics, he could do nothing in retaliation. May I accompany you to class? Miss Ruan is free to do as she pleases. The classroom is not mine to control. Then let us go together. Thus, the two stunning young women trailed behind Shen Qingling as they departed. Those who had previously mocked him fell silent. So they truly came to find Shen Qingling. Would he have sought us out instead? Do wealthy individuals really judge by appearances? Even with Shen Qingling's aloofness, she still approaches him. Stop being bitter. It's clearly because Shen Qingling possesses charm. The girl speaking with Shen Qingling is gorgeous, not inferior to our campus belle. It's like a scene from a campus drama with handsome boys and beautiful girls. Shen Qingling stands at 188 centimeters, the quintessential male lead height. Unlike some who were deceived into going to Myanmar only to discover they were misled. As Shen Qingling, Ruan Mingyi, and Yi Qiao traversed the academic building, their image was captured and posted online, garnering much attention from onlookers. Now, Shen Qingling had become a sensation, with admirers snapping photos wherever he went. A boy who recognized Ruan Mingyi's identity directly posted rumors, claiming that Shen Qingling was being supported by a wealthy heiress. Jiang University's heartthrob, Shen Qingling, is allegedly a kept man. Has this suspected poor god of wealth sacrificed his dignity for money? The individual who posted this revealed Ruan Mingyi's identity. Her reputation in high society was not particularly stellar, frequently dining with various handsome men, many of whom were perceived as gold diggers. Thus, the conclusion was drawn that Shen Qingling was similarly selling his dignity for financial gain. Numerous envious boys flocked to mock Shen Qingling, speaking with such conviction as if they had witnessed him sell his body firsthand. Most girls adopted a spectator's attitude, while a faction directly berated the poster for spreading rumors, igniting a fan war in the comments. In a classroom, Song Jining's friend tapped her shoulder. Ning Ning. Shen Qingling is with two beautiful girls. What is going on? The post says he is being kept by a rich girl. Song Jining frowned, glancing at the post before scoffing. That's impossible. Though Shen Qingling's financial situation is not the best, he would never stoop to that. How can you be so sure? Just because he saved you? You don't understand. I just know he is not that kind of person. But Shen Qingling has never been this close to girls before. Perhaps those two ladies are pursuing him. This isn't the first time such a situation has arisen. Song Jining pondered for a moment before standing up decisively. She decided to skip class. She arrived at the classroom where Shen Qingling was, noticing Ruan Mingyi and Yi Qiao seated on either side of him, the room buzzing with hushed discussions. Shen Qingling remained oblivious, exuding an air of calm. Song Jining frowned. It seemed Shen Qingling was unaware of the rumors circulating about him. She took a seat behind him and gently poked his back with her finger. Shen Qingling turned around, his stern visage softening upon seeing Song Jining. A faint smile graced his lips. Ah, it's you. Song Jining's cheeks flushed instantly. What is wrong with me? Just seeing Shen Qingling smile sends my heart racing. How embarrassing. Beside them, Ruan Mingyi narrowed her eyes. She had never witnessed Shen Qingling smile like that before. What was happening? Ruan Mingyi scrutinized Song Jining and then recognized her as the girl whom Shen Qingling had saved and who had made headlines. A mix of annoyance and envy welled up within her. So, he was not cold to everyone. Shen Qingling had never smiled at her in such a manner. 077. Ruan Mingyi's affection value 5. Song Jining's presence stirred something within Ruan Mingyi. She narrowed her eyes in displeasure as she observed the two. Did you need something from me? Shen Qingling inquired. Song Jining nearly forgot her original intent. She set aside her infatuated thoughts and stated earnestly, someone on the forum is spreading rumors about you and the lady beside you. She glanced at Ruan Mingyi. Ruan Mingyi raised an eyebrow. What rumors are they spreading about me and him? That Shen Qingling is your kept man. Ruan Mingyi burst into laughter. I wish that were the case. But someone is unwilling. Shen Qingling maintained an indifferent expression. The innocent shall remain untainted. These are merely rumors. Song Jining pouted. But I don't want you to be misunderstood. Shen Qingling's eyes flashed with surprise, and Song Jining realized how ambiguous her words sounded. Her face turned crimson as she stammered. No, What I meant was, you should not be misrepresented for something you haven't done. In any case, I believe you and this lady are entirely innocent. Ruan Mingyi, being a few years older than Song Qingling, could easily read the girl's thoughts etched across her face. She offered a dangerously charming smile. Little sister, this is not a misunderstanding. I truly wish to keep him. Chapter 11. Is Shen Qingling white or pink? Song Qingling furrowed her brow, addressing the young lady. Regardless of your thoughts, your actions are bound to cast a negative light on Shen Qingling. He is not the person you portray him to be. Ruan Mingyi, aware of the impropriety, extended her hand. Let me see the post. Song Qingling unlocked her phone and handed it to Ruan Mingyi. The woman's crimson nails glided slowly across the screen, and with each passing moment, her smile deepened. Her expression one of growing intrigue. She read aloud. Shen Qingling succumbs to the influence of the young lady for monetary gain. Surely, she has devoured him whole. His absence over the weekend likely suggests he is engaging in unsavory work. Just how much has the young lady offered him? If only she had expressed her willingness to partake in such endeavors, I could have matched her offer. Must it be Ruan Mingyi? Could he not succumb to my allure? My family is not impoverished either. Shen Qingling appears robust. Can the young lady manage alone? Why not include me? You all ponder whether Shen Qingling is white or pink. What began as a post condemning Shen Qingling had spiraled into increasingly absurd commentary, with few women truly criticizing him, while many contemplated when they might have their turn. Unable to bear it any longer, Shen Qingling snatched the phone and closed the screen. Stop reading. Ruan Mingyi glanced at him, noticing the pink hue creeping into his ears. The typically aloof youth now radiated shyness, his fair complexion tinged with a delicate blush of embarrassment. Her curiosity piqued. She inquired, Shen Qingling, are you white or? He swiftly covered her lips with his hand, his flustered demeanor presenting a charming contrast that Ruan Mingyi found utterly adorable. 077. Ruan Mingyi's affection level increased by 10. Shen Qingling gained further insight into Ruan Mingyi's preferences. It seemed she favored this type of interaction. She chuckled as she pushed his hand away. Are you shy? Not at all, he retorted, his stubbornness amusing her. As was the lively discussion regarding the various postures she and Shen Qingling might adopt. With a sigh, Ruan Mingyi lamented, I too am quite unfortunate. I possess nothing, yet they speak as if I have devoured it all. Enough, Shen Qingling interjected. Let us not delve into this topic. Such posts will fade away in a couple of days. But you are still dining with me later. Won't the rumors only escalate? Then perhaps we should forego the meal. That cannot be. How could you go back on your word? Song Qingling was taken aback by Ruan Mingyi's boldness. Every word felt like a tease aimed at Shen Qingling. Gathering her courage, she proposed, then let me join you. We can all dine together. I don't want to involve you. This matter is unrelated to you. You saved me, so you are my savior. Besides, I've been the subject of gossip these past few days, so it's all right. Let me join you. Ruan Mingyi felt a twinge of displeasure. Yet she recognized that Shen Qingling had indeed been slandered because of her, making refusal difficult. Fine, let us include her. It's merely an additional person at dinner. All right then. For the remainder of the class, Shen Qingling ignored Ruan Mingyi, focusing intently on the lesson. Ruan Mingyi rested her head in her hand, gazing at him with her enchanting fox-like eyes. Her intense gaze was impossible to overlook. Shen Qingling sighed. Must you look at me that way? I came to see you. What else would I do here? Shen Qingling was rendered speechless. After a time, Ruan Mingyi felt drowsy, primarily due to the instructor's monotonous lecture lulling her into slumber. It seemed any insomnia vanished the moment one entered her classroom. As she slept, Ruan Mingyi appeared innocent, smiling in her dreams. Shen Qingling listened closely. It turned out she dreamed of pink. Shen Qingling harbored little animosity towards Ruan Mingyi's whimsical personality. He found her rather intriguing. However, to maintain his aloof persona while pursuing her, he felt compelled to uphold his cold, distant demeanor, knowing Ruan Mingyi would not receive his smile during this period. The Goof family. Chen Wang, when do you intend to bring that child back? When Sulan's inquiry abruptly chilled the previously jovial dinner atmosphere. The thought of her child suffering outside gripped her heart with anguish. Gu Chenwang replied, I only received news this afternoon. It's not confirmed yet. There's no need to rush. We should wait until we are certain before bringing him back. I want to allow the Gu family's blood to be lost outside. When Solon exclaimed, there can be no mistake. The photograph confirms it. This child is a spitting image of his grandfather. Why bring up someone long deceased during dinner? Mentioning her father-in-law darkened Gu Qingling's expression. When Solon lowered her head in disappointment, refraining from further comment. Gu Yutong scoffed. Antwin, you've raised a child for so many years, yet you sit here fixated on one who hasn't even returned. When Solon was Gu Qingling's second wife, and Gu Yutong had never held her in high regard, delivering her criticism without hesitation. Gu Yijun sighed, sister, don't speak to mother like that. Ultimately, it's my fault. If it weren't for me, the younger brother wouldn't be lost, nor would he have suffered so much. When he returns, I shall leave. As long as the family is harmonious, I shall be content. Gu Yutong cherished her obedient and considerate brother, opposing Gu Yijun's intention to depart. What nonsense, June. The Gu family can support you. After all these years of living together, even without blood ties, we share bonds. Rest assured, even when he returns, you will still be my brother. There will always be a room for you here. Antwin, would you not agree? Gu Yutong turned to Solon, who offered a forced smile. Her gaze towards Gu Yijun tinged with complexity. When Solon recognized Gu Yijun as a good child, understanding that all blame lay with her mother and grandmother. Gu Yijun was innocent, yet it was their family that led to her own child's misfortune. She noted the distance that had grown between herself and Gu Yijun. Gu Yijun's grandmother, Fangmei, was the Gu family's housemaid. When Solon was pregnant, the Gu family had hired her to care for Solon. In the Gu household, Solon was never regarded highly and held little status. Fangmei was exceptionally attentive to her, and thus Solon placed great trust in her. Who could have anticipated that Fangmei, seeing the Gu family's wealth, would harbor ill intentions? Furthermore, when her daughter bore a child out of wedlock, it became a scandal in the village. Fangmei, in a desperate act, swapped the two infants after Solon gave birth. Fearing exposure, Fangmei initially intended for her daughter to drown Solon's son. Yet upon gazing upon Shen Qingling's tender face, she felt a pang of compassion, ultimately abandoning him at an orphanage. Shen Qingling endured countless hardships in the orphanage, while Gu Yijun basked in the Gu family's affection. Particularly, Fangmei doted on Gu Yijun far more than on Solon, leading everyone to believe it was gratitude towards Solon. In truth, it was because Gu Yijun was her biological grandson. This year, for reasons unknown, Fangmei suddenly went mad, revealing the entire truth of the past, prompting Solon to wish to strangle her. Gu Yijun had been continuously apologizing before Solon, hoping she would spare Fang. In a moment of desperation, Solon slapped him, which led to a fierce argument between Gu Qinglong and Solon. Solon felt quite embarrassed in front of Gu Yijun. Originally, Gu Yijun was the heir whom Gu Qinglong had high hopes for. No one anticipated such a turn of events. Gu Qinglong remained deeply attached to blood ties. As long as his biological son was not a completely incompetent individual, he would never entrust the Gu family to an outsider like Gu Yijun. After all, years of father-son relationship had fostered some feelings in Gu Qinglong towards Gu Yijun, so he would not be heartless enough to cast him out of the Gu family. And it would not be a significant issue for Gu Yijun to manage a small company in the future. The Gu family had envisioned everything quite positively, but unfortunately, they underestimated Gu Yijun's ambition and resentment, as well as his cold-heartedness. From a young age, Gu Yijun was aware that he was not a child of the Gu family. Fangmei's overly affectionate behavior towards him was suspicious, especially when she privately referred to him as her dear grandson. Thus, Gu Yijun had long sensed something amiss and later confirmed through investigation that he was indeed not a Gu family child. He had thought that this secret could be concealed for a lifetime, but unexpectedly, that old man suddenly went mad and revealed everything. Gu Yijun looked at Solon, filled with anticipation, and asked, Mom, are you the same as my sister? Solon forced a smile and replied, Yes, your sister is right, even if he returns. The Gu family will always be your home. Could Gu Yijun not see Solon's reluctance? The reason he was so eager to eliminate Shen Qingling was precisely because he knew the Gu family would no longer regard him as they once did. Moreover, Shen Qingling was so exceptional that Gu Qingyuan would undoubtedly bequeath the family fortune to his biological child rather than to him, the false son. Unless Shen Qingling vanished, he would have no hope. Therefore, it was imperative that Shen Qingling never earn the love and recognition of the Gu family. Chapter 12. The undercurrents among women. Gu Yijin revealed a gentle, false smile. That's good. When my brother comes home, I will cherish him as if he were my own. I shall make up for all the love he has been deprived of over the years, and I will ensure he receives everything he deserves. Lin Qingdai, who had been quietly listening for quite some time, softly smiled. What do you mean by letting? Isn't it his by right? Brother Jinjing, you are quite humorous. Lin Qingdai was the daughter of Gu Qingyuan's friend. After misfortunes befell the Lin family, she was left as their sole child. Before his death, Lin's father entrusted her to Gu Qingyuan, and thus she grew up in the Gu household. Gu Yijin cast a glance at Lin Qingdai, then displayed a look of disappointment. With a bitter smile, he remarked, "Is it possible that Qingdai dislikes me because she knows I am not truly a member of the Gu family? I never wished for this situation. If I could, I would gladly take on all the suffering myself, rather than let my brother bear it." At this point, Gu Yijin's eyes reddened, revealing a visage of guilt and torment. Gu Yutong gently patted his head. "Ah, Jinjing, you are so understanding. It's rare to find such a wonderful brother. Rest assured, I will always stand by your side." As for the newcomer, her lips curled into a cold smile. A child raised in an orphanage cannot be that remarkable. I dare say he is not even comparable to our Jinjing. As long as he doesn't bring shame to the Gu family, that will suffice. Lin Qingdai furrowed her brow and coughed gently. "Sister, I must leave for school now. I will return to meet my true brother when he comes home." The term true brother pierced Gu Yijin's heart. He could not comprehend why Lin Qingdai had been targeting him lately, especially since he had once been a mere silent shadow without presence. What could possibly be the reason? Gu Qingyuan had little desire to discuss this matter. If the child belonged to him, he would take him in. If not, he would leave it be. There was no point in excessive words. Only when Solan remained concerned about the situation. Knowing that Shen Qingling was studying at Jiang University, she rushed there even before finishing her meal. Shen Qingling was dining in the cafeteria with Ruan Mingyi and several others. Indeed, it was the cafeteria, although Ruan Mingyi had suggested dining at a restaurant outside the campus. Shen Qingling insisted on avoiding such extravagant establishments. Thus, Ruan Mingyi acquiesced and accompanied him to the cafeteria. This was Ruan Mingyi's first experience eating such simple fare in a cafeteria. Glancing at the unappetizing 2 dishes and a soup before him, he frowned. "Is this what you typically eat?" Shen Qingling merely replied with a faint, Ruan Mingyi had intended to flirt with him in a fine dining setting, not to share a meal of vegetarian dishes in a crowded cafeteria. It was utterly devoid of romance. Song Jining, observing the scene, chuckled to herself. "Let us see how you flirt with Shen Qingling in the cafeteria." Although she was also from a wealthy family, the Song family had always encouraged her to be strong and independent. She shared the same meals as her classmates and lived in the same dormitory, thus avoiding the spoiled habits commonly associated with affluence. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. I find the food at Jiang University quite delightful. Shen Qingling and I have always dined this way. Perhaps you, being an outsider, are unaccustomed to our cafeteria fare." Song Jining's words were rather interesting. She first emphasized their connection to Jiang University, then pointed out that Ruan Mingyi was an outsider, subtly highlighting her age compared to theirs, a blatant form of mockery. The undercurrents among women often elude men's understanding. Yet Shen Qingling grasped the implication. "Miss Ruan, if you cannot stomach our humble fare, there is no need to force yourself." 077. Shen Qingling's charm points increased by 5. "Host, your calculations are quite astute. You stimulate Ruan Mingyi through Song Jining, and vice versa, achieving a dual benefit." Shen Qingling reflected. In the eyes of the world, anything that incites competition is deemed valuable. Women, in this regard, can be even more competitive than men. However, their subtle maneuvers often go unnoticed by the latter. Yet upon closer examination, They are laden with hidden sharpness. Ruan Mingyi, concerned that Shen Qingling might be displeased, sought to avoid falling into Song Jining's trap, and thus smiled. Not at all. Occasionally indulging in an alternative cuisine is quite pleasant. If you can eat it, so can I. Right, Xiao Qiao? I used to eat in the cafeteria too. Yi Qiao, less finicky than Ruan Mingyi, regarded the cafeteria as a means of dieting. She nodded. Yes, Mingyi has dined with us in the cafeteria before, and even claimed the food is quite healthy. Haha. She lost several pounds after 3 days of eating here. Ruan Mingyi. Song Jining nearly burst into laughter. It seems Miss Ruan and we are not from the same world. Ruan Mingyi frowned. Is it merely eating in the cafeteria? I shall finish every morsel of this meal today. She promptly began shoving food into her mouth. Two young ladies, adorned in extreme luxury, exuding elegance to the last strand of hair, sat at a modest table, consuming cabbage and tofu served on metal trays, a scene that was, at first glance, somewhat comical. Isn't it said that Shen Qingling lost her dignity for money? Why does it seem that the young lady has sacrificed her dignity to dine in such a manner? Goodness, a bag worth over 100,000 casually placed on this greasy table. Truly the mark of a young lady. Shen Qingling barely glanced at her, exchanging few words. Is this what it means to surrender dignity for love? The one sacrificing dignity seems to be the young lady, not Shen Qingling. Then there was Song Jining, who, wasn't she revealed to be the daughter of the Song group on social media? If Shen Qingling were truly being kept, could Song Jining sit there laughing and chatting with him? That post must be pure fabrication. Oh, there are many who envy the male god. Those who believe it are fools. Yet Shen Qingling was impressive. Ruan Mingyi's family background was no ordinary wealth. And to have a young lady like her brought to this point was indeed remarkable. Ruan Mingyi had encountered aloof men in the past, but none quite like Shen Qingling. To say he was impervious to persuasion would fall short. Yet he could agree to dine with a colleague with whom he had little connection. To say he was easily courted would also be misleading. He took the notion of dining literally, engaging in no other activities. Shen Qingling, I feel this meal cannot be counted as the one you agreed to. Are we not eating together? Miss Ruan, are you saying your word holds no weight? Not at all. You know full well that I am not referring to this mere act of eating. Apologies, I was unaware. I thought you simply wished to experience our Jiang University cafeteria. Very well. Even if I merely desired to experience the cafeteria, would you accompany me for another meal outside? Dining together cannot possibly harm you. Song Jining blinked. That is not a certainty. Merely walking past the teaching building today resulted in rumors. If we were spotted dining at a high-end restaurant, Shen Qingling would find it utterly indefensible. Yi Qiao interjected, Excuse me, miss, but what is your relationship with Shen Qingling? Implying that Song Jining was meddling. Song Jining blinked. A classmate relationship. Is that not permissible? Ruan Mingyi smiled. Since you are neither a girlfriend nor a suitor of Shen Qingling, it seems you have no right to refuse on his behalf. Song Jining was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Shen Qingling. The youth simply gazed at her, seemingly curious about her persistent demeanor. Song Jining fidgeted with her fingers, feeling increasingly anxious. Chapter 13. Chu Jiaojiao's theatrical outburst, I. Song Jining was about to speak when another woman suddenly entered the fray. Qingling, is it because of them that you're ignoring me? Shen Qingling glanced at the newcomer. It was Chu Jiaojiao. Not only Chu Jiaojiao, but also her two roommates, seemingly intending to stir up trouble for Shen Qingling. Ruan Mingyi and Song Jining looked at Chu Jiaojiao and her companions with curiosity, while Yi Qiao wore an expression of amusement. Another stunning beauty. Shen Qingling's romantic prospects were indeed flourishing. Chu Jiaojiao possessed the quintessential looks of a campus belle, pure and lovely, with flowing hair and long, fair legs revealed beneath a white dress. At this moment, she gazed at Shen Qingling with an expression of disappointment and sorrow, her eyes brimming with tears that seemed ready to spill at any moment. Anyone unaware of the situation would feel sympathy for her, perhaps even thinking that Shen Qingling had callously abandoned her. Shen Qingling, however, remained composed. He inquired coolly, Do you need something? After all our years of friendship, you can only coldly ask if I need something? Could it be true, as they say, That you're being kept by a sugar mama and no longer care about your childhood sweetheart? So, all those promises you made to me mean nothing? You said you would always be good to me, that everyone else would come second, but now, you've truly disappointed me. Chu Jiaojiao unleashed a torrent of emotion, tears streaming down her face as she portrayed a woman consumed by heartbreak. Her roommates, filled with compassion, supported the wavering girl and rebuked Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling, how can you do this to Jiaojiao? She loves you so much. Why would you hurt her like this? So that's why you haven't visited Jiaojiao in so long. You found new loves, haven't you? 3 beautiful women. Quite the blessing for you, Mr. Academic. We foolishly believe you were sincere toward Jiaojiao and always encourage her to be more assertive. It seems it's for the best, as you're not worthy of Jiaojiao's genuine affection. Don't say any more. Jiaojiao has already given her heart, but someone doesn't appreciate it. Decades of friendship are no match for the sugar mama's money. Witnessing the girl's pitiable appearance, the surrounding onlookers began to murmur. Unexpectedly, Shen Qingling chuckled. Instead of panicking, he walked toward Chu Jiaojiao with a smile. The mirth in the young man's eyes didn't reach their depths, and he spoke with a hint of mockery. Jiaojiao, it seems your acting has improved in the past few days. Chu Jiaojiao looked up in disbelief. Qingling, what do you mean? Shouldn't Shen Qingling be trying to comfort her in a flustered manner? He was always so afraid of her tears whenever she cried. He would try to get her the moon if she asked for it. These past few days, Shen Qingling had not only ignored her, but also had rumors of his involvement with other women swirling around. Shouldn't he be explaining himself to her? She didn't believe a word of those posts, as she knew Shen Qingling better than anyone. But, to get that money, she had to slander Shen Qingling. I am sorry, Shen Qingling. She would apologize to him later, and he would forgive her. Such was the privilege of being favored. Chu Jiaojiao's roommates, having heard her embellish stories and seeing Shen Qingling with other women, naturally believed her and thought that Shen Qingling was giving her the cold shoulder and callously abandoning her. Shen Qingling, how can you speak to Jiaojiao like that? You 3 came here without any explanation and slander my reputation. How would you have me speak? Slander you? What have we said that isn't true? Aren't you the one who betrayed Jiaojiao and is involved with other women? Shen Qingling laughed, but the smile sent shivers down Chu Jiaojiao's spine. Shen Qingling never acted this way. Had he changed, or had she never truly understood him? From beginning to end, Shen Qingling's every reaction was unexpected. If this had happened to the original owner, he would have immediately explained himself to Chu Jiaojiao. Unfortunately, the original owner was not eloquent and would likely have been successfully slandered by Chu Jiaojiao. It seemed Chu Jiaojiao had accepted benefits from Guijin, otherwise she wouldn't have staged this scene. Chu Jiaojiao asked anxiously, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. I'm just asking what our relationship is. Are we childhood sweethearts? Read fewer novels and uninstall that tomato app. Can you speak plainly? We're good friends who grew up together. Good friends who would use words like betrayal and abandonment." Chu Jiaojiao's breath hitched, and a hint of panic flickered in her eyes. She bit her lip and said, "But isn't our mutual affection an unspoken understanding?" "That's right. You often visit Jiaojiao at our school, give her so many things, and spend so much money on her. Are you as attentive to other women as you are to Jiaojiao? What else could it be but love?" Shen Qingling nodded. "I'm indeed very good to her. I give her whatever she wants, and I even give her a monthly allowance. You admit it. So, does that make her my girlfriend? I've always treated her like a little sister. Everything I've done for her is because I consider her family. I don't have any romantic feelings for her. Or she wouldn't have always told you I was just her brother. She's never admitted in front of you that there's anything else between us, has she? I know very well how she feels about me. In her eyes, I'm just a showpiece to be flaunted, an ATM to withdraw from at any time. Zia, have you ever had any genuine feelings for me?" Shen Qingling lowered his gaze to Chu Jiaojiao. The sadness and disappointment in his eyes stunned her completely. Shen Qingling's eyes were too captivating. Chu Jiaojiao could act, but so could he. He was a professional actor, and his performance would only be more outstanding and immersive than hers. No one could remain unmoved by those eyes. Not even the onlookers could see his sadness, let alone Chu Jiaojiao, who was facing them directly. If she had even a shred of feeling for the original owner, she wouldn't be indifferent. Chu Jiaojiao was foolish and wicked, but her heart wasn't made of stone. Chu Jiaojiao's eyelashes trembled. Why did she feel sad when she looked into Shen Qingling's eyes? This shouldn't be happening. She didn't like him. She found him rigid and boring. She hated his concern, and she only wanted to use him, without a hint of sincerity. The words she had prepared were stuck in her throat. Chu Jiaojiao felt guilty. He knew everything. He knew her vanity, knew she was only using him, yet he was still foolish enough to be good to her. Why was he so foolish, Shen Qingling? Chu Jiaojiao's tears fell unexpectedly. She refused to answer the question. She ought to express her genuine affection for him, to declare that she harbors feelings for him, to convey that their hearts are intertwined, like childhood companions entwined in innocence. Yet, in this moment, she finds herself utterly speechless. Shen Qingling retrieved her phone and revealed the chat history between herself and Chu Jiaojiao to her two roommates. Do you see? This is the truth you have yearned for. Chapter 14. Shen Qingling. The first on Jiang University's must-see list, Shen Qingling meticulously skimmed through the records, which contained no hint of ambiguity, only familial concern and various chat logs and transfers. In contrast, Chu Jiaojiao frequently resorted to various tactics to solicit money from Shen Qingling, or would implore him to visit her at school under the pretext of bringing her gifts, all to satiate her vanity and garner envy from other women. Unexpectedly, Chu Jiaojiao's roommates realized they had been manipulated by her, and in their fury, struck her across the face. This woman spoke nothing but falsehoods. She presented one facade to Shen Qingling while displaying another to them. Previously, they had jokingly expressed a desire to add Shen Qingling on WeChat, to which Chu Jiaojiao claimed he was too aloof. Yet, the records revealed that it was indeed Chu Jiaojiao who complained about their clinginess and claimed they bullied her in the dorm, prompting Shen Qingling's cold demeanor towards them. Did you say we bullied you in the dorm? After all we've done for you, how can you slander us like this? One of them exclaimed. I wondered why you always stammered when asked about your relationship with Shen Qingling. Turns out he simply does not fancy you. What delusions you harbor. I can see you clearly now. Wang Ke once mentioned that you denied your relationship with Shen Qingling in front of the boys, yet acted ambiguously around us, fearing it would affect your chances with wealthy heirs, while simultaneously keeping other women away from him. What a scheming woman. Every time Shen Qingling met someone new, she would become incensed, employing various excuses to maintain distance between him and other women, fearing he might be taken from her. The onlookers, having overheard the drama, began to comprehend that Chu Jiaojiao's intentions towards Shen Qingling were solely utilitarian. She regarded him as a tool for her own bragging rights, a mere ATM, while simultaneously fearing that other women might usurp him from her. Chu Jiaojiao's face turned pale as Shen Qingling ruthlessly exposed the persona she had maintained for years. He put away his phone and coldly declared, Jiaojiao, this is the last time I'll call you that. From this moment forth, we are no longer friends. This is the price of your betrayal. Take heed. As Chu Jiaojiao's heart sank, her remorse swelled. Throughout this ordeal, Shen Qingling remained remarkably lucid, while she found herself utterly defenseless against him. As he turned to leave, she grasped his hand, pleading, Qingling, let me explain. I did not intend to treat you this way. He pried her fingers away, stating, you need not explain. I have no desire to know your reasons. One must bear the consequences of their actions. With that, Shen Qingling wrenched his hand free and departed without a backward glance. Ruan Mingyi exclaimed in admiration, so handsome, absolutely stunning. Song Jining nodded in agreement. Not just handsome, it felt like witnessing a leading man in action. That icy gaze, that almost smirk, I'm utterly captivated. Yishio intergested. What are you daydreaming about? He's already gone. Why not chase after him? Ruan Mingyi sprang to her feet, ready to follow, but paused beside Chu Jiaojiao. I wonder why the floor is so spotless. Ah, it seems someone has lost face here. Chu Jiaojiao, her complexion ashen, looked up at Ruan Mingyi and scoffed. What are you so proud of? Even without me, he would never like you. No one understands him better than I do. His heart is an impenetrable ice, and I alone have ventured within. Ruan Mingyi retorted, Ice, you say? How intriguing. I shall melt that ice and enter his heart. And not just step inside. I intend to make a grand spectacle of it, perhaps even broadcast it live. No need for thanks. Farewell. Yi Qiao raised an eyebrow. Why waste your breath on someone like her? Let's go. Song Jining shot Chu Jiao, a venomous glare, wretched woman. Preying on Shen Qingling's innocence will only bring you retribution. Humph. The three of them, each uttering a scathing remark, left Chu Jiao fuming as she turned away. Her expression darkened. This dramatic encounter was streamed live, capturing every nuance of Shen Qingling's actions and expressions, even the slightest of gestures preserved in screenshots. How could someone's face be flawless from every angle? This perspective feels almost like a female-centered drama, yet the actress opposite is so stunning I can't focus. I would gladly crown Shen Qingling as Jiang University's top must-see. He is stunning beyond compare, far more captivating than any idol drama. This is the price of your betrayal. Such a line from a romance novel. If it were anyone else, I would dismiss it as pretentious, but coming from Shen Qingling, it resonates deeply. I yearn to cohabit with Shen Qingling, even if it means as a mere cockroach. After Chu Jiao emerged, she noticed an additional 100,000 on her phone, but felt no joy. Was betraying Shen Qingling worth it for that sum? In that moment, a wave of confusion washed over her. The phone rang, and she answered. Hello. The money has been transferred. Keep your mouth shut. If a word slips, you may endanger your life. I want to know why you targeted Shen Qingling. That is not for you to inquire. With that, the caller hung up. Lost and disheartened, Chu Jiao departed. At that moment, when Sulan stepped out from behind a tree, deep in thought, why had someone suddenly begun to target Shen Qingling? Who harbored such animosity against him? Though she wished not to entertain the thought, she couldn't help but suspect Guijin. Could it truly be him? Currently, it remained mere speculation, and she possessed no evidence. With a sigh, she hoped it was not as she feared. The thought of Shen Qingling being used and betrayed by Chu Jiao filled her with guilt and sorrow. A child raised in an orphanage, his only childhood companion had accepted bribes to harm him. How heart-wrenching it must be for him. Though the boy appeared composed, the sorrow in his gaze was enough to tug at her heartstrings. Like his grandfather, he was a child of cold exterior yet warm heart. When Sulan's expression softened, she was certain Shen Qingling was her child. No matter what, she must protect him and ensure he is never harmed again. When Sulan made a call, seeking two individuals to safeguard Shen Qingling, fearing that someone might attempt to harm him, she hoped her child would soon return to the Gu family, so she could make amends for the love she had failed to give him. Guijin and his friend were drinking at a private club. After watching the live stream of the encounter, he couldn't help but smash his phone in frustration. Useless. Shen Qingling's mere words threw her off balance. How could someone so inept deceive Shen Qingling for so long, playing the devoted admirer? I simply cannot fathom it. Zhang Jing patted his shoulder. It's just a woman. If she fails, she fails. Once he returns to the Gu family, we will have ample means to deal with her. Guijin gulped down a drink. Once he returns to the Gu family, things will become troublesome. When Sulan harbors guilt towards Shen Qingling and will undoubtedly cast me aside. How could I possibly compete with his biological son? When Sulan holds little position within the Gu family, does she not? She is merely timid. Her household is dominated by your father and sister. Her words carry little weight. True, at least Gu Yutong stands with me. But I worry she might also sway Shen Qingling to her side. Your sister is one who responds better to gentleness than force. Over the years, you have earned her favor. Shen Qingling's arrogance will not appeal to her. Even with Zhang Jing's reassurances, Guijin remained uneasy. His two attempts to undermine Shen Qingling had failed, indicating the latter was far from incapable, nor merely the bookworm others claimed him to be. It is imperative that I devise a means to utterly obliterate Shen Qingling, preferably rendering him incapable of holding his head high ever again. A glimmer of malice flickered in Guijin's eyes. If all else fails, he would resort to sending someone to eliminate Shen Qingling. Zhang Jing's eyes sparkled with a sudden idea, and he clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Young Master Gu, I believe I have a solution." "What is it? Speak," Guijin urged. "Recently, a variety show has approached your sister. Why not persuade her to agree to participate? You could then orchestrate a scenario where Shen Qingling finds himself in the spotlight. This way, you could also amass followers, and the moment Shen Qingling falters, he would face backlash. The Gu family would not wish to have a tarnished air." Guijin squinted and smiled. That is indeed a splendid idea. Originally, Gu Yutong intended to decline this variety show. It seems I must convince her to participate. The show Zhang Jing referred to is titled Walking with the X Family, where the production team selects various families from the entertainment industry and other sectors for a live broadcast. Gu Yutong, a blazing star in the entertainment realm, rarely partakes in such programs, rendering her private life shrouded in mystery for the public, which is precisely why the directors sought her participation, to unearth her lesser-known facets. This show thrives on drama. Once it airs, it almost perpetually trends, having propelled numerous stars to fame, albeit often through controversy. However, in this era where popularity reigns supreme, monetary gain is prioritized. Nonetheless, this variety show is notorious for its outlandish antics, which is why Gu Yutong had initially planned to decline. Gu Yijin envisaged using this program to ruin Shen Qingling while simultaneously portraying himself as a victim to garner sympathy. His aspirations were lofty, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that he would be contending with Shen Qingling, a master of the entertainment realm who had navigated its treacherous waters since childhood, seamlessly integrating acting into his everyday life. Chapter 15. Can I wear gray sweatpants? Could you two ladies please stop following me? Shen Qingling sighed, taking a few steps before being caught up by Ruan Mingyi and her friend. The moment Shen Qingling noticed them, his mood soured, prompting Song Jining, who trailed behind, to keep her distance. Sensing his displeasure, Ruan Mingyi cheerfully remarked, "Sure, just accept my friend request, and I won't bother you anymore." Shen Qingling pulled out his phone and, right in front of her, accepted the request. Understanding the right balance, Ruan Mingyi relented, saying, "All right, I won't trouble you further." However what? Shen Qingling inquired, intrigued. "Today's meal doesn't count. You still owe me one. If you don't speak, I'll assume you agree." Shen Qingling's silence was begrudgingly accepted, and Ruan Mingyi beamed with joy. Before she left, she turned to pat Shen Qingling on the shoulder. "Oh, and don't waste your emotions on that unworthy woman. There are countless women in the world, and many who would adore you. But do consider me. While others have X-shaped or O-shaped legs, I only have M-shaped and V-shaped legs." Ruan Mingyi had seen more films than most had meals, and her words flowed effortlessly. While others spoke eloquently, she was more prone to express herself with a hint of absurdity. Shen Qingling understood her meaning, but pretended not to, wearing a puzzled expression. Ruan Mingyi smiled, her eyes sparkling. "I mean no harm. I just want to comfort you. If you're feeling down, feel free to message me on WeChat. I'm always online." After winking playfully at him, Shen Qingling's rare smile made Ruan Mingyi's heart flutter with delight. Gaining 5 points in her affection for him felt like a significant achievement. It was indeed rare to see Shen Qingling smile. The more elusive someone was, the more thrilling it became when they revealed a side rarely seen. Ruan Mingyi realized this now, despite having liked other men in the past. None had stirred her excitement like this. What does it mean when an iceberg melts into a smile? I understand it now, she mused, gazing dreamily at Shen Qingling's retreating figure. He is simply too handsome to handle. Yi Qiao interjected, "You should refrain from such lewd comments. It might lead others to think you're a notorious flirt. Yet here you are, still a virgin. Don't you fear the mockery?" Ruan Mingyi retorted, "You don't understand. I'm just too intense. Most men cannot keep up. Only someone like Shen Qingling is a match for me. You wouldn't know unless you tried." "I have a method," she declared, pulling out her phone to send Shen Qingling a message. Ruan Mingyi, "Can I wear gray sweatpants when we meet next?" Shen Qingling reasoned. Ruan Mingyi, "I believe you would look exceptionally handsome in gray." She chuckled to herself, knowing the true reason was that gray sweatpants would reveal his physique. But she wouldn't divulge that little secret. She imagined Shen Qingling's expression upon reading her message. He would likely frown, hesitating to speak harshly, yet feeling uncomfortable with the implication. Just thinking about it made her smile foolishly. Yi Qiao waved her hand in front of Ruan Mingyi's face. "What are you smiling about? Shen Qingling is so adorable." "I don't get you. An iceberg isn't cute. Yes, just handsome, but I see nothing beyond that. You don't understand." "Fine, I don't understand. But heed my advice. Don't get too attached. He doesn't belong to our world. Don't let yourself fall too deeply. Don't worry, sister. I want to be deceived by men this time. I'm merely feigning infatuation. It's all part of my plan. Just let me be. I have my own rhythm. Later that afternoon, with no classes or part-time work, Shen Qingling planned to relax at home and strengthen his connection with his crush via WeChat. Predictably, the first message came from Mingyi. Though he was uncertain of her intentions behind mentioning gray sweatpants, he knew it was likely not something innocent. He chose to ignore her. Being overly proactive would only cause Mingyi's enthusiasm to wane. He preferred to maintain a delicate balance, allowing her emotions to sway with his actions. Before long, another message arrived from Song Jining. Song Jining, handsome, do you have time to come over for dinner this weekend? Pleading, excited, Shen Qingling, yes, I swapped shifts with someone. He intentionally informed her of his shift change, and soon enough, he heard the sound of her affection increasing. Song Jining's affection value rose by 5 points. Upon receiving the message, she jumped with joy. Yes, this is wonderful. Her face flushed with excitement as she clutched her phone. The fact that Shen Qingling had changed his weekend shift just to have dinner with her was incredibly sweet. Elated, she immediately called her family to arrange the weekend dinner. Shen Qingling anticipated Song Jining's affection would be fully realized by the weekend. She was so innocent and prone to overthinking that winning her over would be easy. However, Mingyi was a different story. While she was enthusiastic and warm, her affection rose slowly. It required a specific trigger to elevate her feelings. Thus, when it came to Mingyi, he needed either a significant jolt or a gradual approach. As Shen Qingling pondered how to swiftly win over Mingyi, his phone chimed again. Chu Jiao, I'm sorry. Shen Qingling narrowed his eyes, sneering at her apology. Was it genuine remorse or merely a ploy for sympathy? He chose to ignore her. Back in her dorm, Chu Jiao sensed the peculiar glances from her roommates and decided she could no longer stay there. She resolved to rent an apartment off campus, as she had enough money to do so. She felt no genuine connection to her roommates. It was all superficial pretense. Glancing at WeChat, she noted that familiar avatar had ceased to light up. Was Shen Qingling truly unwilling to forgive her? Gripping her phone tightly, she stared blankly at the avatar frame, reminding herself, it's all right. Even without Shen Qingling, my life will remain unaffected. She was a hypocritical and selfish person, only desiring to marry a wealthy man. Shen Qingling was never in her realm of consideration. Chu Jiao repeatedly reassured herself that the pain would be fleeting. Money could mend all wounds. Even her memories with Shen Qingling would fade. In the end, she grit her teeth and deleted their conversation, reasoning that if she didn't see it, she wouldn't feel sorrow or reminisce. She had to suppress her emotions and refrain from messaging Shen Qingling again. After all, he had seen through her and would never forgive her. Yet, on the other end, Shen Qingling received the system notification. Chu Jiao's affection value increased by 10, while her remorse value also rose by 10. Chapter 16. The Iceberg's Delight. Shen Qingling paid little heed to Chu Jiao's strategies. To him, as long as he returned to the Gu family, she would inevitably come to regret her actions. Moreover, having grown accustomed to Shen Qingling's care, her existence without him would be akin to a fish out of water. Eventually, she would succumb to the urge to swim back. Shen Qingling would make her realize one undeniable truth: she could not live without him. That evening, Shen Qingling unexpectedly posted on his social media, a platform he seldom utilized. The original persona rarely shared updates, yet Shen Qingling reveled in crafting a facade to draw attention. For someone with the original's aloof demeanor, many sentiments remained unexpressed to any individual. Thus, social media became his preferred outlet. What could be lost signifies what was never possessed. This simple phrase conveyed profound meaning. It wasn't long before numerous acquaintances offered their likes and words of consolation. Shen Qingling's intention was not to elicit sympathy, but to establish his persona while sharing a photo. Accompanying the caption was a picture of him, taken by Chu Jiao, where he appeared almost animated, a stark contrast to the cold image others perceived. Bathed in the sunset, his austere features softened by a fleeting smile, it was a perfect embodiment of the phrase white moonlight. This was a side of Shen Qingling seldom witnessed by most. Upon seeing the photo, Chu Jiao was momentarily stunned. recalling that it was captured after their high school entrance exams. Shen Qingling had stood at the end of the road waiting for her, as he always did on those ordinary days. "How'd you do on the exam?" "Not well. Unlike you, the academic star. I suppose I barely scraped by to a second-tier university." "That's all right. Even if you struggle, I will always be there for you, right? You have a guaranteed spot at Jiang University. Your future is boundless. I shall bask in your glory." "That's not basking. You stand in the light of my future. Wherever you are, I shall be too." Chu Jiao had believed Shen Qingling harbored feelings for her, consistently assuring her that no matter what occurred or how the future unfolded, he would steadfastly stand by her side. Alas, she did not desire this. Now, upon seeing the photo and recalling his words, she found herself unexpectedly saddened. She opened her photo gallery, filled with countless memories shared with Shen Qingling. "Zhu Ziao, what are you mourning? You relinquished him for a mere 100,000. What right do you have to feel sorrow? He will never forgive you." With a single photograph, Shen Qingling stirred both yearning and regret within her. Her heart fluttered with a value of 10, and her regret deepened by the same measure. As she reminisced about Shen Qingling's kindness for Ruan Mingyi, it was nothing short of blatant temptation. She playfully commented beneath the photo, "Brother, guess what I am doing with your picture? Not responding? Then guess what I used to like your post? The proportions in the edit are off. It should match mine. I was losing in the game until I saw you, and then I started winning." Shen Qingling promptly deleted her comments. Ruan Mingyi felt a sense of triumph in her teasing. She sent a WeChat message to Shen Qingling. "I wish to know about your childhood, your past pains and joys. I secretly listened to your favorite songs, meticulously noting every detail of your likes and habits, keeping track of your zodiac sign, preferred flowers, watching the movies you love, saving screenshots of everything about you, buying you your favorite foods, researching delightful restaurants or picturesque spots near your home. I love you, along with your vulnerabilities, banality, and darkness. By the way, how spacious is your place? Where did you copy that from?" Shen Qingling retorted. "Jokes can be copied, can you not? You seem to adore using 6 ellipses. If I were a new user on Pinduoduo, would you still maintain this demeanor? Must you be so abstract? Can't we discuss something normal? There are normal topics. I just forgot to grab a fork with the cake I bought. Just have the shop send another one. The shop is closed. Could you send a fork to me?" Shen Qingling found himself thoroughly exasperated by Ruan Mingyi's antics. Seeing him fall silent only spurred her amusement, her mask-clad face nearly splitting with laughter. Ruan Mingyi's heart fluttered with an added 10 points. Yi Qiao, curious about her exuberance, asked, "What brings you such joy?" Ruan Mingyi tossed aside her expensive mask and replied with a grin, "I managed to silence Shen Qingling." Yi Qiao remarked, "Isn't that your forte? Using your sharp tongue to render men speechless." Ruan Mingyi shook her head. No, this time he wasn't angered. He was shy. For reasons unknown. She found no pleasure in teasing other men, as they would immediately respond with lewd remarks, rendering her disinterested. Yet Shen Qingling was different. His seriousness made her want to peel back the layers of his moral facade to reveal a more alluring side. Teasing someone so earnest felt uniquely fulfilling. Shen Qingling's demeanor seemed crafted for her amusement. The iceberg has its own pleasures, just as the earnest have their ways, Ruan Mingyi's adage. Shen Qingling had likely discerned the preferences of his various targets. Ruan Mingyi favored a shy, aloof ice prince, while Song Jining was drawn to a composed, rational older male. Chu Jiao, torn between her desire for wealth and Shen Qingling's kindness, oscillated between regret and irrevocable decisions. Undoubtedly, the one to suffer most would be Chu Jiao. Anticipating the reactions of Chu Jiao upon his return to the Gu family, Shen Qingling fell asleep, dreaming sweetly of the future. Meanwhile, Lin Qingdai tossed and turned, plagued by nightmares. She once again dreamt of Gu Yijuan and Shen Qingling, awakening in a cold sweat from a vision drenched in blood. "Please no," she screamed, jolting awake to find herself still in her room, gasping for breath. "Not again. Is this merely a dream or a warning from the heavens?" Lin Qingdai was unable to discern. The answers awaited the return of the young man to the Gu family. "Shen Qingling, this time, will you stand by my side?" Chapter 17. Little Angel Lin Xingmian Shen Qingling's life suddenly became quite lively. Posts about him frequently appeared online. Other girls from different departments would often come to the classroom to sneak a glance at him. Occasionally, he would find a love letter slipped in his bag while walking down the street. It seemed as though someone was always following him on his way to and from school. Ruan Mingyi relentlessly harassed him every day. Song Jining, fearing that she might annoy Shen Qingling, hesitated to message him daily, quietly anticipating the arrival of the weekend. However, as she waited in vain, Shen Qingling was intercepted by someone else. The renowned campus belle, Ji Yunmiao, approached Shen Qingling the day before. They had never had much interaction, though Ji Yunmiao had once expressed her admiration for him during competition. Yet, a goddess of her stature would not lower herself to pursue Shen Qingling fervently. So she abandoned her advances after receiving the original owner's cold demeanor. Ji Yunmiao blocked Shen Qingling's path after class. True to her name, she possessed an ethereal beauty, exuding an air of scholarly grace. Without her glasses, she had a somewhat frosty demeanor, reminiscent of Shen Qingling himself. Out of courtesy, Shen Qingling greeted her. "Is there something you need, classmate Ji?" Ji Yunmiao furrowed her brow, appearing troubled. "I apologize, Shen. I did not intend to disturb you, but could we have a private conversation? Rest assured, I do not wish to pester you. I simply have a matter to discuss." Shen Qingling regarded her with a puzzled expression. Aware that her sudden interruption was rather unwarranted, Ji Yunmiao offered a pleading look. "Please, just a few minutes?" Noticing her anxiety, Shen Qingling nodded. "Then let us go to that CAF outside the campus." Ji Yunmiao finally revealed a grateful smile. "Thank you." Upon arriving at the CAF, where Shen Qingling worked part-time, Ji Yunmiao got straight to the point. "I would like to ask you to teach my sister how to paint." Shen Qingling was somewhat taken aback. Though he was not from the fine arts department, he enjoyed painting as a calming hobby and occasionally shared his artwork on social media, where Ji Yunmiao had liked some of his posts. However, he still could not fathom why Ji Yunmiao wanted him to teach painting. "Are you asking me to be a tutor?" he inquired. "Not merely a tutor," Ji Yunmiao elaborated briefly. "My sister, Lin Xingmian, lives abroad with our mother, who is rather neglectful. After our parents divorced, Lin Xingmian was returned to our country once she became an adult, left in the care of a nanny. I am unsure of her experiences abroad, but upon her return, she was diagnosed with depression and mild autism, becoming extremely introverted with tendencies towards self-harm. Ji Yunmiao had tried various methods to help her, but nothing seemed effective. Now, whenever Lin Xingmian showed interest in something, she would do everything in her power to encourage it. Yesterday, I happened to see your posts, and she glanced at them, remarking that you were handsome. Lin Xingmian also enjoys painting. I showed her your work, and she seemed quite fond of it. Therefore, could you please be her teacher? She is very lonely, and I cannot reach her world. Please, could you help me? You can rest assured, I will pay you 3 times the usual tutoring rate. Or if you have any other requirements, please do not hesitate to mention them. I will do my utmost to accommodate you." Ji Yunmiao's eyes began to glisten with tears. Feeling hesitant, Shen Qingling was torn. He wished to help, but was afraid that his involvement might inadvertently hurt her. Seeing his uncertainty, Ji Yunmiao continued, "Lin Xingmian is very well behaved. When she is feeling down, she remains quiet and simply paints. You need not feel any burden. Even if it does not work out, it is all right as long as you try. I understand this is not an easy task, but I am at my wit's end. Her condition is worsening, and I truly do not know how to assist her." Seeing Ji Yunmiao's distress, Shen Qingling found it difficult to refuse her. "Host, Lin Xingmian is your target character and holds great significance. However, I did not encounter this name while reading," he replied. "She appears later in the story." "Very well. It seems I must agree." As Ji Yunmiao's despair deepened, Shen Qingling finally spoke. "All right, I can give it a try." Ji Yunmiao wept tears of joy. "Thank you, Shen Qingling." In the afternoon, with no classes to attend, Ji Yunmiao led him to Lin Xingmian's residence. Before them stood an expansive villa, which, for Lin Xingmian, was merely a beautifully crafted prison. Upon entering, the interior was eerily quiet, the empty living room devoid of life. Ji Yunmiao whispered, "Lin Xingmian rarely stays in the living room. She usually occupies herself in the art studio or the piano room. Come, Let us go upstairs to see her. I believe she will be delighted." Together, Shen Qingling and Ji Yunmiao ascended to the second floor. Melodious piano notes drifted from the piano room. The moment Shen Qingling laid eyes on Lin Xingmian, an extraordinary sensation washed over him. Bathed in the afternoon sun, the young girl sat serenely at the piano, her beauty possessing an almost unreal quality. Her delicate features seemed to have been touched by the moonlight, her porcelain skin radiating a lustrous glow. As she sat, her long, dark hair cascaded almost to the floor, and when sunlight streamed through the large windows, shimmering light danced among her strands like an angel's halo. With a slight furrow in her brow, her long, exquisite lashes cast tiny shadows upon her eyelids, imparting a fragile, delicate allure. When her gaze met his, her eyes radiated a heart-stirring innocence. Lin Xingmian resembled an angel from a fairy tale. Detecting a target character, Lin Xingmian. Name, Lin Xingmian, goddess level, S, identity, depressed girl, personality, innocent kind, beautiful, flawless, plot relevance, 40, ending, insufficient points, unable to unlock. The system's voice snapped Shen Qingling back to reality. A sudden curiosity about her arose within him. She was the first S-level goddess he had encountered since arriving in this world. Moreover, her character traits were described as flawless. Did such individuals truly exist? Noticing the 40% relevance, Shen Qingling became intrigued by the role this girl would play in the unfolding narrative. How many points are required to unlock a character's ending? 100,000. Ji Yunmiao smiled as she approached Lin Xingmian, gently saying, "Xingmian, I have found you a painting teacher. You should call him Teacher Shen." Chapter 18. Folding stars. The young girl gazed at him with wide, curious eyes, neither expectant nor disdainful, only filled with a sense of wonder. She remained silent, her fluttering eyelashes resembling a delicate fan. Shen Qingling found her eyes strikingly akin to crystal, pure and transparent, imbued with a healing power that evoked no malicious thoughts. Lin Xingmian looked up at Ji Yunmiao, the brother on the phone. Her voice was soft and gentle, like a whisper carried by the clouds, brushing against the ears as if a feather had lightly grazed them. Ji Yunmiao smiled, gently patting her head. "Yes, didn't Mian say she liked his paintings? Sister has invited him to teach Mian how to paint. Would Mian like to paint with Teacher Shen this afternoon?" Lin Xingmian lowered her head, her eyes cast downwards, silent. Ji Yunmiao noticed her tension and comforted her. "How about just trying one lesson? If you don't like it, we won't continue." Lin Xingmian shook her head in refusal. Ji Yunmiao sighed and approached the door, addressing Shen Qingling. "As you can see, she is quite resistant to others. Even I put in a great deal of effort to get her to converse with me." Shen Qingling replied calmly, "It's all right. If you trust me, then you may leave her in my care." Ji Yunmiao cautioned, "All right, but if she is truly resistant, we shall not press further. May I enter these rooms? I wish to understand her better." "Of course. I entrust her to you, Shen Qingling." Ji Yunmiao went back inside to brief Lin Xingmian on something. Yet Lin Xingmian remained silent. Shen Qingling began to explore the Lin residence, eventually entering Lin Xingmian's room to observe her living habits. Lin Xingmian's room was adorned in a distinctly feminine pink hue, with numerous origami cranes and wind chimes hanging at the entrance, producing a tinkling sound as the wind blew. Her bedside was cluttered with an array of plush toys, rabbits, teddy bears, kittens, an assortment of them all. The floor was covered in a soft carpet patterned with stars. On her desk lay many folded paper stars, neatly stored in a glass jar. Not only on her desk, but these star jars filled an entire cabinet. To the far left of the desk was a locked box, and in the center lay a diary. Besides that, there were books titled Cloud Collection Manual, Shapes of Clouds, and various art books. An unclosed drawer contained colorful candy wrappers. Outside Lin Xingmian's room was a balcony overlooking the villa's beautiful garden. The young girl had many potted plants on her balcony, including sunflowers, along with various jars of unknown purpose. Shen Qingling then proceeded to Lin Xingmian's art studio. Her paintings were delightful, devoid of any gloom. They predominantly depicted small animals, flowers, clouds, rainbows, greenery, the sky, and stars, almost entirely devoid of human figures. From this, Shen Qingling inferred that Lin Xingmian loved folding stars, enjoyed sweets, collected clouds and cloud patterns, and had an affinity for nurturing plants. Such a girl seemed hardly afflicted by depression. Upon returning to the music room, Shen Qingling found Ji Yunmiao had already departed. The young girl stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought, unresponsive to Shen Qingling's approach. He walked beside her and initiated conversation. "May I call you Mian? I am Shen Qingling. You may call me Teacher Shen. Your sister mentioned you enjoy painting, which happens to be my hobby as well." Lin Xingmian remained unresponsive. Shen Qingling recalled a similar girl he had encountered in the past while working on a public welfare film, where his co-star was a girl much like Lin Xingmian. Initially, she had been mute, speaking only her lines during filming. Gradually, after Shen Qingling frequently encouraged her with jokes and playful banter, she began to open up, though her words remained few. Shen Qingling was perplexed, suspecting she disliked him and found him bothersome. Thus, he refrained from engaging her. Ironically, she eventually approached him first to converse. Shen Qingling asked if she disliked him, to which she explained that it was not dislike, but rather a habit of keeping her thoughts to herself. She articulated, to gauge someone's feelings, one should observe their actions, not merely their words. For instance, she preferred sitting beside Shen Qingling, often stealing glances in his direction, and even bought matching white shirts. Her cup for drinking water was placed adjacent to his. Such girls possess many subtle thoughts and actions, often imperceptible to others. Their affection is like the wind, brushing past unnoticed by the one who is cherished. Patience is essential when dealing with such girls, and Shen Qingling was abundant in patience. Though Lin Xingmian appeared to be daydreaming, Shen Qingling sensed she was indeed listening to him speak. "Mian Mian and I are quite alike. I too am not fond of talking. People often say I am cold, but in truth, I merely choose to keep my words inside. I wonder if Mian Mian is similar. On my way here, I passed a pet shop filled with adorable kittens and puppies, including a cat that could speak. Next to it was a flower shop, unique for its flowers I had never seen before, with one particularly special flower that refracted a spectrum of colors. Nearby, there was a large candy store selling sweets from around the world. The owner claimed there was a candy that, once tasted, would induce laughter. Unlike previous therapists who initiated conversations through art, Shen Qingling simply mentioned his own painting and recounted his experiences along the way. "Since today is our first meeting, shall I choose something as a gift for you?" Finally, Lin Xingmian stirred. She blinked and looked at Shen Qingling. Her gaze was innocent, yet he could not decipher what she wished to convey. "If you remain silent, I shall assume you agree." He wrote the numbers 1, 2, and 3 on paper, folding them into stars. "Whichever you choose will be our meeting gift." Without waiting for Lin Xingmian to respond, Shen Qingling took out the paper and wrote the numbers. However, Teacher Shen is not very adept at folding stars. Perhaps Mian Mian could assist. Initially, Lin Xingmian remained motionless, but Shen Qingling, undeterred, intentionally folded a star poorly. Noticing the look of disappointment on Shen Qingling's face, Lin Xingmian slightly pursed her lips, her eyelashes fluttering before she silently took the paper and began to fold the star. 077 remarked in surprise, "I never would have guessed, host, that you possess potential as a preschool teacher." In the system's eyes, Lin Xingmian was akin to a child. Shen Qingling watched the earnest girl folding stars and felt a smile spread across his face. Her essence was one of innocence and kindness, indicating that when faced with difficulties, she was willing to assist. If she struggled with expressing her feelings, it would manifest as internal turmoil, yet outwardly, one might mistake her for indifferent or apathetic. However, in matters she excelled at, such as folding stars, an endeavor that required no overcoming of psychological barriers, she would readily offer her help. Lin Xingmian quietly folded 3 stars, then cupped them in her palm and extended her hand towards Shen Qingling. Chapter 19. Not wanting to disappoint your expectations, Lin Xingmian remained silent, gazing at him with her innocent, large eyes. How endearing. There was a contradictory beauty about her. Though she was a young woman, she possessed an innocence and naivete that belied her age. Shen Qingling did not take the star from her hand, but smiled instead, saying, "Mian Mian, choose one yourself. Wherever you select, that is where we shall go." Lin Xingmian shook her head in refusal. She did not wish to venture outside. She simply wanted to assist him in folding the stars. Shen Qingling did not press her further. With a smile, he suggested, "Then let us go to the garden to draw. The weather is splendid today. Mian can collect new clouds." He glanced out the window, pondering whether there were any beautiful cloud shapes to capture on paper. Lin Xingyan was somewhat surprised that he knew her preferences, but then she recalled that perhaps her sister had informed him. She lowered her gaze and fell silent. She felt it was strange to draw with a stranger. Shen Qingling did not insist. He stood up, saying, "Then Mian can wait for me here while I go downstairs to draw. Once I'm finished, you can come see it." Lin Xingyan watched him leave with a dazed expression. This new teacher seemed quite different. Moreover, when he smiled, he was remarkably handsome and gentle. The girl felt a flicker of curiosity toward him. As Shen Qingling reached the door, he suddenly turned back and met Lin Xingyan's inquisitive gaze. Her eyes darted away, tightening around the hem of her white dress. "Mian, may I borrow your drawing tools?" Lin Xingyan, unable to meet his eyes, nodded gently. Shen Qingling took the drawing tools and went to the garden downstairs. Lin Xingyan sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching him paint. This new teacher, Shun, resembled a painting himself. His manner of creating art was captivating. For Lin Xingyan, the sudden presence of a stranger in her quiet world compelled her to pay attention, provided that she did not find the individual utterly disagreeable. Time passed incrementally. Shen Qingling deliberately painted slowly. He checked the weather forecast, noting that rain would come soon. Jiangxing's weather was notoriously unpredictable, especially during this rainy season, where storms often arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Before long, the skies indeed darkened. Yet the young artist continued his work in the garden. Lin Xingyan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. It was about to rain. Why was he still outside? Shen Qingling was merely contemplating whether she might come down. Her descent would signify a first step taken. If she did not, he would gift her the painting, at least demonstrating his earnest intentions. The rain began to fall lightly from the sky, but Lin Xingyan remained indoors. She was strongly resistant to the idea of stepping outside. Leaving the confines of her home was a daunting task. She wished to avoid the tumult of the outside world, feeling secure only in her tiny corner. Though Shen Qingling felt a tinge of disappointment, he understood that such change could not occur overnight. Lin Xingyan's heart was tender and easily moved. As she watched him remove his coat to shield the painting from the rain, her expression began to shift. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xingyan stepped out of the piano room. Shen Qingling returned to the living room, drenched but holding the painting intact. He smiled, presenting the artwork. "Mian, are you not coming down to take a look? I have finished." Seeing his genuine and gentle gaze, Lin Xingyan felt a strange pang in her heart. Her first instinct was inexplicable sadness. Why was he being so kind to someone like her, a mere stranger he had just met? In the past, her sister had brought others to their home, yet they felt entirely different. She could sense their insincerity, knowing they were merely motivated by her sister as generous rewards. However, Shen Qingling did not seem to be driven by monetary gain. Lin Xingyan was not foolish. She recognized that he, like her sister, was a top student at Jiang University. Just yesterday, her sister had remarked that he was quite the academic star, and had he chosen to tutor others, he would earn far more. Yet here he was, patiently attempting various ways to coax her. Even as she had given up on herself, both her sister and this stranger refused to abandon her. She stood there for 3 minutes, ultimately moving her feet to descend the stairs. Instead of immediately looking at the painting, she lifted her gaze toward the rainwater on Shen Qingling's face. "Why are you getting soaked over just a painting?" This was the first time Shen Qingling had heard her speak such a lengthy sentence since their meeting. He earnestly explained, "This is the promise I made to Mian. As your teacher, if I cannot keep my promises, how can I possibly teach you well?" She reiterated, "It's just a painting." Shen Qingling shook his head. "It is not merely a painting. You are waiting on it, Mian. You should be looking forward to it. Teacher Shun does not wish to let your expectations fall short." Lin Xingyan stared at him in astonishment, her eyes seemingly sparkling. Shen Qingling suddenly smiled gently again, saying, "It's just a bit of rain. It's nothing to worry about." In that moment, Lin Xingyan's heart fluttered with newfound warmth. Shen Qingling had inadvertently touched upon a profound point within her. Each of her anticipated moments had crumbled, leaving her with an ache that resonated to her very core. Yet this person, through a simple painting, expressed a desire not to let her hopes fade. Observing her stillness, Shen Qingling decided to give her some space. Making a favorable impression on their first meeting was already a positive step. He gently placed the painting on the table and smiled bashfully. Given my current state, I am not in a position to teach Mian, so I shall take my leave. As he turned toward the door, Lin Xingyan could no longer restrain herself. Teacher Shen? Shen Qingling looked back at her. Will you be coming again tomorrow? Chapter 20. She is very fond of Teacher Shen. Shen Qingling finally moved her. He smiled gently. Come on. Mian has already called me Teacher Shen. How could I not come? Lin Xingyan revealed a shy and helpless smile, her lips adorned with two delicate dimples that could sweeten anyone's heart. Shen Qingling raised his eyes to the sky. The once overcast heavens had transformed into a clear expanse, with a rainbow gracing the horizon, which felt like a purification of the soul. He turned to the girl once more and asked, There's a rainbow outside. Mian, would you like to see it? He stood at the door while Lin Xingyan lingered within. After a moment of hesitation, and under Shen Qingling's expectant gaze, she cautiously approached the door. Today's sky seemed particularly different. The view through the glass appeared distinct from reality. Shen Qingling extended his hand. Step outside to see it more clearly. It's more beautiful. Lin Xingyan bit her lip, yet she could not help but shake her head and take a step back. Shen Qingling chuckled. Lin Xingyan was puzzled by his laughter, her eyes reflecting confusion. He stood before her, blocking the radiant light. If you are afraid to face it, then watch from behind me. Just take a glance. Do not miss the beautiful scenery. There are many things in life worth anticipating. Lin Xingyan stared at his tall silhouette, feeling an illusion of security as if he could shield her from the storms of life. She took 2 steps forward and finally stepped outside, hiding behind Shen Qingling. She carefully peeked her head out to gaze at the sky. Shen Qingling turned his face slightly, lowering his eyes. Isn't it beautiful? Lin Xingyan's gaze drifted from the rainbow to Shen Qingling's eyes. None were more beautiful than those of Teacher Shen. She nodded gently. Shen Qingling crouched down, speaking softly. Mian is very brave. It's already wonderful that you came out to see the rainbow today. Let us take it one step at a time and explore further, to see even more beautiful sights. Lin Xingyan posed the question once more. Will Teacher Shen always accompany me? Yes, he replied. Lin Xingyan reached out to wipe the raindrops from his face. Her gaze was earnest, as if she were performing something precious. Her small, soft hand brushed against his cheek like a feather. 077. Lin Xingyan's affection value increased by 5. Shen Qingling paused momentarily, then smiled. It's all right, Mian. Don't worry about dirtying your hands. I'll just take a shower when I get back. Goodbye, Teacher Shen. See you tomorrow, Mian. Shen Qingling refrained from saying goodbye, only promising to see her the next day. Lin Xingyan felt a sense of reassurance. Despite having endured countless injuries, she could not help but succumb to the tenderness of Teacher Shen, nurturing expectations that perhaps should not exist. She hoped her hopes would not be dashed again. Would he become that different person this time? After leaving the Lin residence, Shen Qingling's smile gradually faded. Being with Lin Xingyan seemed to make it easier for him to let down his guard. He felt more relaxed and unconsciously more gentle. In her presence, he found it impossible to maintain a cold demeanor, fearing to see sorrow reflected in her innocent eyes. Shen Qingling murmured in confusion. I wonder what she has truly been through. 077. Now she has grown closer to you. When you completely open her heart, you will understand her past. Shen Qingling. Her depression must be related to her family of origin. Otherwise, she wouldn't keep asking me if I would always be there for her. 077. By the way, your performance today was exemplary. I could hardly bear to listen to those words, let alone Lin Xingyan, this girl suffering from depression. Shen Qingling seemed to possess an innate talent for romantic expressions, each word resonating deeply with Lin Xingyan. He raised an eyebrow. I genuinely just want to save her. Thus, he approached her with utmost sincerity rather than indifference. Girls like Lin Xingyan are exceptionally sensitive, She can sense whether he is sincere or not. Therefore, he should never attempt to feign affection. As dinner time approached, Shen Qingling first visited the nearby market to buy some vegetables before returning to his rented apartment. He intended to prepare a simple meal, as some dishes outside paled in comparison to his own cooking. Shen Qingling presented a table filled with colorful, fragrant dishes. 077 exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to know how to cook." Women often say that to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. This sentiment applies equally to men. For women, culinary skills can be a significant advantage. Even if one's cooking is not exceptional, the effort will earn them points in her heart. Women can be complex yet simple at times. 077. So, does this mean you'll have to cook for them every day? Wouldn't that be exhausting for you? Shen Qingling chuckled in denial. No. For women, this is merely a quality I need to showcase occasionally. As long as they know I can cook, it will earn me points. Given my financial situation compared to those of my previous partners, I do not need to cook daily. If I were to cook for them all the time, they would instead feel pity for me. So, this is like a medal. Everyone knows I have it, and seeing it once is sufficient. There is no need for me to compete daily. Shen Qingling was accustomed to waking up early to prepare breakfast for women, which would move them. In truth, this was a cheap gesture for him, yet women are often touched by such small details. 077. I understand now. You cooked today to establish an image on social media, so those girls would increase their affection for you. Am I right? Shen Qingling, congratulations on your quick response, but unfortunately, your answer is incorrect. I want to post on social media. Once it becomes widely known, the element of surprise will be lost when the target sees me cooking. It's best if they witness it with their own eyes to feel moved. Furthermore, I should cultivate the persona that I do not particularly enjoy cooking, but I am willing to do it for her happiness. This will make her even more touched. 077. I see. But why did you cook for yourself today? Shen Qingling. It's been too long since I last cooked. I'm afraid of becoming rusty, so I practiced in advance. 077. I must say, you are quite the diligent man. It seems being a male idol requires more effort than the average man. Shen Qingling. Well, isn't that the case? Just as female idols achieve their status through hard work, they must pay more attention to maintenance, adhering to a strict skincare routine and occasionally visiting beauty salons. To maintain their figures, they must hit the gym or practice yoga, avoiding many foods that could lead to weight gain or breakouts, leaving them with few culinary pleasures. In essence, a goddess with flawless beauty requires both financial investment and effort. While true natural beauties exist, maintaining such allure without effort necessitates either substantial resources or fortunate genetics. The former is far more common than the latter. Becoming a male idol is no different. My previous life as a male star required similar dedication. For instance, I needed to go to the gym, learn about aesthetics and fashion, and even taught myself how to style my hair and apply makeup. Thus, the first step towards becoming a male idol is to avoid laziness. Being both poor and lazy leaves one with only hardship. Fortunately, in this life, I have a system, so I need not compete in such ways. The original owner of this face is a testament to having won the genetic lottery, effortlessly maintaining an air of charm. 077 assured, with me by your side, you need not worry. I can provide you with anything you desire, including culinary skills. All these advantages can be purchased from the system's marketplace. Shen Qingling trusted 077's words, believing that the system's offerings were far from ordinary. After conversing with the system for a while, Shen Qingling glanced at his phone. Both Ruan Mingyi and Song Jining had sent him messages. Ruan Mingyi invited him to dinner the following evening, while Song Jining mentioned a lunch gathering at the Song residence. Unfortunately, Ji Yumiao had also messaged him. Qingling, I truly appreciate your willingness to be Mianmian's teacher. My sister adores you, though she struggles to express it. If it's convenient for you, I would like to invite you to join us for lunch at Mianmian's place tomorrow. Would that be possible? Ji Yumiao's decision stemmed from noticing the changes in Lin Xingyan. After class, Ji Yumiao brought a small cake to visit Lin Xingyan. The young girl was not playing the piano nor painting. She sat at her bedroom desk, gazing at the painting Shen Qingling had created for her. A sailboat amidst the sea. What could it signify? Ji Yumiao placed the cake on the table. Sister bought Mian's favorite little cake from her childhood. Do have a taste later. Lin Xingyan blinked, looking at the cake. Does teacher Shen enjoy cake? Ji Yun Miao, accustomed to her silence, smiled and inquired about the painting. This is done by teacher Shen, right? Yes, Lin Xingyan replied softly. What do you think of the new teacher Shen today? Should we have him teach you? Lin Xingyan gazed at the painting on the table and whispered, Teacher Shen is wonderful. She holds a deep fondness for teacher Shen. Chapter 21, Sincerity versus Deception. Teacher Gu, the audience is truly eager for your participation in our program. Please reconsider. This marked the third invitation Gu Yutong received from the production team of Walking with the X family. Reclining on the sofa, her exquisite and alluring features narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of impatience. She silently mouthed the word, decline. Beside her, her assistant Wenwen nodded in acknowledgement. Hello, I'm Yutong's assistant. Actually this, however, Gu Yijuan suddenly interrupted Xiao's words. Wenwen glanced toward Gu Yutong, who gestured for her to remain silent. Wenwen softly said, Please hold on. We have a matter to discuss. We will respond shortly. Leaning on the edge of the sofa with a hint of coaxing, Gu Yijuan said, Sister, why not give this program a chance? It wouldn't hurt. Gu Yutong blinked. It doesn't benefit me either. Exposing our family to the cameras could lead to negative publicity for the company. Gu Yijuan managed a bittersweet smile. Sister, I do have a selfish motive. Noticing his pitiful expression, Gu Yutong furrowed her brow in concern. What's wrong? What happened? Once the paternity test results come out, Father will bring Shen Qingling back to the Gu family. I'm merely an outsider, about to graduate and start my internship. With my status, I certainly cannot join Gu Corporation, or else Father and my brother might become suspicious. Gu Yutong immediately grasped his intent. You wish to enter the entertainment industry? Yes. Being with you brings me comfort. I don't know why, but I keep dreaming about being cast out of the house and having nowhere to go, even with you ignoring me. With a sigh, Gu Yutong felt a slight headache thinking about the family situation. Don't dwell on it too much. I've said it before, no matter what happens, you are still my brother. Entering the entertainment industry might not be a bad idea. I have resources and connections. The Gu family has its foothold in the industry. With your looks, it would be easy for you to make a name for yourself. Gu Yijuan's eyes brightened. So, does that mean you agree? Gu Yutong smiled. Let us consider it a stepping stone for you. This program has indeed launched many individuals into fame, but most have risen to notoriety. If you wish to emerge with a clean reputation, you must be mindful of your words and actions. At this point, Gu Yutong frowned again. However, with Shen Qingling returning home, he will inevitably be under scrutiny. Will his background not bring shame to the Gu family? Gu Yijuan lowered his gaze, knowing that this was precisely the effect he desired. The better he performed, the more Shen Qingling would appear lacking by comparison. After all, the entertainment industry was his safety net. Even if there were no place for him in the Gu family, he could still forge a path there. Sister, Father has said that if Shen Qingling is indeed a child of the Gu family, he will announce it to everyone. At that point, Shen Qingling will also make headlines, and our family will be discussed regardless. Rather than letting journalists speculate wildly, it would be better for everyone to see for themselves on the program. Even if my brother does not perform well, that is not our fault. After all, he did not grow up in the Gu family. The issue lies with him. As long as you and I are fine, no one will question the Gu family. Having heard so much from Gu Yijuan, Gu Yutong could only acquiesce. After all, she had no desire for this new brother. Gu Yijuan had grown up with her. The two shared a bond, but the new arrival, Shen Qingling, was uncertain. Gu Yutong signaled to Wenwen, who promptly contacted the production team. Having followed Gu Yutong for many years, Wenwen understood her character and family matters well, and knew how to articulate requests to the production team. Gu Yutong made it clear that her participation in the program was primarily for Gu Yijuan's benefit. The production team understood her intent. They were to elevate Gu Yijuan's profile. The directing team then offered an enticing opportunity. Soon, we will have a dating reality show. If Gu Xiao performs well, we can reserve a spot for him. Wenwen exclaimed, Is it the previously popular Heartfelt Love? Yes, but this time the dating show has altered its rules for a more thrilling theme. You might want to keep an eye on it. A more thrilling theme? How could a dating show be more thrilling? Meanwhile, Shen Qingling was surfing the internet. his attention caught by a trending dating show titled Lies in a Cage. Sincerity versus deception, love or lie. Sincerity as the wager, lies as the weapon. Do you dare to place your bets? Strip away sweet nothings. Only those who survive will know true love. We kiss through deception, while sincerity becomes a weapon. When love turns into a game of deceit, can those who survive be trusted? This is a grand gamble, with the stakes being millions in prize money and a lifelong partner. Sincerity, lies, love, money, confrontation, truth, games, traps, choices. The most perilous experiment in love. Are you ready to be deceived? The promotional tagline for this show was captivating, drawing in a considerable audience with merely a conceptual announcement. The comments below brimmed with anticipation. This year, heartfelt love is going big. This tagline is so intriguing. Finally, it's not just boring dating. I want to see the excitement. It looks like a love version of Werewolf. Someone has to play the deceiver. I wonder how the producers will select participants. I hope my sister can be on this. Don't get your hopes up. Director Jiang never follows the conventional path, so he surely choose the expected participants. If it were you, what would you choose? Shen Qingling mused. If it were me, I would choose the millions in prize money. After all, one's life encompasses more than a single love. Had such a show existed in his past life, it would have been tailor-made for him. As a player of deception, he would undoubtedly secure the grand prize. Unfortunately, the entertainment industry in his previous world was not as advanced, and such a dating show would have been unthinkable. He never anticipated that the entertainment landscape here was far more daring than in his previous life. In his former world, anyone bold enough to appear on a dating show as a love deceiver would have been publicly vilified. After a brief glance, Shen Qingling lost interest. He planned to retire early to prepare for his meeting with Lin Xingyan. He rescheduled lunch with Song Jining to the evening, which wasn't a breach of promise. As for Ruan Mingyi, that could wait until later. Ruan Mingyi, having not received a reply from Shen Qingling, was queried by Yi Qiao. Has the cold-faced guy not responded yet? I checked. His zodiac sign indicates he's not one to reply quickly. Okay, I was joking. I suspect he's probably asleep. Well, make sure to talk to him well tomorrow. You absolutely cannot lose to that vixen Sheng Xia this time. I certainly lose. Sheng Xia has Gu Yijuan. I have Shen Qingling. I can easily overshadow her. Chapter 22 Teacher Shen resembles an angel. The following day, Shen Qingling awoke to a message from Ruan Mingyi. Ruan Mingyi, if you're unwilling to dine with me alone, how about joining me next week at the Sheng family's banquet? Ruan Mingyi, aren't you about to graduate and start your internship? I can introduce you to several CEOs of major corporations, which would be beneficial for your future career. Please consider it, cold-faced brother. Ruan Mingyi, I beg you, please, pretty please, accompany me to this event. I desire a handsome male companion to impress others, and with your looks, you will undoubtedly dazzle the crowd. Upon seeing the keyword Sheng family, Shen Qingling narrowed his eyes. In Jiangsheng, there is only one Sheng family that could evoke such concern and desire for attention from Ruan Mingyi. Shang Xia, the fiancée of Gu Yijuan. Gu Yijuan was indeed engaged to Shang Xia, and their families were in a strategic alliance, ensuring that the Gu family would be present at the gathering. Ruan Mingyi and Shang Xia were arch-rivals, perpetually at odds. Thus, the prospect of appearing before both Shang Xia and Gu Yijuan alongside Ruan Mingyi filled him with anticipation regarding their reactions. For Shen Qingling, such a grand spectacle was not to be missed. He was determined to attend. Shen Qingling accepted Ruan Mingyi's invitation, and her affection for him increased. Although he needed to maintain a facade of indifference, a little sweetness now and then would elicit great joy and appreciation from her. After a brief morning routine, Shen Qingling ventured out. On his way to meet Lin Xingyan, he passed by a flower shop and suddenly recalled the flowers she tended on her balcony. Perhaps bringing her a bouquet would brighten her day. Stepping out of his car and entering the shop, he browsed for a moment before selecting a bouquet of baby-s breath. The Lin household buzzed with excitement, a rarity brought on by the presence of Shen Qingling. Today, Ji Yunmiao was cooking personally, while Lin Xingyan stood outside the kitchen, observing her busy sister. She twirled a lock of hair around her finger and softly inquired, "Sister, Will teacher Shen come? Ji Yun Miao, noticing her sister's anxiety, smiled reassuringly. He promised to come for dinner. You needn't worry. Teacher Shen is not one to break his word. Ji Yun Miao held Shen Qingling in high regard. Having witnessed his meticulous nature during the competition, whatever he promised, he would deliver. She trusted in his integrity wholeheartedly. Seeing her sister in such a good mood, a stark contrast to her usual quiet demeanor, Ji Yun Miao suspected she was eagerly anticipating Shen Qingling's arrival to teach her. Tentatively, she suggested, Mian, teacher Shen should be arriving soon. Would you mind going outside to check? Lin Xingmian recalled Shen Qingling's words from the previous day. She needed to step outside and explore the wider, more beautiful world. Nodding slightly, she turned and walked toward the door. Ji Yun Miao stood in amazement. Her sister had actually complied. In the past, no amount of persuasion had convinced her to venture outside. What magic did Shen Qingling possess to have transformed her in such a short time? Yet, this was a positive change, and Ji Yun Miao felt a surge of happiness. She smiled, realizing she owed a debt of gratitude to Shen Qingling. Upon arriving at the Lin residence, Shen Qingling immediately spotted the girl standing at the door. Lin Xingyan was clad in a pink plaid dress, adorned with a white cardigan, which accentuated her soft and delicate appearance. Due to her nervousness, she had tucked her hands into her sleeves, casting her gaze downward as she nervously shifted her feet, her bunny slippers bobbing with each movement. Shen Qingling's heart softened at the sight. Mian, hearing his voice, Lin Xingmian lifted her head, her eyes gradually lighting up. Like a magician, Shen Qingling produced the bouquet of baby's breath from behind him, slightly bending forward to present the flowers to her. In the sunlight, he appeared almost angelic, casting a glow that rendered the flowers somewhat overshadowed. Shen Qingling's striking looks elicited a moment of awe from Lin Xingmian. For reasons unknown, she felt a wave of warmth wash over her, her cheeks growing warm. An idea flitted through her mind. Teacher Shen is like an angel, though his wings are invisible. Hidden from view. Is something wrong? Don't you like them? Shen Qingling inquired. Lin Xingmian shook her head, cautiously accepting the bouquet from his hands. Gazing at the flowers, she couldn't help but smile brightly. Lin Xingmian's affection increased by 10. Shen Qingling paused, surprised that a mere bouquet could elevate her affection so significantly. Being much taller than her, Lin Xingmian had to look up to speak with him. Her big eyes gazed at him as she softly uttered, Teacher. Yes. What is it, Mian? At that moment, she fell silent, merely wanting to call out to him, to confirm that he was indeed real. He did not disappoint her. He met her expectations. Lin Xingmian carried the flowers into the kitchen, glancing at Ji Yun Miao and then at her bouquet. Did teacher Shen give these to Mian? Indeed, Ji Yun Miao replied. Aren't they lovely? Did you thank teacher Shen? Embarrassed, Lin Xingmian shook her head and turned to Shen Qingling. Teacher, thank you. You're welcome. Ji Yun Miao emerged from the kitchen, greeting Shen Qingling with a warm smile. They exchanged a few pleasant words, primarily Ji Yun Miao expressing her gratitude towards him. After listening for a while, Lin Xingmian tugged at Shen Qingling's sleeve. He looked down at her, and she earnestly said, Let us see the painting. Shen Qingling followed her upstairs. Lin Xingmian placed the baby's breath on her desk, alongside the star jars, and they surprisingly complemented each other beautifully. On her desk lay the painting he had created the day before. Do you like this painting? I do, she replied. It was titled Sails in the Sea of Clouds. Curious, she asked, why is teacher Shen's boat in the clouds? Shen Qingling smiled as he explained, because Mian loves clouds, and the sea of clouds is still a sea. This way, we can set sail in the sea of clouds and journey to far-off places. Where does teacher Shen wish to go the most? Shen Qingling was taken aback by her question. He shook his head. I do not know. His gaze dropped, fingers tracing the sailboat depicted in the painting. I have no home. If I had to choose, I would want a home first. Once I have a home, the place I would most want to go is home. Lin Xingmian's large eyes widened in surprise. What does it mean to have no home? Shen Qingling's expression turned complex as he offered a faint smile. I am an orphan without parents. I grew up in an orphanage, never knowing what it feels like to have a home. Lin Xingmian was taken aback, realizing that Shen Qingling's life was even more tragic than hers. Yet, he remained so strong and gentle. A hint of sorrow crossed her features. Lin Xingyan's affection increased by 10. This little girl either does not increase her affection or does so in leaps of 10 or 20. Could it be that her affection is rising even faster than Song Jining's? Shen Qingling mused. It is because she is akin to me. Similar experiences foster empathy. Lin Xingyan comforted him softly. Teacher Shen is wonderful. You will have a home. Yes. Then where does Mian wish to go the most? I want to go to my grandmother's house. Shen Qingling paused, realizing Ji Yunmiao had never mentioned their grandmother. Is your grandmother's house far from here? We could visit her together. Lin Xingyan glanced at the star jars on her desk. Grandma has turned into a star. Shen Qingling's brow furrowed slightly as he suddenly understood why she had folded so many stars. These are her profound feelings of longing for her grandmother. Before her departure, her grandmother had said that as long as she folded stars and placed them in a jar, she would receive her messages. Shen Qingling found it difficult to imagine that each star within the countless jars in this room bore a written message. Such a depth of yearning must be truly unforgettable. Was Mian raised by her grandmother? Yes, in the past, while my parents and sister lived in the city, I resided in the countryside. After my grandmother's passing, you and my parents moved to the city. Indeed, but they were always busy, leaving me alone most of the time. Shen Qingling gently stroked her head. Your grandmother has merely transformed into a star to accompany you. You are not alone. A single tear cascaded down the young girl's cheek. Shen Qingling crouched down to wipe away her tears. Suddenly, she embraced him, her sobs soft and tinged with a sense of vulnerability. He did not push her away. Instead, he extended his hand to soothe her back. The girl's tears fell onto his neck, warm and fervent. Shen Qingling spoke softly. Where's your grandmother's home? Shall I take you there? Lin Xingyan fell silent. For many years, she had lacked the courage to confront it. She did not wish to accept the reality of her grandmother's absence. She feared that seeing that little courtyard would evoke memories of her grandmother, intensifying her longing and anguish. Since Mian had folded so many stars and had so much to say, why not visit her? Lin Xingyan lifted her tear-filled gaze toward him. Teacher Shen, am I very unworthy? Her grandmother had urged her to live well and face life positively, yet she had failed to do so. Mian is wonderful, but I have achieved nothing. I did not bring happiness to my grandmother. To her, Mian's mere existence was already a source of joy. Lin Xingyan completely broke down, clutching the fabric of Shen Qingling's shoulder, weeping in pain. The emotions she had suppressed for so long erupted at that moment. Yet all she could do was cry. Beyond tears, she felt utterly powerless, for she could not see those who had departed, could not alter the inevitability of life and death, nor could she reclaim anything. Her life was defined by longing and separation. Come with me, let's go out, Mian. All right, I want to visit my grandmother. Chapter 23. The sail in a sea of clouds. Ji Yunmiao stood outside the door, listening to it all, and upon completion, tears streamed down her face. A deep sense of guilt weighing heavily on her heart. Her parents had initially desired a son for their second child, but fate delivered a daughter instead, leaving them disappointed. Her mother harbored a subtle disdain for her younger sister as a result. In their impoverished early years, being the elder sibling, Ji Yunmiao was sent to live with their grandmother while her parents focused on securing her a good education. Consequently, her younger sister developed a close bond with their grandmother, which cultivated an emotional distance between them. When their grandmother passed away, their parents sought to bring the younger sister back to the city, a moment Yunmiao vividly recalled. Witnessing her sister clinging to their grandmother's coffin in a heart-wrenching display of grief. After her sister's return to the city, their parents became preoccupied with earning a living, while Ji Yunmiao concentrated on her studies, leaving her sister's emotional needs unattended. The situation deteriorated further when their parents divorced, leading her sister to move abroad. Their mother exhibited little concern for her younger daughter, and Ji Yunmiao could only imagine the hardships she faced. In her youth, she felt powerless to intervene in her parents' decisions. Now, as an adult wishing to make amends, she realized it was too late. Lin Xingyan had never blamed anyone. She consistently attributed the reasons for their family's disarray to herself. She felt like an extraneous presence, believing her birth had caused her grandmother hardship and her parents' marriage to deteriorate, culminating in their divorce. Even when living abroad with their mother, she perceived herself as a burden, convinced her existence brought her mother distress in her new family. She endured bullying from her sister and abuse from her stepfather, with her mother attributing all the blame to her. She repeatedly questioned her worthiness, feeling inadequate, unremarkable, and imperfect. She never directed her resentment toward Ji Yunmiao. After all, Ji Yunmiao was merely her sister, incapable of fulfilling the parental roles or compensating for the absence of paternal and maternal love. The happiest moment in Lin Xingmian's life was forever frozen on the day of their grandmother's passing, after which life offered her nothing but relentless suffering. After Ji Yunmiao descended the stairs, she quietly took a seat at the dining table. As the clock approached noon, Shen Qingling entered, leading Lin Xingmian down with her. The girl feigned normalcy, obediently partaking in a meal, not wishing to see Ji Yunmiao distressed or burdened by her own sorrow. The more Lin Xingmian concealed her feelings, the deeper the guilt weighed on Ji Yunmiao. Shen Qingling observed the sisters, her heart a tumult of emotions. They clearly loved and cared for one another. They were bound by unspoken grievances. With a sigh, Shen Qingling mused that some words, if left unspoken, would transform into eternal regrets. In the afternoon, she proposed an outing with Lin Xingmian, to which Ji Yunmiao readily agreed without protest. Lin Xingmian had not ventured outside in quite some time. Shen Qingling took her hand reassuringly, saying, "Fear not, just follow me." Lin Xingmian smiled faintly, her charming dimples appearing at the corners of her lips. Shen Qingling instilled an unprecedented sense of safety within her. "Do you remember the way?" "I'll ride you there," she asked. "Ride? On a motorcycle, do you dare?" "Yes. With you, I am unafraid." Shen Qingling gently ruffled her hair, then rented a motorcycle from a nearby shop. After donning a helmet and mounting the bike, she turned to Lin Xingmian and beckoned, "Come, hop on." Lin Xingmian felt inexplicably enchanted by this side of Shen Qingling. Without hesitation, she settled onto the motorcycle's rear seat, and together they embarked on a journey to the countryside. The motorcycle, a high-speed machine, whisked them away, granting Lin Xingmian an exhilarating experience she had never known. "If you feel scared, hold on tight," Shen Qingling instructed. "I would know even without you saying." Clutching Shen Qingling tightly, Lin Xingmian was too frightened to even open her eyes as they sped along. The wind whipped through her hair, offering a thrilling sense of liberation. Suddenly, Shen Qingling reduced their speed. "Look ahead," she commanded. As Lin Xingmian slowly opened her eyes, a breathtaking sea of flowers unfolded before her. Shen Qingling parked the motorcycle by the roadside and lifted Lin Xingmian from the back seat. Upon disembarking, her legs felt weak, and she leaned into Shen Qingling's embrace, her feet tingling from the rush. "Apologies for the speed. I wanted you to experience the freedom of the ride and forget your worries," Shen Qingling explained, recalling how he had once taken to riding to escape his own pressures. Though her eyelashes still trembled, Lin Xingmian softly replied, "No, it's all right. I was just being too timid." Steadying herself by grasping Shen Qingling's arm, she gazed upon the vibrant flower fields. Inhaling the fresh air, her spirits lifted like never before. "Such a beautiful sea of flowers," she exclaimed. "Indeed, it is lovely. Therefore, Mian Mian, this world holds countless wonders worthy of our love. Confining yourself to a small corner will only cause you to miss many magnificent sights." Shen Qingling's words carried a deeper meaning. Lin Xingmian turned to him and said, "But I don't wish to see it alone. You are not alone. You have me, your sister, and in the future, you will make many friends and encounter those who love you." His words enveloped her in warmth, painting a picture of a perfect, comforting future. Urging her to have faith, a sentiment Lin Xingmian understood. She did not wish to disappoint Shen Qingling. "I will try to change. As long as you are willing to accept, there is no need to rush. Take it one step at a time. Will you always be by my side, Teacher Shen?" "Yes." Lin Xingmian's eyes brightened as she smiled for the first time, a genuine expression of joy illuminating her face. Shyly tilting her head, she asked, "Teacher Shen, am I your first student?" "Yes. You're also my very first teacher. What about all those teachers from your school days?" "In my life, only you, Teacher Shen, truly count," as my first mentor. She cautiously revealed a youthful smile, imbued with the innocence of budding affection. Shen Qingling chuckled softly. Come, let us move forward. After some time, they arrived at Lin Xingmian's old home. Upon reaching their destination, both fell into silence. Mian, are you certain this is the place? It is here. I cannot be mistaken. Before them lay an expanse devoid of any structures. Remnants of the past completely vanished, replaced only by an endless field of rapeseed flowers. Lin Xingmian inhaled deeply, a wave of bittersweet emotion swelling within her. I am too late. In the past, she had been too afraid to look, to confront the truth. Now, she wished to see but could find nothing. The two remained silent as they surveyed the boundless flower fields. Lin Xingmian struggled to control her emotions, unwilling to weep, fearing it would dampen Shen Qingling's spirits. Shen Qingling took her hand and guided her to sit on a small slope. I shall sing a song for you, Mian. You can learn it and sing it to her grandmother. What song is it? This song is called The Sail in the Sea of Clouds. You are like a flickering candle, illuminating my heart. You resemble an expansive ocean, propelling my oars. Until that day when your voice fell silent, capturing the essence of your slumbering visage. You transformed into a wisp of smoke, drifting into the distance. You once reassured me not to fear the obscurity of the path ahead, for there would always be light to guide my way. Each time I stumbled, your warm shoulder was there to catch me. Now, I have matured and learned the strength to endure, to be as tenacious as wild grass, carrying the weight of your memory as I journey forth. I seek the breeze that traverses the valleys, inquiring where you have gone. I question the waters that flow through the sky, wondering if they carry your tears. I ask the fallen stars, which one among them is you? I speak to you, awaiting your response. Yet you remain silent, unresponsive. I chase the spring that heralds the growth of all things, and I see you there. I traverse the vast wilderness of another time and space, rushing towards you. Your gentle hands caress my tear-streaked cheeks, telling me not to worry, for you will always protect me. The moonlit vessel has docked, the winds have stilled, and the fog has dispersed. A sail of longing rises amidst the sea of clouds. The lotus root may sever, yet the threads remain intertwined. A heart's yearning in a single glance. One day, we shall meet again on the other shore. One day, we shall reunite. Chapter 24. The uniqueness of tenderness, a gentle melody wafted through the flower fields, carried by the breeze, delivering longing to those far away. Shen Qingling's voice was enchanting, reminiscent of a walking CD. In a previous life, although he was an actor, he had received professional training in singing and with the original owner's naturally exquisite voice. His singing surpassed that of many professional vocalists. However, what truly captivated was the narrative embedded within the song. The lyrics resonated deeply with Lin Xingmian, as if each line was a message she wished to convey to her grandmother. Her grandmother had transformed into smoke, drifting away, yet the love she bestowed had never faded. Shen Qingling taught Lin Xingmian this song in just a few iterations, and she almost memorized the lyrics entirely. When she sang, she could not help but choke up, tears cascading uncontrollably. Memories unfurled in her mind, recalling the elderly face, soft and loving, the warm hand enveloping her small one, the stooped figure that created a world for her. Shen Qingling felt that her rendition was even more beautiful than his own. As she sang the line, "Why speak to you? Why do you remain silent?" A butterfly alighted upon Lin Xingmian's hand. She gazed at it in astonishment. Shen Qingling spoke softly. "Someone once shared a thought with me. Departed loved ones simply transcend time, becoming the most primitive components of the universe, with molecules and atoms gradually reconstructing into other entities around you. The grand tree that shields you from the storm is her. The warm sweater that wards off the cold is her. The trinket on your desk that you gaze upon when weary is still her. Although her identity as a relative may have vanished, she is, in truth, omnipresent. She has left, yet she is scattered all around, much like the butterfly before you, which is also her." Lin Xingmian absorbed his words. She closed her eyes and kissed the butterfly. Shen Qingling, witnessing this moment, felt that Lin Xingmian truly resembled an angel. After the butterfly flew away, Lin Xingmian softly remarked, "Teacher Shen, I believe she has answered me." Shen Qingling offered a gentle smile, beginning to grasp the purpose of the system's task of winning over the goddess. He had rescued a girl lost in darkness. The two continued along the path, engaging in conversation. Lin Xingmian spoke little, yet she had made significant progress since their first encounter. The mere act of her opening up was a positive sign. Shen Qingling stated that time heals all wounds, but the girl countered, "No, it is not time. It is Teacher Shen who has healed me." Her eyes sparkled with a warm, persistent smile, revealing her unabashed affection for him. Yet perhaps she did not fully comprehend what that feeling entailed. She simply knew she cherished Teacher Shen, enjoying his company, relishing their conversations, and delighting in his singing. Even just watching him brought her joy. Being near him instilled a sense of safety, dispelling her constant self-doubt and memories of painful pasts devoid of love. For a girl unacquainted with love, distinguishing this emotion was a challenge. She merely classified Shen Qingling as her savior and life teacher, observing the newfound colors in her eyes. Shen Qingling felt a surge of happiness for her. Lin Xingmian tilted her head and continued, "Does the gift Teacher Shen mentioned still stand? The 123? Yes, of course." He replied. The girl beamed shyly, her large eyes brimming with anticipation. "Can I choose them all, Teacher Shen? I want all 123. Was she being too greedy? She dreamed of visiting a pet store to see talking kittens, exploring a flower shop filled with vibrant blooms, and indulging in a candy shop where sweets evoked laughter. She wished to explore many places with Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling readily agreed. Absolutely. Lin Xingmian's eyes sparkled as if they held stars. Her cheeks flushed with joy. Sweet like a small cake. Will Teacher Shen come to teach me on weekends from now on? Yes, weekends are more ample, so we won't have to rush. Shen Qingling found it amusing. While other teachers focused on imparting knowledge, he often contemplated taking her on outings. Am I being a bit neglectful of my duties? Teacher Shen can do no wrong. I enjoy being with you, Lin Xingmian replied. If you wish to paint, we shall paint. If you desire to go out, we shall go out, or we could venture outdoors with our sketchbooks. Sketching sounds wonderful. Before long, it was 4 in the afternoon. Shen Qingling returned Lin Xingmian to the Lin residence. After bidding farewell to the little angel, he was headed to the Song family for dinner. What a busy day it had been. After Shen Qingling left, Lin Xingmian retrieved the phone that Ji Yunmiao had gifted her. She rarely used it, and it was already covered in dust. Would it still function? To connect with Teacher Shen, she needed to activate the device. With Ji Yunmiao's assistance, Lin Xingmian logged into her long-neglected WeChat, finding only a handful of contacts. She felt like a hermit who had been estranged from society for ages. It had only been a year, yet she struggled with her phone. The girl furrowed her delicate brows in frustration. Ji Yunmiao comforted her. It's all right, Mian Mian. We'll take it slow. You're clever, and once you find something intriguing, you'll learn it in no time. Lin Xingmian smiled softly. I want to add Teacher Shen on WeChat to talk with him. Suddenly concerned, she asked, when should I message him? Will he be too busy? Am I bothering him? How to explain this to Mian Mian? In school, Shen Qingling often appeared aloof. It was uncertain whether he would respond to messages from others. Yet, he seemed to exhibit remarkable patience with Lin Xingmian, almost transforming into a gentler being in her presence. Ji Yunmiao pondered whether to caution her sister. Sister, what's wrong? Oh, nothing. I just wanted to mention that Teacher Shen is quite a reserved person at school. Many wish to converse with him, but he maintains strong boundaries, often preferring solitude. However, he is different with you, Mian Mian. I've never seen him so tender with anyone else, so he likely won't mind your messages. Lin Xingmian grasped the implication. Teacher Shen treated her differently than he did others. She felt a sudden awareness. Why was that? With her sister, he was polite yet distant. Thus, his unique tenderness for her felt singular and extraordinary. A wondrous transformation stirred within Lin Xingmian, like a delicate flower blooming quietly in her heart. She felt both joy and shyness, unable to pinpoint the source of this emotion. The girl returned to her room, burying her face in her quilt. Her cheeks felt warm, and she bit her lip to regain composure. Yet, an inexplicable sensation surged within her, her heart racing uncontrollably. When the breathlessness became overwhelming, She threw off the quilt and sat up, immediately catching sight of the painting on her bedside table. She approached it and instinctively traced Shen Qingling's profile on the boat depicted in the artwork. The cool, sharp lines of his side profile were softened by his gentle eyes. Lin Xingyan fell into a reverie. Chapter 25. Aspiring to be the center of attention before attending dinner at the Song residence, Shen Qingling purchased a gift as a token of goodwill. He arrived precisely on time, neither early nor late. It became evident to Shen Qingling why Song Qingling possessed such a cheerful disposition. Song Qingling's family was harmonious. Her parents deeply in love. Though her father was a businessman, he exuded the aura of an intellectual, wearing glasses and speaking with a refined demeanor. He revealed during conversation that he had once been a university professor before entering the world of commerce. Her mother, a ballet dancer, was both graceful and witty. Her speech imbued with a hint of laughter, creating an atmosphere akin to a gentle spring breeze. It was clear that Song Qingling had grown up enveloped in love. Since entering the affluent circle, Song Qingling's parents had encountered numerous spoiled heirs, which led them to adopt a strict approach to her upbringing. Aside from enjoying better food and clothing, she received no special treatment throughout her life. She was modest and cheerful, even worrying about her allowance. No one could discern her prestigious background, as she faced challenges and grew just like any other child in her class. Her parents never resorted to bribing teachers or sought to send her abroad for studies. She attended schools based solely on her merits, and as a result, she excelled and gained admission to Jiang University. This time, if it weren't for Qingling, they would not have known what transpired. As parents, we sincerely thank you. This is our small token of appreciation. Please accept it. Though they disdained using money to influence teachers, they nevertheless offered financial gratitude to Shen Qingling. They were not pretentious. They understood the significance of money, especially for a child like him. Shen Qingling could perceive their sincerity. From the perspective of Song Qingling's parents, while other forms of gratitude might not be necessary, money was genuinely helpful to him. Yet, Shen Qingling chose to decline. With a gentle smile, he responded, "Thank you, uncle and aunt. Your kindness is appreciated, but such a gift is too extravagant for me. I merely fulfilled my duty, and I'm already delighted to be invited to your home for dinner." Upon hearing this, Song Qingling's parents ceased their insistence. They recognized that Shen Qingling was a principled youth, humble and courteous, with a promising future ahead. Observing Shen Qingling's smiling demeanor as he conversed with her parents, Song Qingling felt utterly captivated. Shen Qingling was simply adorable. Song Qingling harbored a unique sentiment for him, akin to admiration for a male idol. Yet she also felt a maternal tenderness, wishing to witness his growth and success in attaining the future he desired. In the entertainment industry, fans of this nature are often referred to as mother fans. Their affection does not stem from a desire for possession, but rather a wish to see the individual happy and thriving, achieving their aspirations, much like a mother's perspective toward her son. Song Qingling embodied this sentiment, thoroughly enchanted by Shen Qingling. That evening, Shen Qingling and Song Qingling took a stroll, and as their conversation flowed, her enthusiasm soared, almost compelling her to extol him endlessly. The mother fan watched her beloved child with increasing satisfaction. Shen Qingling reciprocated with compliments, elevating her youthful heart, and her already affluent emotional state swelled to its fullest. Before departing, Song Qingling inquired about Shen Qingling's future aspirations. Beneath the starlit sky, the youth's gaze held a newfound tenderness. "I wish to become the center of attention." Song Qingling paused, suddenly grasping the implication. Being the center of attention meant he would not belong to just one person. After a brief moment, she beamed with joy, exclaiming, "You can definitely do it. You are Shen Qingling, destined to be admired and revered, so I believe you will become that person of great renown." Even if others forget, she would forever remember the one who rescued her from the depths of despair, the boy who captivated the masses. That photograph remained her screensaver to this day. Destined never to change, she understood they inhabited different worlds, that he would soar to far greater heights, but as long as she could gaze up at his existence, it was more than enough for her. Song Qingling did not seek possession. She simply wished to witness him, to be a friend by his side, and that sufficed for her happiness. Qingling, yes. You are the most cheerful person I have ever met. I truly envy you. Shen Qingling admired her sincerity. Her ability to give love without hesitation, devoid of careful concealment or calculations of gain and loss, embodying only the pure admiration and clarity of a young girl. Nurtured by love, she was more willing to offer her genuine affection, prioritizing the happiness of those she cherished. She would not be the one to obsess, for that would only confine her within a cage, and Song Qingling would never allow that for herself. Because she loved herself too, she refused to become a prisoner of her emotions, possessing a clear sense of self. The young girl laughed in surprise. Wow, you're so exceptional, and yet you envy me? But I feel like I have nothing worth envying. You possess many admirable qualities. It's simply that you are so accustomed to them that you fail to recognize them. Song Qingling blushed, her cheeks reddening as she shyly asked, "Is that a compliment?" "Indeed, it is a compliment. I hope you remain joyful." With her idol's words, she affirmed, "Of course I will. It's getting late. I should head back. You should rest early too." "Okay, see you next time." As Shen Qingling took a few steps away, Song Qingling hurried after him. "Is there something else? Can I ask you one last question?" "Sure. Are we friends now?" "Of course we are." "That's wonderful. Goodbye, idol. See you again." With a heart full of joy, Song Qingling returned home, and Shen Qingling's mood shifted as well. Reflecting on the original narrative featuring the girl who fell into despair, he now observed her vibrant spirit and felt a profound sense of purpose in his presence within this world. He realized he possessed the ability to alter the destinies of others. Host, Song Qingling's affection for you has reached its peak. The imagination of young girls is truly formidable, as she seems to be endlessly enamored with you. Shen Qingling replied, "She is a pure-hearted individual. Once such a girl develops feelings, her affection naturally intensifies swiftly." Congratulations, host. You have successfully captured Song Qingling's heart, earning 50,000 points. However, since she is not a designated target, the points are limited. Song Qingling was classified as a B-level character, someone who could be pursued or not, yet her vivid imagination propelled her feelings forward, inadvertently positioning herself as a target of affection. Shen Qingling glanced at the data panel, taking it all in. Name, Shen Qingling. Age, 18. Height, 188 centimeters. Length, 25 centimeters. Attractiveness, 93. Health points, 60. Combat power, 65. Reputation, 21. Heartthrob value, 245. Points, 81,048. Special abilities, none. Goddess strategies, 1. Expand-Song Qingling strategy progress. 100-Chu Jiaojiao strategy progress. 35-Ruan Mingyi strategy progress. 50-Lin Xingmian strategy progress. 70. Counterattack progress. 12. Main quest progress. For side quests. Activated. Expand-side quest. 1. Attain Chu Jiaojiao's regret value. Progress. 20 upon reviewing the progress bar. Shen Qingling raised an eyebrow. Ruan Mingyi's heartthrob value is merely slightly higher than that of Chu Jiaojiao. This woman. 077. After all, host, you have not treated her with much kindness. Compared to other targeted individuals, she is somewhat more complex, making her conquest less straightforward. Shen Qingling smiled with a hint of mischief. No matter, the banquet at the Sheng family is imminent, and I shall stir her heartthrob value into motion. This banquet is destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 26. Merely a tool for comparison if we were to draw a parallel with the entertainment industry. Song Qingling embodies the devoted fan, while Ruan Mingyi represents the obsessive dream girl and toxic admirer. She yearns for Shen Qingling's undivided attention, loathing any other woman who dares to covet him. In Ruan Mingyi's eyes at this moment, Shen Qingling is merely a target of her affection. She does not genuinely care for his feelings. This is the crux of Shen Qingling's strategy in winning over Ruan Mingyi. She remains oblivious to the true essence of love, and to grasp its meaning, she must inevitably endure the pangs of heartache. 077 has already preordained Ruan Mingyi's emotional demise in her pursuit of love. On the eve of the gala, Ruan Mingyi arrived at Jiang University. A woman exquisitely adorned, once again captured the attention of her classmates outside the classroom, with some recognizing her as the one who had previously sought out Shen Qingling. "Look, Miss Ruan is back," they remarked. Shen Qingling appeared unfazed, his gaze fixed on the gray-haired professor. Did not the beauty outside entice him as much? Having encountered countless beauties, Shen Qingling remained composed. I saw our campus belle, Ji Yunmiao, having coffee with Shen Qingling last time. I wish I could experience the same treatment. I'm not greedy. Just give me one of the goddesses by Shen Qingling's side. Oh, come on. Take a good look in the mirror first. As the bell for class rang, Shen Qingling emerged with a book in hand. Ruan Mingyi was the first to arrive, and Shen Qingling casually inquired, "Why are you here alone today?" Ruan Mingyi teased, "What? Do you fancy my dear Qiao Qiao?" Shen Qingling merely pressed his lips together in silence. Ruan Mingyi chuckled, "Oh, come on, I was just joking. You're so serious. Qiao Qiao is off on a date, which means I can enjoy a world of two with you. I dislike being the subject of jokes." Suddenly, Ruan Mingyi stepped back, scrutinizing Shen Qingling from head to toe. "What are you looking at? Hey, don't deny it. You look quite charming when you say that with your rimless glasses." Shen Qingling turned to leave, and Ruan Mingyi followed, continuing her jest. "Do you know how that feels?" Shen Qingling was all too familiar with her antics. He knew her words would inevitably turn crass. With a cold scoff, he retorted, "What do you think is occupying your mind?" Ruan Mingyi's eyes sparkled mischievously. "It's you." Shen Qingling responded with silence, his ears slightly flushed. Ruan Mingyi found it amusing to see him like that. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. We have a gala tomorrow night. Let me take you shopping for a new outfit." "No need. I'll dress formally enough." "That won't do. You must make a dazzling entrance. Let me explain the significance of this gala." "How significant?" "There's a woman who is my arch-nemesis, and I hope you can overshadow her partner, allowing me a chance to retaliate. She mocked my date at the last gala, likening him to a duck. It infuriated me." Shen Qingling's expression turned frigid, his tone equally so. "So, I am merely a tool for your comparison." Ruan Mingyi paused. "That's not what I meant." "Well, it is somewhat true, but wait. It's not entirely that." Shen Qingling, his face set in stone, replied, "I thought your relentless pursuit of me meant you liked me. It appears I was mistaken. Women of your ilk possess no notion of sincerity. I refuse to be your object of boast. Seek someone else." Ignoring her attempts at clarification, he swiftly vanished from her sight. Ruan Mingyi stood there, bewildered. How could he be so easily offended? "But I never said I didn't like you." "Liking you and wanting to flaunt you at a gala aren't contradictory, are they? You're so handsome. Who else would I take?" The notion of insincerity? Her affection could not be more genuine. Ruan Mingyi wore a bewildered expression. Men, especially aloof ones like Shen Qingling, were indeed perplexing. Though she couldn't fathom why he was so upset, she understood she needed to concede. Without delay, she took out her phone to message Shen Qingling, apologizing. "Ruan Mingyi, I'm sorry, I misspoke. That wasn't my intention. I wanted to take you because I like you. And yes, you are very handsome. I promise you're not just a tool for my boasting. Please believe me." Shen Qingling. "Then what distinguishes you from the partner you liken to a duck?" Ruan Mingyi. "You are far more handsome." Shen Qingling. "Ruan Mingyi, can you please come back and let me explain?" Pleading, "I truly did not mean it that way. I want to introduce you to my friends. Although I initially spoke out of pride, I genuinely want them to know I've grown fond of someone truly worthy of admiration, unlike those frivolous flings of the past." On the other end, Shen Qingling ceased to respond. Ruan Mingyi sighed, feeling disheartened. Oddly enough, she had previously found other boys sulking to be rather petty, let alone needing to apologize or placate them. Simply putting them in their place was satisfactory. Yet, encountering Shen Qingling left her feeling flustered, and she could not muster any biting retorts. His cold demeanor made her anxious. Ruan Mingyi dienet Yixiao. After hearing Ruan Mingyi recount the events, Yi Qiao's incredulity was palpable through the phone. "Qiao Qiao, why are you silent too?" "Mingyi, I'm serious. Shen Qingling is not a man you can toy with. He is evidently someone who takes relationships seriously, which is why he reacted so strongly. If he were like those other men who only sought your wealth, he would merely accept it all calmly, leveraging the connections you built." Ruan Mingyi lowered her gaze. "I know he is different. I just don't understand why he suddenly got upset. I've explained so much, yet he refuses to listen. What angers him is that you seem to lack sincerity towards him. Your words come across as disrespectful. Don't you realize that? Disrespectful? isn't it a fact that I find him handsome? So, do you admire his appearance or the man himself? Initially, it was his looks, but that changed. What is it about him that captivates you? Is it his aloofness, which makes you yearn to conquer him? Or is it a desire to be with him, to care for him, and make him happy? I don't know. Ruan Mingyi genuinely felt lost. Take your time to reflect. Some questions need clarity before you can move forward. I understand. After hanging up, Ruan Mingyi lifted her gaze and spotted Shen Qingling standing not far away. A glimmer of surprise lit her eyes as she rushed to him, beaming. You haven't left. Shen Qingling replied. Aren't you the one who wanted to explain? I'm here to hear your side. Chapter 27. You have long lost your innocence here. Please allow me to explain myself. Do not be angry. Anger is detrimental to your health. After much coaxing and careful selection of words, Ruan Mingyi finally managed to placate Shen Qingling. Seeing Shen Qingling's previously frosty demeanor soften, she quietly exhaled in relief. There was no doubt that Shen Qingling had been deliberate in his coldness. He could not allow Ruan Mingyi to perceive him as just another of her past casual companions. Such a perception would inevitably lead her to underestimate him. And disdain breeds only arrogance, not love. He needed Ruan Mingyi to understand that there were certain boundaries that should not be crossed, and some words that should not be spoken. She must learn to respect him. Tentatively, Ruan Mingyi suggested, how about we go shopping for clothes? The moment Shen Qingling turned his gaze towards her, her heart tightened, and she blinked before continuing, there's no need to dazzle everyone. As long as you like it and feel comfortable. Ruan Mingyi finally felt a shift in the atmosphere, and Shen Qingling nodded in agreement. All right. She led him to a bespoke suit shop, allowing the manager to take the lead according to Shen Qingling's preferences, refraining from intervening. The manager, taking Shen Qingling's measurements, couldn't help but compliment. Miss Ruan's friend is quite the model. Isn't he? Such a splendid physique. No, I believe he is even more handsome than a model. Indeed, this gentleman possesses remarkable looks and an admirable figure. Miss Ruan is indeed fortunate. With that, the manager retreated to prepare the order. Ruan Mingyi felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that Shen Qingling might misunderstand. She hurriedly clarified, I've never taken a man shopping for clothes before. You are the first. Shen Qingling found her amusing and lowered his gaze. I said nothing. Isn't it to prevent any misconceptions? I've never invested thought into them. The manager is a friend of my father, so you need not explain so much. I'm not your boyfriend. But I must explain. If you get upset, it will be difficult to appease you. Are you implying that I am troublesome? No. Oh dear, you've misunderstood me again. You need not explain. I truly did not mean it that way. Seeing Ruan Mingyi get flustered made Shen Qingling find amusement in the situation. Observing the slight smile gracing his lips, Ruan Mingyi realized he was intentionally teasing her. She bit her lip. I never expected you to have such a mischievous side. Shen Qingling raised an eyebrow. Is it only permissible for you to tease me? It was the first time Ruan Mingyi had witnessed this side of Shen Qingling, and she was captivated by his charming expression. Ruan Mingyi's heart fluttered with an increased affection value of 5. She was indeed a woman honest about her admiration for beauty. Leaning closer to Shen Qingling, she whispered, I never said that, but seeing you like this has sparked my imagination. I cannot help but picture how dashing you would look in a suit. She licked her lips. Shen Qingling put a finger to her forehead, refusing her closeness. No thoughts of that nature. Leave me with some innocence. Ruan Mingyi smirked, standing on her tiptoes to softly declare in his ear, you have long lost your innocence here. All I should think, dream, and act upon has already been done. Shen Qingling pushed her away, his ears flushed crimson. This woman truly was. Ruan Mingyi laughed joyfully. Why are you so easily embarrassed? How delightfully innocent. Is this the charm of an older man? At that moment, the manager emerged, interrupting their playful banter. The clothes will be ready by tomorrow. Miss Ruan, at what time would it be convenient for delivery? Before 2 p.m., please. I have a styling appointment later, and it cannot be delayed. Understood. Please take care. Having settled the clothing matter, Ruan Mingyi smiled. It's getting late. Since we're out, why not have dinner together? She was prepared to coax Shen Qingling into a positive response. To her surprise, he readily agreed. All right, I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Ruan Mingyi was taken aback. She and T expected Shen Qingling to offer to treat her. It felt akin to winning the lottery. When a typically aloof individual reveals a softer side, it can be remarkably disarming. Her affection value increased by 3. Great. What shall we eat? French cuisine, Japanese, or something else? There's a nice Sha County outside our school. This was the first time she had heard of it, and she looked puzzled. What is Sha County? Is it a local specialty? Fast food. Wan Mingyi was momentarily stunned. Huh? Shen Qingling smiled lightly. You think I was joking? Clearly, I was teasing you. Wan Mingyi flicked her hair. Even if it's fast food, I'm willing. After all, having you as eye candy is a feast for the eyes. Shen Qingling replied. Where did you learn to speak like this? I've never encountered a young lady quite like you. Being abstract is a talent that flows in my veins, one that others can only aspire to learn. Just be glad to have a lady like me pursuing you. With her mind made up, Wan Mingyi declared, let us go. Shen Qingling, we shall dine at Sha County today. Miss Wan, I was merely joking. It's all right. If you can eat, so can I. We had cafeteria food last time, so let us try Sha County this time. Under Wan Mingyi's insistence, Shen Qingling had no choice but to take her to Sha County. The restaurant was filled mostly with students from Jiang University, but fortunately, it wasn't tea the weekend, so the crowd was manageable. A table near the entrance was occupied by 4 girls engaged in conversation. One girl propped her chin on her hand. Moo moo. Do you think there is a chance that one day Shen Qingling might walk into this Sha County and fall in love with me, who adores chicken leg rice? What's wrong? Did today, as chicken leg rice have mushrooms? I think you've overindulged. You probably fainted from overeating. What is the difference between this and the overbearing CEO loves me? Shen Qingling could never. Before she could finish, her eyes widened in disbelief. What's wrong? You turn around. Oh my gosh, Shen Qingling. Her voice was loud enough to draw the attention of both Shen Qingling and Wan Mingyi, who had just entered. Shen Qingling glanced over, and the girls quickly averted their gazes to their plates of chicken leg rice. Today's chicken legs are exceptionally juicy, aren't they, Moo Moo? Indeed, and the soup is quite delightful. I mean very tasty. Shen Qingling found their antics amusing and smiled before he and Wan Mingyi moved to the front to place their order. The girls were left in a daze. Did Shen Qingling just smile at me? It must be that we embarrassed him into laughing. He is so handsome. Is that the smile of an aloof male god melting? I might just drool. I'm putting made Shen Qingling laugh on my resume. I'll have it inscribed on my tombstone. Chapter 28. The Battle of Shaxian. The appearance of Shen Qingling and Wan Mingyi in Shaxian was undeniably conspicuous, prompting immediate discussions among bystanders. The discourse surprisingly revolved around the notion of, what a miser. Shen Qingling is so poor that he brings a young lady to eat in Shaxian. The original poster intended to see Shen Qingling criticized, yet the thread took an unexpected turn. Few comments condemned Shen Qingling. Instead, most praised him while deriding the poster. Whoever posted this, I can guess without much thought, just admit you're jealous of the idol. What's wrong with eating in Shaxian? What is your issue with it? Does being handsome mean one should be deprived of eating in Shaxian? How interesting. With my looks, I might as well be banned from the cafeteria. What if the young lady willingly accompanies Shen Qingling to Shaxian? Are you going to tell her not to go in? Who cares what we eat if we can dine with Shen Qingling? I'd even eat anything for that privilege. I'd rather eat anything with Shen Qingling than sit with a jealous person. Even if it means eating Shen Qingling's leftovers, I'd still choose him over a jealous individual. Song Jining shared the thread with Shen Qingling, who was currently enjoying a meal. Upon reading the comments, he couldn't help but cough. Wan Mingyi was sipping her soup, which, to her surprise, was quite palatable. What's wrong? Did you choke? No. Jining sent me a post about our encounter. Oh, you call me Miss Wan, but you refer to her as Jining. The distinction is quite apparent. You're older than I am. It feels inappropriate to call you by your name. Then you may call me sister. Wan Mingyi's eyes sparkled. She genuinely wished to hear Shen Qingling call her sister. I refuse. You miser. How can you call me that? People in the thread are saying I'm so stingy for bringing you to Shaxian. Look, you've caused me to be misunderstood again. Ha, is that true? Let me see. Wan Mingyi took Shen Qingling's phone and burst into laughter upon seeing the discussions. You certainly have a following, don't you, handsome school idol? I'm not a school idol. Your popularity is no different from that of a school idol. I hope not everyone pays too much attention to me. If someone else had said that, I would have scolded them for being pretentious. But you? Perhaps that's the burden of being handsome, something ordinary people cannot comprehend. Ruan Mingyi was genuinely happy dining in Shaxian, with Shen Qingling showing no reluctance. It seemed she was more proactive, while Shen Qingling responded intermittently. Ruan Mingyi, unfamiliar with posting about encounters, decided to join in the fun and created her own post. I, Ruan Mingyi, am the one dining with Shen Qingling in Shaxian. Feel free to debate. In response to the original poster's comment about Shen Qingling being a miser, she quipped, "You know, your existence is akin to an apology letter from a condom company. Sometimes it feels like some people just express their opinions to later find solace by shoving their phone into their pants, like you. You think you're a tough guy, but in reality, you're frantically sewing while holding your phone, leaking a few drops of thin liquid, wailing as if run over by a car, shivering all over. Your sensitivity is akin to that of a gal game character. Choose the wrong option, and the next day, you're found hanging in your bedroom. Just kidding. You lack the grace and beauty of a protagonist. Frankly, you resemble a piece of bacon dangling from a ceiling, and not even the appetizing kind. I understand why you posted. It seems you're the type who, after getting bored of videos, exits to clear the background and mindlessly scrolls without anyone messaging you. You meticulously curate your Weibo only to see 0 notifications, do the same on Twitter and WeChat, and find no likes. No one cares about you. You realize your existence is less significant than a cockroach, which at least has girls screaming for it, but you have nothing. How pitiful. But you know what? You're doing quite well. Most would have jumped off the building in your shoes. After Ruan Mingyi's post, it quickly garnered attention, rising to the top of trending threads with numerous spectators. Haha, the young lady has quite the biting tongue. Her attack power is off the charts. Oh, this is an unparalleled thrill. The sensation of being thoroughly seen is akin to a meteor breaking through the pitch-black night sky, leaving me utterly captivated. This piercing realization feels like being the Titanic, struck by an iceberg, sinking into the dark depths of the ocean, yet so liberating. More of this, please. Let me bask in this illuminating truth. Young lady, would you be my S? I see great potential in you. That poster deleted their thread. I'm dying of laughter. Why provoke Shen Qingling? Don't you know he has so many admirers that a classroom wouldn't suffice? It should be said that he shouldn't provoke Ruan Mingyi. She is notorious for her sharp tongue in this circle. Ruan Mingyi became famous overnight due to the encounter, even prompting some to post seeking her scorn, to which she commented, "What lunatics?" Finally, she understood the feeling Shen Qingling experienced facing her harassment. Noticing her intently focused on her phone, Shen Qingling inquired, "What are you doing? Are you busy?" Ruan Mingyi smiled, "Nothing much, just standing up for you." Shen Qingling opened the thread and saw a flood of comments seeking her rebuke. Upon reaching Ruan Mingyi's post, he couldn't suppress his laughter. Shouldn't the young lady be mindful of her image? They don't realize I might not truly be Ruan Mingyi. It's just nice to vent some frustration. Who gave them the audacity to comment on my personal affairs? Quite well. Your strengths have found purpose. I see you're not lagging behind in this room. Likewise. After their meal at Shaxian, Ruan Mingyi suddenly felt a closer bond with Shen Qingling. It seemed that romance could blossom not only in fine dining establishments, but also in quaint eateries like Shaxian. That evening, Ruan Mingyi insisted on escorting Shen Qingling home, but he requested she stop at the alley entrance, denying her the chance to see where he lived. "I'll pick you up tomorrow afternoon. We'll go for a makeover. Rest well today. The banquet tomorrow will be exhausting." "Understood. See you tomorrow, Miss Ruan. Can we change the way we address each other? Considering I stood up for you in the Shaxian battle." Hearing the words Shaxian battle, Shen Qingling struggled to maintain his composure. He lowered his gaze and softly said goodbye. Mingyi. Ruan Mingyi felt a flutter in her heart. Why was heaven so partial to Shen Qingling? He was handsome, an academic prodigy, and had an enchanting voice. "If you don't speak, I'll take my leave." Just recalling your words, Mingyi. See you tomorrow, Qingling." Shen Qingling coughed awkwardly and turned to walk into the alley. Ruan Mingyi leaned against the car window, gazing dreamily at his retreating figure. Truly, Even his silhouette was captivating. Sigh, I'm hopeless. Chapter 29. This fiancé she would never exchange. Meanwhile, at the Sheng residence. What? Change my fiancé? Sheng Xia stared incredulously at the impeccably dressed woman before her. The woman's indifferent voice resonated coldly. I have received news that Gui Jin is not the biological child of the Gu family. I will not permit you to marry him. How is this possible? I refuse to believe it. If he is not the child of the Gu family, then who could he possibly be? He is the child born out of wedlock by the Gu family's maid. The true heir of the Gu family was abandoned at an orphanage, and the truth has only just emerged. Tomorrow, after the banquet, the Gu family will retrieve that child. Sheng Xia fell to the carpet, utterly despondent. Gui Jin was her most cherished fiancé. Handsome, virtuous, gentle, and considerate. He was unlike those frivolous young masters in her circle. Her friends envied her for having such a remarkable fiancé, and she took great pride in it. They had planned to marry after graduating from university, and she had finally embraced the idea of a family-arranged marriage. Now, she was suddenly informed that she must exchange her fiancé. Are you implying that I should marry that true heir? You can only marry the heir of the Gu family. No, I will marry no one but A. Jin. Even if he is not the true heir of the Gu family. So what? His kindness and love for me are genuine. I have no interest in discussing love with you. I merely wish to inform you to maintain your distance from Gui Jin at the banquet tomorrow. Do not engage in anything inappropriate. The woman glanced at her watch, her brow slightly furrowing. I must leave now. You have until tonight to think it over. Sheng Xia gritted her teeth, filled with resentment as she retorted, Of course, a heartless woman like you would never understand such feelings. All you care about are the company, family interests, wealth, status, and power. You have no comprehension of love. The woman paused at the door. Do I need to remind you? This marriage was decided by our parents before they passed away, not by me. After our parents' demise, how will you survive? Where does your extravagant lifestyle come from? I have business matters to attend to for the banquet. I warn you not to create any disturbances tomorrow. Even when confronted by Sheng Xia's accusations, her voice remained as calm and indifferent as ever. The door slowly closed, the sound of her heels fading away. Sheng Xia's anger had no outlet, and she could only hurl the lamp beside her in frustration. She would never marry a worthless man raised in an orphanage. Even if Gui Jin was not the true heir of the Gu family, the education he received was incomparable to that of a mere orphan. How could a child from an orphanage ever compete with a true prodigy? She believed wholeheartedly that Gui Jin would not be outshone by that so-called true heir. This fiancé, she would never exchange. The next day, at night, at the Sheng family's villa, the red carpet extended from the entrance of the castle-like villa all the way to the estate's gates. Media reporters had already set up their cameras, eagerly awaiting to interview guests attending the banquet. Individuals from all walks of life were keenly observing this event, and the press, eager for attention, would not miss this opportunity. The technology project launched by Sheng's subsidiary had achieved monumental success, and this banquet, seemingly a networking event, was, in fact, a celebration. The Sheng family aimed to announce their accomplishments to the upper echelons of Jiang City, seeking to attract more partners. That night, nearly all significant figures in Jiang City attended, with luxury cars lining the streets. Ruan Mingyi and Shen Qingling arrived at the scene, stepping out of their vehicle to witness the incessant flashes of cameras. Distinguished guests from various sectors graced the red carpet. Even personalities featured on financial news channels were present. Suddenly, Shen Qingling realized this was no ordinary banquet. How could the Sheng family's event host so many influential figures from the business and political realms? This was not a typical high society affair. Shen Qingling glanced at the radiant woman beside him. Ruan Mingyi, clad in 15-centimeter Jimmy Choo patent leather heels, wore a crimson velvet dress that flared out into a 3-meter-long train from her waist. Her strikingly beautiful face, akin to a wine-soaked visage, captivated the soul. Her full red lips curved slightly, and her eyes, adorned with golden powder, fluttered like wings. The deep V neckline revealed skin as white as snow, while a Van Cleef Arpels diamond brooch clung precariously to her attire, with pigeon blood rubies on her collarbone dazzling enough to blind Shen Qingling. Ruan Mingyi casually swept aside her curls, the rose gold tassel earrings chiming softly. Of course, my father mentioned that the Sheng family's company is undergoing a transformation, focusing heavily on technology development. Many see potential in this field and wish to collaborate with the Sheng family. So, technically, this is a commercial networking event. However, for me, these matters are inconsequential. I shall treat it as a typical banquet. Are you feeling nervous? To Ruan Mingyi, it seemed like Shen Qingling. Attending such an event for the first time as an uninitiated university student would be somewhat apprehensive. Yet, she was unaware that Shen Qingling had grown up before the camera's gaze. The lens, the flashes, and the clinking of glasses were merely remnants of his past. The glitzy world of entertainment was not much different from this high society. How could he feel nervous? Shen Qingling offered a gentle smile. I am fine. Ruan Mingyi assumed he was merely maintaining his dignity and did not press further. Instead, she spoke tenderly. If you feel anxious, just hold my hand. Today, you are my partner. We are a unit, and you look so handsome that I do not wish for any other woman to steal you away. Shen Qingling was indeed striking, and any passerby would have to pause and admire him. After he finished styling and donned his suit, Ruan Mingyi's heart fluttered, her astonishment evident. Uncertain whether it was her infatuation or if Shen Qingling truly possessed an extraordinary charm, she found him to be the most handsome and charismatic man she had ever laid eyes upon. I'm not a man who is easily swayed, rest assured. Shen Qingling adjusted his cufflinks, the dark suit adorned with subtle azure patterns, a rare fabric woven from black butterfly shell pearls, flowing like the waves of a midnight sea as he moved. With that one gesture, Ruan Mingyi felt her legs weaken. Despite being a university student, he exuded a poised elegance that belied his youth. It was peculiar, enchanting. She adored it. Ruan Mingyi linked her arm with Shen Qingling's and walked down the red carpet, allowing the media to capture their moments. From the moment Ruan Mingyi and Shen Qingling arrived, the photographer's flashes had not ceased. While such high society events were never lacking in stunning individuals, the combination of Ruan Mingyi and Shen Qingling was a sight to behold. Both possessed extraordinary beauty. Shen Qingling's attire and demeanor mirrored that of a genuine young master from a prestigious family, even more so than those born into affluence. His skin radiated a porcelain-like glow, with sharp features that appeared chiseled, and his cold, distant eyes exuded an air of intimidation when not smiling. After standing for a moment, they moved on, and when reporters sought to interview them, Ruan Mingyi promptly declined. Upon entering the estate, they were greeted by designated hosts. Shen Qingling casually surveyed the estate, gaining a deeper understanding of the Sheng family's power. The original text suggested that the Sheng family once stood on equal footing with the Gu family. But with the emergence of a new heir, the Sheng family would surpass the Gu family. It seemed this new heir was not to be underestimated. How could Sheng Xia be so foolish, being a child of the same family? Shen Qingling pondered. As Ruan Mingyi and Shen Qingling formally entered the banquet hall, they captured the attention of many. Chapter 30. Others welcome all, yet he rejects all. The chandelier, a magnificent creation of 3,000 crystals, hung from the Villa S dome, casting shimmering reflections upon the Italian Carrara marble floor like scattered stardust. The gilded mirrors adorning the walls multiplied the images of guests, creating a labyrinthine interplay of reality and illusion. To the east, a wall had been transformed into a cascading champagne tower, where waitstaff navigated gracefully, pouring the amber liquid into flutes with a sound reminiscent of clinking gold coins. An orchestra of 20 musicians filled the air with melodious strains, as the resonance of the cello harmonized subtly with the swaying of the crystal chandelier. Ruan Mingyi observed the scene. On her right were business people engaged in conversation, while socialites and young gentlemen reveled with drinks and danced to her left. She led Shen Qingling towards the right side. The strikingly beautiful stranger instantly drew the attention and whispers of the socialites. Whose child is that? I don't think I've seen her before. Xiao Xian. Do you know her? Not at all. I heard from Xia that there are many guests from Beijing this time. Perhaps she's a newcomer from there? So handsome. I thought the Sheng family had invited a celebrity. Those small-time stars lack such presence. He clearly belongs to a distinguished background. Yet, the woman beside him seems somewhat familiar. Hey, isn't that Ruan Mingyi? How did she get acquainted with such a figure? Let us go and find out. 3 women, each holding a glass of champagne, approached. Ruan Mingyi recognized them immediately. They were part of Sheng Xia's circle, a group she particularly despised. One of the curly-haired women smiled and asked, Mingyi, is this your arranged marriage partner? Care to introduce us? Ruan Mingyi quickly discerned their intentions. They likely mistook Shen Qingling for some wealthy heir, undoubtedly envious. She feigned a smile and replied, indeed. Lu Qianxian smiled gently at Shen Qingling, raising an eyebrow as she extended her hand. Hello, what should I call you? Ruan Mingyi stepped in front of Shen Qingling, leaning towards Lu Qianxian. I believe your male companion is over there. Apologies, but we have other matters to attend to. She linked arms with Shen Qingling and walked away, unwilling to grant these women any semblance of dignity. Lu Qianxian's hand hovered awkwardly in the air. Once Ruan Mingyi departed, she coldly scoffed. What is there to be proud of? He is just handsome. Wait until Xia brings Gui Jin, you'll be speechless. But I think he is far more attractive than Gui Jin. I just wonder if his family background can rival the Gu family. That is hard to say. He seems to come from a decent family. Ruan Mingyi is so fortunate. With her temperament, how can this man possibly endure her? Such an exceptional partner will inevitably leave her. I bet she lacks the ability to keep a man like him. As Ruan Mingyi and Shen Qingling moved aside for drinks, Shen Qingling curiously remarked, You seem to harbor a strong dislike for those individuals. Ruan Mingyi clenched her cup, gritting her teeth. It's more than just dislike. We share a relationship that thrives on mutual insults. Such deep-seated animosity. They are Sheng Xia's entourage. One a green tea, another insidious, and one overbearing. They mock me for growing up without a mother, and whenever I attend gatherings, they ridicule my male companions. No wonder, they're indeed excessive. But I'm curious, why would you bring that kind of man to such an event? Partly because many people are close to Sheng Xia's circle, and I cannot associate with them. The other part is that I've offended quite a few men with my words. They tend to avoid me, making it impossible to find a suitable partner. Ruan Mingyi had a notorious reputation, and even potential marriages were dismissed. To describe her in the words of those young masters, she resembled a seemingly prickly rose, yet a terrifying carnivorous plant. Shen Qingling chuckled. Have you ever considered changing? Ruan Mingyi blinked. Why should I change? I merely speak the truth. Their fragility makes them unable to accept it, and that is not my fault. Shen Qingling, recalling Ruan Mingyi's formidable nature, felt a newfound respect for her. With a playful smile, she said, You see, by bringing you today, they can't even dare to mock you, as you've overshadowed their partners. They wouldn't dare to ridicule you with your presence. Is that all they measure themselves against? What else could they compare? The wealth of jewelry here is abundant. In terms of beauty, they can undergo plastic surgery. After such transformations, very few remain unattractive. Although I am indeed more beautiful than they would never dare to compete with me, instead spreading rumors that I've had extensive surgery. Thus, they can only attack me through men, primarily because Sheng Xia has a remarkable fiancée whom she flaunts endlessly. Shen Qingling lowered her gaze. Sheng Xia must have learned about the change in fiancé by now. In the original narrative, she was vehemently opposed to this matter, refusing to budge, and likely still felt the same. Just then, Yi Qiao arrived with her boyfriend by her side. Mingyi, you're quite early today. You're usually fashionably late. Today, it's my turn to make them envious. So how could I not arrive early? You wouldn't believe their expressions. It was a mix of jealousy and fear of offending me. Utterly amusing. Those from Lu Qianxian's circle? Yes, they assumed Shen Qingling was my engagement partner. Yi Qiao laughed and introduced her boyfriend, Wei Qi, to Shen Qingling. Upon seeing Shen Qingling, Yi Qiao was momentarily taken aback, her eyes sparkling with admiration. No doubt, he asked the school as heartthrob. Wei Qi immediately grew wary, using the pretext of chatting with Shen Qingling to separate them. He couldn't let this man steal his lady. Shen Qingling was indeed formidable. Having seen many men, Wei Qi recognized how appealing Shen Qingling was to women. Wei Qi, a quintessential kept man, had managed to find his footing after meeting Yi Qiao. She provided him with a monthly allowance of 200,000, purchased a villa and luxury cars for him, even concerned about his career by opening a car rental business. For Wei Qi, this was a stroke of luck, so his daily mission was to cater to Yi Qiao, ensuring her happiness. They had been together for 6 months, their relationship as sweet as honey. Yi Qiao showed no concern for his past, often bringing him to events, claiming he was introduced by family, thus concealing his history from others. Wei Qi had heard Yi Qiao mention Shen Qingling. Initially, he didn't take it seriously, as Ruan Mingyi had never been earnest with anyone, discarding them soon after. However, upon meeting Shen Qingling, he realized his misjudgment. Ruan Mingyi, meanwhile, simply hoped that Shen Qingling would charm Yi Qiao away. At the gathering, many women's gazes seemed glued to Shen Qingling. Some approached him, but his responses were cool and distant, politely declining their advances. Ironically, the more aloof he was, the more women flocked to him. In the past, Ruan Mingyi's male companions would eagerly accept business cards and WeChat IDs when approached by socialites. After all, conducting business with Ruan Mingyi was one thing, but with others, it was equally enticing. Moreover, Ruan Mingyi's fierce demeanor often deterred them. However, Shen Qingling was different. He exuded an air of aloofness, welcoming all but rejecting every approach. Wei Qi shared this observation with Ruan Mingyi, who simply smiled in response. That is none other than Shen Qingling. 077. Ruan Mingyi's heartfelt affection increased by 5. Shen Qingling. It appears she is quite pleased with my performance today. However, something seems to be lacking. The main character has yet to make an appearance, rendering the atmosphere somewhat tedious. After a while, a commotion arose, and Shen Qingling followed the gaze of the crowd. The Gu family has finally arrived. Chapter 31. The man who is deceptive in Jiangcheng. It is customary for the Gu family not to attend every gathering, but the Sheng family, being a formidable alliance, warrants a certain level of respect. Upon seeing the Gu family, Shen Qingling realized that the depictions in the novel were not mere fabrications. There was not a single unattractive member among them. Their appearance captivated the attention of all present. Gu Chenwang possessed the quintessential CEO visage, with sharp and commanding features. Madame Gu, when salon, embodied the essence of classical beauty, exuding elegance and grace. Shen Qingling's own looks seemed to amalgamate the finest traits of both Gu Chenwang and Wen Salon. Gu Yutong, a renowned star, dazzled the crowd with her radiant presence. Gu Yijin, while slightly less striking than the others, had a gentle and refined demeanor, his most attractive feature being his eyes. His charm lay not solely in his appearance, but in his demeanor, his smile and soft gaze creating an aura of warmth and comfort. Shen Qingling narrowed her eyes, recalling how Gu Yijin had deceived everyone in the original story. He portrayed himself as innocent and kind-hearted, a pitiable victim. Previously, Gu Yijin held an esteemed reputation within Jiangcheng's elite circles, especially among the socialites who viewed him as the ideal marriage candidate. Alas, he was not as virtuous as he appeared. Ruan Mingyi scoffed. Hypocrite. Shen Qingling, perplexed, inquired, "Who are you referring to?" Ruan Mingyi raised an eyebrow. "The one on the far left. That is Shang Xia's fiancée, a sanctimonious charlatan." Feigning ignorance, Shen Qingling replied, "A charlatan? On what grounds do you say that? He seems rather different from your description. One can know a person's face, but not their heart." In front of Shang Xia and these young ladies, he presents himself as a virtuous and devoted individual. However, an acquaintance of mine once revealed having seen Gu Yijin with other women at a club, leading a life of excess, certainly not a good man. Are you not concerned that I, too, might be a man of duality? Ruan Mingyi recognized the jest in her tone and responded playfully, "That's fine. You may present one facade to others, but with me, you must exhibit 13 layers of sincerity." You're at it again. On the second floor, by a floor-to-ceiling window, stood a woman clad in a black gown. The dress accentuated her pronounced shoulder blades, resembling sharpened obsidian blades. Her arms were enveloped in black lace, and a serpent-toothed emerald gleamed coldly at her neckline. With striking beauty, her brows were sharply defined, and the natural curve of her eyes, intended to be alluring, was frozen in an icy glare. The reflection in the window revealed her lips pressed into a straight line, while the shifting light outside traced her profile. Her nose to chin appearing as if sculpted by a blade, and two South Sea pearls at her earlobes swayed gently as she perused documents. When the director reported key data, she suddenly lifted her gaze, her obsidian-like pupils narrowing, exuding an air of danger. Sheng Mo's pen hovered just above the paper. Revise the third quarter plan. Yes, President Sheng. Board members often remarked that she resembled a poison-tipped blade. A man's gaze briefly lingered on the small mole near her brow, her only soft curve. When she lowered her eyes, a tiny red mole at the corner of her eye became visible, alluring yet elusive. However, once met with her frigid gaze, all whimsical thoughts dissipated. This woman was not someone he could dare to covet. What are you still doing here? Apologies, President Sheng. I will attend to it immediately. As the man exited, he brushed past the butler. President Sheng, the Gu family has arrived. Please ask Mr. Gu to come upstairs. Gu Qingwang's discussions with Sheng Mo were unknown to Gu Yijin. However, he had learned from Sheng Xia that the Gu family intended to replace him. Did they deem him unworthy of marrying the illustrious Sheng Xia? Was Shen Qingling deemed a suitable match? He could not believe that Sheng Mo, who had always looked down upon him, would ever consider Shen Qingling. Xia, since you are aware, let us heed your sister's advice and maintain a distance. Otherwise, I will have difficulty explaining to my father upon my return if she sees us. Sheng Xia resolutely assured him, Ajin, do not worry. I will not agree to any replacement. I will only marry you. You're the only one for me. The foolishness of this woman was unwavering. Yet what good would it do? The Sheng family was not hers to command. Even if you were to marry Sheng Xia, what would that accomplish? Sheng Mo only acknowledged the sole heir of the Gu family, and that person was not him. Gu Yijin offered a bittersweet smile. Xia, I understand your feelings, but I do not wish to delay you. I am no longer the Gu Yijin who can protect you. In the future, I cannot inherit the Gu family. How could marrying me bring you happiness? Do you think marrying that orphan from a dilapidated background would bring happiness? I refuse to believe he is better than you. Xia, please do not say that. As long as you can find happiness and become Mrs. Gu, living a life free from worry, I would willingly do anything, even if it means losing you. Gu Yijin feigned deep affection for Sheng Xia, thoroughly moving the simple-minded heiress. With tearful eyes, Sheng Xia implored no. The Sheng family has everything. I do not need you to provide for me, nor do I wish to be Mrs. Gu. I only want us to be together forever. Ajin, do not worry. I will find a way to persuade my sister. Her expression hardened, and she scoffed. As for that newcomer, I do not regard her at all. In my heart, you are the best, and no one can compare. Very well, for Xia's sake. I am willing to make another effort and strive for the opportunity of an alliance. Sheng Xia embraced Gu Yijin tightly, overwhelmed with gratitude. Ajin, you are truly wonderful. Gu Yijin's gaze deepened, hoping that upon meeting Shen Qingling, she would utter similar words. Meanwhile, when Salon had been chatting with other ladies when a young man inadvertently bumped into her, his gentle voice reached her ears. I apologize. I did not mean to. Are you all right, madam? When Salon looked up and smiled, but upon recognizing the young man, her voice faltered, her smile froze, and her astonishment was unmistakable. What is it? Shen Qingling gazed at her innocently, her eyes filled with curiosity. Gu Yijin may be adept at deception, but so too was she. In the Gu family, the only person he could truly connect with was when Salon, for she was the only one in the original narrative who genuinely cared for her son. Qingling, do you know me? Chapter 32. The bad-tempered little princess when Sulan's lips trembled slightly, as if she were on the verge of uttering her thoughts. The results of the paternity test had already been revealed, and Gu Qingwang had promised to bring Shen Qingling back after the banquet to the Sheng family. Who would have anticipated that she would encounter him prematurely at the gathering? How could Qingling possibly attend a banquet hosted by the Sheng family? When Salon managed to rein in her emotions, taking a moment to compose herself before smiling and saying, I know you. I've seen you in the news. You are a commendable young man. She had read about Shen Qingling as past countless times, eagerly awaiting his return to her side each day. Shen Qingling responded with a faint smile, so that's how it is. As he attempted to leave, when Sulan felt compelled to continue the conversation. Are you here alone? No. I came with a friend who is waiting for me. If you don't mind, I shall take my leave. Wait, do you have something else to attend to? Seeing the boy's polite and distant demeanor, when Sulan felt a pang of sadness. She offered a gentle and affectionate smile. Could you do me a favor? What favor? I'm feeling a bit unwell. Would you be so kind as to assist me to a seat? Of course. Although Shen Qingling spoke little, he was indeed a polite young man. As he helped Wen Sulan, her gaze remained fixated on him. The more she looked, the more guilt and sorrow she felt. Her hand trembling slightly as it held onto Shen Qingling. In the distance, Ruan Mingyi observed Shen Qingling assisting Wen Sulan towards the edge of the room, feeling a sense of confusion. How curious. Why is Mrs. Gu conversing with Qingling? She followed them over. Shen Qingling crouched beside her, inquiring about Mrs. Gu's discomfort. Qingling, there you are. I've been looking for you. When Sulan turned her curious gaze towards the girl, taken aback by her beauty. In terms of looks, this girl was indeed on par with Gu Yutong. Yet, she felt a strange familiarity with her, unable to recall whose child she was. Little girl, you seem very familiar. Mrs. Gu, I am Ruan Mingyi. Ah, so she is the daughter of Ruan Zong. No wonder she seems so familiar. Are you two a couple? When Sulan felt a jolt of alarm, Gu Qinhuang was contemplating a change in Qingling's betrothal partner. If Qingling already had a girlfriend, how could that be possible? If Qingling had affections for her, it would be unwise for her to intervene. When Sulan understood clearly that if Gu Yijuan were to marry Shang Xia, it would not bode well for Shen Qingling. She did not wish for Gu Yijuan to ally with the Shang family against her child. Ruan Mingyi smiled openly. Not yet. But who knows what the future holds? When Sulan sighed with relief, it was fortunate they were not yet together, leaving room for hope. Gu Yijuan, casting a glance, was taken aback to see when Sulan and Shen Qingling engaged in cheerful conversation. How could they be together? Even from the side, he immediately recognized Shen Qingling. No matter how much he changed, he would never forget that face. Aging, what's wrong? What are you staring at so intently? Shang Xia nudged his arm. Following his gaze, Shang Xia noticed Shen Qingling's profile, but did not recognize him. Instead, she noticed Ruan Mingyi first. Ruan Mingyi? Why is she speaking with my aunt? Surely, she isn't speaking ill of me. Come, let us investigate. Gu Yijuan and Shang Xia approached when Sulan. In Shen Qingling's mind, the system's voice echoed. 077. Detecting a potential target. Shang Xia. Name. Shang Xia. Goddess level. A grade. Identity. Shen Qingling's fiancée. Personality. Simple-minded, spoiled. And willful. Plot relevance. 40. Ending. Insufficient points cannot unlock. Ding. Side quest triggered. Obtain Shang Xia's regret value. Reward. 100,000 points. Shall the host commence the side quest? Let us proceed. A 1T let 100,000 points slip away. Shen Qingling assessed the young woman who might become his fiancée. As the betrothed of the male lead, Shang Xia's beauty was undeniable. Her sweet features, with a delicate oval face adorned with large, expressive eyes resembling those of a cat, a finely sculpted nose, and full, rosy lips, made her appear like a refined little princess in her white lace gown, her hair softly curled and adorned with a diamond-studded hairpin, shimmering under the lights. However, this princess had a rather foul temperament, clearly spoiled by her family. Shang Xia clung to Gu Yijuan's arm, as if to assert her claim. Aunt, I've heard about the situation, but my engagement with aging cannot change. I shall marry no one but him. When Sulan's expression shifted, glancing anxiously at Shen Qingling, the youth remained composed, seemingly unaffected. Well, he was still unaware of the situation and would naturally not react. However, having witnessed Shang Xia's attitude, it was likely he would not be willing to accept it. When Sulan attempted to salvage the situation, Xia, let us discuss this privately. You are still young, and some matters cannot be viewed solely from a present perspective. Gu Yijuan, feeling dejected, interjected, does mother think I am unworthy of Xia? Ruan Mingyi exchanged a puzzled glance with Shen Qingling, shrugging in confusion. Mrs. Gu, since you have family matters to discuss, we shall take our leave. Very well. Suddenly, Shang Xia halted Ruan Mingyi, her expression turning wary. Wait, Ruan Mingyi, why are you with my aunt? Were you plotting? Ruan Mingyi regarded her as if she were mad. What concern is it of yours? Do you live by the seaside, meddling in others' affairs? Your mouth hasn't changed. It's still as insufferable as ever. Shen Qingling scoffed, shifting her gaze to the back of Shen Qingling. Is this your companion? I hope it's not the same as before with all those unsavory characters. Shen Qingling turned to face Shen Qingling. The girl had initially intended to mock Ruan Mingyi as before, but upon seeing the young man's visage, she was momentarily stunned. The interplay of light from the crystal chandelier and the banquet hall enveloped him in a halo of contrasting brightness, creating a visual impact akin to a deity's descent. The light danced across his sharp brow, while the fringe of his hair cast shadows over his eyelids, failing to conceal the piercing depth of his elongated gaze. His high, straight nose resembled a snow-capped peak, casting a stark silhouette against his cold, jade-like cheeks. His displeasure rendered his lips a straight line, while the line of his jaw became increasingly pronounced with each subtle movement. Clad in a tailored suit that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist, he exuded a captivating allure, intertwining an aura of restraint and elegance. Cold, austere, noble, and sharp. This was Shen Qingling's first impression on Shen Qingling. Chapter 33. The downfall of Shen Qingling in the sweltering summer. Shen Qingling clutched Gu Yijin's hand, her fingers trembling slightly. Wasn't he the kind of man one would only find in novels? Aside from her penchant for spending lavishly, one of her few hobbies was reading novels. Upon seeing Shen Qingling's face, she could no longer dismiss him as merely an unattractive figure. How could there be such a handsome man? In that fleeting moment, she almost believed he had stepped out of the pages of a book. 077. Shen Qingling's heart fluttered, increasing by 15. Shen Qingling remarked, "This young lady's heart is quite honest." He cast a bemused glance at Gu Yijin's expression. Gu Yijin felt the sudden tightening grip of Shen Qingling's fingers on his arm and cursed inwardly. Just moments ago, she had sworn her devotion to him, yet now, confronted with Shen Qingling's visage, she could scarcely utter a word. Truly, a woman's words are often untrustworthy. Gu Yijin, suppressing his irritation, spoke, "Miss Ruan, might you introduce us to your companion?" Shen Qingling snapped back to reality. No, her fiancé, Gu Yijin, was the true embodiment of a devoted hero from a novel. How could she entertain thoughts of another man? Embarrassed, she averted her gaze. Yet, she couldn't resist stealing another glance. 077. Shen Qingling's heart fluttered again, increasing by 5. With a hint of regret, she withdrew her gaze. Alas, she had to concede that this man was indeed strikingly handsome, even more so than Gu Yijin. Yet, the thought that such a charming man could be the partner of her nemesis, Ruan Mingyi, fueled her disdain. She would not offer him a compliment. Standing tall, she defiantly declared, "No thanks. He is probably just another hired hand from some club. I know exactly who she is." Which reputable family in Jiangsheng would choose to attend an event with her? Ruan Mingyi was about to retort, but unexpectedly, it was when Sulan who spoke first. "Xia, how can you say such things about someone you are meeting for the first time?" "Madam, I speak no falsehood. Ruan Mingyi has previously called upon men from clubs. And this one, looking so alluring, must be one as well." In truth, Shen Qingling was well aware that a man with Shen Qingling's aura was clearly not a mere male model from a club. Even Gu Yijin paled in comparison. However, her long-standing animosity towards Ruan Mingyi clouded her judgment. She detested everything related to her. Thus, even if Shen Qingling were the epitome of handsomeness, she would suppress her admiration and refuse to utter a word of praise. Shen Qingling, with an icy demeanor, addressed her, "Miss, we are strangers. To meet for the first time, and for you to label me in such a manner is rather uncouth." He had no intention of indulging her. Such a haughty young lady required a lesson in humility. Shen Qingling's eyes widened in disbelief. "You dare call me uncouth? Do you even know who is hosting today's banquet? My surname is Sheng. You're only the second person in Jiangsheng to address me in such a manner. Aside from Ruan Mingyi, truly a pair." When Sulan cast a disapproving glance at her, and Shen Qingling, biting her lip, finally huffed, "Very well. I shall let it go this time." Ruan Mingyi felt a surge of satisfaction upon hearing Shen Qingling chastise Shen Qingling. Finally, A man in Jiangsheng had the audacity to speak the truth. 077. Ruan Mingyi's heart fluttered, increasing by 4. With a victorious smile, she linked her arm with Shen Qingling's, inciting a wave of indignation within Sheng Xia. She too linked her arm with Gu Yijin's and huffed. What good is looks? Only talent and capability can bring happiness to a woman. Ruan Mingyi chuckled lightly. Oh, so you concede that my man is more handsome than yours? Sheng Xia pressed her lips together. You know nothing. Gu Yijin possesses inner beauty. Unlike you, a shallow woman who only values appearances. Ruan Mingyi tossed her luscious waves and narrowed her eyes with a slight smirk. Apologies, but I am indeed superficial. At first glance, if a man lacks external beauty, he resorts to speaking of inner beauty. Her words were pointed, clearly aimed at belittling Gu Yijin's looks. As for this gentleman beside me, his mere presence captivates all. Yet, upon closer inspection, I found he possesses not only external beauty, but inner virtues as well. Is it not better to be well-rounded? Or perhaps, some are blessed with inner beauty while lacking in outward charm, not due to lack of desire, but rather inability to attain it? With an innocent blink, Ruan Mingyi's remarks infuriated Gu Yijin. She had not unleashed her full arsenal, still mindful of Wen Sulan's presence. Yet her veiled jabs at him were relentless. Gu Yijin furrowed his brow, his fondness for Ruan Mingyi plummeting. Previously, he had found her amusing, admiring her beauty and the way she sparred with Sheng Xia. However, witnessing her closeness to Shen Qingling and her blatant mockery of him filled him with dark thoughts. He secretly wished for her to be cast aside by Shen Qingling. What do you mean, Ruan Mingyi? I merely praise the looks of my companion. Yet you insinuate that your fiancé possesses only inner beauty, suggesting he is unattractive? Do not twist my words. Sheng Xia glanced at Gu Yijin's expression and realized her words might have wounded his pride. Tilting her head, she softened her tone. Ajin, I want to hear you play the piano. Gu Yijin was known for his exceptional piano skills, a fact well known among their peers and a source of pride for Sheng Xia. It seemed she cherished the accolades he brought more than the man himself. Gently, Gu Yijin patted her head and said, All right, if Xiaxiao wishes to hear me play, I shall oblige. He turned to Shen Qingling and inquired, Since you have caught Miss Ruan's attention, I must wonder if you possess any other commendable talents beyond your striking appearance. Might we witness the inner beauty she speaks of? Ruan Mingyi frowned in discontent. Are you suggesting a piano duel? Gu Yijin, surely you jest. Everyone knows your prowess lies in the piano. Gu Yijin maintained his facade of gentility. Miss Ruan, you misunderstand. I'm simply curious. If your companion cannot play, then so be it. Gu Yijin knew well that Shen Qingling excelled in painting, and playing the piano was not his forte. Whether he could play was uncertain, as Gu Yijin had never come across such a skill in his previous research. Coincidentally, playing the piano was his strong suit. He intended to force Shen Qingling onto the stage, eager to see if he would dare to accept the challenge. Noticing that both Ruan Mingyi and Shen Qingling remained silent, Sheng Xia taunted, What, are you afraid? It would seem that those from your background are not accustomed to such things. Ajin has won more piano competition awards than your companion has had meals. In truth, even without Sheng Xia's provocation, Gu Yijin would have devised various schemes to lead Shen Qingling into his prearranged trap. From the moment he laid eyes on Shen Qingling, countless thoughts had begun to form in his mind. He had 3 strategies to undermine Shen Qingling, and as long as one succeeded, Shen Qingling's reputation in high society would be irreparably tarnished. Today, he would ensure Shen Qingling's utter defeat at the Sheng family banquet. Chapter 34, Gu Yijin versus Shen Qingling. Ruan Mingyi was uncertain whether Shen Qingling could play the piano. However, she was well aware of Gu Yijin's proficiency in the instrument, which made her reluctant to let Shen Qingling face him. In Ruan Mingyi's opinion, there was no need to agree to such a challenge. To her surprise, Shen Qingling unexpectedly acquiesced. With a calm demeanor, the youth stated, The piano? I can play. Gu Yijin displayed a wry smile, suggesting that if Shen Qingling's decision stemmed from a sense of competition, there was no need to force an agreement. Sheng Xia, with an air of arrogance, mocked. Being able to play and being skilled are two distinct concepts. Don't confuse them. If it's merely a matter of playing a few simple pieces, I could do that as well. Ruan Mingyi leaned closer to Shen Qingling and whispered, "Do you really know how to play? If it's too much trouble, just ignore them. Not responding won't have any consequences." Yet Shen Qingling chuckled softly, his rare gentleness shining through as he replied, "Just trust me. Ignoring them might indeed have no repercussions, but I don't want you to lose to her." Ruan Mingyi felt her heart flutter with a surge of emotion, bolstered by his assertive and confident declaration. That moment of tenderness and dominance from Shen Qingling left her momentarily spellbound. Was it possible that Shen Qingling, who was often perceived as aloof and taciturn, could so effortlessly express such sentiments? While the words themselves may not have been overtly flirtatious, they sent her heart racing nonetheless. Perhaps, in Shen Qingling's eyes, this wasn't an intentional display of romantic interest, but rather a genuine expression of his feelings. He simply did not wish to see her defeated by Sheng Xia. This was the allure of Shen Qingling, effortlessly captivating her with a single phrase, leaving her helplessly enamored. A smile danced in Ruan Mingyi's eyes as she teased, "Why say such things on purpose? You're making me think you might actually like me. I never said I didn't like you." Shen Qingling's affections were not ones to be verbalized lightly. Ruan Mingyi was momentarily taken aback, her previously tranquil heart now stirred by his words. She recalled the saying, "To discern a man's true feelings for you, one should observe not merely what he says, but rather what he does." He had agreed to accompany her to an event that he found utterly dull, even knowing that others would regard him with disdain. He donned a formal suit he disliked, adopting a rather flashy appearance, all for the sake of preserving her dignity. At that gathering, numerous women, some even more refined and charming than Ruan Mingyi, cast their alluring gazes upon him, but he rebuffed them all. She overheard them refer to him as an unattainable flower atop a lofty peak. Yet this lofty blossom was gradually being plucked by her, piece by piece. The once frosty youth was now jesting with her, eager to win a reward that held little significance for her. For the first time, Ruan Mingyi realized that her assumption of Shen Qingling's disdain for her was misguided. Perhaps he harbored a hint of fondness for her. Ruan Mingyi felt a surge of emotion. This subtle recognition of his affection was far more impactful than a multitude of declarations of love. "Hey, have you two finished flirting yet?" Sheng Xia observed Ruan Mingyi. Captivated by Shen Qingling's gentle smile, her astonishment evident. She didn't claim to know Ruan Mingyi completely, but she was certain that this woman had never taken love seriously. She had assumed Ruan Mingyi approached her current situation with a similar nonchalance. Yet it appeared that was not the case. Moreover, that smile of his was indeed quite charming. Sheng Xia felt a flutter of her own heart. Shen Qingling turned to Sheng Xia and asserted, "I said I can play. Do you have anything else to add, Miss Sheng? Then I shall consider that an agreement. Yijin, you go first." Gu Yijin felt as though she were being treated as a pampered pet. Nevertheless, she had grown accustomed to Sheng Xia's ways. With a gentle smile, she replied, "I shall proceed then. Xia, do enjoy this piece, as it is especially for you." Sheng Xia nodded, somewhat dismissively. "Sure, Yijin, you go ahead. I will listen attentively." The banquet hall featured a small stage with a piano, upon which a renowned pianist, Zhong Qing, was performing. Naturally, those invited by the Sheng family were not ordinary individuals. Gu Yijin approached her and exchanged a few words, prompting Zhong Qing to smile and yield her seat. Gu Yijin's piano skills were not mere bravado. Though he could not rival the likes of top-tier masters, he could easily outshine many young heirs and heiresses in this circle. Sheng Xia's entourage quickly surrounded her, lavishing praise. Xia, your Yijin is showcasing his piano skills again. It sounds divine. He said this piece is especially for you. How romantic. When will I find a boyfriend like that? Only you could attract someone like Gu Yijin. We are not so fortunate. Xia, when will you introduce us to your friend Yijin? I hear the young master from the Tang family is quite impressive and still single. Ruan Mingyi rolled her eyes at this spectacle. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "What do you think of Gu Yijin's playing?" Shen Qingling, feigning indifference, replied, "Mediocre." Ruan Mingyi laughed in surprise. "Mediocre?" With such a remark, I am quite eager to see your performance later. By the way, when did you learn to play the piano? You never mentioned it before, and the rumors at Jiang University never included this. Shen Qingling's interests were easily discernible. For instance, his penchant for painting was common knowledge. Yet, piano was entirely new to her. When did I learn? Certainly just now. With 077 in hand, what gold finger could I not acquire? Chi-Chi, how many points do I need to purchase a top-tier piano master's gold finger? Considering this is your first purchase, I'll offer a discount. A mere 100,000 points. Are you kidding? Even with a discount, it still costs 100,000 points? If you prefer a top-tier master, yes. However, I can offer a more affordable option for 70,000 points. That would suffice to outplay Guijin. Shen Qingling gritted his teeth. That's unacceptable. If I'm going to make a statement, I must buy the best. 100,000 points, is it? I'll take it. Host, you currently have 98,049 points. That is insufficient. Is the bond between us fading? You're nitpicking over such a trivial amount. Very well. Given your exceptional performance, I will extend credit for this small sum. Just remember to repay me next time. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the gold finger of a top-tier piano master. Deduction of 100,000 points completed. We welcome your next visit. Immediately, Shen Qingling felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as though something had been infused into him, leaving him invigorated and transformed in demeanor. Shen Qingling glanced at the panel and discovered that her points had been reset to 0. However, a new attribute labeled charisma had appeared, with a value of 87. This golden finger could actually enhance her charisma? It seemed her purchase was not in vain. Indeed, if the host were to acquire top-tier talents, the boost to charisma would be substantial, while martial arts purchases could augment vitality and strength. It all sounded remarkably reasonable. Shen Qingling pondered the piece she was to perform shortly, and 077 informed her that she could directly enter the system space for practice, which exemplified the marvels of the system. Shen Qingling appeared to be sitting quietly, eyes closed in meditation. Shang Xia scoffed. Don't think pretending to sleep will help you evade me. Shen Qingling paid her no mind, leading Shang Xia to bite her lip in a mix of frustration and embarrassment. Shang Xia resembled a primary school student, torn between the desire to converse with Shen Qingling and the urge to tease him, ultimately seeking his attention. Unfortunately, he remained oblivious to her plight, intensifying her indignation and fueling her resolve to see him bow to her. A peculiar mindset reminiscent of child. After a while, Guijin descended from the stage, inevitably greeted by thunderous applause. Ruanmingyi couldn't help but worry. Surely he hasn't fallen asleep? Shen Qingling slowly opened her eyes and replied, No, I merely practiced the piece in my mind ahead of time. Shang Xia, exasperated, muttered, What are you pretending for? Practicing in your head? Do you think you're some piano master? Shen Qingling rose, preparing to take the stage. He adjusted his suit and, with a sidelong glance at Shang Xia, boasted, You'll see soon enough. It's still not too late for you to apologize now. Shang Xia huffed. Look at you, so full of yourself. Apologize to you? Just make sure you don't play too poorly. You'll owe everyone an apology then. Chapter 35. Shen Qingling is a genius as Shen Qingling ascended the stage. He brushed past Guijin, both casting knowing glances at one another. The moment Shen Qingling stepped into the spotlight, it seemed as though the surrounding lights dimmed, drawing the collective gaze of the audience firmly towards him. On stage, Shen Qingling appeared as if he were the very embodiment of a protagonist. In this game, I am the leading character. Shen Qingling met Guijin's eyes from the stage, where Guijin's seemingly gentle gaze concealed a sharp edge, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike at any moment. The audience below found Shen Qingling's visage unfamiliar, their curiosity piqued regarding his identity. Is he a newly debuted pianist? How remarkably handsome. I've never seen him before. He's not just a pianist. He seems to be the engagement partner of Miss Ruan's family. Truly, he is strikingly handsome. Such a stunning man is engaged to Ruanmingyi. Unbelievable. Is this real? I cannot believe Ruanmingyi could find such a man. This is too handsome. My heavens, even the stars pale in comparison. Shang Xia and Ruanmingyi made their way to the front row, where the noble women were captivated by Shen Qingling's allure. The previously empty points surged rapidly at that moment. Ruan Mingyi smiled. The praises he receives are for his musical skill, temperament, and family background, but not for his looks. Sheng Xia, do you wonder why? Sheng Xia scoffed. Just a pretty vase, nothing to be proud of. Jin can outplay him by a mile. Ruan Mingyi confidently lifted her chin. Then let us wait and see. If Shen Qingling claims he can, he certainly will. After bowing to the audience, Shen Qingling took his seat. The crystal chandelier above the banquet hall reflected a myriad of shimmering lights upon the piano, the reflections flowing down the dark sleeves of his suit, painting a celestial river upon the polished surface of the Steinway. His long, elegant fingers hovered above the black and white keys, resembling the wings of a crane momentarily resting on a snowy expanse. Oh my, such beautiful hands. They are simply born for playing the piano. I study fine arts, and those hands are a masterpiece in themselves. These hands deserve to be displayed in the Louvre. The light upon his face seemed meticulously crafted, sculpting his profile into a perfect work of art. Witnessing Shen Qingling's profile, the crowd comprehended the meaning of a sculpted visage. Under the illumination, his features appeared enhanced. The bridge of his nose softened by the gentle glow, shadows from his lashes dancing across his cheeks, while a slight furrow graced his brow as the music began. The young man's hands danced across the keys, mimicking the fluidity of moonlight. The piece he played effortlessly captured the hearts of everyone present. In an instant, those who had initially been enamored by his looks found themselves entranced by the melodies produced by his gifted hands. Below, Gui Jin's breath hitched, utterly astonished that the individual before him had once been an obscure figure in the piano world. He gazed intently at Shen Qingling, disbelief washing over him. This was impossible. How could Shen Qingling possess such skill? His once proud self-esteem shattered in that moment. How would Sheng Xia perceive him now? He turned to glance at the woman beside him. Sheng Xia was already entranced, her wide eyes transitioning from disdain to astonishment, then to sheer admiration, ultimately succumbing to the enchanting dream spun by Shen Qingling's performance. Sheng Xia covered her racing heart, thinking, this is the male lead from a novel. Such astonishing beauty, such elegant poise, such mesmerizing piano skills. 077. Sheng Xia's heart fluttered increased by 10. Gu Yijin's countenance darkened. How could this happen? He had intended for Shen Qingling to humiliate himself before all the guests, to become an outcast in high society, thereby making Sheng Xia more infatuated with him, so that she would vehemently oppose his engagement to Shen Qingling in the future. Yet he had failed. The banquet hall fell into a profound silence, save for the sound of the piano. As the keys sank into the depths, the young man on stage suddenly lifted his gaze toward the void, his fingertips striking the bass notes with the force of a tempest. Zhong Qing, unable to contain her disbelief, slowly rose from her seat. On the second floor of the villa, a woman had been watching Shen Qingling intently for a long time. Sheng Mo's fingers glided over the golden Nama handrail, as if accompanying Shen Qingling in a duet, perfectly synchronizing with the rhythm of the piano sonata. Sheng Mo, fond of playing the piano, had invited Zhong Qing to such an important gathering for a reason. She was acutely aware of how astonishing the young man's skills were on stage. Yet, it seemed that the boy playing the piano was even more captivating than the music itself. Sheng Mo lowered her gaze toward the young musician, curiosity flickering in her eyes. Who was he? As the final notes resonated, Shen Qingling slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Ruan Mingyi gazed at the young man on stage with rapt attention, while Sheng Xia was left speechless, unable to stop herself from joining in the applause, only to feel a wave of embarrassment as she eventually withdrew her hands. Earlier, she had mocked Shen Qingling so openly. Now, reflecting on it, she felt utterly humiliated. She glanced at Gu Yijin, unwittingly delivering a blow to his pride. Jin, is he not more impressive than you? Why are you silent? I have nothing to say. He is indeed remarkable. So, has Xia developed feelings for him? Impossible. He is Ruan Mingyi's partner. I would never like him, even if he is handsome, fit, skilled, and talented. Gu Yijin laughed coldly. If you had omitted the last statement, your argument would have held more weight. Adding that final remark only serves to deceive yourself. Shen Qingling rose to bow to the audience once more, sending the female attendees into a frenzy. Is he truly Ruan Mingyi's betrothed? Have I lost my chance? So what if he is? He is not married yet. Until then, there is still hope. And if he does marry, what's the harm? Divorce is an option. I believe I'm not inferior to Ruan Mingyi. Exactly. If he can be interested in Ruan Mingyi, his standards cannot be very high. Besides your looks, what does Ruan Mingyi have to offer? Secretary Zhang, find out his background. I want to know everything about him within 3 minutes. How could someone so extraordinary have remained anonymous until now? What have the piano circles been doing, neglecting such a talent while fawning over the wealthy heirs, specifically Guijin? Is there really such a figure in the piano world? Judging by Zhongqing's reaction, she seemed equally astonished. This must be his first public performance. Zhongqing, clapping, approached the stage, her face a picture of shock as she gazed at Shen Qingling with awestruck admiration. The more one understood, the clearer it became that Shen Qingling was a prodigy, a genius embodying both technical prowess and emotional depth. What is your name? A mere unknown. Chapter 36. The missing diamond necklace. Shen Qingling left with a very modest answer before stepping down. Many people surrounded him, eager to uncover his identity. When they failed to do so, they sought his contact information, all of which Shen Qingling declined. Ruan Mingyi exerted considerable effort to squeeze in and disperse the crowd. The woman's eyes sparkled as she gazed at him. Shen Qingling. How many surprises do you still have that I am unaware of? There should be many, I suppose. Ruan Mingyi was overjoyed, nearly wishing to embrace him publicly and plant a kiss, but she refrained, considering Shen Qingling's bashfulness. Thus, her excitement could only be expressed through words. Shen Qingling, to be honest, even if you were merely a fleeting moment, I would still accept it. If you were merely a needle, I would still accept it. Why don't you deny it? It can't possibly be true, right? If it were a day and a night, would you accept it? Hearing Shen Qingling respond to her jest, Ruan Mingyi laughed in surprise and delight. You finally caught my contagion. Shen Qingling, slightly helpless yet laced with affection, replied, one who stays close to vermilion becomes red. One who stays close to ink becomes black. One who stays close to you becomes yellow. Ruan Mingyi bent over in laughter, her affection for Shen Qingling intensifying. After her laughter subsided, she leaned in closer to his ear and whispered, do you know what it means to stay close to you? What? To stay close to you is to be infatuated. All women would go mad for you. Shen Qingling glanced around, noticing that the gazes of numerous women were fixated upon him. Undoubtedly, he had become the focal point of the entire gathering. Feigning nonchalance, Shen Qingling remarked, perhaps it's best to leave it be. I hadn't anticipated such an effect from a casual performance. Ruan Mingyi raised an eyebrow. A casual performance? Is this the humble brag of a gifted master? Do you realize that your casual performance is something countless individuals strive for their entire lives to achieve? If you were to play earnestly, the piano world would tremble. The sight of Shen Qingling and Ruan Mingyi conversing together elicited envy and jealousy from many women. The Gu family members were particularly astonished by Shen Qingling's display. Gu Chenwang, Wen Salon, and Gu Yutong stood in conversation. Wen Salon said, Chenwang, when do you plan to inform Qingling of his lineage? Wouldn't it be better for him to return sooner? Everyone is speculating about his identity. Although Gu Chenwang was also impressed and acknowledged Shen Qingling's piano skills, as the heir to the Gu family, he believed that exceptional piano skills were of little consequence. He had never cared for Gu Yijin's performances in the past. As an heir, he sought decisiveness, cunning, ambition, and strategy. These were merely embellishments. Gu Chenwang replied, it will be too hasty to tell him now. If you truly cannot wait, let us discuss it after the banquet. Gu Yutong's disdain and aversion towards Shen Qingling slightly lessened. It seemed this brother was not entirely inept. Yet, she still preferred Gu Yijin, with whom she had grown up. At this moment, Gu Yijin was feeling humiliated by Shen Qingling. Though Shangxia was comforting her, her words seemed somewhat perfunctory as her gaze wandered in search of Ruan Mingyi and Shen Qingling. Gu Yijin chuckled lightly. What are you looking for, Xiaxia? Shangxia shook her head. Nothing. I just find it unusual that Ruan Mingyi hasn't come over to flaunt herself. It's really unlike her. Oh, you're looking for Wan Mingyi? Indeed. I thought you were searching for that pianist. Gu Yijin's smile did not reach her eyes, instead carrying a hint of coldness and sarcasm. Sheng Xia, feeling as if her tail had been stepped on, immediately exploded. What is it? I said I dislike him. No matter how well he plays, it has nothing to do with me. Besides, he belongs to Wan Mingyi. All I feel is disdain, nothing more. What if he didn't belong to Wan Mingyi? Then it's just that. What can I possibly have with him? Sheng Xia seemed oblivious to Gu Yijin's fixation on the young man. You vent your frustrations on me after losing. Forget it. You're in a bad mood. I won't hold it against you. Just calm down. With that, Sheng Xia left. Gu Yijin composed herself, contemplating how to proceed with her next plan. Losing at the piano was not a significant matter. Gu Qingling had never cared about such trivialities. However, he valued reputation, external perception, and, most importantly, the honor of the entire family. If Shen Qingling were to be branded as a thief at this banquet, would he still welcome him back to the Gu family? As the banquet progressed, a commotion suddenly erupted to the left. My diamond necklace is missing. What should I do? Are you certain it was just misplaced? Yes. It was here just an hour ago. I don't know how it vanished in an instant. Miss Fong, please remain calm. I will have someone check the surveillance footage immediately. I will also have them assist you in searching the venue. Steward Sheng, you must help me find that necklace. It was a gift from Xiangshan and holds great significance for me. It absolutely cannot be lost. Understood, Miss Fong. Please try to remain calm. Fong Qingran's eyes glistened with tears as she appeared frantic, and Steward Sheng could only continue to reassure her. This necklace was of monumental importance to her. If lost, she would not let it go easily. At that moment, Su Xiangshan returned from outside, and Fong Qingran looked at him sorrowfully. Sore, Xiangshan, I lost the gift you gave me. After speaking, she cautiously gauged Su Xiangshan's expression, fearing he would be angry. She had pursued him for so long, and after finally gaining his consent to be together, this was his first gift to her, imbued with extraordinary significance. Su Xiangshan's expression indeed darkened. Qingran, do you remember what I said when I gave you that gift? I remember. You said it was your mother's heirloom meant for your future wife. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I've already sent people to look for it. Please don't be angry, Xiangshan. Fong Qingran cautiously apologized, but Su Xiangshan's demeanor remained unchanged. With a cold expression, he said, Fong Qingran, if that necklace cannot be found, we have no need to continue. You've truly disappointed me. With that, the man stormed away, leaving Fong Qingran in a state of panic and helplessness. Shen Qingling, Wan Mingyi, and Yi Qiao stood nearby. Gossiping, Yi Qiao whispered. Wasn't it said that Fong Qingran had won over Su Xiangshan? Why is his attitude towards her still so harsh? Wan Mingyi replied with disinterest. Who knows what has gotten into Su Xiangshan? It's just a necklace. Is it really worth such anger? Yi Qiao remarked. I heard earlier that Su Xiangshan gifted Fong Qingran his mother's heirloom, and she was deeply moved. It said the necklace is worth a fortune. So it's no wonder he is so upset. Wei Qi murmured, worth a fortune. Hey, do you think that necklace could have been stolen? Half an hour later, for reasons unknown, Fong Qingran stormed towards Shen Qingling in a rage. The woman charged at him, raising her hand to strike. But Shen Qingling seized her wrist. Wan Mingyi reacted quickly, pushing her aside. What are you doing, Fong Qingran? Have you lost your mind? Fong Qingran glared at Shen Qingling with wild eyes, filled with hatred. It's you. You stole my necklace. You thief. Chapter 37. Is it a quest for something or a hidden agenda? Wan Mingyi understood that Shen Qingling could not possibly engage in such actions and prepared to argue passionately with Fong Qingran. Shen Qingling shielded Wan Mingyi behind her, casting a cold glare at Fong Qingran. I am not acquainted with you, nor do I have any knowledge of the necklace you speak of. What evidence do you possess to substantiate the claim that I have taken your necklace? I reviewed the surveillance footage. At today's banquet, I encountered you alone. No one else approached me, Fong Qingran retorted. Is this your so-called evidence? If not you, then who? Everyone present at this banquet holds a certain status, and you are the only one brought here by Wan Mingyi. Fong Qingran scoffed. disdain evident in her gaze as she appraised Shen Qingling from head to toe. I have heard that you are not Ruan Mingyi's intended partner, nor a family heir, merely a destitute student from Jiang University. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. I knew it. Ruan Mingyi usually brings people of lesser stature. Why the change in style this time? With that looks, perhaps she is financially supporting him? No wonder his background was elusive. We assumed he hailed from Beicheng, but he is clearly from a different class. I wondered why I had never encountered such a character before. Turns out he is Ruan Mingyi's kept boy, even if he is a student at Jiang University. Engaging in such disgraceful conduct outside is unacceptable. However, there is still no evidence implicating him. Perhaps we should refrain from hastily concluding, lest we wrongfully accuse him. Fang Qingran remarked, she is right. Beyond him, who else would covet a mere necklace? Fang Qingran declared condescendingly, you should either surrender the necklace voluntarily, or I will report this to the authorities. I do not wish to escalate this matter. Shen Qingling remained composed, retorting, you are free to involve the police. Seeking assistance in recovering lost items is entirely reasonable. However, as I have not touched your belongings, pursuing me is futile. You, even at death's door, you still wish to argue. Fang Qingran exclaimed, a search of your person will reveal whether you have stolen it. A search? Are you a police officer? Do you possess a search warrant? Shen Qingling narrowed her eyes, an air of danger emanating from her gaze. Fang Qingran faltered under the intensity of that gaze. Her lips pressed together as she averted her eyes. Your refusal to allow me to search indicates your guilt. Are you seeking something else under the guise of searching? At this, Ruan Mingyi could not help but laugh. She stepped closer to Shen Qingling, her tone teasing. Fang Qingran, could it be that you have developed an interest in him and are attempting to take advantage of the situation? The previously tense atmosphere became lighter due to the banter between Shen Qingling and Ruan Mingyi. Fang Qingran's face flushed as she stomped her foot in indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? I merely wish to retrieve my necklace. Who would covet his body? Ruan Mingyi smirked. Just moments ago, many women were surrounding him. Weren't they all eyeing him? Fang Qingran retorted, those are their affairs. My heart belongs solely to Xiangshan. Do not attempt to divert the conversation. If you persist in this absurdity, do not blame me for resorting to harsher measures. Just as Fang Qingran believed she might call for the intervention of the Sheng family. Shen Qingling surprisingly acquiesced. Very well, then search me. Should you find nothing, I will not accept mere apologies. You yourself stated that if nothing is found, I may deal with you as I please, for the item must be on your person. Agreed, but I have a stipulation. What is it? You must conduct the search here, in front of everyone. If we leave this place, I could be misrepresented, and you could easily twist the narrative. Search me here. Fang Qingran felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, as though ants were crawling on her skin. Xiangshan had insisted that this matter be resolved privately to avoid public humiliation. If she searched him here, he would surely be displeased. Moreover, was it appropriate to touch a man in front of such a large crowd? I will have someone else search you. I shall not lay a hand on you, lest you claim I harbor ill intentions. That will not suffice. It is your necklace that has gone missing. It is not someone else's responsibility to prove my innocence. You cannot falsely accuse me and simply walk away. Shen Qingling raised her chin, taking a step forward, and with a hard gaze, she looked down at the petite woman. Search me. Fang Qingran stood frozen, now trapped in her own predicament. Gu Yijuan in the crowd frowned, realizing Shen Qingling was not adhering to the expected norms. Shen Qingling possessed a strong sense of pride. How could he possibly agree to such a public search? Was the information he had gathered flawed? Was Shen Qingling's aloofness merely a facade? If that were the case, he might be far more formidable than he had anticipated. Initially, Gu Yijuan presumed Shen Qingling would never consent to a public search, and he would subsequently allow the Sheng family to intervene, taking Shen Qingling away to resolve the matter discreetly. As long as Shen Qingling was removed from the public eye, everything would fall into place. After all, the necklace was in his possession. He could orchestrate matters as he pleased. Yet, Shen Qingling refused to leave and was willing to undergo a search in broad daylight, now compelling Fang Qingran to do the same. Gu Yijuan sensed that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. Observing Shen Qingling's tranquil demeanor, the opinions of those around began to shift. What is Feng Qingren doing? Now that she is being asked to search him, she hesitates. Is she truly attempting to defame someone? The youth's calm composure suggested that this incident was likely unrelated to him. Truth be told, with his striking looks, many women would willingly spend on him. Why would he resort to stealing Feng Qingran's necklace? Feng Qingran, in her folly, had caused quite the stir at the Sheng family banquet. One wondered if Shengzong would be displeased. As for Su Xiangshan, why was he not managing his own woman? To create such a scene over a necklace was utterly disgraceful. Shen Qingling, noticing Feng Qingran's reluctance to act, furrowed her brow in impatience. Did you not wish to search? I have granted you permission, yet you stand idle. What does this mean? Had this matter involved the original owner, they would have undoubtedly fallen into Gu Yijuan's trap. However, Shen Qingling was not the original owner. Her pride was of little consequence in this situation. It was merely a search. If they wished to look, so be it. In truth, it was far more detrimental to retreat to a secluded place. There, he would truly be at a disadvantage. No matter the outcome, he would be branded a suspected thief. Thus, he aimed to demonstrate to the gathered crowd that they would find nothing. This woman appeared to be nothing more than a foolish pawn, with the puppet masters lurking either behind Su Xiangshan or Gu Yijuan. Otherwise, why would Su Xiangshan orchestrate such a trap against him? Feng Qingran's eyelashes fluttered, and biting her lip, she reluctantly extended her hand towards Shen Qingling. Chapter 38. SSS class goddess Feng Qingran was exceedingly anxious, her heart racing with trepidation. In the first 20 years of her life, she had never encountered a man, and her brief time with Su Xiangshan had yet to culminate in even the simplest touch. Now, however, she was expected to explore every inch of Shen Qingling's body, which was understandably nerve-wracking. Turning her face to the side, she shut her eyes and cautiously extended her hand to probe the area over Shen Qingling's chest. Such impressive musculature. The sensation was exquisite. No, she had miscalculated her approach. Feng Qingran continued her search lower. How could there be 8 distinct abdominal muscles? She swallowed hard. As she ventured further down, gasps and murmurs arose from the surrounding women. What had she stumbled upon? Slowly opening her eyes to ascertain the circumstances, she realized the unfortunate placement of her hand too late. A shriek escaped her lips, her face flushed crimson, and she could hardly bear to meet Shen Qingling's gaze. The fitted trousers he wore left little to the imagination, prompting the women in the crowd to erupt in whispers. The content of their murmurs was too delicate to recount. Ruan Mingyi, who had never witnessed such a scene even in films, found herself questioning the reliability of her own eyesight. She resolved to verify the truth of the matter herself next time. Meanwhile, Shen Qingling maintained a facade of calm, though the faint blush on his ears betrayed his own discomfort. Feng Qingran wished desperately to vanish into the ground, while onlookers jested. Feng Qingran, can you manage this? If you're perplexed, allow me to assist. Finally, Feng Qingran turned to Shen Qingling, apologizing profusely. I am truly sorry. I did not mean to intrude. Please, continue your search with your eyes open. After a thorough search of Shen Qingling's form, Feng Qingran's demeanor shifted to one of disbelief as she paled. How could this be? It must be here. Aside from Xiangshan and you, there is no one else. Why is it not with you? She grappled with confusion, never once suspecting Su Xiangshan. Shen Qingling adjusted his attire, stating, I have already informed you that this matter does not concern me. Now that you have completed your search and found nothing, might you not owe me an apology? Though her mind was still clouded, Feng Qingran began to grasp the possibility that this incident was indeed unrelated to the young man before her. I'm so sorry. I never intended to wrong you. I was simply anxious about the lost necklace. I truly apologize. Whatever compensation you desire, I will accept. How about I offer you 200,000 as restitution? Shen Qingling shook his head. I do not require your money. Come here. I have something to say. Feng Qingran, puzzled, obediently followed him to a secluded corner. What transpired between them remained a mystery to the onlookers. However, Shen Qingling's alleged theft was swiftly debunked, thwarting Gu Yijuan's plans once more. The Gu family observed the unfolding events with rapt attention. Originally, when Salon had been on the verge of revealing Shen Qingling's true identity when he was mocked, But Gu Qinhuang restrained her firmly. When Sulan felt a pang of disappointment towards Gu Qinhuang, and guilt towards Shen Qingling surged within her. With tear-filled eyes, she implored, "Are we to allow my child to be so ridiculed and insulted? He is your child too, Gu Qinhuang. How can you bear this?" The man warned her with a sharp gaze, "If you rush out now, you will solve nothing and only expose the truth, that the son the Gu family reclaimed is suspected of being a thief. Do you think you will have an easy time returning to the Gu household with such a reputation?" When Sulan paused, grasping his meaning, "Are you suggesting this incident was aimed at Qingling?" Gu Qinhuang's gaze remained steady, imbued with the scrutiny of a leader. "If my son cannot handle such trivial matters, how can he possibly be expected to inherit the Gu family?" Gu Qinhuang merely wished to observe how Shen Qingling would respond, and thankfully, the youth did not disappoint him, eliciting a sense of satisfaction from his father. A smirk danced on Gu Qinhuang's lips as he regarded Shen Qingling's retreating figure. It became clear to him why he had always thought Gu Yijin lacked his intelligence. Perhaps it was merely a matter of bloodline. When Sulan recognized a newfound appreciation in Gu Qinhuang's expression towards Shen Qingling, not as a father's affection, but rather as admiration for a potential successor. When Sulan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Gu Qinhuang could accept this child, she could relinquish any hopes for paternal affection from him. The thought of what might transpire had Shen Qingling found with the necklace sent shivers down her spine, especially with the Sheng family observing closely. She scanned for Sheng Xia, yet found only Sheng Mo in a black gown on the second floor, seemingly having witnessed the entire affair unfold. Previously, Sheng Mo had expressed discontent with Gu Yijin, and when Sulan had worried she might hold similar sentiments towards Shen Qingling, but now it appeared unlikely. The subtle smile, curving her lips as she gazed at Shen Qingling, suggested otherwise. As Shen Qingling resolved the incident, more women gravitated towards him, seemingly exhilarated by his humble origins, interpreting it as an opportunity to draw closer. Shen Qingling, feeling overwhelmed, retreated to a corner to escape their attention. At that moment, a server approached, offering a drink. "Sir, would you care for a glass of wine?" Shen Qingling took the glass, swirling it in his hand, yet hesitated to take a sip. Observing from a distance, Gu Yijin grew anxious. Why did Shen Qingling hold the drink without consuming it? Shen Qingling seemed to toy with the glass, lifting and lowering it repeatedly, inciting frustration in Gu Yijin. Did he not realize that the drink had been tampered with? This was Gu Yijin's third scheme, albeit rather crude. However, if successful, it would indeed tarnish Shen Qingling's reputation. Anticipating the outcome, Gu Yijin watched as Shen Qingling finally downed the drink. The youth wore a cold smirk. "Gu Yijin, is this truly the extent of your tactics? So laughably low. Yet I shall indulge you." After a brief absence from Gu Yijin's view, Shen Qingling returned, appearing slightly inebriated, a flush spreading across his cheeks, his body radiating warmth. A server approached him. "Sir, you seem intoxicated. Allow me to assist you to a guest room for some rest." Shen Qingling nodded, and the server led him upstairs, seemingly intending to guide him to a private chamber. Just then, an excited voice broke the tension. 077. Detected a 3S level target. Points: 1,000,000. Name: unknown. Goddess level: SS. Identity: unknown. Personality: unknown. Plot relevance: 70. Outcome: insufficient points, unable to unlock. Shen Qingling snapped back to attention. How many? 1,000,000 points. Chapter 39. The ending will be rewritten by him indeed. The 3S rated goddess is a rare entity, should the host succeed in her conquest. Abundant rewards await. However, I do not even know her name. How can I pursue her? This necessitates the host's own efforts. Everything about her remains a mystery, including the absence of any heart value alerts. Without heart value, how can I ascertain whether she is my target? The host can observe the progress bar for the unknown goddess in the conquest section. Any change in the progress bar reflects heart value, albeit without immediate effects, thus increasing the difficulty of the pursuit. Shen Qingling glanced at the panel, and to his surprise, the progress bar for the unknown goddess showed a mere 8%. indicating that this individual must have witnessed his every move at the banquet, which led to a flicker of fondness. Although this affection is pitifully low, the other women present today would certainly have a heart value exceeding 8 for Feng Qingran. Clearly, she is not one to be easily swayed. Naturally, the higher the level, the more challenging the conquest. It is, after all, a test of one's resolve. So, who could she be? There must have been at least hundreds of attendees at today's banquet. How can he sift through them? Shen Qingling furrowed his brow, halting to survey his surroundings, his gaze landing on the nearest door. Are all these rooms guest quarters? Perhaps I shall proceed with this. Apologies, sir, but this is the office of General Sheng. Guest rooms are further ahead. Oh, General Sheng. There's only one General Sheng in the Sheng family. Sheng Mo, the sister of Sheng Xia. Could it be her? Shen Qingling recalled that in the original text, there was scant description of Sheng Mo. Her appearances could be counted on one hand. She was either portrayed as the one who achieved great feats for the Sheng family, or as someone who subtly disdained Guijin. In the original narrative, Sheng Mo was not particularly pleased with her sister's betrothal, yet due to parental arrangements and the Gu family's standing, she refrained from voicing her discontent. However, she consistently treated Guijin with a cold demeanor and had expressed doubts about his character in front of Sheng Xia, leading to a lingering resentment in Guijin. He not only coveted the entirety of the Gu family, but also secretly coveted the Sheng family's wealth, attempting to brainwash Sheng Xia. Yet, the outcome remains unknown to Shen Qingling, for he did not finish reading the book. Damn it, had he known he would traverse into this narrative, he ought to have read it countless times. Alas, regret holds no sway now. The conclusion of this tale shall be rewritten by him. Sir, are you all right? The attendant, noticing his silence, called out to him twice. Shen Qingling, holding his forehead, frowned in discomfort. I'm fine. Let us proceed. The attendant assisted Shen Qingling to the guest room, kindly guiding him to the edge of the bed. Once Shen Qingling lay down, he tugged at his necktie. Do you require assistance with your clothing? No need. You may leave. Very well. Please rest. I shall awaken you before the banquet concludes. The attendant exited, locking the door from the outside to prevent Shen Qingling from escaping. After ensuring the coast was clear, he cautiously retrieved his phone and swiftly sent a message. The person has entered the room. Hurry. Received. Guijin received the message, learning that Shen Qingling had unwittingly stepped into his trap. He took a sip of the red wine beside him, a victorious smile gracing his lips. Guijin did not directly assign a female attendant to approach Shen Qingling, while assigning a woman might yield smoother results. Allowing her to enter once Shen Qingling succumbed to his desires, this depended on Shen Qingling's willingness to follow her. Guijin understood that Shen Qingling was notoriously aloof and reserved, harboring a wariness towards women. Had a female attendant approached him initially, he likely would not have engaged at all. Thus, he opted to wait until the male attendant successfully led Shen Qingling upstairs before sending another woman into the room. The outcome would ultimately remain unchanged. As Shen Qingling lay on the bed, he immediately opened his eyes upon the attendant's departure. He rose to hide behind the door, listening intently to the sounds outside. The effects of the drug were intensifying, and he could only grit his teeth and endure. For the sake of points, he must persevere. It must be said that the drug concocted by Guijin was indeed potent. He had undoubtedly frequented such establishments. Shen Qingling felt the veins in his forehead throb. His mouth was parched, and heat coursed through his body, escalating in intensity. He feared that he might lose his composure at any moment. Fortunately, with the aid of the 077 system, he would not completely lose control. Otherwise, he would not dare to play such a dangerous game with Guijin. Before long, footsteps echoed outside the door, and Shen Qingling's expression darkened with danger. A female attendant entered, and before she could react, Shen Qingling swiftly knocked her unconscious. Gazing down at the woman sprawled on the floor, he smirked coldly. With such meager allure, did she dare to dream of seducing him? He rifled through her belongings and, upon finding her phone, promptly powered it off. Peering through the crack of the door, Shen Qingling noted that the attendant was nowhere to be seen. He surmised that the attendant had gone downstairs to fetch someone. Should Shen Qingling remain here, drugged and unconscious, he would inevitably fall victim to the woman's ulterior motives, leading to a scandalous encounter that would leave unmistakable marks and trigger screams for help. When the attendant returned with others, she could easily twist the narrative, claiming that Shen Qingling had assaulted her, thereby painting him as a debauched predator. Though this scheme of gooey jeans is lowly, it is ruthlessly effective. Even if Shen Qingling attempted to explain himself, it would be to no avail. The mere sight of him in such a disheveled state would irreparably tarnish his reputation. Sometimes, the truth is of little consequence, and Gu Yijin understands this well. Once the incriminating photographs circulate, redemption will be elusive. Would the Gu family still acknowledge him as their own? Given Gu Qingwang's disposition, it seems highly unlikely. To see him utterly disgraced in public? Such tactics are hardly formidable. Shen Qingling approached the mirror, tousling his hair and loosening his clothing. His face bore an unnatural flush, his body burned with fever, and his gaze was hazy, clearly indicating his compromised state. Having prepared himself, he opened the door and stepped out, following the contours of his memory. He arrived at Sheng Mo's door and pushed it open without hesitation. Fortunately, it was not locked. The room was dim, illuminated only by the soft glow of a yellow floor lamp casting light upon the woman. She stood by the window, lost in thought, initially mistaking the noise for a subordinate reporting in, but few would enter so brazenly. She turned, frowning, and raised her gaze. "Who is it? Do you not know to knock?" Chapter 40. Entangled with an unwitting madman, as that individual approached, Sheng Mo's expression transformed into one of astonishment and confusion. How could it be him? To this day, she remained unaware of his name. The youth's eyes were glazed, his face flushed, his attire disheveled, and his hair tousled. Cold sweat dampened his forehead, with droplets clinging to his lashes, leaving a vague uncertainty in the air. In any case, he appeared utterly out of sorts. Yet, there was an inexplicable allure to his disheveled state. Previously, he had exhibited remarkable poise at the banquet, his piano playing exuding elegance and decorum, and even when wronged, he maintained an air of calm that was undeniably charming. This stood in stark contrast to his current predicament. It seemed that this individual possessed such a side as well. Sheng Mo prided herself on not being a woman easily swayed by male beauty, yet the impression he left upon her was profound, particularly that striking visage that captivated the senses. What did his appearance in her room signify? Shen Qingling's eyes were already reddened, and Sheng Mo sensed he was teetering on the brink of losing control. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. She furrowed her brows and inquired, "What is wrong?" His gaze remained unfocused, and he was evidently struggling to articulate a response. Breathless, he rasped, "Someone wants to harm me, they drug me." Sheng Mo frowned, incredulous that anyone would dare commit such an act within the Sheng household. What was this youth's true identity? What was the intent behind drugging him? Hadn't it been said that he was merely a penniless student from Jian University? Or was it that his enchanting features had caught the eye of a woman who resorted to such base tactics? If that were the case, how had he ended up here? Alternatively, there was the unsettling possibility that he had orchestrated this himself. Sheng Mo scrutinized his captivating face, reflecting on the numerous men who had previously attempted to entice her through various means, but this was indeed a novel approach. Regardless, this matter could not be disclosed. If the media caught wind of someone being drugged at her banquet, the repercussions for the Sheng family would be dire. She had no desire to be embroiled in such scandalous news. Shen Qingling, barely able to stand, suddenly leaned against Sheng Mo. It was more of a collapse than a hug, as he swayed unsteadily against her. The backdrop of a vast floor-to-ceiling window rendered her immobile. His feverish breath grazed her neck, sending shivers coursing through her. He was burning hot, and her skin felt as if it were being scorched. "Ha!" he murmured, unable to articulate anything beyond that word. The woman exuded a refreshing fragrance, yet it did nothing to quell his agitation. Sheng Mo exerted considerable effort to push him away slightly, but he gazed at her with a fervor akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. His gaze fixated on her crimson lips, and before she could react, he kissed her. Sheng Mo's eyes widened in shock, her breath caught in her throat, and the tension in her mind snapped. In her panic, she inadvertently knocked over a lamp, plunging the room into complete darkness. In this obscurity, her other senses sharpened. The scent of mint and cedarwood enveloped her, overpowering her senses. His hand cradled the back of her head, guiding her towards him, while the other caressed her cheek, her cascading hair entwining with his cuff. The warmth of his lips against hers sent a delicate current surging through her, and as their mouths met, she felt as if her heartbeat echoed loudly enough to shatter the cacophony of the city. Shen Qingling's kiss was renowned for its skill. Anyone who had experienced it attested to its excellence. As indicated by her failure to push him away, it was evident that she was caught off guard. This was Sheng Mo's first kiss. She had never envisioned it occurring under such absurd and melodramatic circumstances. A cold youth, drugged at a high society banquet, bursting into her room and losing control enough to kiss her. In the stillness of the night, obscured by darkness, all that could be felt was his heated breath mingling with her erratic heartbeat, accompanied by a kiss that threatened to unravel her composure. She compelled herself to regain her calm, yet the youth's relentless pursuit ignited a fervor within her, the surge of hormones enveloping her in a haze. Previously, she had struggled to comprehend the significance of kissing, but now, experiencing it firsthand, she began to understand. Though only a brief moment had passed since Shen Qingling had captured her lips, it felt as though an eternity had unfolded. Just as she reached out to push him away, he relinquished his hold, as if the kiss had restored a measure of his composure. Breathless, he leaned against her shoulder and murmured, "I am sorry. I didn't mean to." His tone conveyed the effort he exerted to maintain restraint. Sheng Mo responded with composure, "I have a private doctor at home. You should drink some water to calm down while I call him." She attempted to guide Shen Qingling to the sofa, but after a few steps, they stumbled over something, both collapsing. Shen Qingling instinctively caught her, ensuring she did not fall. She found herself enveloped in his embrace, the rapid cadence of his heartbeat echoing in her ear. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I'm fine," she replied, though internally she was anything but. The events of the day had spiraled far beyond her control. "Could you please let go of me?" "Apologies," he said, his voice tinged with embarrassment as he gently released her. Sheng Mo bore no ill will towards him. Her sole desire was to retrieve her phone and summon Dr. Qin. Rising, she located her phone on the sofa. "Come to the third room on the second floor. Someone has been drugged. Yes, it seems the drug is potent. Hurry," she instructed. After the call, she glanced toward Shen Qingling, aided by the light of her phone. As she moved to assist him to the sofa, something compelled her gaze toward the window. Squinting, she approached and drew the curtains shut. The room was now enveloped in complete darkness, and as she reached for the light switch, Shen Qingling grasped her hand. "Are you going to turn on the lights?" "Yes." "Why? Could you not turn on the lights?" "Why not?" Sheng Mo inquired, and silence enveloped the room. She raised an eyebrow. "Are you afraid I might see you?" Shen Qingling pressed his lips together. "It's embarrassing." Sheng Mo discerned that he possessed a fiercely proud nature. If she were in his position, she too would wish to conceal her vulnerability. She lowered her eyes, appraising him as he suddenly shielded his gaze, revealing only his prominent nose and slightly parted lips, still marked by her lipstick. The recollection of their kiss resurfaced. "Why hide your eyes? Are you afraid to look at me? Is it embarrassment or a fear of losing control?" She knelt down, gently removing his hand, locking her gaze onto his. "You dared to kiss me earlier, yet now you cannot even meet my eyes?" Shen Qingling opened his eyes to meet hers, a furrow forming in his brow, his gaze a blend of longing and restraint. The sight of his restrained desire elicited a smile from Sheng Mo. He remained oblivious to the tumultuous nature of the woman he had inadvertently entangled himself with. Chapter 41. Mr. Sheng and the man kiss in the room. A knock echoed at the door, prompting Sheng Mo to withdraw her gaze and rise. "Come in, Doctor." Qin paused momentarily upon entering the dimly lit room. As the woman stepped into the light by the doorway, it became evident that she did not wish for Dr. Qin to see the young man inside. Typically meticulous, her hair was now slightly disheveled, her lipstick smudged, and her eyes tinged with red, a clear indication of. Qin Zhou felt an overwhelming astonishment, pondering the identity of the person within who dared to provoke a tiger in its den. He sensed he had stumbled upon a significant revelation. Yet, adhering to his professional decorum, he refrained from inquiring further. Mr. Sheng merely needed to consume the pill, and that was sufficient. Hung Sheng Mo accepted the medication from his hand and promptly ushered him out. Once alone, she crouched beside Shen Qingling again. Before I give you this pill, you must answer me one question. All right, have you ever kissed another woman before today? Shen Qingling was unable to discern the woman's expression, unaware that her eyes held scrutiny and peril. If he did not provide the answer she sought, it was unlikely he would leave this place unscathed. No. Upon hearing the desired response, Sheng Mo revealed a satisfied smile, placing the pill into Shen Qingling's mouth. After a brief moment, as the warmth dissipated from his body, he felt a tranquility wash over him. Noticing his calming breath, Sheng Mo inquired, "Can we turn on the lights?" "Yes." As she illuminated the room, Shen Qingling stood, meticulously fastening the buttons of his shirt up to the top, adjusting his hair. Sheng Mo, observing the trace of lipstick on his lips, remarked with a subtle expression, "Aren't you going to wipe off that lipstick?" At her words, he flushed once more. Sheng Mo found his reactions intriguingly contrasting. During the performance downstairs, he exuded elegance. When wronged, he remained composed. Under the influence, he emanated allure. And now, having regained his usual stoicism, he blushed at her comment. Was this what it meant to be a pure-hearted young man? Shen Qingling wiped away the mark from his lips, and the sight of the red hue reminded him of something, causing him to divert his gaze from Sheng Mo. She surmised he might be recalling their kiss. She slowly approached him. "What is your name?" Sheng Mo was not one to engage in excessive conversation unless something piqued her interest. "Why are you not answering me?" "It's not important." Shen Qingling aimed to leave her with the impression that he was not deliberately approaching her. If today's events were driven by a clear intent, they would lose their charm and serendipity. As anticipated, Sheng Mo's inquisitive nature resurfaced once she regained her composure. "Then do you know who I am?" "Yes, I heard from an attendant while passing by." "Why did you specifically enter my room?" Her questioning bore an air of pressure, as if she were relentlessly cornering Shen Qingling. She sought to detect any signs of deceit or guilt on his face. If this encounter had been meticulously orchestrated, her regard for him would plummet, potentially leading to feelings of revenge for being deceived. Conversely, if it were mere happenstance, her intrigue in the young man would undoubtedly intensify. Having portrayed many roles in his past, Shen Qingling found today's performance unchallenging. He revealed no signs of abnormality. He articulated the explanation he had premeditated. "You are from the Sheng family. Apart from you, I know no one else to approach. I do not wish for anyone else to witness me in this state. You will not spread word of it since today's banquet is crucial, but others may not be so discreet." Shen Qingling resumed his composed demeanor. He remained uncertain whether the woman before him believed his narrative. Sheng Mo continued her inquiries. "Do you know who drugged you?" "I only recall the visage of an attendant. And there was a woman whom I incapacitated. I managed to escape. Had I not regained consciousness, I fear." Sheng Mo was well aware of the potential outcomes that could have unfolded. Such scenarios were not uncommon in affluent circles. Yet, who would harbor a motive to harm him? What could be their intention? "Who exactly are you?" "If you are merely an ordinary student, I cannot fathom why someone would stoop to such measures against you." Sheng Mo did not associate the young man with the true heir of the Gu family. She was only aware that a genuine heir from the Gu family was set to return, but knew little else. Who would imagine he would appear at the Sheng family's banquet and share a kiss with her? "But I am merely an ordinary student. Perhaps I inadvertently offended someone today." Sheng Montag zudenli rekalt Gu Yijin. He had overshadowed Gu Yijin from the moment he took the stage. And given Gu Yijin's cunning and vindictive nature, it was plausible he might target Shen Qingling covertly. "I will investigate this matter and provide you with an explanation." "Thank you. Mr. Sheng, please share your contact information, and I will inform you once I have results." Sheng Mo's intentions were far from altruistic. Anyone familiar with her would understand that she did not possess a benevolent disposition. She would not seek justice for someone she deemed without value or potential gain. She would not. After Shen Qingling departed, Sheng Mo glanced at his WeChat profile before dialing a number. Please investigate a person for me. Yes, every detail must be scrutinized, particularly his connections with women. Upon hearing something on the other end, Shen Qingling's expression shifted subtly, yet a faint smile lingered on her lips. After Shen Qingling descended the stairs, many were engaged in hushed discussions. Ruan Mingyi, nearly frantic in her search for him, finally spotted him and couldn't help but ask, "Where have you been? I searched everywhere for you, and thought you might have been kidnapped. I was on the verge of calling the police." Shen Qingling offered a calm smile. "Isn't that a bit exaggerated? I merely went upstairs to take a nap." Ruan Mingyi exhaled in relief. "You should have informed me in advance. You truly had me worried sick. My apologies, I was a bit inebriated at the time." "You have been drinking?" "Yes, but I have a low tolerance. A few sips and I'm done. Next time, let us drink together. It's fine if you get drunk." Yi Xiao chimed in with a teasing grin. "It seems your intentions were not solely for the drink. Perhaps you were seeking something else entirely." Ruan Mingyi shot her a disapproving glare. "What are you implying? Am I that kind of person?" Shen Qingling nodded. "You are." Yi Xiao burst into laughter, and Ruan Mingyi joined her. At that moment, Wei Qi whispered, "Have you seen the trending topic? Mr. Sheng is on the hot search." Ruan Mingyi blinked in surprise. "Isn't it normal for Mr. Sheng to trend? Today is the Sheng family's banquet. The media is all over it." Wei Qi shook his head. "It's not about that. The trending topic reveals that someone has exposed Mr. Sheng kissing a man in a room, and everyone is speculating about the identity of that man." Chapter 42. The absence of men in her eyes. Ruan Mingyi glanced at her phone to check the trending topics. The president of Sheng Corporation engages in a passionate kiss with a man. She clicked in and found the comments quite amusing. "I thought it was a male president kissing a man, so I eagerly clicked in, only to find otherwise. I thought so too. I was surprised to see it was a female president. She looks like a stunning beauty from her silhouette, with an incredible figure. What a pity we can't see the man's face. Who could possibly win the heart of this high and mighty flower from Sheng? I'm utterly in awe. The photo looks like a scene from a blockbuster movie. The atmosphere is so captivating. Surely, the angle wasn't chosen by chance? No way. The president is in a relationship? I can't imagine her in a romantic context. All I remember is her fierce demeanor when reprimanding people in the company, which is quite intimidating. Could it be that she maintains her cold demeanor even while in love? If that were the case, it would be a form of training. Any man who could withstand her scrutiny must possess extraordinary charm, as her standards are undoubtedly high. That man seems quite tall, like a double-door refrigerator. One can tell he must be extraordinarily handsome without even looking. In the photograph, only Sheng Mo's silhouette could be seen. Along with the man leaning down to kiss her, their faces obscured. Shen Qingling hadn't anticipated being photographed during such a brief moment. Yet, considering the multitude of reporters present today, it was evident many sought to unearth juicy details about the wealthy elite. Shen Qingling remained composed, feigning ignorance. He glanced at the progress bar of the unidentified goddess, and indeed, it had changed. However, it had merely increased from 8 to 15. He exerted such effort, only to see such a minimal progress? Or perhaps Sheng Mo was not that unidentified goddess after all. Shen Qingling felt a tinge of confusion. Chi-Chi, do you think I might have misjudged? Could it be that Sheng Mo is not that unidentified goddess? I am unsure, but I feel if it truly were Sheng Mo, the value of her allure should be considerably higher. Perhaps other men might even hold a negative score in her eyes. Unable to suppress a laugh, Shen Qingling remarked, "You are quite the comforter. However, your reasoning does hold merit." After perusing the trending comments, Ruan Mingyi exclaimed, even a woman like the president could have a moment of vulnerability? I thought she regarded men as no more than dogs." Yi Xiao, with a serious demeanor, analyzed, "Perhaps it's a matter of familial alliance? She appears to be the type who would sacrifice marriage for the Sheng family's interests. After all, men likely hold little significance in her eyes." Ruan Mingyi frowned, but there was no need to kiss in a room. I can hardly envision her cold expression while engaging in such passionate displays. Wei Qi sighed. I am curious about what kind of man could capture the heart of a woman like the president. Another lady nearby joined the discussion. Perhaps he was merely a pretty boy used to stimulate hormones? The president would only utilize financial means for such purposes. I doubt any man could achieve that. You nearly made me laugh to death. You speak as if the president sees nothing but money. Those who have interacted with her would know. She bears no interest in men or women, only in those who are of use. Listening to their discourse, Shen Qingling grasped the general impression Shen Mo held in everyone's eyes, indifferent to male charms, fervently devoted to wealth, and willing to sacrifice everything for familial gain. On the second floor, Shen Mo became aware of her trending status. President, should we remove the trending topic? No need, she replied indifferently, as long as it's not negative news regarding the Sheng family. She gazed at the photo and silently saved it. Suddenly, Sheng Xia barged in, her expression one of curiosity as she looked at Shen Mo. Who would have thought our president could have such moments? Tell me, who is this man? Sheng Xia had often mocked Shen Mo for her lack of romantic understanding and emotional detachment. For years, Shen Mo had never been linked to any man, nor had she engaged in any private interactions. It was all strictly business. Now, discovering that her seemingly unfeeling sister could also experience romantic inclinations, she could not resist the urge to gossip about which man had made her abandon decorum to kiss him in private. Sheng Xia had to admit that the man must possess certain qualities to elicit such behavior from someone like Shen Mo. Shen Mo looked up at her with a frosty expression. What man? Sheng Xia assumed she was feigning ignorance. The man you were kissing in the trending photo. Shen Mo twirled a pen in her hand. There is no man. Impossible. Is he still in the room? Sheng Xia, unconvinced, began searching the room, but found nothing. This shouldn't be. Murmuring to herself, she was genuinely curious about the man's identity. Approaching Shen Mo with an unusually soft tone, she implored, I'm your sister. I won't spill the beans. Let me meet him. I'm just curious about what kind of man he is. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. So, curious? Sheng Xia nodded vigorously, yes. Shen Mo replied candidly, I do not know. What do you mean you don't know? I am unaware of his identity. Huh? So you two fell in love at first sight and kissed here, only for him to vanish? Pretty much. You're pulling my leg. If you don't want to tell me, that's fine, but I will eventually find out. You can't keep it from me. With that, Sheng Xia left. She descended the stairs in search of Gui Jin, eager to gossip about the matter, but found no trace of her. Confused, she murmured, how strange. Where could Jin have gone? Fang Qingran suddenly appeared from nowhere. Sheng Xia, are you looking for Gui Jin? Yes, have you seen him? I did. He was by the restroom, seemingly with another woman. What nonsense are you spouting? Jin could never be with another woman. Sheng Xia felt anger rising. Suspecting it was some woman foolish enough to try to entice Gui Jin, she refused to believe he would betray her. Fuming, Sheng Xia marched toward the restroom. Fang Qingran smirked coldly. Gui Jin, if you dare use me, be prepared for the consequences from the Sheng family. Sheng Xia stormed into the men's restroom, searching room by room for Gui Jin's presence. The Sheng family's restrooms were organized into individual rooms with a lounge area, while the actual restroom was tucked inside a small compartment. As she searched, she stumbled upon a man flirting on a sofa inside one of the rooms. She could not help but wonder if Gui Jin was also engaging in such activities behind her back. With a slam, she closed the door and rushed to the last room. Gritting her teeth, she opened the door, eyes widening in shock at the sight before her, filled with fury. A woman's piercing scream erupted. Gui Jin, what are you doing? Chapter 43. Gui Jin is struck on the sofa. Gui Jin, with eyes ablaze, was pressing down on a woman. Upon hearing that familiar voice, a semblance of reason returned to him. Just as he turned around, Sheng Xia rushed forward and slapped Gui Jin sharply, then proceeded to yank the woman's hair and strike her twice across the face. In moments of fury, a woman can summon strength thrice that of her usual self. However, Sheng Xia, despite her upbringing as a pampered young lady, felt pain in her own hand from the blows. Cradling her wrist and weeping, she confronted Gui Jin. What are you doing? How could you betray me with another woman? In my own home. At last, Gui Jin regained clarity. Despite his discomfort, he needed to explain himself to Sheng Xia. The present circumstances did not allow him the luxury of losing her support. He grasped her hand and implored, Xia, please let me explain. It is not as you perceive. Sheng Xia forcefully pushed him away, exclaiming, You are filthy. Speak, but do not touch me. Torn between sorrow and self-deception, she struggled to accept that the man she had admired for so long was not the person she had envisioned. The thought of such a reality was unbearable. It would render her previous declarations before Shen Mo as nothing more than a jest. I don't know who slipped me that drink, but after I consumed it, I felt unwell. I intended to wash my face in the bathroom to regain my senses, and then this woman entered. It was her. She seduced me. Had he not arrived, Xia, I might have truly wronged you. If that had happened, I could never face you again. Gu Yijin was not foolish. He quickly identified the advantageous angle to explain his predicament to Shen Xia. He recognized that he had indeed been drugged. Yet he also intended to engage intimately with the woman before him. Unlike the delicate and spoiled Shen Xia, this woman was fiery and uninhibited. No man could possibly endure such a long period without temptation. Shen Xia noted the heat radiating from Gu Yijin's hand and observed that his face appeared flushed. She wiped her tears and stammered. "Are you saying someone drugged you and arranged for this woman?" Gu Yijin furrowed his brow and nodded. "Yes, that is precisely what I mean. I suspect your arrival here was orchestrated, intended to expose this situation and cause our rift." Shen Xia, wide-eyed in disbelief, asked, "Who could be so devious?" Gu Yijin lowered his gaze, his expression darkening. "Who informed you of my presence here?" Shen Xia murmured, "It was Feng Qingling." "But why would she do this? She is not capable of such treachery." Gu Yijin, feeling increasingly unwell, disregarded her musings and pleaded, Xia, please call Dr. Qin for me. I am in distress." Although Shen Xia now understood that Gu Yijin had not deliberately betrayed her, she could not quell her anger upon witnessing the scene. With pursed lips and a troubled expression, she replied, "Understood. You wait here, and you keep an eye on this woman." After Shen Xia left, Gu Yijin slapped the woman, gripping her neck as he demanded, "Speak. Who sent you to harm me? Was it Feng Qingling?" The woman, in tears, protested, "No, I meant you no harm. I saw you were unwell, and I couldn't help myself. Just to have had a moment with you would suffice, young Master Gu. I genuinely like you and wanted to help." She feigned innocence, recalling what she had previously been told. Gu Yijin, with his vanity, was known to be swayed by declarations of love. As long as one professed their feelings sincerely and willingly, he would not doubt them. Indeed, Gu Yijin hesitated, his gaze drawn to the woman's ample figure, intensifying his unquenched desire. Releasing her, he kicked over a nearby coffee table in frustration. Damn it! Shen Qingling was nowhere to be found. His plan had failed, and now he had fallen into someone else's trap, discovered by Shen Xia. He couldn't help but wonder if Shen Qingling was behind this. However, she had been intoxicated and had gone upstairs, leaving no chance for her to orchestrate such a scheme, unless she had a premonition of his actions. Moreover, Shen Qingling remained oblivious to his true identity. What motive would she have to target him? Ultimately, it was Feng Qingling who posed a significant threat. Did she somehow uncover his and Su Xiangshan's machinations? It had to be. Gu Yijin clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. "Feng Qingling, you dare treat me this way? Just wait and see." Gu Yijin was amusingly hypocritical. It was acceptable for him to harm others, but when harmed in return, he perceived it as insidious treachery. His mindset was that of a classic villain, narrow-minded and vindictive. Approaching the mirror, he examined the marks on his face, feeling even more disdain for Shen Xia. Were it not for her status as the scion of the Shen family, he would have never tolerated her whims for so long. Once he attained everything he desired, Shen Xia could expect no mercy. When Shen Xia summoned Dr. Qin, he confirmed that Gu Yijin had indeed been drugged, which eased her expression somewhat. Dr. Qin, however, found it strange that there were so many cases of drugging today. He had already encountered 2 in such a short span. Yet, as a personal physician, he would not utter a word beyond his duty. After prescribing medication for Gu Yijin, he took his leave. Gu Yijin had expected Shen Xia to remain and tend to his wounds, but she had no such intention. After interrogating the woman, she prepared to depart. Gu Yijin grasped her hand. Xia, won't you stay with me? I can't go out like this." Shen Xia scoffed. "Gu Yijin, your actions today have utterly disappointed me. You lost to that handsome man at the piano and don't even know who drugged you to end up in this situation. How can you justify my trust in you?" Gu Yijin taken aback, thought to say he outperformed me at the piano is one thing. But to emphasize that he is a handsome man, what does that imply? With a bitter smile, he replied, Xia, I told you I was drugged, and Dr. Qin confirmed it. Since you are aware, why should it still matter? I did not intend for this to happen. Sheng Xia furrowed her brow. Can't you hold back for my sake? Must every woman tempt you? Furthermore, as the heir of the Gu family, your mindset is shockingly simplistic. I truly wonder how you plan to protect me in the future. You should go home. I do not wish to see you. If you go out like this, it is I who will be ridiculed. Gu Yijin was taken aback. What had happened to that woman who once declared she would stand by him through thick and thin, desiring nothing but to be with him? Now, she spoke of how he might protect her in the future. Previously, she clung to him, unwilling to let him go. Yet now she was urging him to leave. And what will you do? He inquired. I will seek Ruan Mingyi. Is that so? Are you looking for Ruan Mingyi or that man? Gu Yijin exclaimed. Have you lost your mind? Enough. I do not wish to engage in this with you. You should return and reflect on your actions. Sheng Xia showed no mercy towards him. She began to question whether she could endure a life with Gu Yijin. The former Gu Yijin had been clever, considerate, and willing to indulge her every whim. Yet now he seemed like a stranger. Most concerning was the fact that he had lost to someone brought in by Ruan Mingyi. How could her man be inferior to Ruan Mingyi's? With an expression of frustration, Sheng Xia departed. Gu Yijin felt a piercing ache in his heart, as if he were the one betrayed. Ironically, Shen Qingling had not purposefully wronged her, yet she remained infatuated with him. He could see it clearly. She was genuinely enamored with Shen Qingling. For him, this is not a favorable situation. When she discovers that the prospective betrothed is Shen Qingling, will she still stand resolutely by his side? Chapter 44. Gu Yijin, I have returned after Sheng Xia stepped out. Shema also made her appearance. With a glass of wine in hand, she mingled among the guests, engaging in conversation while a multitude surrounded her, vying for her attention and hoping to elicit a smile from the enchanting woman. Indeed, Shema was an exceptionally beautiful woman. However, her remarkable qualities intimidated many men, causing them to hesitate. Alongside her brilliance was her domineering nature, coldness, and unyielding focus on self-interest. She was a woman difficult for men to control, and most would refrain from pursuing her, fully aware of their limitations. A saying circulated in Jiangsheng's social circles. The likelihood of Shema marrying for money far exceeded her chances of marrying a man. Nevertheless, a steady stream of men approached her, attempting to capture her gaze. The allure of a woman so hard to attain only fueled the desire to conquer her. At the center of the gathering, she held her glass with an indifferent expression. Even the faintest trace of a smile that was almost imperceptible emanated an aura of chill. As she surveyed the crowd, her gaze met Shen Qingling's. She noticed the young man quietly observing her, who, upon realizing he had been caught staring, swiftly diverted his gaze, his ears tinged with a hint of crimson. Shema was taken aback by his shyness. Was she not the first woman he had ever encountered? This thought made his bashfulness seem understandable. Just as women hold onto memories of their first man, men too must cherish the memory of their first significant woman. Shema took a sip of red wine. Her previously kissed lips, now perfectly restored, left a faint mark on the glass. Her gaze was intensely penetrating, impossible to disregard. What was President Sheng observing? The next target. President Sheng remains so dedicated to her work. Perhaps today she should allow herself to unwind with everyone. You all enjoy. I have some matters to attend to. My apologies. Shema gracefully approached Shen Qingling. Ruan Mingyi and Yi Qiao felt inexplicably nervous upon seeing her. Although Shema was only a few years older, her commanding presence and accomplishments often made them feel inadequate, as though they were mere frivolous offspring of wealth, which, in some ways, they were. Is your father not here today? Shema's faint smile appeared unsettling to Ruan Mingyi and the others. She had never witnessed Shema display such a gentle smile, not even toward her own sister, Sheng Xia. Could it be that she intended to acquire her family's company? Ruan Mingyi, feeling a chill run down her spine, stammered, President Sheng, my father he is abroad negotiating business and hasn't returned yet. I'm sorry. Do not feel anxious. I was merely inquiring. Shema's gaze shifted to Shen Qingling. And who is this beside you? I'm not seen him before. Feigning unfamiliarity with Shen Qingling in front of everyone gave Xingma a playful sense of intrigue. However, she merely wished to probe the nature of Ruan Mingyi's relationship with the young man. Ruan Mingyi explained, "He is my friend. I couldn't find a male companion, so I had to invite him. After all, Shengxia always mocks me, and I didn't want to be ridiculed again." Just then, Shengxia approached them, overhearing the conversation. "Oh, Ruan Mingyi, so you took it upon yourself to report me to my sister in my absence, did you?" Feigning innocence, Ruan Mingyi replied, "I did not. I merely stated the facts. Did you not previously ridicule me by implying my friend was a mere escort?" Shengma frowned at Shengxia. "How can you be so rude to a guest?" Shengma thought to herself that Shengxia's words inadvertently implicated her as well. After all, her first kiss had been with this young man, making her feel somewhat compromised. Unaware of the underlying implications, Shengxia assumed Shengma was merely defending the family name and retorted, "I apologize, I did not mean it. It won't happen again." Only Shen Qingling's prowess had prompted such a rare apology from Shengxia. Remembering the way the young man played the piano, she blinked curiously and asked, "What is your name?" "I still do not know." Ruan Mingyi shot her a disapproving glance. "What are you so curious about? It's none of your business. He is my guest." Shengxia scoffed. "Is it not permissible to ask? I heard him arguing with Feng Qingran about being a university student." "Ruan Mingyi, you are truly shameless." Unable to contain his laughter, Shen Qingling drew their attention. Both Shengxia and Shengma were taken aback by his smile, stealing glances at him. Shengxia's affection for him increased by 3 points. Ruan Mingyi, having already seen Shen Qingling's different side, was not particularly surprised. She lifted her chin and remarked, "To be an older cow grazing on younger grass. One must have the capability. Some may wish for it, but cannot attain it." Shengma mused to herself that, by that logic, she was the one indulging in youthful grass. Having feasted on it herself, Shengxia turned away. "Forget it. I would never stoop to your level." Shengxia was known for her stubbornness. Shengma then asked, "Where is Gui Jin?" "He was unwell and left early." Shen Qingling's eyes dimmed slightly, concealing a flicker of amusement. It seemed that Gui Jin had been bested by Shengxia. Otherwise, how would he ever turn home without showing his face? Shengxia wore a sulky expression. Ruan Mingyi and Shengma presumed it was due to her earlier embarrassment over the piano competition and did not think much of it. Shengma did not linger for long before being called away, leaving Shengxia feeling at a loss for words, storming off in frustration. As the gathering came to a close, Ruan Mingyi felt particularly elated. Having indulged in a bit more wine than usual, she was now in a slightly tipsy state, her cheeks flushed and her gaze somewhat dazed. She poked Shen Qingling playfully and exclaimed, "Shen Qingling, it's wonderful to have you around." "What is so wonderful?" "Everything. You are so handsome, and your piano skills are remarkable. So many women envy me. You have finally allowed me to release the pin-up frustration I've harbored for years. I can finally hold my head high." Shengxia's reaction was simply hilarious. "Is that all?" Ruan Mingyi paused, noticing the unmistakable disappointment in Shen Qingling's eyes. Yi Qiao tugged at her hand. "Perhaps you should change the subject." Ruan Mingyi, puzzled, asked, "Change to what? What else is there?" Shen Qingling remained silent, and Yi Qiao, exasperated, wished she could sew Ruan Mingyi's mouth shut. At that moment, when Salon appeared and called Shen Qingling away. "Whatever," she said, led Shen Qingling to follow her into the Gu family's car, leaving Ruan Mingyi and Yi Qiao stunned. What just happened? Why did Shen Qingling leave the Gu family? Ruan Mingyi sobered slightly, exchanging bewildered glances with Yi Qiao. "Do you think he might have attracted the wrong kind of attention?" Ruan Mingyi stammered. "I don't know," Wei Qi interjected. Could Shen Qingling be a secret child of the Gu family? Meanwhile, back at the Gu residence, Gu Yijin was in a fit of rage, his impotent fury giving way to contemplation about future matters. Hearing a voice at the door, Gu Yijin, holding a glass of water, turned to see Gu Chenwang and the others returning. Upon spotting the familiar figure behind when Salon, Gu Yijin nearly tightened his grip on the cup. Shen Qingling slowly stepped out from behind when Salon. The two exchanged a lingering gaze. Shen Qingling bestowed upon him a smile that was both enigmatic and teasing. "Gu Yijin, I have returned. Everything that belongs to me is due to be returned. Chapter 45. Is this brother really that fierce? Gu Yijin observed Shen Qingling more closely. He had ceased to smile and merely cast a detached glance in his direction. Indeed, how could Shen Qingling possibly smile at him? Had he become so anxious that he was conjuring illusions? Gu Yijin noticed the unease etched on Shen Qingling's face. Gu Chunwang took his seat at the head of the table, commanding everyone please sit down. Thus commenced a family meeting within the Gu household. Gu Chunwang maintained an expression of indifference, while Gu Yutong wore a mocking grin. Gu Yijin appeared anxious, and when Sulan looked guilt-ridden. Shen Qingling, sensing the dissonance in the atmosphere, especially upon witnessing when Sulan's tearful eyes, turned to her and asked, "You claim to know my origins. What exactly is the truth?" When Sulan had previously used this very pretext to bring Shen Qingling into the Gu family, with tears streaming down her face, she revealed the entire truth to him. Throughout, Shen Qingling remained remarkably composed, much to everyone's astonishment. They could not fathom why he could face them with such equanimity upon learning everything. Wasn't an occasion for joyous celebration, transforming from a nameless orphan into the legitimate young master of the Gu family? This represented a transcendence of class, a liberation from a life of hardship, a dream unattainable for many. Logically, a child devoid of parental affection who discovers their lineage should not remain so unmoved. "I am sorry, Qingling. It is I who failed to protect you, and I am filled with regret." When Sulan trembled as she grasped his hand, her hot tears falling upon it. Shen Qingling simply inquired, "So what?" A collective gasp filled the room. Gu Yutong and Gu Yijin exchanged bewildered glances. This was not how they had envisioned the situation unfolding. Gu Chunwang furrowed his brow and stated, "Qingling, we are your parents." At this moment, Shen Qingling finally allowed a smile to grace his lips. "Mr. Gu, I have no parents. I was raised in an orphanage by the director and the aunts there. I have never consumed even a grain of rice from you, nor sipped a drop of your water. How could I possibly consider you my parents?" Gu Yutong appeared taken aback. How could this brother be so audacious? Even she would not dare speak to their father in such a manner. What emboldened Shen Qingling to do so? Did he not desire to return to the Gu family, to embrace this identity of a young master? When Sulan felt even more guilt-ridden upon hearing Shen Qingling's words, her tears flowing more freely as she found herself at a loss for a response. She truly felt she had no words to offer, burdened by her conscience towards this child. In contrast, Gu Chunwang did not express anger. Rather, he was intrigued by how Shen Qingling seemed so different from what he had anticipated. Compared to the other two children, Shen Qingling appeared bolder and less intimidated by him. This was the ideal image of an heir he had envisioned. Gu Yijin also found the situation perplexing. Surely, Shen Qingling could not be foolish enough to reject the identity offered to him. Shen Qingling was far from simple-minded. How could he not desire that identity? It would turn down wealth lay before them. He merely wished to forge a path that diverged from their expectations. If Shen Qingling were to accept everything with undue ease, they would convince themselves that they had compensated him, and their conscience would be at ease. The more accommodating Shen Qingling appeared, the more they would feel justified in their assumptions. In their eyes, receiving this identity should evoke gratitude and elation in Shen Qingling. What image would he project to them? A desperate yearning for wealth, power, and the recognition of the Gu family? Such a portrayal would align perfectly with the persona Gu Yijin wished to impose upon Shen Qingling, as well as the preconceived notions held by the Gu family before their acquaintance with him. Why should Shen Qingling conform to their stereotypes? He would not. Consequently, Gu Chunwang would likely grow wary of him. Would he truly trust a child raised in an orphanage, one who had emerged from such humble beginnings? Would he not suspect that Shen Qingling's ease in accepting his new identity was merely a guise for coveting the family fortune? Gu Chunwang was inherently suspicious, and Shen Qingling was acutely aware of this. Not only would Gu Chunwang harbor doubts, but Gu Yutong and Gu Yijin would as well. Gu Yijin held an antagonistic relationship with him, but Gu Yutong did not. Although Shen Qingling held no fondness for this sister, he could not allow her to become an ally of Gu Yijin. Most importantly, there was when Sulan, too frail and vulnerable Shen Qingling hoped her guilt could serve as a catalyst for change. 077. Host, won't your actions provoke Gu Qingling, compelling him to abandon the thought of bringing you home? Shen Qingling, impossible. Would Gu Qingling entrust his family's fortune to a child with no blood relation? Besides, with my presence, he would undoubtedly regard Gu Yijin as unworthy. Therefore, I am certain he will strive to secure my position. Perhaps my resistance will only reassure him further. Gu Qingling was not merely a father to Shen Qingling. He perceived him as a custodian of the family legacy. He would regard Shen Qingling through the lens of an heir rather than as a father would. Shen Qingling held no expectations of paternal affection from him. Gu Qingling remarked, "Yet you carry the blood of the Gu family. Your mother endured 10 months of hardship to bring you into this world. You ought not to forget the debt of gratitude for your existence." Shen Qingling paused before asking, "So, Mr. Gu, what do you mean by this? Do you expect me to repay you for my birth?" When Sulan shook her head, "Qingling, that is not our intention. We merely wish for you to return home, for our family to reunite and live harmoniously, to make amends for what we could not provide you. Your room is ready, awaiting your return." Shen Qingling flatly declined. "No need. I am doing quite well as it is. You need not compensate for anything. The past is irretrievable. We can simply go our separate ways." When Sulan gazed at Gu Qingling in a panic, silently pleading for him to interject, Gu Qingling asked, "What do you mean by doing well? Are you referring to your leaky rental apartment that costs $700 a month? Or your grueling part-time job that pays a mere $1,200? Or perhaps your need to obtain an invitation from a woman to attend a banquet?" Shen Qingling met his gaze directly. "Anything can be created through hard work. I study to excel. Once I graduate from Jiangda, I shall no longer dwell in a leaking apartment, nor will I settle for a $1,200 salary. What the future holds, how can you be so certain it will be bleak for me?" Gu Yutong and Gu Yijin remained silent, awestruck by Shen Qingling's audacity. Such courage was indeed remarkable. When Sulan grew increasingly anxious, fearing Gu Qingling might abandon Shen Qingling in a fit of rage, to her surprise, Gu Qingling began to chuckle, a peculiar light gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, he recognized his son in Shen Qingling. The latter reminded him of his younger self, naive and foolishly idealistic. Gu Qingling did not dismiss Shen Qingling's bravery and determination. Youth often engendered such illusions. He believed that through sheer will, one could alter their circumstances, creating a future reliant on education and knowledge. Yet, in time, he would discover that such aspirations were mere fantasies, woven from the lies and illusions of this world. No matter how hard one strives, they are often overshadowed by the whims of the powerful, even the whims of their subordinates. Shen Qingling understood Gu Qingling's origins and how he had risen to his current stature. He articulated these sentiments to garner Gu Qingling's admiration and trust, hoping to inherit the family's legacy. This was a protracted journey, not one to be accomplished in a fleeting moment. Gu Qingling, adopting a tone that straddled jest and sincerity, remarked, "You speak well. I cannot deny that. However, returning to the Gu family would at least assure you of a future that is tangible, not ephemeral. You would gain access to the finest companies, the best resources, and invaluable connections, none of which you could obtain merely by graduating from Jiangda." Chapter 46. The opportunity to change one's fate. "So you have said so much merely to try to sway me with benefits. I do not require such things. Then what is it that you desire? Your mother has wept so much for you that she is on the verge of losing her sight. If you do not return, she will surely be restless day and night." Shen Qingling cast a glance at the weeping when Sulan and remained silent. Suddenly, when Sulan embraced him, her voice earnest and tinged with desperation, "Qingling, please consider coming back, even if just to have a place to stay. I do not ask anything of you. Just return. You may work wherever you wish and pursue whatever you desire. I will never pressure you. I simply wish to see you every day, to witness you eating and sleeping well. The thought of you living in such dire conditions breaks my heart." Hearing when Sulan articulate her longing and guilt with such sincerity, the boy's stubborn gaze softened, as if the piercing ice had melted in an instant. He had never experienced such love and was at a loss as to how to respond. Gu Yutong felt a pang of sorrow at this scene. Although she did not harbor fond feelings for Sulan, The love and guilt she bore for Shen Qingling were undeniably poignant. If her own mother were still alive, she too would likely love her in this manner. When Sulan looked at Shen Qingling and implored, "Qingling, would you come home?" Even after years of acting, the genuine and loving gaze from her stirred something within Shen Qingling. He appeared hesitant, pressing his lips together and averting his gaze. "You already have a child. Why are you so insistent on my return? What will happen to him if I come back? If my arrival renders another child homeless, it would be better if I did not return." Gu Yijuan's face turned pale as he heard Shen Qingling's words, which echoed the sentiments of a pure-hearted lotus. Shen Qingling's statement made when Sulan's eyes softened further. Her child was indeed pure and kind. Gu Yutang's expression shifted as she turned to Gu Yijuan and said, "Ajin, he seems different from what we imagined. He is not that kind of person, so you need not worry." Gu Yijuan's expression was far from pleasant, and he forced a smile. "Yes, my brother is indeed very good." Why was Shen Qingling not angry? Why did he not confront him? At the very least, he should have seized his collar and scolded him for taking everything from him. Instead, he appeared almost saintly, which only served to make Gu Yijuan's position seem weaker. Gu Yijuan wanted Shen Qingling to lash out at him, so that he could feign innocence and elicit sympathy, hoping that Gu Yutang would then despise Shen Qingling. But Shen Qingling was not behaving as he had hoped, which only complicated matters further. A person who is genuinely kind-hearted is far more challenging to deal with than a pretender, for the facade can be pierced, often inciting even greater disdain. Yet, a person blessed with innate goodness could only be ensnared through schemes and deceit, something Gu Yijuan had never succeeded in doing. When Sulan gently reassured him, "Qingling, you need not worry. Ajin also wishes for your return. Your coming back will not leave him homeless. The Gu family can certainly accommodate one more child." Shen Qingling furrowed his brow, but still did not acquiesce. Gu Qinhuang added, "I will give you the night to consider. The Gu family will always welcome you back." "I will think it over. For now, I must take my leave," Shen Qingling replied as he rose to take his leave. When Sulan insisted on escorting him home, and he reluctantly agreed. Throughout the journey, her chatter never ceased. She inquired with concern about Shen Qingling's life, eager to know everything and willing to help him. Resembling a doting mother, when he remained silent, she spoke of the Gu family and her father, noting how much Shen Qingling resembled him. Upon mentioning Shen Qingling's grandfather, she transformed into a lively chatterbox, revealing her admiration for him. It was hard for Shen Qingling to reconcile this vibrant woman with the drab figure from the original narrative. Time sped by, and a luxurious car, seemingly out of place in the narrow alley, came to a stop at its entrance. Even when Sulan pretended to take a wrong turn to prolong their time together, they eventually arrived. "You can park here. It's merely a few steps. I will escort you downstairs." "All right. Qingling, would it be convenient for me to visit your residence?" "All right." When Sulan exited the car and ascended the stairs with Shen Qingling, the dilapidated building where he resided on the 5th floor pained her heart. While Gu Yijuan enjoyed the finest room in the Gu household, basking in warmth and affection, her child was forced to live like a rat in such dark and damp conditions. When Sulan tried to convince herself that none of this was Gu Yijuan's fault, but anger surged within her nonetheless. She gripped the doorframe tightly, her nails digging in her palm and drawing blood. Only by witnessing Shen Qingling's past living conditions could she fully comprehend his struggles. "Are you all right? How long have you lived here?" "I forgot, perhaps 2 years." "Why do you ask?" "This environment is detrimental to your health. There's mold on the walls, and this is unacceptable. This place is already quite good. My previous residence was much worse." He trailed off, realizing that he was about to reveal something that might cause her pain or guilt. When Sulan understood, he feared that his words would upset her. His hesitation only fueled her imagination further. "It's not very good inside. You should not come in. It is fine." When Sulan surveyed the room's arrangement, despite its age, Shen Qingling had kept everything remarkably tidy. Silently, she began tidying up, folding clothes, and neatly placing them on the sofa. Shen Qingling watched her quietly. Suddenly, he spoke. "Please, do not bother. I will return with you." When Sulan paused in her task, her eyes widening with surprise. "Really?" "Yes." "Good. Then let me help you pack your things, and we will go home together." The joy and gratitude radiating from Sulan were palpable. As she opened Shen Qingling's wardrobe, however, her expression dimmed. It was filled almost entirely with white shirts. Biting her lip, she closed the door. His possessions were meager, mostly books, and nothing else. Suppressing her tears, she said, "It is all right. If you do not want these, I will buy you new ones. Now let us go home." When they returned to the Gu residence, it was already 11 p.m. Lin Qingdai had just finished her evening studies and was met at the door by the mother and son, clad in her school uniform and holding her books. She turned to see Shen Qingling, her eyes widening in shock. Everything that had transpired in her dreams was indeed real. Shen Qingling had returned. Her opportunity to change her fate had finally arrived. Chapter 47. Will brother be angry with me? 077. Detecting a potential target. Lin Qingdai. Name: Lin Qingdai, goddess level, S-class. Identity: daughter of Gu Qingwang's friend. Personality: intelligent, charming, scheming, plot relevance. 60. Ending: insufficient points to unlock. Shen Qingling found the summary of her personality rather perplexing. Can cuteness and cunning truly coexist? Moreover, he distinctly remembered that in the original narrative, Lin Qingdai did not possess such traits. He scrutinized the young girl before him. She bore a countenance as translucent as the tender buds of early spring, her features resembling a watercolor painting blurred by the mist of Jiangnan, embodying both purity and grace. Her brows were like wisps of smoke veiling the moon, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with a watery sheen, her nose exquisitely sculpted like jade, and her lips bore adorable dimples that lent a natural sweetness even when she was not smiling. This was a face untouched by the dust of the world, radiating an ethereal innocence. Clad in a school uniform, with her long black hair cascading down her back, she stood there with a book in hand, exuding an aura of youthful purity, a true essence of adolescence. At present, Lin Qingdai should be a senior in high school, commonly referred to as a repeater. Shen Qingling recalled that in the original story, she had chosen to repeat the year due to a poor performance in the college entrance examination, a failure that was largely tied to the male protagonist, Gu Yijin. The mere fact that Lin Qingdai excelled academically led Gu Qingwang to draw comparisons between the two in front of Gu Yijin. That year, Gu Yijin had already been accepted into university, a prestigious institution at that. Yet Gu Qingwang felt disappointed. In his eyes, given the educational resources available to the Gu family, Gu Yijin should have achieved more than merely being admitted to a first-tier university. In contrast, Lin Qingdai had simply attended school normally, without the guidance of renowned teachers or special treatment from her instructors. Gu Qingwang had never invested any effort into her. Her success was solely a product of her own diligence. From Gu Yijin's perspective, if Lin Qingdai outperformed him, Gu Qingwang's disappointment would only deepen. For this reason alone, on the day of the college entrance exam, Gu Yijin had slipped sleeping pills into Lin Qingdai's milk, causing her to fall asleep during the examination. Upon awakening, Lin Qingdai was utterly devastated, unable to comprehend the cause of her misfortune. She attributed it to her poor health or the overwhelming stress that had led to a restless night. She never suspected Gu Yijin, who had always appeared to her as a gentle older brother. Lin Qingdai had been living under the roof of the Gu family, where only Sulan and Gu Yijin treated her kindly. She could never have imagined that the older brother she revered would betray her in such a cruel manner. However, for Lin Qingdai, this was not even the most tragic aspect. In the original tale, after choosing to repeat her studies, she continued to work hard, achieving top marks, and teachers believed she could gain admission to Jiang University. Yet, Gu Yijin harbored no desire for her to succeed. Unprepared for Lin Qingdai's decision to repeat her year, he resolved to shatter her hopes completely. The cruelty of Gu Yijin lay in giving her hope only to plunge her back into despair. This time, Lin Qingdai managed to participate in the college entrance exam, but on her way home afterward, she was struck by a vehicle, leaving her disabled. While in a hospital, she received an acceptance letter from Jiang University. Gu Yijin anticipated she would give up, but even with prosthetics, she was determined to attend classes. For the first time, Gu Qingwang took notice of Lin Qingdai. Previously, she had seemed like a delicate and obedient young girl, but this time, her indomitable spirit moved him deeply. Gu Chunwang promised her a position at the Gu Corporation after graduation, indicating a desire to nurture her talents. What transpired thereafter remained unwritten in Shen Qingling's knowledge. It was evident that Gu Yijin would not spare her. He would go to any lengths to obliterate anyone who dared to thwart his ambitions, especially when his interests were at stake. The original protagonist had acted thus, and Lin Qingdai was no different. Qingdai is back. When Salon's voice interrupted Shen Qingling's thoughts, Lin Qingdai smiled, yes, Anwen. She then feigned curiosity, glancing at the boy behind Wen Sulan. Anwen, who is this brother? This is Qingling, as you know. Lin Qingdai's eyes widened in realization. Oh, so this is Brother Qingling. Just as I imagined, an outstanding brother. She leaned closer to Wen Sulan, saying, I told you he resembled Aunt Wen's child. Wen Sulan felt both pleased and slightly uneasy, playfully poking Lin Qingdai's forehead. You little rascal. Shen Qingling sensed that the Lin Qingdai before him was markedly different from the one in the original narrative. In that version, she was timid and obedient, rarely discussing matters concerning the Gu family. Most of the time, she was silent and compliant, not one to mock Gu Yijin. Why the discrepancy? Shen Qingling felt a sense of confusion. Lin Qingdai playfully poked her head out to greet Shen Qingling. Hi, Brother Qingling. I'm Lin Qingdai. Just call me Qingdai. Shen Qingling, still adjusting to the environment, nodded awkwardly. Lin Qingdai, noticing his discomfort, recalled her own initial days here. She approached him, initiating conversation. I heard you're a student at Jiang University. Yes. Lin Qingdai's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Shen Qingling. You're amazing. My greatest dream is to be accepted into Jiang University. It would be wonderful to be your junior. Shen Qingling, somewhat taken aback by her enthusiasm, relaxed a little when discussing familiar territory. He offered a gentle smile. If you work hard, you will achieve it. Lin Qingdai's demeanor shifted. Work hard, will I? You're lying. Despite her relentless efforts, she had ended up in such dire circumstances. With a smile, she declared, Then I will certainly strive to gain admission to Jiang University. I want to be as exceptional as you, brother. When Sulan patted her hand, all right? Let us go inside and talk. Upon entering, Gu Chunwang and the others were still seated in the living room, engaged in conversation about something unknown. Gu Yijin appeared sullen, while Gu Yutong remained quiet. Their expressions shifted to surprise upon seeing when Sulan returned with Shen Qingling. Gu Chunwang, however, seemed pleased, patting Shen Qingling's shoulder and exchanging a few words. Gu Yutong glanced at Shen Qingling but remained silent. In contrast, Lin Qingdai flitted around Shen Qingling like a lively bird, addressing him as brother repeatedly. Gu Yijin chuckled. Qingdai seems to really like Qingling. It's rare to see you so talkative. Lin Qingdai blinked innocently. Yes, I really like Brother Qingling. When you like someone, you want to talk to them. Gu Yijin's smile faltered momentarily. What did she mean by that? Was she implying that the others were not people she liked? Previously, Lin Qingdai had not exhibited such a personality. She had idolized him. However, since the conclusion of the college entrance exam, she seemed to have transformed entirely. Gu Yijin rationalized that her drastic change in temperament stemmed from her overwhelming distress. Yet he felt no remorse as the instigator. Gu Yutong frowned. If you can't speak properly, go study. Lin Qingdai remained unperturbed, maintaining her cheerful demeanor. I'll go in a moment. By the way, I heard Brother Qingling is a student at Jiang University, a top student too. May I request him to tutor me? Gu Yutong scoffed. Didn't your teacher say you have the potential to be a Jiang University candidate? Surely that wasn't a lie. With a hint of grievance, Lin Qingdai lowered her head, but earlier, Sister Yutong said that Brother Yijin was also a Jiang University candidate. What if I end up like Brother Yijin and only get into a first-tier university? Lin Qingdai's remarks subtly encompassed both boys, and Shen Qingling found it utterly hilarious. Her boldness was striking, and yet her expression remained one of genuine innocence, making it impossible to discern whether she was being intentionally provocative. Upon mentioning Gu Yijin's previous academic pursuits, Gu Chunwang furrowed his brow. It was not that he lacked capability. Rather, when one compared him to the offspring of other families, who either attended Jiang University or Chung University, it was evident that the educational qualifications of Gu's employees surpassed his own, which was quite embarrassing. After a few moments of lamentation, Gu Chengwang rose and ascended the stairs. Gu Yutong shot a glare at Lin Qingdai, exclaiming, "Why must you bring up such matters? You are well aware that father has harbored lingering concerns about this issue. Your words are deliberate." Lin Qingdai's eyes glistened with unshed tears, resembling a forlorn little rabbit as she shrank closer to Shen Qingling. "I apologize, sister. It was not my intention. It just so happened that you mentioned it. Had I known Uncle Gu was so displeased regarding Yijian's pursuit of a first-tier university, I would have refrained from bringing it up." With this, she turned to Gu Yijin, feigning innocence as she asked, "Yijin, you wouldn't hold a grudge against me, would you?" Chapter 48. The innocent and kind Shen Qingling Gu Yijin was on the verge of exploding with anger, yet he could not voice his frustration. He forced a smile and said, "It's all right. You are unaware of the circumstances." Lin Qingdai furrowed her brows and sighed. "It seems that Uncle Gu has reprimanded my brother in private more than once. Brother, do not be disheartened. Although Uncle Gu's biological son has returned, you have grown up here. He will still cherish the memories of the past." Gu Yijin was utterly exasperated. Did she really need to remind him? The mention of biological son was akin to driving a dagger into his heart. The most awkward person in this household was no longer Lin Qingdai, but he, the pretender. Gu Yijin. Shen Qingling could barely contain his laughter. Before Gu Yijin could respond, he spoke up. "I have already stated that I will not displace anyone. Things will remain as they were. I do not wish to harm others due to my arrival." Lin Qingdai turned to Shen Qingling. "Brother Qingling is too kind. Brother Yijin will surely be grateful to you." Gu Yijin could no longer maintain a facade of displeasure. He stood up and said, "It's late. Let us discuss this tomorrow. I shall retire for the night." Lin Qingdai called out to him, delivering another blow. "Is Brother Yijin's room still the same as before? Should I find you in a different room from now on?" Feigning ignorance, Gu Yijin ascended the stairs. Gu Yutong rolled his eyes and also left. Lin Qingdai displayed a sorrowful expression towards Wen Sulan and Shen Qingling. "Did I say something wrong? Why is Brother Yijin ignoring me?" Wen Sulan shook her head in disappointment as she watched Gu Yijin's retreating figure. Shen Qingling had endured so much over the years, and yet he bore no grudge against him, extending kindness instead, considering his position in this household. And what of Gu Yijin? He could not withstand a few words. Moreover, Lin Qingdai did not mean any harm. She was a child she had watched grow up, obedient and sensible. It was merely Gu Yijin's own narrow-mindedness that could not bear it. When Salon comforted her, "It's all right, Qingdai. Do not mind him. Focus on your studies." Lin Qingdai gazed at Shen Qingling with anticipation. "May I ask you to tutor me, brother? I promise it won't take much of your time. Just let me ask you questions when you are free. If you have no time, I will save them for next time. Is that all right, Brother Qingling?" With her eloquence, Shen Qingling could hardly refuse. After a brief hesitation, he nodded, "Very well." Lin Qingdai's eyes sparkled. "Brother Qingling is so kind. Previously, apart from Antwan, no one paid me any mind. I was afraid to ask others for help." Others? That would be Gu Yijin. But then again, with his grades, it was unlikely she could ask him anyway. After bidding goodnight to both, Lin Qingdai returned to her room. Once she departed, Shen Qingling asked, "Who is she?" "She is the daughter of your father's friend, Lin Shen." Years ago, Lin Shen's family met with a tragic fate, leaving her as the sole survivor. Your father took her in at Lin Chen's request, and she has grown up in our home. Qingdai is a pitiable child, understanding and well-behaved. You should treat her like a sister. She seems to like you very much. I've never seen her be so close to anyone. You are the first. I understand. It's getting late. Let me show you to your room. Tomorrow we will explore the house. All right. Wen Sulan led Shen Qingling to the second floor, to the room designated for him. Upon entering, Shen Qingling observed the furnishings, which appeared fresh and new. "Is this not Gu Yijin's previous room?" "Indeed, from now on. This will be yours." To Wen Sulan, this was a sign. She believed Gu Yijin must be replaced by Qingling, and this room symbolized that transition. However, Shen Qingling did not accept it. "I do not wish to take what belongs to others. This room was his, so let it remain with him. I am content with a new room." Wen Sulan was momentarily taken aback, feeling both poignant and sorrowful. How could her son be so kind? He was the one who had everything taken from him. It was absurd that Gu Yijin had the audacity to be angry earlier. When Sulan urged, Qingling, this is your home. Everything here will ultimately belong to you, including this room. Please do not feel burdened. The more you feel this way, the more guilty I become. Shen Qingling looked into her eyes and said, as long as you care for me, that is enough. I desire nothing else. When Sulan was utterly stunned, unable to hold back her tears, in that moment, she realized he had returned to the Gu family solely for her. It was not the conditions laid out by Gu Chunwang, nor anything else. It was simply for this hard-won love. He cared for her. No one had ever shown such concern for her in this household. I'm sorry, my dear. In truth, I have never held anything against you. No child could ever lack love for their mother. These words shattered when Sulan completely. She embraced Shen Qingling and wept again. Though I cannot detect her psychological state, I can surmise when Sulan's maternal love at a solid 100, guilt at 1,000. And let us not forget the two lurking in the shadows. Their feelings must be quite complex as well. Gu Yijin and Gu Yutong, who were eavesdropping, were utterly dumbfounded. Gu Yutong never anticipated Shen Qingling to be such a person. It was heart-wrenching. Like her, he too had grown up without maternal affection. Shen Qingling was not raised in a complicated environment of interests and familial ties. He was more pure and innocent. Though he lacked eloquence, he was indeed a genuinely good person. Gu Yutong could not help but reflect. Had she been too indifferent towards him? Gu Yijin gazed at Shen Qingling with a myriad of emotions. Damn it, Shen Qingling, you are a saint. Is it really necessary to keep swapping rooms? What does that even mean? Pity him? They are supposed to be implacable enemies. Could you not show some initiative to make him see? For the first time, Gu Yijin wished someone would actively seek to harm him, to fight him for something, to berate him. Gu Yijin harbored a desire for Shen Qingling to adopt a more confrontational attitude. Yet Shen Qingling was not of that nature. He would not indulge him. Ultimately, when Sulan chose to respect Shen Qingling's wishes, preparing a new room for him, Shen Qingling was pleased. He did not wish to occupy Gu Yijin's room, which felt rather distasteful. That night, many found themselves unable to sleep, yet Shen Qingling rested soundly. There were no leaks, no damp and sticky sheets, no scurrying mice. He finally enjoyed a sweet dream. This time, Lin Qingdai also did not experience nightmares. She no longer dreamt of her haunting, helpless past, the dim examination hall, the blood-soaked accident. Instead, she dreamt of Shen Qingling. In her dream, he reached out to her, saying, I will protect you. Chapter 49. The Strategy of Heartfelt Affection. The following day, Shen Qingling awoke to discover that Lin Qingdai's affection for him had increased by 20 points. Shen Qingling pondered. What transpired? It was peculiar. His affection points had not surged the previous day, yet after a single night, they had inexplicably risen by 20. Checking the progress bar, he noted that Lin Qingdai's affection for him had reached 50. Chi-Chi, what is the meaning of this? You did not report any increase in her affection for me yesterday. 077 replied. Host, she naturally possesses 30 affection points for you. The reason remains unknown. Perhaps you should investigate further. Shen Qingling was astonished. Affection points can be innate? 077 clarified. This suggests that she harbored a certain fondness for you prior to your meeting. Shen Qingling furrowed his brow, reflecting on the original narrative concerning his relationship with Lin Qingdai. In the original tale, Lin Qingdai's feelings towards him were predominantly curiosity and sympathy. Their interactions were minimal. Following the expected trajectory, Shen Qingling returned to the Gu family in infamy, where he was largely scorned by its members. Only when Sulan stood by him, though her low status within the family rendered her support insufficient. Lin Qingdai was the quietest member of the household, always observing silently, rarely speaking. She noticed that Shen Qingling was not the villain everyone painted him to be. In various subtle ways, he exhibited more warmth than those around him. He was a kind and gentle soul, yet his silence became his defining trait, marred by an indelible stain on his character. As events unfolded, Lin Qingdai witnessed Shen Qingling's gradual descent into despair. She felt compassion and understanding for him, yet was powerless to assist. Both were among the lowest echelons of the family. With her own survival at stake, how could she save another? She once attempted to counsel Shen Qingling to escape. He replied, "The world has forsaken me. Yet she has not. Therefore, I cannot abandon her to leave alone." The she he referred to was Wen Sulan. Lin Qingdai comprehended everything and ceased her entreaties. Subsequently, she too fell into despair. Unlike him, however, she resolved to climb out of the abyss, for she was solitary and still had a chance to escape, while Shen Qingling and Wen Sulan remained eternally trapped at the bottom. As for their ultimate fates, Shen Qingling remained in the dark. He was genuinely curious about the conclusion of the tale. What trials did Wen Sulan and Shen Qingling endure thereafter? Did Lin Qingdai attain the freedom she yearned for? Did Gu Yijin truly inherit everything from the Gu family? What intricate entanglements existed between the characters he was meant to pursue and all of this? Shen Qingling's mind became a whirlwind, ultimately returning to the initial question. Was Lin Qingdai's innate fondness for him a result of her knowing something? Had she been aware of his true identity all along? Did she know he would return to the Gu family? Furthermore, her attitude towards Gu Yijin was notably ambiguous. According to the original text, she could not possibly harbor such animosity towards him unless she was privy to the truth. Could it be that Lin Qingdai had been reborn? He temporarily set aside this thought, intending to probe her when the opportunity arose. If she had indeed been reborn, she would presumably know what followed, and perhaps the answers he sought could be gleaned from her lips. Glancing at his phone, he noted the time, only 7 in the morning. The disciplined gentleman was one who adhered to an early bedtime and rise. After making his bed, he began his morning routine, using the time while brushing his teeth to check his WeChat messages. Most were from Ruan Mingyi, interspersed with a couple from Lin Xingmian and Sheng Mo. Ruan Mingyi. Qingling, I did not mean to upset you. I was intoxicated and spoke thoughtlessly. Ruan Mingyi, what is your relationship with the Gu family? Are you relatives or something else? Ruan Mingyi, please don't ignore me. I recognize my error. Ruan Mingyi. Shen Qingling, the best, most handsome, most exceptional, and perfect Shen Qingling in the world. Will you respond to me? Their essay devoted admirer, awaiting your reply. Ruan Mingyi, have you fallen asleep? Good night. I will come to Jiang University to see you tomorrow. Ruan Mingyi had clutched her phone, anticipating a response all night. Despite her declarations of independence, she had fallen into Shen Qingling's romantic snare. He chose not to respond. Ruan Mingyi's affection points had already soared to 80, indicative of fondness that had yet to blossom into love. It was time to give her some space. Shen Qingling would determine his strategy and attitude towards her based on these affection levels. A score of 10 to 30 typically represented mere admiration for his looks and talents. A score of 40 to 50 reflected a deeper appreciation for his intrinsic character. A score of 50 to 60 indicated a burgeoning interest, a desire to explore and grow closer to him. 70 points signified a mild fondness, a wish to engage in a romantic relationship. Only above 80 could true affection be claimed, while 90 points denoted love. A perfect score of 100 implied an unwavering devotion, willing to sacrifice everything for him. Affection points were easier to accumulate early on, but increasingly challenging as one approached the higher tiers, particularly beyond 80. If confronted with naive young women who lacked understanding of love, they might not even grasp the nature of their own feelings. Their hearts might yearn for love, yet their actions might suggest otherwise, as was the case with Ruan Mingyi. She had developed a fondness for Shen Qingling, yet stubbornly denied the possibility of genuinely loving a man. Shen Qingling could perceive these affection levels, enabling him to see through their facades and contradictions. Yet they remained oblivious to the depth of their own emotions. The most challenging transition occurred between 80 and 90, the shift from liking to loving. Of course, Song Jining was an anomaly. Her love was unlike that of other women. It was a love that wished for his happiness rather than one that would drive her to self-sacrifice. Thus, Shen Qingling's strategy of affection was applicable only to certain women. Not all would develop according to his envisioned approach. He could only make educated guesses based on affection points, never fully endorsing this numerical assessment. To him, human love could not be wholly quantified. Love manifests in various forms, and each individual expresses affection in their unique manner. The opposite of Song Jining's love was a twisted obsession, an unhealthy possessiveness that disregarded the desires of the beloved. Such obsessive love grew increasingly terrifying with intensity. Shen Qingling had no desire to experience such suffocating affection. Scrolling down, he came across a message from Lin Xingmian. Lin Xingmian, Teacher Shun. I saw you playing the piano on my phone. It was truly beautiful. Lin Xingmian, am I disturbing you by messaging? Lin Xingmian, I'm sorry, Teacher Shun. Good night. From these three messages, Shen Qingling could almost envision the expressions of the young girl. The first message conveyed her eagerness to compliment him, filled with excitement and nervousness. The second reflected her cautious concern about disturbing him, revealing her inner turmoil. The third, lacking a response, expressed her unease and sadness. Having been utterly exhausted the previous day, he had fallen asleep immediately after showering, only turning on his phone in the morning after charging it overnight. He hastily replied to Lin Xingmian's messages. Shen Qingling, apologies, Mian. I was too fatigued yesterday, and my phone ran out of battery, which is why I didn't respond. Shen Qingling, you did not disturb me. I simply didn't see your message. It's not that I wish to ignore you. Shen Qingling, when we meet next, we can play the piano together. At this hour, Lin Xingmian had yet to awaken. She had watched Shen Qingling play the piano numerous times the previous night, eventually drifting off to sleep while waiting for his reply. Before sleeping, her thoughts were consumed by him, realizing only then that Teacher Shun was indeed a talented pianist. He radiated an ethereal glow upon the stage, contrasting starkly with her drab appearance. Despite the multitude of spectators before him, he remained utterly unperturbed, oblivious to the world around him, wholly engrossed in the piano keys before him. Even through the screen, she could sense his captivating charm. As the audience erupted in applause and cheers for him, the young girl couldn't help but think, Teacher Shun is truly remarkable. When will I have the courage to stand on stage and perform like him? The very thought of that scene made her anxious. Yet, contemplating the possibility of Teacher Shun being by her side seemed to quell her fears. Why did he not respond to her? Did he find her bothersome? Was she perhaps a bit too clingy? Acting like a child might be somewhat exasperating. She resolved to embody the spirit of a brave adult next time. So sleepy. ZZ. Chapter 50. The enigmatic logic of the president's young lady. The next message was from Sheng Mo. Sheng Mo. I have found the person who poisoned. Would you like to meet them? In truth, Sheng Mo could have inquired further before informing Shen Qingling of the outcome. Yet she opted to lure Shen Qingling to her residence through a baiting tactic. This statement revealed nothing. Shen Qingling, driven by curiosity, would undoubtedly visit her. Shen Qingling raised an eyebrow. As expected of the 3S goddess, she is indeed exceptional. He contemplated how to respond without appearing overly eager. Shen Qingling, you're home? To his surprise, Sheng Mo, who had been busy all night, replied in an instant. Sheng Mo, yes. The disciplined president adhered to a strict regimen. For her, wasting time was tantamount to wasting money, as every second of sleep cost her $1,000. Shen Qingling, thank you. When are you available, President Sheng? Sheng Mo now. Shen Qingling was taken aback once more. With a skeptical mindset, he glanced at the progress bar, which stood at a mere 15. It seemed insufficient to prompt such an immediate response from a goddess. Something felt amiss, as if the situation were not as it appeared. A heartthrob value of 15 could easily be attained by any passerby. Shen Qingling's strategy for winning over the 3S goddess had utterly failed. He found himself perplexed by Sheng Mo's current intentions. Their limited interactions and the scant descriptions in literature left him utterly in the dark. He could only rely on his instincts to navigate this encounter. His intuition urged him to decline. Shen Qingling, I'm sorry. I have classes in the morning and need to head to school shortly. Sheng Montag, Alricht. Shen Qingling furrowed his brow at the WeChat dialogue. What did I imply? Was there no follow-up? He decided not to rush things and chose not to respond further. This was a phase of tug-of-war. The one who took the initiative would lose. Particularly for Shen Qingling, being proactive would suggest ulterior motives. So he could only bide his time to create opportunities without appearing as the eager pursuer in her eyes. Meanwhile, seated in her office, Sheng Mo narrowed her eyes. She was not at home. She was at the company. If Shen Qingling truly went to the Sheng residence, he would not find her there. Sheng Mo remained suspicious of him. As the thrill of adrenaline subsided, her wariness gave rise to doubt regarding Shen Qingling. Moreover, her logic was rather peculiar. Firstly, such a home-invading romance was unlikely to unfold in her life. Love was simply not destined to exist for her. Secondly, Shen Qingling exuded an overwhelming allure, appearing too perfect, as if he were a crafted persona tailored specifically for her, a veritable trap. Lastly, there are no free lunches in this world. Anything of value must be exchanged for something precious. She was certain that she would have to offer something significant to obtain him. Sheng Mo likened this situation to a scheme targeting the wealthy. The terrifying aspect was that this scheme seemed flawless, devoid of any discernible flaw. If it were indeed a scheme, it was alarming. If it were not, it was even more so. This suggested that she could find no faults. Today, Sheng Mo endeavored to uncover Shen Qingling's flaws as a means of cautioning herself, yet she failed. Her interest in Shen Qingling deepened. She found herself wasting time on a man, which was rather uncharacteristic. Gazing at the profile of Shen Qingling on her computer, she fell into contemplation. Shen Qingling descended the stairs to go for a run, and upon returning, he showered and changed in preparation for school. By the time he was dressed, it was already 8 o'clock. Breakfast was scheduled for 8, a rule set by Gu Chenwang. No one was allowed to sleep in. Seeing Shen Qingling with damp hair, Wen Sulan immediately expressed concern. "Qingling, did you shower this morning? Your hair is wet. You might catch a cold." "I ran a lap and sweated, so I took a shower. My hair will dry soon." "That won't do. Let me help you dry your hair. Come on. We need to hurry upstairs so you don't miss school." Gu Chenwang frowned and interjected, "You're doing it again. Qingling is an adult now. Don't treat him like a child. A man should learn to be independent and take care of himself. Overindulgence from a mother can spoil a child. Don't let him go astray." He could not afford to let the heir he had painstakingly regained be ruined in Wen Sulan's hands. Wen Sulan stood awkwardly, at a loss for words. All she wanted was to prevent Qingling from falling ill. Shen Qingling turned to Gu Chenwang. "She is just concerned for me. I won't become spoiled just because she helped dry my hair, so you needn't worry." Gu Yutong and Gu Yijin widened their eyes in astonishment. What? How'd he grow so bold? He dares to speak to father like that? Gu Yutong, biting into his bread, quickly attempted to smooth things over. "Oh, it's fine. Boys can manage whether or not they dry their hair. Hurry up and sit down to eat before it gets cold." Gu Yijin silently hoped Gu Chenwang would become angry and expel Shen Qingling. Even if he couldn't be thrown out, a scolding would suffice. After all, in the past, he was the only one who faced reprimands at home. It was high time Shen Qingling experienced their father's wrath too. However, Gu Chenwang simply waved his hand. "Then go ahead. Gu Yutong, Gu Yijin, Wen Sulan." Shen Qingling nodded, saying nothing, and took Wen Sulan's hand as they went upstairs. Wen Sulan was still in disbelief, questioning, "Why didn't your father get angry? This is so strange." Shen Qingling replied, puzzled, "Why should he be angry? Did I say something wrong?" Wen Sulan shook her head. "Qingling, you did nothing wrong. It's just that your father has a rather irritable temperament. He detests being contradicted or having his words disregarded. Why is he acting this way today?" Wen Sulan was baffled. Gu Yijin felt the same way. Why? Why does Shen Qingling not face reprimand? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Gu Yutong asked, "Dad, you're not angry?" Gu Chenwang remained unfazed. What is there to be angry about? If he were to meekly agree, I would find him rather useless. It seems he cares for your Aunt One, and he is a good son who knows how to cherish his mother. Essentially, Shen Qingling was not acting out of defiance. Rather, he was standing up for Wen Sulan, avoiding triggering Gu Chenwang's sensitivities. If Shen Qingling were indifferent, it would imply that his return to the Gu family was not for Wen Sulan, but rather a performance for Gu Chenwang's benefit. His willingness to support Wen Sulan was commendable. He maintained a respectful yet assertive demeanor. In truth, Gu Chenwang had little patience for overly submissive individuals. Such people were unfit to inherit the Gu family legacy. Gu Yijin, after all, was one such person, submissive before him, yet displaying a soft demeanor to the world. How could such a person instill fear in others? Shen Qingling's demeanor, however, was quite fitting. It reminded Gu Qingling of his own youth, who had not contemplated defying their father. He had once done so himself. It was perfectly normal. Gu Yutong observed with intrigue. Dad, it seems you really like him. Chapter 51. The essence of tea art. Gu Qingling, feigning indifference, remarked, I wouldn't say I particularly like it. I am merely satisfied. Gu Yutong chuckled. You can pretend all you want, but that paternal gaze of yours is unmistakable. Gu Yijuan's expression darkened. It appeared that Gu Yutong, too, had been influenced by Shen Qingling. He prodded Gu Yutong's hand and inquired, Sister, what is the plan regarding the variety show? Gu Yutong replied, Let's wait until Aunt 1 and Shen Qingling arrive before discussing it. The entire family must be involved. We cannot do without anyone. Gu Yijuan, feeling anxious, asked, Is Shen Qingling also participating? How should we introduce our identities? The thought of revealing his status as a false young master in front of so many people made him uneasy. How could he possibly face such humiliation? Even if he joined the variety show, wouldn't he still be a subject of ridicule? Gu Yutong turned to Gu Qingling. Dad, how do you intend to present Shen Qingling's identity? Gu Qingling replied, We shall speak the truth. Gu Yijuan's eyes widened in shock. Before long, Shen Qingling and when Sulan descended. Gu Yutong briefly explained the family's participation in the variety show and mentioned Gu Qingling's plan to host a banquet to announce Shen Qingling's identity. When Sulan was delighted, but Shen Qingling furrowed his brow. Seeing Shen Qingling's expression, Gu Yijuan felt an impending sense of dread. It seemed Shen Qingling's empathetic nature was about to resurface. What scheme was he concocting? As expected, Shen Qingling hesitated before speaking. Are we really going to publicly announce my identity? What about Gu Yijuan? Wouldn't he be ridiculed because of me? Especially on a variety show, a program viewed by so many, it would inevitably impact his life. He is still in university. How will he face his classmates and professors? Furthermore, those within our circle, his life is deeply intertwined with the Gu family. Without this identity, he may find it difficult to navigate. Gu Qingling retorted, Why do you care about him? If you don't speak the truth, how can you naturally return to the Gu family? Shen Qingling countered, If all else fails, we could say I was lost and then found. There is no need to force him away. Many are aware of my past. The orphanage and my former classmates know me. Moreover, if the events of that year were to come to light, it would tarnish the Gu family's reputation. What would it say if a servant could replace a member of the Gu family? How would outsiders perceive that? With his gaze lowered, Shen Qingling displayed a facade of selflessness. His words garnered the favor of all, particularly Gu Qingling. Shen Qingling, despite his own grievances, prioritized the Gu family's honor, even considering Gu Yijuan, who had taken everything from him. Gu Qingling thought to himself, Truly my son. When Sulan marveled at her son's kindness, Gu Yutong, too, had a newfound respect for Shen Qingling. But was Shen Qingling genuinely so altruistic? Certainly not. Had Gu Yijuan's identity been disclosed from the outset, the audience might have loathed him initially, but that sentiment could change. Gu Yijuan excelled in garnering sympathy. If his identity was revealed, he would undoubtedly face mockery from his peers and disdain from those within their circle. Viewers with a penchant for empathy could easily rally to his side, potentially granting him a legion of admirers. They would argue that it was not Gu Yijuan's fault, but rather that of his mother and grandmother. He was, after all, an innocent young man who did not intend to usurp Shen Qingling's identity. With years of experience in the entertainment industry, Shen Qingling understood this all too well. He sought to extinguish such possibilities at their inception, ensuring Gu Yijuan could not play the victim. If audiences were unaware of Gu Yijuan's true identity, allowing him to bask in the glory of being a Gu family young master and amass fans, the revelation that he was merely an imposter would be catastrophic. The backlash from fans who once adored him would be terrifying. Their love could swiftly morph in a hatred upon learning the truth. Upon hearing Shen Qingling's words, 077 grasped his intentions. Such cunning. Shen Qingling deliberately proposed to withhold the revelation of Gu Yijuan's identity, allowing him to initially be perceived favorably. This would instill a sense of hope within Gu Yijuan, yet he would live in perpetual anxiety, fearing the day his true identity might be exposed. Shen Qingling, knowing Gu Yijuan well, anticipated he would not remain docile during the filming. Should Gu Yijun act against him, the aftermath would surely elicit greater sympathy for Shen Qingling, while Gu Yijun would face increased scorn and disdain. Shen Qingling aimed to cast Gu Yijun from paradise into the depths of despair, granting him hope only to snatch it away, returning the favor in kind. Meanwhile, Shen Qingling would cultivate a favorable reputation. The Gu family would view him as kind-hearted, and audiences would be drawn to this striking contrast. Gu Yijun would never suspect Shen Qingling's true motives. He would only curse him behind his back, hoping for a more ruthless approach while simultaneously harboring conflicting feelings towards him. In the realm of tea art, Gu Yijun was woefully naive, having merely scratched the surface without grasping its true essence. After Shen Qingling spoke, Gu Yijun was left astonished. He had long doubted Shen Qingling's intentions, suspecting his words were merely a performance. But today's events dispelled that notion. Had Shen Qingling truly wished to harm him, he would have agreed to disclose his identity rather than choose restraint, thereby preserving Gu Yijun's dignity. Fine then, Gu Yijun had to concede that Shen Qingling was indeed unexpectedly benevolent. With a complex expression, he said, "Thank you for considering me in this way. Truly, you're the kindest person I have ever met. Yet, Shen Qingling, your kindness will not soften my resolve. Once I participate in this variety show, I shall show you the darker side of the internet." When Salon frowned, expressing concern, "But Qingling, this seems too unfair to you. I fear those who don't understand the situation may misinterpret your actions." Shen Qingling reassured her, "It's all right. If one stands upright, they need not fear shadows. I will conduct myself honorably, unconcerned with idle gossip." In an unusual display of support, Gu Yutong defended Shen Qingling. "In this industry, I am here for you. You need not worry about anything. Even if someone wishes to undermine you, they must possess the ability to do so." Gu Yijun, with a darkened gaze, thought, "Dear sister, you remain unaware that the adversary is right beside you. Your presence only aids me in my plans." The next word from Shen Qingling left everyone in stunned silence. "It seems you have misunderstood my intentions. I do not plan to participate in this variety show." "Not participate? Why not?" "My personality is not suited for it. I am not eloquent and dislike being in front of the camera. It makes me anxious." A person who had thrived in the entertainment industry, claiming to fear the spotlight? 077 nearly burst into laughter, finding his performance quite convincing. Gu Yijun pressed, "But what about your earlier comments regarding not revealing identities?" Shen Qingling explained, "I do not wish for my presence to alter the course of another's life. It holds no significance for me." Gu Yijun pursed his lips. "Are you truly not participating?" Shen Qingling shook his head resolutely. "I will not participate." Gu Yijun's mindset began to unravel. What was happening? What was this? It was exasperating. The usually theatrical Gu Yijun fell utterly silent this time. Seeing Shen Qingling's unwavering stance, the others ceased their attempts to persuade him. Gu Yutong remarked, "Even though you want to be a guest on the show, there will still be cameras in the house. Regardless, they may capture you during meals or conversations. You can just go about your business. That should be acceptable, right?" Shen Qingling replied, "Yes, that's fine. I want to interfere with your filming." But that was a lie. He simply did not wish to make a mundane appearance. A guest appearance should be anything but ordinary. He aspires to be that seemingly unintentional yet astonishing figure who captivates the audience. He intends to transform this program into his own arena. Even if he is not a guest, what does it matter? A person's success is not solely dependent on the number of times they are in the spotlight, but rather on their ability to become the focal point of attention with each appearance. Chapter 52. 10 million in pocket money after receiving the 10 million in pocket money. Shen Qingling largely fell silent, with Wen Sulan expressing her concern for him, to which he responded only with brief replies. Gu Yutong continued discussing the variety show with several others, as it was her first appearance on such a platform, and she was determined to avoid any mishaps. Although Shen Qingling appeared indifferent, he committed every word Gu Yutong uttered to memory. Walking with the X Family is a wildly dramatic and chaotic variety show. The program features not only the Gu family, but also selects 3 families for comparison, with the Gu family being one of them and the director's preferred choice for this season. Director He Chili tirelessly sought topics to generate hype, ensuring that the show would be rife with sensational drama upon its premiere. Remarkably, the show operates with minimal scripting when scripts are present. Those adhering to them often find themselves overshadowed by the truly eccentric participants. The production team excels in casting, deliberately avoiding families that appear bland or gentle, instead finding those capable of igniting trending discussions. Some families that initially seem warm and harmonious undergo dramatic reversals in later episodes, which is precisely what captivates the audience. The show is broadcast live, meaning that any flaws will inevitably be exposed on camera, unless one possesses acting skills so impeccable as to deceive the cameras. Everything is laid bare. Fortunately, the director made concessions during the signing with the Gu family, agreeing not to film the second-floor rest area, thereby ensuring a degree of privacy for them. However, apart from that, the daily lives of the main guests must be fully documented, including their commutes to school or work. The primary guests from the Gu family are Gu Yutong and Gu Yijin. Gu Qingling's work is strictly off-limits for filming, while in Sulan's gentle demeanor lacks any explosive moments. And Lin Qingdai, currently repeating her studies, is wholly absorbed in her books. Thus, the production team designated Gu Yutong and Gu Yijin as the main guests, leaving Shen Qingling as the overlooked wild card. The director had been unaware of Shen Qingling's presence. Had she known about this intriguing addition to the Gu family's lineup, she would have seized the opportunity to feature him. His striking appearance alone would have guaranteed him a spot on the show. After noting the live broadcast schedule, Shen Qingling prepared to head to school, when Solan produced her car keys and offered them to him, inquiring, "Qingling, can you drive? You should take my car to school from now on." Shen Qingling had obtained his driver's license during the summer after graduating high school, but he was reluctant to draw attention by driving such an ostentatious luxury vehicle to school. Thus, he politely declined, stating, "I prefer not to drive such a flashy car to school. Thank you for your kindness, but I shall take the bus." When Solan pulled him aside and whispered, "You can take a taxi instead. I've credited 10 million in pocket money to your account. Use it as you wish, and if you ever need anything expensive, just charge it to my card." She handed him a black card. "How much? 10 million? Shen Qingling asked in disbelief. When Solan nodded, "Indeed. Just think of how exhausting it is to take the bus. With your looks, what if some ill-intentioned person takes notice? Boys must also safeguard themselves. But a taxi doesn't require such a sum. If you give me all this money, how will you manage your own expenses?" Shen Qingling countered. For his past self, 10 million was hardly significant. He could easily spend more on a watch. However, for his current self, it represented an astonishing fortune. When Solan held no significant status in the Gu family and was unaware of her financial standing, Shen Qingling realized he had underestimated the Gu family's wealth. While reading, he had only gathered from the descriptions that they were affluent, but upon hearing when Solan casually mentioned 10 million, he understood they were far from an ordinary wealthy clan. With a gentle smile, when Solan reassured him, "You need not worry about me. I have inherited the family wealth from the Wen family, and those antiques and jewels are quite valuable. Although Gu Qinglong may falter in some areas, he ensures a generous monthly allowance. He is not a miser." In truth, with both the Wen family's assets and Gu Qinglong's monthly contributions, when Solan's collection of jewelry alone exceeds 1 billion. Your grandfather used to enjoy handling those antiques, while your grandmother adored jewelry, and now it has all come to me. As she spoke of her parents, her expression dimmed, leaving only the weight of solitude. "Now you have me, and you will always have me," Shen Qingling comforted. When Solan raised her gaze to him, her heart filled with unspoken words. Seeing Qingling reminded her of her late father, and she poured her affection for both her father and son into Shen Qingling. She took his arm as they exited, reminding him at the door, "Let's find a time to set up a trust. Everything will belong to you in the future. Spend freely. If you want something, just buy it. If funds run low, let me know without hesitation. It would pain me if you felt you couldn't spend. I owe you so much. If you don't have classes this afternoon, shall we go shopping for clothes? We can also buy some decorations for your room." Shen Qingling agreed, leaving the Gu residence under when Solan's hopeful gaze. Habitually, he donned a black mask, pulled up his hoodie, and sought to blend into the crowd. Yet his towering height of 188 centimeters, remarkable long legs, and deep-set eyes continued to attract the attention of passersby. On his way to school, he garnered numerous admiring glances, which translated into points. The first thing Lin Xingyin did upon waking was to groggily reach for her phone. Noticing a message on WeChat, she instantly became alert and sat up in bed. Seeing Shen Qingling's reply, she couldn't help but smile sweetly, cradling her phone. Teacher Shen had responded to her. He didn't dislike her. He even wanted to play the piano with her. She lay back on her bed, swinging her feet in glee, her movements reflecting her joy. Tilting her head, she propped her chin in her hand, pondering what to say to Teacher Shen. Biting her lip, she typed a message. Lin Xingyin, good morning, Teacher Shen. Have you eaten breakfast yet? Just as she hit send, she quickly deleted the message. It was already late. How silly of her to say good morning when Teacher Shen must have finished breakfast and be in class by now. After contemplating for half an hour, she finally sent a message. Lin Xingyin, Teacher Shen, the weather is lovely today. I'm going to paint. Teacher Shen was not only her art instructor, but also an academic star. She wanted to be the kind of diligent student he would admire. Outside, the sun shone brilliantly, mirroring her buoyant spirits. It felt as if the clouds of her life had dispersed with the arrival of this one person. It was strange. She had never anticipated anyone's presence in her life like this before, but Teacher Shen was an exception. When one harbors expectations, hope for life reignites. Lin Xingyan approached her desk, took out a piece of paper to fold a star, inscribing a phrase on it before placing it in a jar. She glanced over at the painting Shen Qingling had created for her, her eyes curving into a smile. The sail amidst the sea of clouds. Each time she gazed upon it, she recalled the way Teacher Shen sang to her. The innocent girl had searched online for that song, but of course found nothing, convinced that it must have been written by Teacher Shen himself. He was simply perfect, able to compose such a moving melody, and she admired him deeply. Lin Xingyin arrived at the art studio to paint, depicting a small mushroom nestled in a pot. Outside, the rain fell, yet the little mushroom remained dry, shielded by an umbrella beside it. Teacher Shen was her umbrella, protecting her from the storms of life. I hope she can muster the courage to present this painting to Teacher Shen. For the first time, I feel as though time is passing so slowly. May the weekend arrive swiftly. Chapter 53. To love someone is to keep them in the basement. Ruan Mingyi felt quite dejected today. Upon awakening, she found herself without a response from Shen Qingling and was further compelled by her father to report to the office. Arriving at the company in her luxury vehicle, she walked in while on a phone call with Yi Qiao, venting her frustrations. How could I possibly know what got into my father? He insists that today's important meeting requires everyone's presence, and I can't afford to be late. I had intended to seek out Shen Qingling, but he has ignored me all night. What do you even like about him? Last night, he kindly accompanied you to the banquet, and you spoke to him that way. If I were Shen Qingling, I wouldn't want to acknowledge you either. I like his handsome face. When one falls for an unattractive man, they feel the need to justify their affection to others. But with Shen Qingling, no explanation is necessary. The moment anyone sees his face, they will understand. Never mind. Just thinking about work today frustrates me. Ruan Mingyi removed her sunglasses, her brows knitted tightly. She despised working. Yi Qiao regarded the young lady with skepticism. You? Work? Do you really think you can handle it? It's hard to say. Work is like Yang Wei. My family believes in me, and sometimes I think I can do it. But deep down, I know I can't. Friends are like my wives. They know I can't, yet they always reassure me that I can. Superiors resemble lovers. They know my limitations, but still insist I am capable. Yi Qiao burst into laughter. Ruan Mingyi was aware that sharing her grievances with Yi Qiao was futile. Only a message from Shen Qingling could slightly lift her spirits. All right, I must go now. I have arrived at the office. Dressed in ostentatious luxury, Ruan Mingyi's work ethic was akin to fishing 3 days and sunbathing 2. Those in the company who were astute and privy to insider information recognized her as the daughter of the conglomerate. However, some ill-informed interns mistook her for a high-ranking executive's mistress or concubine. The moment Ruan Mingyi stepped into the elevator, those who knew her fell silent. Only one intern, who had a questionable background and an unlikable personality, remained oblivious. Upon seeing Ruan Mingyi, his eyes widened. At that instant, Ruan Mingyi donned her sunglasses. The sight of him is unbearable. He in turn mistook her averted gaze for shyness. Standing beside him, he could not resist initiating conversation. Which department are you from? Do you have a boyfriend? Ruan Mingyi chose to ignore him, feigning deafness. It was already aggravating enough to arrive at work early. And now she had to endure harassment from an unattractive man. She felt the urge to seek a master to exorcise the negative energy. The man, believing she had not heard him, pressed on, "Beautiful lady, do you have a boyfriend?" Finally, the woman in sunglasses responded coldly, "There's some in the refrigerator." Laughter erupted in the elevator. "Haha, the beautiful lady has a sense of humor. If you don't have a boyfriend, does that mean you're married? You don't seem like someone who could afford such attire." The man, irked by Ruan Mingyi's public humiliation, deliberately taunted her as if she were a kept woman. Ruan Mingyi shot back, "Not married. I've been sterilized." As the elevator chimed, signaling its arrival, she prepared to exit when the man blocked the door. "So, you're from the secretarial department. May I come in?" Ruan Mingyi quipped, unaware. "The grave?" The man's face turned ashen. "Do you even know how to speak? Do you know who I am?" Ruan Mingyi removed her sunglasses and scrutinized him from head to toe. "I do." The triumphant smile on his face vanished instantly. "Goblin." The elevator erupted in laughter, prompting Ruan Mingyi to raise an eyebrow. "I don't care who you were before. Now, you are nothing. Secretary Feng, get rid of him. If I see this person in the office again, you can spend your life with him." Secretary Feng's pupils dilated in horror. He certainly did not wish to spend his life with his harasser. "Yes, Mississippi." Ruan Mingyi was infuriated from the start of her day and slammed her belongings onto her desk, unable to suppress a few expletives. At that moment, she overheard some employees discussing today's meeting. "Have you heard? It seems that President Sheng from Sheng Corporation is coming to our company. Isn't that the President Sheng who was trending on social media yesterday? That esser, President Ruan specifically flew back for her. President Ruan insists on properly hosting the guest from President Sheng's side. No mistakes can occur." Ruan Mingyi was not particularly surprised. It was quite normal for the Sheng family and the Ruan family to have minor collaborations, but a meeting requiring Sheng Mo's personal attendance was undoubtedly significant. No wonder her father insisted on her presence. Ruan Mingyi retreated to the restroom to freshen up before resuming her call with Yi Qiao to vent about the morning's events. As they spoke, she again brought up Shen Qingling. "Shen Qingling is still ignoring me. What should I do, Qiao Qiao? I lost my appetite. How about I help you find a new crush to shift your focus? What are your criteria? Handsome male college students. Is that it?" That S5 after a playful exchange with Yi Qiao, Ruan Mingyi returned to reality. "All right, enough joking. I truly cannot forget him. I'm losing interest in everyone else. I think I'm in trouble." Then after the meeting, buy some flowers and gifts to apologize. At least it shows sincerity. That is what I was thinking. Ruan Mingyi glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly time for the meeting. She ended the call and exited the restroom. Meanwhile, a woman emerged slowly from the corner. Sheng Mo gazed at her reflection in the mirror, unable to resist touching her lips, recalling that kiss in the dark. What was Ruan Mingyi seeking from Shen Qingling? Her curiosity piqued. After the meeting concluded, Ruan Mingyi hurriedly made her way to Jiang University to see Shen Qingling. Upon arriving downstairs, she discovered that someone had slashed her car tires. What the hell? Who lacks manners in broad daylight? Ruan Mingyi summoned security to review the surveillance footage. While she was fuming, another luxury vehicle pulled up beside her. The window rolled down to reveal Sheng Mo's exquisitely sharp features. "Where are you headed, Mingyi? If it's on my way, I can give you a lift." Ruan Mingyi was taken aback. Sheng Mo was willing to waste time giving her a ride? Even if it was on the way, surely she couldn't expect such kindness from him yet. It wasn't entirely impossible. The Sheng family had just reached a collaboration with the Ruan family, and Sheng Mo might be attempting to curry favor with them. When it came to making money, Sheng Mo was more proactive than anyone else. Ruan Mingyi's mind couldn't fathom Sheng Mo's thoughts. Seeing the undeniable insistence in his eyes, she reluctantly got into the car, as she was indeed pressed for time. Once inside, she foolishly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, President Sheng. I'll find a way to repay you next time." The rearview mirror reflected a woman with a slight smile. "No need." "Where to?" "Jiang University." You're going to see that college student from last time, aren't you? Yes, I didn't expect President Sheng to remember him. He is quite an unforgettable young man. The man who had stolen her first kiss was certainly not someone she could forget. Wan Mingyi chuckled. Indeed, President Sheng understands me. Just as she thought. There was no need for extensive explanations about her fondness for Shen Qingling. It seems you like him quite a bit. Yes, but he is hard to pursue. He is cold to everyone, like an ice block. Since last night, he hasn't replied to a single message. By the way, President Sheng, may I inquire about the identity of the man you kissed upstairs last time? It is someone you know. Wan Mingyi's eyes widened. Someone she knew? Who among her acquaintances could possibly capture this one's attention? No matter how much she pondered, she couldn't fathom it. She soon realized that Sheng Mo might have intentionally answered that way to avoid disclosing anything. Sheng was merely jesting, she thought. Who among her acquaintances possessed such capabilities? Sheng Mo chuckled softly without responding, then inquired, Have you had a quarrel? Wan Mingyi sighed despondently. It isn't quite a quarrel. It was merely me who inadvertently provoked his ire. He is not anyone to me, and I have no right to constrain his freedom. If he chooses to ignore me, I can only shamelessly pursue him. Upon hearing the word freedom, Sheng Mo raised an eyebrow. It is often said that if you love someone, you should grant them freedom. Yet she has never been able to comprehend this notion. If it were up to her, she would confine her beloved in a basement, feeding him through a small opening in the door until he reciprocated her affection. Wan Mingyi was entirely oblivious to the profound gaze of Sheng Mo. She mused that Sheng Mo was rather amiable, far from the rumored coldness and aloofness attributed to him. The vehicle gradually came to a halt at the entrance of Jiang University, and the flowers and gifts she had ordered in advance were delivered to her. She smiled and expressed her gratitude to Sheng Mo. Thank you, Mr. Sheng. I won't disturb you any longer. Your time is far more valuable than mine. Yet, Sheng Mo showed no inclination to depart. No rush. I happen to have some matters to attend to here as well. Oh, Mr. Sheng has business at Jiang University? Indeed. Oh, all right, then I'll take my leave. Mr. Sheng, you busy yourself. Goodbye. Goodbye. After Wan Mingyi entered Jiang University, Sheng Mo took out his phone and sent a message to Shen Qingling. Sheng Mo, I happen to be at Jiang University today for business. Do you have time to discuss that matter? Chapter 54. Inescapable after class, Shen Qingling finally noticed Sheng Mo's message. However, at that moment, Wan Mingyi was already standing outside the classroom. Shen Qingling glanced outside, where Wan Mingyi smiled and raised the flowers and gifts in her hands. Shen Qingling understood that Wan Mingyi had come to apologize. Yet, how could Sheng Mo be at Jiang University? It was too coincidental for both of them to appear together. Shen Qingling instinctively felt something was amiss. He pondered whether he should abandon Wan Mingyi to meet Sheng Mo. Initially, his strategy was to give Wan Mingyi the cold shoulder. And given the rarity of her encounters with Sheng Mo, it seemed unreasonable to ignore her presence now that she had finally made the effort to approach him. Shen Qingling decisively replied to Sheng Mo's message. Shen Qingling, all right, where are you? Sheng Mo promptly sent him a location, causing Shen Qingling's expression to shift slightly. It was the CAF where Sheng Mo worked. There were several CAFs near the school, so why did he choose this one? Was it merely a coincidence? Shen Qingling suppressed his inner doubts and stepped outside, only to find Wan Mingyi not smiling at all. She seemed to revert to the aloof demeanor of their first meeting. Even Wan Mingyi, who was usually unyielding, felt a pang of sadness upon seeing Shen Qingling's cold expression. When they first met, they were strangers, and Wan Mingyi had naturally been indifferent. However, after spending time together, she had witnessed a different side of him, his gentle smiles and playful banter, and it was unbearable for her to see Shen Qingling like this. It felt as though someone who had descended from a lofty pedestal had only briefly graced her presence before floating away. Shen Qingling, why are you so indifferent? Just smile a little, Wan Mingyi said, attempting to lighten the atmosphere with a teasing tone. Shen Qingling lowered his gaze upon her and replied, Does Miss Wan have something to discuss? The formality of Miss Wan took Wan Mingyi aback. A wave of sorrow washed over her. As though something was lodged in her heart, she felt a sudden urge to cry and a sense of grievance. She handed the flowers and gifts to Shen Qingling, saying, I came to apologize. I truly didn't mean it last night. In truth, the fact that she didn't mean it only underscored the issue. Ruan Mingyi was puzzled by Shen Qingling's implication, her eyes expressing confusion. You view me this way. I'm merely an ornament hanging from your bag, a tool to bolster your image. You love only my appearance, and if I were not so striking, you would never stand by my side. Ruan Mingyi, half comprehending, replied, but I assent that how connections between people work. Your exceptional looks attracted me, and though my family background might be slightly better, we still met because of fate. I assent the nature of fate in this world wondrous. You are correct that we encountered each other through fate. I attracted you with my appearance, but then what? What do you desire while being around me? Is it genuine affection? Of course it is. I pursued you because I want you to be my boyfriend, Ruan Mingyi exclaimed. However, to be together, it cannot solely rely on looks. If we cannot reach each other's hearts, it's like a wall standing between us. You have never made an effort to understand me. You merely chase a result in your own way. Ruan Mingyi murmured softly, I don't understand what you mean. She suddenly felt reluctant to face Shen Qingling, as if he were about to unveil something. Let us both calm down. I will return once you have calmed your anger. Ruan Mingyi turned to leave. Shen Qingling called out from behind her, to put it plainly, you merely wish to conquer me. Conquering a mountain that others find insurmountable would bring you satisfaction. Yet the essence of that mountain holds no significance to you. You merely desire the outcome. Shen Qingling pressed on, stepping closer to her with a voice as cold as ice. Ruan Mingyi, you appear proactive and passionate in relationships, yet you have never taken the other person seriously. Your enthusiasm fizzles out like a fleeting spark. You simply need someone to release your emotions. That person could be me or someone else. You are not inextricably linked to me. When the novelty of that person wears off, you will cast aside the vessel of your emotions without a second thought. Admit it, you do not truly love anyone, and with me, you cannot even claim to like me. Ruan Mingyi felt as though Shen Qingling had seen right through her. His words pierced her heart. Even knowing he spoke the truth, she was unwilling to acknowledge it. She turned to face him, revealing her true self for the first time. Ruan Mingyi flashed a playful smile. In this world, is there anyone who is indispensable to another? When we are together, we should relish the joy of being together. Why dwell on the ephemeral? Yet when I am with someone, I seek nothing less than the inescapable. Ruan Mingyi noticed the unwavering determination in his youthful eyes, sincere, innocent, and captivating. She paused, realizing that Shen Qingling was only 18. An 18-year-old possesses a unique fervor towards love. He remained steadfast and never strayed, earning him the title of the unattainable flower on the high hill. It was only at this moment that Ruan Mingyi comprehended that Shen Qingling was genuinely not someone who would toy with her emotions. Shen Qingling, how should I describe you? If I call you foolish, you see through me so clearly. If I call you intelligent, you naively believe in love. Ruan Mingyi, not everyone thinks like you. Do you believe that the things you deem non-existent truly do not exist? You are the fool who will undoubtedly be deceived by women. When I genuinely like someone, I would willingly endure deception. Ruan Mingyi never expected Shen Qingling to be so stubborn in matters of the heart. This stubbornness was both pure and clear, akin to the clarity of his eyes, crisp, transparent, and soul-stirring. Ruan Mingyi averted her gaze. In that case, let's part ways. I shall no longer intrude upon your life. Without waiting for Shen Qingling to respond, she fled as if escaping, scattering the flowers and gifts across the ground. The surrounding crowd began to murmur, speculating that Ruan Mingyi's affection had been rebuffed, that Shen Qingling had deeply wounded her, leading to her breakdown and departure. Shen Qingling observed the gifts lying silently on the ground and crouched down to gather them. The youth, with his head bowed, smiled faintly. He distinctly heard the system announce that Ruan Mingyi's affection for him had increased by 5 points, though she claimed Shen Qingling was unattainable and professed disbelief in love. It was merely her unfulfilled longing. Ruan Mingyi had always been an extreme individual in matters of the heart. She sought a love that was both intense and absolute. Shen Qingling's proud obstinacy in love compelled her to truly confront their relationship. She would inevitably fall for him. He was the singular exception in her life. Chapter 55. Shen Mo takes action on the other side. A woman sitting in a CAF had just finished listening with her headphones. Her spirits lifted as she took a sip of her coffee, her eyes sparkling with evident intrigue. What an unexpected young man he is. Although Shen Qingling and Shen Xia both appear to be quite naive in matters of the heart, Shen Mo understood that they were fundamentally different. Shen Xia's affection for Gu Yijin was tainted by a myriad of other influences. She was enamored by the aura that Gu Yijin exuded, which was essentially no different from Wanmingyi. If Gu Yijin were truly cast out by the Gu family, becoming a man with nothing, would Shen Xia be willing to endure hardship alongside him? Shen Mo would wager her entire fortune that she absolutely would not. Shen Xia had never been courageous in love. The moment she faced even a hint of suffering, this delicate young lady would retreat. But Shen Qingling was not like that. Shen Mo found herself increasingly captivated by him. The more she interacted with him, the more she discovered the purity of this young man. It seemed that this initial kiss was indeed worth it. A smile crept into Shen Mo's eyes. Shen Qingling glanced at his attribute panel, initially intending to check Wanmingyi's progress bar, only to be surprised to find the unknown goddess's progress bar had risen from 15 to 18. He looked around, but there was no sign of Shen Mo. How could his affection value increase out of the blue? Shen Qingling pondered for a moment on his way there, but when he couldn't come to a conclusion, he decided to set it aside. Upon entering the CF, he immediately spotted the woman seated by the window. She Montag was strikingly conspicuous, dressed in a black professional suit and gold-rimmed glasses, with a laptop and documents spread across the table, occasionally lifting her coffee cup to take a sip. She truly appeared to be relentless in her work. After greeting his colleagues, Shen Qingling approached Shen Mo President Shen. The woman looked up from her documents, closed her laptop, and gestured to the seat in front of her. Please sit down. Feel free to order anything. The coffee here is quite good. It seemed that Shen Mo was unaware that Shen Qingling worked part-time here. But was it truly just a coincidence? Certainly not. After sitting down, Shen Qingling felt somewhat awkward as he lowered his gaze to the menu and casually ordered coffee. Shen Mo observed the youth's downcast eyes. And the moment Shen Qingling lifted his gaze, she swiftly resumed her indifferent demeanor. President Shen, has there been any outcome regarding that matter? Well, sort of, Shen Qingling replied. Shen Mo did not elaborate, choosing instead to extract information gradually, akin to squeezing toothpaste. After all, it was she who had invited Shen Qingling out. What did it sort of mean? You found the person you mentioned, but neither of them knows who is pulling the strings behind the scenes. Were they intentionally withholding information? They truly did not know. All communication was done via mobile. In that case, it seems this matter has no resolution. Not necessarily. I'm still investigating the account of that person. Shen Mo played her cards close to her chest, leading Shen Qingling to believe there was no hope one moment, and then indicating she was still on the case the next. In truth, Shen Mo had already uncovered the account, but it was linked to a false identity, and this matter would yield no results. Yet, she refrained from disclosing this to Shen Qingling. Otherwise, how could she justify meeting him? Thank you. I appreciate your help. President Shen. Shen Qingling was exceedingly polite, not daring to meet her gaze. It's my duty. Since you encountered trouble at the Shen family, I bear some responsibility. Shen Mo took a sip of her coffee, seemingly sensing something. She glanced at the lipstick mark on her coffee cup and reached into her bag. The woman murmured softly, "My lipstick has come off." Shen Qingling's gaze fell upon her lips. The vibrant red on her face lacked any alluring charm, preventing any inappropriate thoughts from arising. Upon seeing her lips, the young man suddenly recalled something, his ears flushing crimson. Shen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed she was not the only one fixated on that kiss. Is Mingyi looking for you? Shen Mo deliberately probed Shen Qingling to see if he would speak the truth. Shen Qingling had no intention of concealing anything. Yes. She feigned curiosity. Then why isn't she here? Shen Qingling pressed his lips together. She left. Shen Mo glanced outside. I think my lipstick might have fallen into her bag. Did you come together? Yes. I had a meeting at her father's company today, and her car broke down, so I drove her here. Since I remembered you were at Jian University, I thought to invite you over. Given the time, Ruan Mingyi should have arrived by now. She purposefully left the lipstick, which contained a listening device, in Ruan Mingyi's bag. Knowing that Shen Qingling and Ruan Mingyi had parted on bad terms, Shen Yimou still sent a message to Ruan Mingyi, naturally intending to summon her. If Ruan Mingyi arrived eagerly only to find Shen Qingling seated with Shen Yimou, what would she think? Indeed, Ruan Mingyi had not left. Instead, she lingered nearby. After her unpleasant encounter with Shen Qingling, she found herself walking aimlessly, and before she knew it, she had wandered into this vicinity. She was perplexed. Why was Shen Qingling like this? The more she thought, the more agitated she grew, and the more despondent she became. But the situation was as it was. It seemed there was no hope left to salvage between her and Shen Qingling. He must think of her as a heartless woman who toyed with emotions. Perhaps Yi Qiao was right. She should never have entangled herself with Shen Qingling. They were never of the same world. Just as she was wallowing in gloom, she suddenly received a message from Shen Yimou. Shen Yimou. Mingyi, did my lipstick fall into your bag? If it's still at Jian University, could you bring it to me? Ruan Mingyi opened her bag and found a lipstick that did not belong to her. It appeared to be the one Shen Yimou had mentioned. Ruan Mingyi. I'm still here. President Sheng, where are you? Shen Yimou. At the CAF to the left of Jian University. Ruan Mingyi thought, isn't that just her family CAF? It was also the place where she first encountered Shen Qingling. Why would they still go to the CAF at this time? Arriving there would only remind her of Shen Qingling. After some contemplation, she decided to go. Ruan Mingyi could never have anticipated what she would witness. As she approached the CAF, she instantly spotted Shen Qingling seated by the window, with Shen Yimou across from him. How could these two be together? Prior to Ruan Mingyi's arrival, Shen Qingling had intended to excuse himself, but Shen Yimou began to speak of Sheng Xia, implying an apology for her previous offense. Shen Qingling felt it inappropriate to leave abruptly, so he remained to engage in idle conversation. Shen Yimou, ever observant, caught sight of Ruan Mingyi outside. She pretended to spill her coffee, causing it to drench her skirt and soak the documents on the table. Shen Qingling, adhering to gentlemanly decorum, offered her a tissue. Are you all right, President Sheng? Yet Shen Yimou appeared to be scalded. Unable to move, she frowned and said, it seems. I might have burned my leg. Could you please take a look? Shen Qingling knelt beside her like a faithful knight. Although the burn on her leg was causing her to tremble, there was a hint of amusement in her eyes. The area affected by the coffee spill was rather awkward, situated on her thigh, leaving Shen Qingling momentarily taken aback. He seemed unsure whether to proceed, looking up and suggesting, perhaps. Shen Yimou frowned and said, it's fine. You can touch it. Just as Shen Qingling was about to place his hand on her leg, Shen Yimou grasped his hand. Wait a moment. What Ruan Mingyi witnessed upon entering was this very scene. Shen Qingling crouched beside Shen Yimou, his hand resting on her thigh, while Shen Mo's hand lay atop his. Seeing this, Ruan Mingyi, who had already resolved to give up on Shen Qingling, felt an explosion of anger. Fury flooded her mind, clouding her already limited judgment. She rushed over, her eyes wide with rage, her voice sharp as she demanded, what are you two doing? Chapter 56. Shen Qingling. I refuse to serve you any longer. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Shen Qingling turned to look. Ruan Mingyi, what are you doing here? Ruan Mingyi was almost laughing in anger. How can you even ask me that? This is the property of the Ruan family. Why shouldn't I be here? But you two, what are you up to? Shen Qingling intended to explain, but Shen Yimou winced from the burn on her leg and exclaimed, ouch. Shen Qingling had no choice but to kneel down to examine her injury. I apologize, I was momentarily distracted. Otherwise, I would have taken you to the hospital. This looks serious. Ruan Mingyi could not tolerate Shen Qingling's concern for another woman in her presence. She stepped forward, pulling Shen Qingling up, and glared at Shen Yimou. Why is the CEO with you? Are you here to find him under the pretext of having some business at Jian University? Shen Yimou, pale with pain, still attempted to clarify. You misunderstood. This explanation was hardly better than silence. She neither confirmed nor denied anything, merely stating that Ruan Mingyi had misunderstood, which only fueled Ruan Mingyi's anger further. Misunderstood? Can't you see how capable the CEO is? Fully aware of my feelings for him, yet she still comes so close. Shen Qingling could not bear to listen any longer. He pulled Ruan Mingyi aside and coldly stated, "Have you lost your mind? The CEO has business with me. Not what you think. Her leg was burned by coffee, and she needs immediate medical attention." Ruan Mingyi was too angry to care about Sheng Mo's injury. She stubbornly demanded an explanation. "All right then, what business could you possibly have?" This was a matter Shen Qingling found difficult to articulate. Should he confess that he had been drugged and kissed Sheng Mo? Moreover, Sheng Mo had just told him that this matter should remain confidential to protect the Sheng family's reputation. Shen Qingling had already promised her. He could not go back on his word now. Naturally, with Shen Qingling's character, he would not. Sheng Mo had a clear understanding of this and immediately shook her head at him. Shen Qingling decided to ignore Ruan Mingyi entirely. He lifted Sheng Mo in his arms and brushed past Ruan Mingyi. Ruan Mingyi stood frozen, incredulous that he would leave her behind, carrying another woman away. She turned in disbelief to watch his retreating figure. The tall silhouette of a young man made Sheng Mo, who stood at 175 centimeters, appear petite in his embrace. Sheng Mo wrapped her arms around Shen Qingling's neck, resting her head gently on his shoulder, yet her gaze remained fixed on Ruan Mingyi. Perhaps it was Ruan Mingyi's imagination, but she felt that Sheng Mo seemed to smile at her for a fleeting moment. Yet in the next instant, Sheng Mo's face was pale and her brow furrowed. Ruan Mingyi was furious, wanting to rush over to confront them, but then she remembered her earlier resolve. Why did she have to act that way? She had no right. They were not even friends anymore. Ruan Mingyi approached the front desk to request a glass of cold water, gulping it down in one breath. Once composed, she realized she should not have acted so impulsively. Shen Qingling was not that kind of person, nor was Sheng Mo. Ruan Mingyi's lost rationality returned at that moment. She accessed the shop surveillance footage. Before Shen Qingling arrived, Sheng Mo had been diligently working. After Shen Qingling entered, they spoke to each other politely, appearing quite unfamiliar, with no signs of crossing boundaries. It was only when Sheng Mo spilled the coffee that Shen Qingling offered her a tissue. It was only when Sheng Mo was too injured to move that Shen Qingling stepped in. Little did they know, Ruan Mingyi had witnessed it all. She felt a pang of regret. She had indeed misunderstood the two. What would Shen Qingling think of her? Acting like a madwoman, she must have looked quite unseemly. But why were they meeting at all? They had only seen each other once. What could possibly warrant a private meeting? Shen Qingling had never mentioned Sheng Mo to her. What connection could Shen Qingling have with the Sheng family? Wait a moment, Gu family. She had yet to ascertain Shen Qingling's relationship with the Gu family. Could it be that Sheng Mo sought him due to a connection with the Gu family? Ruan Mingyi's thoughts spiraled, growing increasingly frustrated, even contemplating messaging Shen Qingling for clarity. Yet, as she took out her phone, she recalled her previous intentions. Had she not resolved to sever ties with Shen Qingling? She must not let herself be too concerned with him. Absolutely not. How could she lose control over such a trivial matter? Ruan Mingyi had never lost her composure over a man before. She had completely unraveled. She realized that Shen Qingling's influence on her was far too significant, which was quite troubling. Taking a deep breath, she put her phone away. I, Ruan Mingyi, will not hang my fate on a single tree. You may be with whichever woman you choose. Farewell, Shen Qingling. I shall no longer serve you. Shen Qingling stepped out of the CAF. Still holding Sheng Mo CEO, where is your car? Just a bit further ahead. That's it. The keys are in my bag. Shen Qingling gently set her down on a bench. I will go retrieve your belongings from a store. Thank you. No problem. Shen Qingling returned to the CAF. Upon entering, he heard Ruan Mingyi's words. Farewell, Shen Qingling. I refuse to serve you any longer. Just as Ruan Mingyi finished speaking, she locked eyes with Shen Qingling. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Ruan Mingyi swallowed hard, appearing somewhat guilty. Oh no, why is he back? Why did I even say his name? Shen Qingling lowered his gaze, maintaining silence for a moment before finally explaining. Let me say a few final words. I'm not the person you think I am. I have acted with a clear conscience regarding today's events, regardless of what you believe. He added, and when you speak ill of me outside, do not mention my name. Shen Qingling brushed past her, collected Sheng Mo's belongings, and left. Ruan Mingyi gazed sorrowfully at Shen Qingling's retreating figure. She had claimed not to care, yet she found herself unable to control her emotions. Like a forlorn puppy watching its owner depart, she felt utterly despondent. How could it be so painful? She hadn't even begun a relationship, yet it felt as if she had already experienced heartbreak. Was this the price of being infatuated with an ice-cold individual? In that instant, she contemplated seeking out Shen Qingling to apologize. She was on the verge of losing her mind. Ruan Mingyi realized she needed to drown her sorrows in alcohol, or she might embarrass herself in the next moment. Ruan Mingyi promptly called Yi Qiao, and the two arranged to meet at a quiet bar for drinks. Shen Qingling and Sheng Mo had caused Ruan Mingyi considerable distress. Ironically, Ruan Mingyi's feelings for Shen Qingling had increased. She was now at 86. Perhaps Shen Qingling had to thank Sheng Mo after all. The woman sat in the passenger seat, casually observing Shen Qingling, who was clearly in a foul mood, his lips pressed together and brow furrowed. I apologize for causing a quarrel between you two because of me. It is not your fault. She is in the wrong. Regardless, it all stemmed from me, and I will clarify things with her. Before this, we had already parted on unfriendly terms. There is no need for you to take it to heart. Actually, you don't need to keep calling me Sue. It makes me feel as though we are in the office. Shen Qingling's brow twitched as he turned to her at a red light. How should I address you then? You are younger than me. You can call me sister if you like. Sister. Upon hearing Shen Qingling tentatively call her sister, Sheng Mo felt her blood rush, and she could barely contain her excitement. Then I can call you Qingling, right? All right, how is your leg? Should we head to the nearest hospital? I must go to the Sheng family's private hospital. Shen Qingling was perplexed by Sheng Mo's insistence on visiting the private hospital owned by her family. She hurried to the establishment, striving to maintain a legal speed while maximizing her haste. The opulent room bore no resemblance to a typical hospital. Shen Qingling refrained from entering, choosing instead to wait outside. Inside, a female doctor was attending to Sheng Mo's wounds. It was not that Sheng Mo held disdain for public hospitals. Rather, she feared the possibility of encountering a male doctor, which would render an examination of her injuries quite inconvenient. Requesting a female doctor would involve unnecessary complications. Hence her preference for her family's facility. As the doctor applied the medication, her tone was gentle. President Sheng, please bear with me. This will be quite painful. Sheng Mo's expression remained indifferent as she responded with a mere, The pain was indeed excruciating, yet she remained silent, her gaze fixated on the doorway. Her previous displays at the CAF had merely been an attempt to capture Shen Qingling's attention. Will there be scars? No, President Sheng. As long as you adhere to the treatment schedule, there will be no issues. The doctor imparted further instructions, to which Sheng Mo responded with a soft acknowledgement. Subsequently, the doctor exited, and Shen Qingling stepped inside. At the moment Shen Qingling entered, Sheng Mo's demeanor shifted dramatically. The pain was evident on her face, and the commanding aura of the powerful female dissipated, leaving in its wake a palpable sense of vulnerability. It was a revelation that she possessed such a side, fragile and tender. Shen Qingling expressed concern for her injuries. The doctor had suggested hospitalization, but Sheng Mo adamantly refused. It's just a minor injury. There are countless matters awaiting my attention at the company. Your health is paramount. Earning money is crucial. My health is important. Very well. May I trouble you with one more request? Speak. Could you drive me home? It's rather inconvenient for me to drive in my current state. Of course. Sheng Mo extended her hand towards Shen Qingling. Could you assist me in rising? Walking is somewhat challenging, or you could carry me as you did before. Chapter 57. Never trade my fiancée. The moment Sheng Mo uttered those words, the young man realized that his previous actions may have crossed a line. I apologize. I was a bit hasty and didn't gauge the situation properly. He confessed. It's all right. It will be much quicker this way. Please hold me once more. She replied, her words devoid of any embarrassment or suggestiveness, leaving him to ponder her true intentions. If Shen Qingling hesitated or refused, it would only betray his own insecurities. He lifted Sheng Mo in his arms and walked outside. This time, Both were acutely aware of their surroundings. Shen Yimou caught a whiff of the pleasant fragrance emanating from him, reminiscent of their earlier kiss. She leaned against his chest, appearing fatigued, and felt the firmness of his abs. A woman needs to rest upon a man's sturdy physique to find the motivation to work. And it must be Shen Qingling's abs that provide such comfort. Though he seemed slender, the young man possessed undeniable strength, his grip around her reassuringly steady. Everything about him seemed to resonate with her desires. She resigned herself, even if this was merely a fade. Shen Qingling casually glanced at the woman in his embrace. Shen Yimou appeared to have drifted into slumber. With her eyes closed, she exuded a tranquil gentleness, and all traces of her previous assertiveness vanished. She nestled comfortably against him, exuding an inexplicable air of obedience. Shen Qingling slowed his pace and gently placed her in the passenger seat of his car, then waited for her to awaken. Yet, Shen Yimou did not fall asleep, not even for a moment, despite her evident fatigue. After about an hour, she finally opened her eyes. Sorry. I must have dozed off, she murmured. It's no trouble. I'll take you home now, he replied. I truly appreciate your help today. I owe you a meal sometime, she insisted. Shen Qingling contemplated declining, but Shen Yimou seemed to discern his intentions and interjected, if you don't agree. I'll be unable to stop thinking about it. Unlike Ruan Mingyi, who had a flippant demeanor when inviting him to dinner, Shen Yimou's tone carried a sense of gravity and earnestness. After a moment's hesitation, Shen Qingling nodded in acquiescence. He drove to the Sheng residence, where upon arrival, he no longer needed to carry her inside, as numerous people were there to assist Shen Yimou. As Shen Qingling turned to leave, Shen Yimou glanced at the time and remarked, It's already time for lunch. Let us eat here. Thank you for your kind offer, but it's really unnecessary. He replied, If you don't stay for lunch, I'll feel guilty, she insisted. Well, please come in. There's no one else at home. Her words were interrupted by Shang Xia's voice. I heard you were injured? Was it that pretty boy who brought you back? Shang Xia scrutinized the man's retreating figure, and a flicker of recognition crossed her face. Could it be the same person you kissed last time? It was only when the man turned around that she realized it was Shen Qingling. Shang Xia's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, it's you. How did you end up with her? Shang Montak found it. That's rather rude of you. Shang Xia shrugged. What is wrong with that? Should I say welcome to the Sheng family? Shen Yimou turned to Shen Qingling apologetically. I'm sorry for the scene. Shen Qingling lowered his gaze. It's nothing. I should really be on my way. Shang Xia approached him and blinked playfully. Wait. I heard you brought my sister back. What happened? Shang Montak interjected. I wanted to invite him to lunch, considering how you offended him last time without apologizing. Shang Xia tugged at Shen Qingling's sleeve. I'm so sorry. I truly didn't mean it. Look, now that you're not with Ruan Mingyi, you seem much more agreeable. Upon hearing Ruan Mingyi's name, he immediately frowned. I have nothing to do with her anymore. Shen Yimou subtly smiled, sensing her aim had been achieved. Shang Xia beamed at Shen Qingling's words. What's going on? Tell me everything. I'm genuinely curious. You're having lunch at my house. I'll apologize if that is what it takes. Come, sit down. She nearly dragged Shen Qingling to the sofa. Shen Qingling appeared reluctant to discuss the matter, remaining silent. Shen Yimou feigned a sigh. It's my fault. Ruan Mingyi thought we were involved, and we had quite the argument. Shang Xia couldn't help but laugh. How foolish is Ruan Mingyi? Does she really think you could have any romantic entanglements with a man? No wonder she can't hold on to one. That dimwit is beyond help. Once Shang Xia learned of the quarrel between Ruan Mingyi and Shen Qingling, her regard for him tripled. She patted his shoulder. Ruan Mingyi isn't worth your sorrow. Since you're not together, just hang out with us. It will be far better than being with her. Shen Yimou observed Shang Xia's hand resting on Shen Qingling's shoulder. Casually, she remarked, You are betrothed, so perhaps you should refrain from discussing such matters. When do you intend to meet your fiancé from the Gu family? Shen Yimou was not without motive in bringing this up. The moment she spotted Shen Qingling in a Gu family vehicle, her suspicions were confirmed. Now, why was she deliberately broaching the subject? Shang Xia's reaction revealed everything. She slumped back in her seat, disheartened. Why would I want to meet that wastrel from the orphanage? He is your future fiancé. You shouldn't be so dismissive. Who acknowledged him as my fiancé? Gu Yijuan is already useless enough. Do I need to switch to someone even more inept? Are you hoping for my misfortune? Don't worry, I have no such intentions. So, your stance is that you refuse to change fiancés? Why should I? I've already stated I want to change. Not even in death. Sheng Mo sighed. Then I suppose I should find an opportunity to inform the Gu family. Sheng Xia eyed her suspiciously. Weren't you the one insisting I should switch before? Why are you so accommodating now? A fruit that is forcibly picked is not sweet. Since you have your sights set on Gu Yijuan, I won't pressure you any further. When did you become so understanding? Sheng Mo glanced at Shen Qingling, who appeared lost in thought. She continued, Did you and Gu Yijuan argue last time? I heard you hit him. He brought it upon himself for wronging me, he replied. If you decided to enter this union, you ought to coexist amicably. Invite him over for dinner. Now, I only have time this afternoon. You know how busy I am. I understand. I'll call him. Sheng Xia dialed Gu Yijuan's number, initially reluctant to attend. Gu Yijuan changed his mind upon hearing it was Sheng Mo's request and that she would be present. He resolved to do his utmost to win her favor. The opportunity for a union with the Sheng family must not be squandered to Shen Qingling. Gu Yijuan made an effort to look presentable as he approached the Sheng residence. Upon opening the door, Sheng Xia noted his somewhat aloof demeanor, evidently still upset over their previous encounter. He presented her with a bouquet of her favorite flowers. Xia, I bought these to ease your anger. Will you forgive me? All right, come inside. I didn't expect your sister to invite me for lunch. I'm truly surprised and honored. It's just for the sake of the union. Don't think she has any genuine affection for you. Regardless, it's the thought that counts. I brought a gift for your sister too. Come on, enough with the small talk. What Gu Yijuan did not anticipate was encountering Shen Qingling in the living room. Upon entering, his expression froze. Shen Qingling. What's he doing here? Chapter 58. I referred to that worthless individual as Shen Qingling. Gu Yijuan whispered, Xia, how did he end up here? My sister brought him back. How could your sister become involved with him? How would I know? If you wish to find out, you should ask my sister. Sheng Xia was unwilling to engage in further conversation with him. Her irritation had not yet subsided. Gu Yijuan first approached Sheng Mo to greet him, placing the gift on the table before him. Sheng Xia was in the wrong for hitting you last time, so I invited you over for dinner to make amends. Please don't dwell on the past. Not at all, it was my fault. I won't blame Xia. It is more than enough that she can forgive me. Well, it is good that you can think that way. Sheng Mo remained as aloof as ever, though his demeanor appeared to have softened slightly. Perhaps he was less resistant to Gu Yijuan now. Gu Yijuan wondered if this was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, since Sheng Mo had expressed such sentiments, it seemed he hoped for a continued union with Sheng Xia, which was indeed a promising beginning. Gu Yijuan glanced at Shen Qingling standing nearby. What capacity did he have to appear at the Sheng family's residence? Did the Sheng family know of his background? Gu Yijuan took the initiative to greet Shen Qingling. You're here as well. Shen Qingling replied, Yes, I have matters to attend to. At that moment, the butler approached to announce that dinner was ready, and they all proceeded from the living room to the dining room. Sheng Mo left with Shen Qingling as support. The more Gu Yijuan observed, the more he felt something was amiss. Sheng Mo had always been averse to physical contact with others. Why would he willingly allow Shen Qingling to assist him? He furrowed his brow and asked Sheng Xia, Don't you think there is something off about your sister and him? Sheng Xia rolled her eyes. You are overthinking it. My sister is a woman who only sees money. No man holds any allure for her compared to the allure of currency. Gu Yijuan pressed his lips together. But Shen Qingling was no ordinary man. Sheng Xia retorted angrily. Why do you always focus on my sister? Do you have other intentions? Sheng Xia was acutely aware that Sheng Mo was handsome, wealthy, and powerful. It was difficult for any man not to be captivated. Gu Yijuan was a man too. Gu Yijuan smiled gently. What are you saying? That is your sister. The only one I have ever cared for is you. After all these years, do you still not understand my heart? I have never looked at another woman with interest. I am merely concerned for your sister, fearing she might be deceived by those with ulterior motives. This time, it was Sheng Xia who laughed, deceived. Don't be ridiculous, Ajin. She wouldn't even bother unless she could strip someone of their dignity. What you two discussing? It is time to eat. Sheng Mo's voice interrupted, and the two ceased their chatter. This was not Gu Yijin's first meal at the Sheng residence. He had often visited when Sheng Mo's parents were still alive, so he felt at ease. It was Shen Qingling's first time here. He spoke little, merely listening as Gu Yijin recounted amusing stories from the past at the Sheng family home. As memories of Gu Yijin's kindness toward her surfaced, Sheng Xia's anger began to dissipate. She smiled and said, Ajin always chose me as his wife when we played house. Qian Xian and the others would want to be the wife, but he would refuse. Mother said Ajin would surely be a good husband someday. Gu Yijin grasped Sheng Xia's hand and declared, I will not let uncle and aunt down. Sheng Mo's gaze was imbued with a chilling intensity, fleeting yet palpable. When do you plan to get married? It was surprising that Sheng Mo took the initiative to inquire about their marriage. The sun must have risen in the west. Sheng Xia, indifferent, responded, I'm fine with it, but now that that worthless individual from the Gu family has returned, I am uncertain of their intentions. It seems Aunt Wen is not particularly keen on a union with my Ajin. Upon hearing the derogatory term for the Gu family, Gu Yijin stole a glance at Shen Qingling. His expression was calm, showing no reaction. Such composure? Sheng Xia then turned to Gu Yijin, by the way, when did that worthless individual return to the Gu family? Have you seen him? Feigning embarrassment, Gu Yijin replied, Xia, perhaps you should refrain from speaking that way. It is not appropriate. Sheng Xia gave him a perplexed look. How should I refer to him? The one who returned from the orphanage? What was his name again? Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling suddenly interjected. I am referring to that worthless individual as Shen Qingling. How do you know? I know him. Huh? How do you know that worthless person? Are you close? What does he look like? Tell me. Shen Qingling smiled, but offered no reply. Sheng Xia blinked. Why do you stop speaking? Shen Qingling calmly set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. Did you not even ask for my name? All right. I still do not know your name. What is it? Shen Qingling. Cough. Sheng Xia had just taken a sip of water when she choked, her face turning crimson. The dining room fell into an eerie silence. One could hear a pin drop. Sheng Xia incredulously gazed at Shen Qingling. What did you say? You are Shen Qingling? Indeed. Impossible. How could you be that worthless individual who returned from the orphanage? That person. Sheng Xia felt as if her mind had gone blank. Is this true? Am I really correct? Is it truly so? She stared at Shen Qingling in disbelief. Could such a handsome man truly be her fiancé? Oh, it seemed rather unlikely. Shen Qingling heard a loud chime in his mind. Sheng Xia's regret value increased by 70, her heartthrob value by 30. Shen Qingling chuckled. One honest child. Sheng Xia was now so embarrassed that she did not know how to react. She had never felt such embarrassment in her life. She had just openly referred to Shen Qingling as the worthless individual who returned from the orphanage, declared she would never marry him, and flaunted her affection for Gu Yijin at the table. Her thoughts were as muddled as porridge. Shen Qingling stood up. I have finished eating. Please enjoy your meal. With that, he headed towards the living room. The dining room echoed with Sheng Xia's scream. Sheng Mo remained unfazed. What are you shouting about? We are eating. Sheng Xia, with a look of uncertainty, asked, Do you think he's playing a joke on me? Sheng Mo replied, I don't know. I have never met the young master of the Gu family. Sheng Xia could only turn to Gu Yijin. Ajin, is he truly the one who returned from the orphanage? Gu Yijin nodded. Yes, he moved back to the Gu family last night. I hinted to you earlier not to speak that way. Sheng Xia retorted angrily. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Gu Yijin, feeling displeased, nevertheless forced a smile. I had no idea you would speak so thoughtlessly. Besides, did you not say you would not be bothered by his appearance? Sheng Xia frowned and fell silent. The smile on Gu Yijin's face gradually faded. Is Xia regretting her words? Sheng Xia poked at the shrimp in her bowl, silent. Suddenly, Sheng Montag spoke. This matter is not one you can afford to regret. Marriage is not a game. You have already said hurtful things in his presence. He likely will not agree to a union with you now. Sheng Xia lamented. What if it hurts even more? Chapter 59. I will always keep an eye on you. An awkward dinner concluded amidst the silence of midsummer. It seemed that Shen Qingling had no intention of lingering any longer. After Sheng Mo and the others finished their meal and stepped out, he took his leave. Gu Yijin, observing the dazed Sheng Xia, felt little desire to remain. More than being concerned about Sheng Xia's feelings, he was curious about Shen Qingling's thoughts, as they appeared to hold the key to the matter at hand. Gu Yijin took the initiative to suggest that he accompany Shen Qingling home. Qingling, are you heading home? Yes. I drove here. Would you like to ride back with me? Sure. As Shen Qingling entered Gu Yijin's car, an awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Shen Qingling gazed out at the passing scenery, while Gu Yijin focused intently on driving. I apologize on behalf of Xia, he said. No need to apologize. Her thoughts are her own, Shen Qingling replied, seemingly unperturbed by Sheng Xia's words. What did this imply? When they halted at a red light, Gu Yijin could no longer restrain himself and cautiously inquired, what if your family insists on a union between you and Xia? At this, Shen Qingling shifted his gaze to Gu Yijin. Ah, here it comes again, that expression. Gu Yijin thought. She is your fiancée. I have heard your tales spanning years, and I know your bond is strong. How could you become the third party to disrupt their relationship? But if it weren't for me, she might have been your fiancée. There are no ifs in this world. Do you not harbor any resentment toward me? I have taken everything that was rightfully yours. What good would hatred do? Can time be reversed? Back then, you were merely an infant. If I were to impose my hatred upon you, it would only inflict pain upon myself. Shen Qingling's gaze remained calm, even imbued with a sense of acceptance and kindness. He exuded an icy demeanor to others. Yet to Gu Yijin, he felt like water. This was disconcerting. Gu Yijin clenched the steering wheel tightly, rendered speechless by Shen Qingling's demeanor. Damn it! Shen Qingling truly is an immaculate white lotus. Gu Yijin thought, unable to fathom how someone like Shen Qingling could lack hatred. How could he regard him with such eyes? They were adversaries, destined for an unending conflict. The more Shen Qingling acted this way, the more Gu Yijin yearned to see him transform into someone like himself. Someone who was also willing to embrace the murkiness of life. Why did Shen Qingling get to remain unsullied? His kindness and purity only fueled Gu Yijin's animosity. He longed to obliterate Shen Qingling, to shatter his benevolence, and make him aware of the world's harsh realities. He believed that he too must become a ruthless individual. From a young age, Gu Yijin had been sensitive and suspicious, his heart cloaked in darkness. He had never experienced a moment of living as openly as Shen Qingling did. For years, he had struggled with his identity, perpetually fearing a fall from grace. He often dreamt of his true identity being exposed, leading to his expulsion, a thought that left him no room for relaxation. Knowing from childhood that he was not a member of the Gu family, he found it impossible to develop any affection for them, living instead in constant caution and wariness. He had to wear a mask, to disguise himself, to become someone who would stop at nothing. How could Shen Qingling blossom into an upright and kind individual amidst such muck? Gu Yijin gritted his teeth and said, You became an orphan because of me, losing your parents' love. You grew up in a leaky rental, working part-time jobs. Your suffering is all because of me. Do you truly not hate me? Gu Yijin, I have never considered my life to be miserable, Shen Qingling replied, leaving Gu Yijin momentarily stunned. Though I lacked parental affection, the director and the caretakers at the orphanage treated me well. They were not my parents, but they were akin to them. Though I lived in a leaky rental, I knew that one day I would escape that life. I have ample confidence in my future. Working part-time is merely a part of ordinary life. No one's existence is entirely sweet. Even the wealthiest have their own troubles. Happiness is not defined by your standards. Do not project your assumptions of suffering onto me. That is a condescending view. In a wealthy family like the Gu family, how many truly feel happiness? Thus, you need not believe that I would harbor hatred toward you, for such feelings are meaningless. The original owner indeed thought this way. Shen Qingling had never perceived his life as unfortunate or painful. He always held hope for the future. Gu Yijin found himself at a loss for words, gripping the steering wheel tightly. As for the Gu family, there were indeed few who found happiness. Gu Qinglong was fixated on the unattainable white moonlight, remaining distant from both his former and current wives. Gu Yutong, having lost her mother, soon saw her father remarry, channeling her resentment toward her stepmother, when Sulan, while refraining from directing her anger at her father, the true source of her anguish. When Salon, lacking Gu Qingling's affection, remained the lowest in the household's hierarchy, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not win the hearts of father and daughter. Lin Qingdai, having lost her parents, lived under someone else's roof, and the family members each bore their own burdens, leaving no room for concern for an outsider like her. As for Gu Yijin, he had lived in a state of perpetual anxiety, knowing that the life he had obtained through deceit could never be lived with ease. Noticing Gu Yijin's sudden silence, Shen Qingling gently prompted, "The light is green." Only then did Gu Yijin turn back to resume driving, his voice swallowed by silence. When Gu Yijin spoke warmly and enthusiastically, it was often a facade. His silence, however, revealed his truest self. Shen Qingling's words conveyed the sentiment that the life Gu Yijin had fought tooth and nail to secure was one that Shen Qingling did not desire. Or rather, he could thrive without it. In that moment, Gu Yijin felt like a mere jest. The two returned to the Gu family home in silence. Upon seeing Shen Qingling, when Salon approached joyfully, inquiring about his well-being, Gu Yijin observed this scene with indifference, silently ascending the stairs. He did not return to his room, but instead stood in a dim corner on the second floor, watching the two. Shen Qingling, I will always keep an eye on you, forever. Forever. In the Gu family, there were no happy souls, and Shen Qingling must also share in their fate. Time swiftly passed to the following day. Upon returning from class, Shen Qingling discovered the Gu residence bustling with activity. An array of vehicles lined the street, clearly indicating the arrival of a production crew. Numerous staff members donned in work attire and headsets scurried about the house, preparing for the program's launch. Today marked the day of filming promotional materials for the Gu family's show, and since Shen Qingling would not be participating, he refrained from attending. With so many staff present, he wished to avoid attracting attention and thus don a mask. As soon as he appeared, Gao Yu, the assistant director overseeing the set, took note of him. Even with his hood and mask, Shen Qingling's stature and the unmistakable glint in his eyes drew Gao Yu's interest immediately. He stood out amidst the crowd. Whispers circulated among the staff. Gao Yu turned to the Gu family's butler, inquiring, "Who is that? The one in the mask?" "Yes. I do not know." Gao Yu, puzzled, responded, "You don't know? Then how did he stroll into the living room so confidently?" The butler chuckled softly. "If the gentleman hasn't mentioned it, then I naturally wouldn't know." Being the Gu family's butler, he was well aware of what could and could not be disclosed. Some truths must remain unspoken. Realizing the butler's reluctance to elaborate, Gao Yu ceased his inquiries and promptly contacted director Hichili. Upon learning that there was another person at the Gu residence, Hichili couldn't help but ask Gu Yutong. "He, like Gu Yijin, is my younger brother. However, he is modest and prefers to stay out of the limelight, so I hope you can avoid capturing him in photographs." Hichili is a person who navigates the entertainment industry with remarkable ease, just by observing the expressions of the Gu family. One can surmise that the young man possesses an extraordinary identity. Her intuition suggests that the Gu family must be harboring a significant secret. Chapter 60. The variety show premiere in the evening. The production team unveiled the promotional poster for the Gu family. As the final guest poster to be revealed, the Gu family's style markedly differed from that of the other families. The entire poster was dominated by hues of black and gold, featuring Gu Qinglong seated upright on a lavish European-style chair, his countenance devoid of any smile, exuding an air of seriousness. With a gaze that reflected the chilling authority of a powerful figure, a quintessential patriarch of a wealthy family. Wen Sulan, adorned in a flowing white gown with her hair elegantly styled, radiated a gentle and refined aura as she smiled warmly at the camera, gracefully leaning against Gu Qinglong's left side, embodying the ideal image of a high society matron. Holding hands with Lin Qingdai, whose long black hair cascaded straight down and donned a princess-like dress, she exuded an unparalleled innocence, reminiscent of the ethereal school beauty that every young boy secretly admired in his youth. To Gu Qinglong's right stood Gu Yutong, her hand resting confidently on his shoulder. Clad in a thigh-high, slit black gown with a crown atop her head, she gazed down at the camera with an air of regal superiority. akin to a queen who commanded everything around her. Beside Gu Yutong stood Gu Yijin, dressed in a tailored suit, gently lifting her hand, his expression warm and his lips curled into a smile, resembling a gentle, refined young gentleman. The most benign presence in the poster. The Gu family's poster exuded opulence and sophistication, encapsulating the indulgent lifestyle of the elite. This was a deliberate request from director He Qingling, as the primary role of the Gu family was to satiate the audience's curiosity about the lives of the affluent. The production team was acutely aware of what viewers yearned to see. This set of posters was undoubtedly the most visually striking and meticulously crafted. Each individual showcased their distinct style, with their character archetypes clearly delineated. The father was the authoritative figure wielding all power. The mother was a beautiful, yet superficial socialite. The sister an ambitious figure positioned above others. The younger brother the gentle and adored young master. And the youngest sister a sweet, unobtrusive little bunny. As a leading actress, Gu Yutong naturally drew immense attention. And with the Gu family status as a prominent household in Jiangxing, this show, known for its dramatic flair, catapulted their poster to the top of trending topics, garnering comments that quickly surpassed 100,000. Among the comments, some were fans of Gu Yutong controlling the narrative, while others praised the family's stunning appearances. Help! Sister Tang looks absolutely breathtaking. My heart races, my breath quickens. My ability to purify smog surpasses that of tropical rainforests. I shall become the new lungs of the earth. I shall kneel the Qinghai Tibet Plateau into a basin. No more need for the South-North Water Diversion Project. The wind generated from my cries will supply power to the global populace. My girl, don't touch, don't snatch, don't covet. If you dare to lay a finger on her, call 110 for me and 120 for you. I will make headlines while you are on the police blotter. I'll end up in prison, and you'll descend into hell. Even if it's just a nail with rhinestones, I'll accept it, as long as it's for my sister. I can accept it all. I was painting a purple wall and suddenly saw this. I was so thrilled that I knocked over the nearby purple paint, and as I watched it spill onto the floor, I shouted, "My paint! My paint!" No wonder Gu Yutong possesses such top-tier beauty. Both parents are stunning, and the brother and sister could easily enter the entertainment industry. This poster takes my breath away. This is the essence of wealth. The production team truly excelled in capturing the extravagant atmosphere. This must be the only family in the show, with all members boasting top-tier looks. I wonder what it feels like for a family of such beauty. Sister Tang might say it feels nothing special. After all, what feelings can one have when facing a face akin to a masterpiece of N.Y. every day? I am so looking forward to this. It's Sister S' first variety show, and we fans must tune in. However, why does it feel like this family doesn't resemble each other much? A passerby's remark suggesting that the Gu family members appeared dissimilar was met with backlash in the comments. Yet upon closer inspection, there seemed to be some truth to it. Gu Yutong and Gu Chengwang bore some resemblance, but the others did not share this trait. Gu Yijin bore no likeness to either parent, and Lin Qingdai, as expected, had no familial connection to the Gu family. Nevertheless, fans would remain steadfast, and Gu Yutong was unconcerned about these perceptions. Even though this program was notorious for its dramatic confrontations, fans would courageously rally in support. Previous seasons had seen popular stars incite conflicts between fans, production teams, and bystanders. The only difference lay in whether one's fans could contend with the others. Should the majority of the audience consist of indifferent onlookers, no amount of fan support would suffice. Gu Yutong was the sole celebrity from a prominent family this season, brimming with popularity and attention. However, this also meant that viewers would scrutinize the Gu family under a microscope, judging each individual with a critical eye. Those who enjoyed the show were primarily thrill-seekers eager to uncover the secrets of the elite and revel in the gossip. The program Walking with the X Family was broadcast live in its entirety, and the production team had even arranged hidden cameras, a move that was sanctioned by Gu Yutong. For her, as long as there were no cameras in the upstairs bedrooms, she had no objections. The Gu family was uncertain of how many cameras were installed. Everyone was busy and spent little time at home, mostly either in the living room or retreating to their rooms, and on pleasant days, they would lounge in the garden. rarely venturing elsewhere. The director, however, ensured that cameras were installed throughout the Gu residence, with the exception of the second floor of the villa. This was done both to provide the audience with a more vivid glimpse into the lives of the affluent and to capture any hidden secrets of the elite that might unfold. Previous seasons had unveiled juicy secrets through such hidden cameras, and director He Qingling was eager to see what revelations might emerge from the Gu family. On the first day of the show's premiere, the Gu family's live stream was inundated with viewers, boasting over 1 million online spectators. With a barrage of comments scrolling too quickly to read. It was 6 p.m., the Gu family's dinner time. The meal was lavish, with the director explicitly requesting an extravagant display to fulfill the audience's fantasies of opulence, leading viewers to believe that the Gu family dined on gourmet delicacies daily, a notion that, while exaggerated, was readily accepted by the audience. Initially, the family felt a bit awkward in front of the cameras. However, as they were accustomed to attending high society banquets, their unease quickly faded after a brief moment of tension, returning to their usual relaxed demeanor. During the dinner, each member showcased their unique characteristics. Gu Yutong, frequently seen on television, attracted less curiosity, shifting the focus of discussions predominantly onto Gu Yijin. Gu Yijin embodies all my imaginings of a young master from a wealthy novel. He is so elegant, and his smile towards Sister Tang is so gentle. I feel like I'm melting in his warmth. He doesn't at all resemble a pampered young master. He seems more like a well-behaved puppy. Gu Yijin has a good reputation in the industry, but unfortunately, he has a fiancée, a childhood sweetheart with whom he shares a deep bond. That makes him even more appealing. A devoted and loyal childhood sweetheart. This is like a novel come to life. The Gu family surely won't be the most harmonious family in this show. No way. I want to see drama. I want to witness the conflicts of the wealthy. Who wants to see you all flaunting your glamorous lives? Before the show's premiere, nearly every guest had activated their Weibo accounts. Within an hour of the broadcast, Gu Yijin gained an impressive 100,000 followers, while Shen Qingling intentionally absented herself from the premiere dinner. Chapter 61. Dragging Shen Qingling into the abyss. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening when Shen Qingling finally returned home, and no one knew where he had been. Habitually donning a mask, he merely nodded at the individuals in the living room recording a program before making his way upstairs. Since his return to the Gu family, Shen Qingling had consistently behaved this way. He was still unfamiliar with the family members and lacked the words to engage in conversation, spending his days in a vague flurry of activity. Each morning, he would return from his run, grab a piece of bread, and leave. In the evening, he would acknowledge the presence of others and retreat to his room. He maintained a cold demeanor towards everyone, save for when Salon. As Shen Qingling prepared to ascend the stairs, Gu Yijin suddenly called out to him, "Qingling, where have you been? Why are you only coming back now?" Shen Qingling glanced at him and replied, "I had something to attend to." Gu Yijin approached him and said, "What have you been busy with these past few days? Mother is quite worried about you. If there's something, please do share with the family. I'm feigning." Shen Qingling's masked face obscured his expression, and his tone, cold as ever, often left first-time listeners with an impression of aloofness. "Is there anything else? If not, I'm going upstairs." "Nothing. Good night." Shen Qingling ignored his farewell and headed upstairs. By nature, Shen Qingling was not an affable person. Even if he clarified matters with Gu Yijin, it did not imply he would grow fond of him. Gu Yijin was well aware of Shen Qingling's disposition and intentionally approached him. With feigned sadness, Gu Yijin lowered his gaze, seemingly accustomed to Shen Qingling's attitude. The barrage of comments from viewers was rife with curiosity about the masked figure, as he had not been present before the broadcast. The audience grew increasingly irate over Shen Qingling's demeanor towards Gu Yijin. How rude. One is in the heavens while the other is on the ground. Why is he wearing a mask? Can't he take it off at home? Could it be that he wears a mask because he is unattractive? Does anyone else think his voice is quite pleasant? It resembles that of a voice actor. His voice is akin to that of a domineering CEO in a radio drama, a celestial being in a fantasy series, or a cool schoolboy in a campus drama, an epitome of elegance. What elegance? Rudeness is rudeness. Perhaps he is a hideous creature that dares not show his face. The comments praising him are simply laughable. He wasn't even on the Gu family poster. Could he possibly be an illegitimate child? He didn't even join us for dinner, and now he returns with such a sour expression, as if someone owes him 8 million. After Shen Qingling ascended the stairs, when Sulan quickly followed, appearing somewhat concerned for his state. Once Gu Yijin returned to his seat, Gu Yutong inquisitively asked, "What did you discuss with him?" Gu Yijin sighed helplessly. "I merely inquired about his activities. I told him mother is worried. He has been leaving early and returning late without a word." Alas, he cast his gaze downward, letting out a bitter laugh, "But Qingling has never favored me, so his silence is to be expected." Gu Yutong sighed, considering Gu Yijin's status, yet could not voice his thoughts on the program, offering only, "He may be in a bad mood. Try not to overthink it." Lin Qingdai nearly rolled her eyes in exasperation. Unable to restrain herself, she interjected, "Qingling has always been like this. You should know that by now, Brother Jean. He simply isn't one for conversation. You never showed much concern for Shen Qingling before. Why pretend now? It's not as if you wish for the audience to dislike him." How insufferable. Unfortunately, Lin Qingdai's explanation fell on deaf ears. As Gu Yijin turned to her and asked, "Did Qingling not say he would tutor you? Has he helped you at all?" Gu Yijin's inquiry was laced with ulterior motives. Shen Qingling had been too busy to tutor Lin Qingdai. Being considerate would not intrude upon him. Yet Gu Yijin's question was malicious, as any answer would prompt the audience to view Shen Qingling unfavorably. "Why is Qingdai silent?" "It's nothing. Brother Qingling is quite busy. I will seek him out once he has more time." Gu Yijin felt a fleeting sense of triumph, but Lin Qingdai continued, "If only Brother Jean were as academically gifted as Brother Qingling, then I wouldn't have to trouble him." Gu Yutong frowned. "Enough, it's late. Everyone should retire for the night." Gu Yijin glanced at Wen Sulan's position, his expression unmistakably one of disappointment and sorrow. To an outsider, it would seem he cared deeply for his mother. But the truth was far more complex. Subsequently, the group ascended their respective stairs, while the barrage of comments continued to erupt over Shen Qingling and Gu Yijin's altercation. Every detail of the program was magnified endlessly. Is that person truly an academic prodigy from Jian University? The atmosphere turned sour upon his arrival. Yijin was so cheerful before, but his mood has plummeted since. Isn't he refusing to tutor you? Our Yijin is so gentle. Why the snarky remarks? This girl's tone is rather irritating. Why does Gu mother appear to show less concern for Gu Yijin than for that masked man? Is she a biased mother? Lin Qingdai calls him brother. Could he also be a member of the Gu family? How odd that he is not participating in the show. Qingling, that name sounds so familiar. I feel I have heard it somewhere before. That is our Jian University's academic prodigy. Regrettably, amidst the cacophony of comments, a few supportive words from Shen Qingling's alumni were swiftly drowned out, garnering little attention. The following morning, Shen Qingling grabbed a piece of bread and prepared to leave, responding to Wen Sulan's concerns with minimal engagement. In contrast to Gu Yijin's almost obsequious attentiveness to Wen Sulan during the program, Shen Qingling's responses seemed starkly indifferent. Gu Yijin placed a glass of milk beside Wen Sulan, saying, "Mother, Qingling has his own affairs. There's no need for you to worry about him constantly. Please, eat your breakfast." When Sulan merely offered a smile in response, she found it difficult to express warmth towards Gu Yijin, even in the facade of program, as the lingering resentment in her heart was not easily dispelled. The comments in the barrage reflected a perception of her favoritism, with many viewers empathizing with Gu Yijin, believing him to be the unloved child in the family. This garnered Gu Yijin another wave of sympathy. However, He Qili was different. She focused intently on Shen Qingling, employing various means to gather information, and eventually discovered his identity, the long-lost second young master of the Gu family. Filled with curiosity about him, she struggled to find an opportunity to approach, as he was perpetually busy. Meanwhile, Gu Yijin had been riding high these past few days. Every time Shen Qingling appeared, the comments turned increasingly unfavorable. Gu Yijin did not believe Shen Qingling could maintain his innocence after enduring such online harassment. He planned to offer comfort at the moment Shen Qingling could no longer uphold his detachment. Yet, Gu Yijin's so-called comfort was merely a ploy to reveal the harsh realities of the world to Shen Qingling. He yearned for Shen Qingling to feel jealousy, anxiety, hatred, and despair, just as he did. He sought to strip Shen Qingling of that infuriating, self-righteous benevolence and tolerance he exhibited towards everything. He had no desire to witness Shen Qingling maintain that ethereal, untouchable demeanor. He was determined to drag Shen Qingling into the abyss. At 11 o'clock that night, Gu Yijin knocked on Shen Qingling's door. Chapter 62. I am here to mock you. Gu Yijin displayed a feigned friendly smile. I have something to discuss with you. May I come in? Shen Qingling seemed disinclined to let him enter. Let us talk here. Gu Yijin added, I'm afraid Mom might overhear and worry. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingling indeed permitted him to enter. As Shen Qingling turned away, the smile faded from the corners of Gu Yijin's lips. Why was he so concerned about Wen Sulan? Why? Gu Yijin remained perplexed. Wen Sulan had never raised him. She had nurtured others' children for many years. How could Shen Qingling possibly be at peace with all of this? This woman held such a low status in the family. What could she do for him? Besides offering daily pleasantries and a small allowance, what else was there? Shen Qingling, instead of currying favor with Gu Chunwang, bestowed all his goodwill upon Wen Sulan. What a fool. Once inside, Gu Yijin surveyed Shen Qingling's room. It was rather minimalistic, dominated by shades of white and gray. The decor was meticulously chosen by Wen Sulan, demonstrating considerable thought. There were few items belonging to Shen Qingling himself, save for a single photograph on the desk. Gu Yijin approached and glanced at it. To his surprise, it was a group photo from the orphanage. Despite the many faces in the picture, Gu Yijin immediately recognized Shen Qingling. The young Shen Qingling was as striking as he was now, beaming with sunlight in the photograph, a stark contrast to his current demeanor. Gu Yijin momentarily lost himself in thought. What do you want to say? Shen Qingling's voice brought Gu Yijin back to reality. It's about the show, he began. But I Haven T participated in it. What do you wish to discuss? Qingling, you might not be aware, but the online commentary regarding you is rather negative. I hardly show my face or spoke much. Why is that? Because you come and go without a trace, and the audience suspects you of indulging in a hedonistic lifestyle. Moreover, your own demeanor tends to be rather terse and aloof, leading viewers to perceive you as having an unpleasant personality. Many have criticized you. I wonder if you've noticed. Shen Qingling paused. Gu Yijin felt a surge of joy. Was he about to get angry? But the next moment, Shen Qingling wore a puzzled expression. So? Gu Yijin was momentarily taken aback. So? What do you mean, so? Those people are irrationally berating you. I felt indignant on your behalf. Yet you seem utterly unconcerned. Shen Qingling displayed a resigned smile. Is that why you sought me out? Gu Yijin pressed his lips together. This is no trivial matter. If it escalates, it could lead to online harassment. I searched your name on Weibo, and all that appeared were negative reviews. If this reaches Mom's ears, she may be deeply saddened. Shen Qingling nodded. I understand. Gu Yijin. Is there anything else? Shen Qingling. Are you upset? Gu Yijin, why wouldn't I be? Shen Qingling. Why should I be upset? They do not know the real me. They merely project their fantasies onto me, venting their emotions. If I were to be angered by this, it would be unnecessary. Gu Yijin could see that Shen Qingling genuinely seemed unfazed. This made him feel like a fool, reveling in his own momentary triumph. He had once delighted in the audience's affection, thrilled by the surge in his follower count. Initially, it brought him joy, but now it left him discontented, for someone else was indifferent to it all. He believed himself victorious, yet in truth, Shen Qingling had never engaged in this contest. It was merely a figment of his imagination. Shen Qingling held this in contempt. He stated, Gu Yijin, I do not live for the opinions of others. Thus, he lived in the shadows cast by others' perceptions, where they admired only the faade he presented, while the true him remained hidden like a mouse. Gu Yijin stood and said, Then I shall let you rest. I won't disturb you further. As he approached the door, Shen Qingling suddenly remarked, Nonetheless, thank you for coming to tell me this. You are very kind. Gu Yijin, incensed, retorted, What nonsense! I came here to mock you. He felt as though Shen Qingling was mocking him. Kind? Absurd. Did this word have any relevance to him? Gu Yijin? What a fool Shen Qingling was, believing everyone in the world was like him. Gu Yijin refrained from turning back. He knew Shen Qingling must be wearing that same innocent expression. With a darkened countenance, he replied, "No need for thanks." Shen Qingling's voice followed him from behind, "If possible, I hope we can be friends." Gu Yijin gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, inhaling deeply to maintain a gentle tone. "I hope so too. It's late. I won't disturb your rest any further. Good night." Shen Qingling offered no response to his farewell. Indeed, that was his nature, lacking in verbal expression. When Gu Yijin arrived, he was beaming. When he departed, his expression was twisted. Back in his room, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He opened Weibo to search Shen Qingling's name. It had become his remedy for sleeplessness. Viewing others' criticisms of Shen Qingling had once brought him satisfaction, but today it proved futile. That Qingling must be an eyesore, always wearing a mask and unwilling to show his face. Is Gu Qingling envious of Yijin? He treats the Gu family dog better than he does Yijin. He must be psychologically twisted. Gu Qingling is the sole blemish in the Gu family. No wonder he wasn't allowed to participate in the show. Gu Qingling must be out gallivanting all day, completely invisible, busier than Lin Qingdai, the repeater, living it up. Gu Qingling always keeps his head down. Can he not hold his head up high? Is he really the illegitimate child of the Gu family? Gu Qingling cannot compare to Gu Yijin in the slightest. He is truly an outlier in the Gu family. Ugly, rude, and lacking in quality, a disgrace. How could Gu Qingling speak to our Yijin like that? He doesn't bully Yijin at home, does he? These comments, though already relatively mild, still cause Gu Yijin to frown. A significant portion of the audience's negative views of Shen Qingling stemmed from Gu Yijin himself. Viewers perceived Wen Sulan as biased towards Shen Qingling, neglecting Gu Yijin, making him appear pitiful. Gu Yijin cared for Shen Qingling, yet Shen Qingling's responses seemed far too cold compared to Gu Yijin's enthusiasm, rendering him pitiable. Gu Chenwang rarely inquired about Gu Yijin, while often asking about Shen Qingling, further emphasizing Gu Yijin's sense of neglect. Yet despite all this, Gu Yijin tirelessly endeavored to care for each family member. He treated Gu Yutong with utmost gentleness, often seeking her affection, embodying the ideal brother in the audience's imagination. He remained dutiful and considerate towards his mother, Wen Sulan, striving to fulfill a son's responsibilities even as she remained indifferent to him. He revered and feared his father, making every effort to engage him at the dinner table, yearning for his attention, only to receive dismissive replies. Gu Yijin had meticulously crafted an image that endeared him to the audience, which made their affection for him seem entirely reasonable. However, he failed to grasp a crucial truth. When one presents an overly perfect faade from the outset, any subsequent misstep may become a fatal flaw, leading the audience to believe all his efforts were merely an act. Shen Qingling was acutely aware of this principle. Thus, he chose a different path. He adopted a strategy of rising from adversity, a narrative of initial hardship followed by ultimate triumph. The more he was criticized in the beginning, the more love and admiration he would garner in due course. Chapter 63. Deserved backlash on Friday night. Shen Qingling returned home late once more. Gu Yijin insisted on waiting for Shen Qingling to have dinner, thus enduring hunger in silence. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Qingling was utterly unaware of this. Exhausted from the day, he lacked even the energy to converse, merely shaking his head and retreating upstairs when Gu Yijin attempted to engage him. Gu Yijin, seemingly starved and wounded by Shen Qingling's indifference, sat pale and dazed at the dining table, soon clutching his stomach in anguish. It must be said that Gu Yijin was rather harsh on himself, as he collapsed right at the table, the cause of his distress unknown. The production crew was taken aback, suddenly feeling a profound sympathy for Gu Yijin. The Gu family had a private physician, and Gu Yijin was carried upstairs, out of sight of the cameras, leaving no one aware of the outcome of his condition. This incident ignited a powder keg of outrage, with the online comments mercilessly berating Shen Qingling, all expressing concern for Gu Yijin. What a wretched person. Our Yijin waited for him so long, and he couldn't even muster a word. One attitude. I truly mean it. Yijin, don't bother with this person anymore. He is not worth it. My heart aches for you. What should we do? Yijin has fainted. He won't be in danger. Will he? I've never disliked someone so intensely. Why doesn't Shen Qingling just disappear? This makes me furious. If anything happens to Eugene, I will expose everything about Shen Qingling and let him experience what online bullying truly means. Shen Qingling deserves the backlash for being such a person. The Gu family must have done so many wrongs to Eugene. He is in such poor health that he fainted from hunger. Gu Eugene's fainting became the top trending topic, overshadowing other discussions, reducing the rest of the Gu family to mere background figures. Discussions regarding Shen Qingling became unbearable to read. The audience's anger and disdain for Shen Qingling reached a fever pitch, even though he had done nothing wrong. Calmly scrolling through his phone, Shen Qingling remained unmoved by the comments, as the outcome was precisely what he desired. At that moment, a knock at the door interrupted him, and he rose to answer it. Outside stood Gu Yutong, her face aflame with fury. What have you done to Eugene? Why did he faint? Eugene fainted? I don't know. I know you dislike him, but could you perhaps treat him with a modicum of kindness? After all, you're recording a show. He cares for you so much, yet you always treat him with such coldness. Isn't that a bit excessive? Eugene has been making great efforts to make amends for you. My mother has been compensating for your lack of maternal affection. Have you ever shown her a moment of kindness? Gu Yutong was taken aback by Shen Qingling's sudden mention of Wen Salon. She frowned. This is nonsensical. These are two separate matters. Don't divert the topic. Shen Qingling's eyes, devoid of warmth, curled into a sardonic smile. This is indeed one matter. You have harbored resentment towards my mother for years, despite her never having wronged you. What me and Gu Eugene? I neither despise him nor harbor ill will. But you expect me to treat him with fervor. That is beyond my capabilities. I am simply not the type of person who can exhibit warmth towards anyone. I am a human being, not an emotional machine you've programmed to respond as you wish. With that, Shen Qingling closed the door. Gu Yutong's eyes widened in disbelief. You? What kind of attitude is that? Turning around, she found Wen Sulan standing behind her. Wen Sulan's gaze was no longer gentle. Her voice was firm and cold. What does this mean, Yutong? If Gu Eugene has fainted, he should be seeing a doctor. What do you intend by confronting Qingling? Gu Yutong scoffed as expected. Blood ties make a difference. Have you even checked on Eugene since he fainted? If it weren't for Shen Qingling, how could he have fainted? Since Shen Qingling returned home, have you shown any concern for Eugene? He has treated you so well, yet you have been so heartless. I truly feel for Eugene. Wen Salon laughed coldly. Have I shown you kindness? Have you ever cared for me? If you were in Qingling's shoes, how would you treat Gu Eugene? You'd likely wish for his demise. If it weren't for Qingling's kindness, do you think Gu Eugene could have appeared on the show and garnered such affection from the audience? Let us not forget that it was Qingling who made concessions, allowing him to stay in the Gu family and participate in the show as a young master, earning him the admiration and affection of so many. Gu Yutong bit her lip, finding herself at a loss for a rebuttal, stung by the sight of Gu Eugene in distress. Coupled with the knowledge that it was Shen Qingling's doing, she had lashed out in anger. It was the first time she had faced such a sharp retort from Wen Salon, and it left her feeling quite unsettled. In defiance, she muttered, "No one forced him to do this. It was his choice. Once he made it, he should not complain about the consequences. He chose to be a." Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the quiet night. It was Wen Sulan's first strike against Gu Yutong. Gu Yutong covered her face, incredulous. You dare hit me? How could you, Wen Sulan? Qingling is my son, and I will not allow you to insult him. Then take your son and leave the Gu family. Why do you linger here? This is my home. Why should I leave? This is my father and mother's house, not yours. You have usurped my mother's place. Gu Yutong's eyes turned red with indignation, and she lashed out with words that cut deep. Yet Gu Eugene has taken everything from Qingling. How can you forgive him so easily? Your mother has passed naturally. My marriage to your father was a business arrangement. Don't project your bitterness onto me. If you have the courage, take your anger to your father and question him about remarrying. Would you dare? Yutong, the weakest person in this family is not me. It is you. You lack even the courage to confront your own fears. With those words, Wen Sulan turned and left, leaving Gu Yutong alone, stunned and weeping. For the first time, she recognized this new side of Wen Sulan, reminiscent of her initial encounter with the Wen family. When Sulan was nothing like her family. When Sulan's father was cold and stern, speaking with a piercing clarity that left Gu Qingling, who had neglected when Sulan after their marriage, with a deeply pained expression but unable to refute the words. If you were not willing to marry her, you should never have taken her as your wife. Since you did, you ought to treat her well. You swore to me you would cherish her. Is your notion of kindness merely keeping my daughter as a pretty ornament at home? Had I known you were still pining for someone else, I would never have consented to this marriage. You lack the courage to forsake everything for your first love. Do not resent others for your own shortcomings. This is your issue, not my daughter's fault. In that moment, Gu Yutong felt as though she had glimpsed the ghost of when Sulan's deceased father. Chapter 64, A Stunning Twist. A familiar visage suddenly appeared before her. It was Shen Qingling. No wonder when Sulan was so concerned about this son. He bore an uncanny resemblance to when Sulan's deceased father. I'm sorry, Gu Yutang abruptly apologized. Shen Qingling paused for a moment, suggesting that perhaps she was not beyond redemption after all. Gu Yutang lowered her head, admitting it was a moment of impulse. I shouldn't have blamed you. Shen Qingling handed her a tissue without uttering a word. Now, somewhat more composed, Gu Yutang wiped her tears and inquired, Did you hear my argument with your mother? I did, he replied. I didn't mean for it to happen. I was just a bit angry and spoke without thinking. I will apologize on your behalf. Gu Yutang raised her eyes to him, pondering how Shen Qingling could possibly anticipate her thoughts. Their gazes met, and he added, But it's best if you do it yourself. Gu Yutang awkwardly clutched the tissue and murmured, I don't know what to say. Can't you just say you're sorry? You can say it to me, but not to her. It felt strange. It was the first time she had seen her so furious. If I were to insult your mother, would you be angry? Yes, he affirmed. In her eyes, I hold the same importance as you do in yours. Gu Yutang was momentarily speechless. After a few seconds of silence, she finally replied, I understand. You should rest. You don't look well. Gu Yutang noticed that Shen Qingling appeared paler than usual. Had she hurt his feelings with her words? She apologized again. I'm sorry for what happened tonight. I shouldn't have said those things. What about Gu Yijin? Gu Yutang glanced at him in surprise, wondering about his attitude towards Gu Yijin. Having grown up alongside Gu Yijin, she naturally favored him. Wen Sulan cared more for her own son, which allowed her to empathize with Shen Qingling. After Wen Sulan's remarks, Gu Yutang began to comprehend why Shen Qingling acted as he did. She had always considered Gu Yijin's perspective while neglecting Shen Qingling's feelings. Yet, even so, Shen Qingling was not as indifferent as she had imagined. He simply lacked eloquence and was not one to perform for the camera. He was not a calculating individual. Gu Yutang shook her head. It's fine. I'll be okay after a good rest. The online sentiments have not been favorable towards you lately, but I understand you cannot change yourself for the show. Perhaps it's best to limit your time on Weibo. I know, those opinions are inconsequential. Like Gu Yijin, Gu Yutang was taken aback to realize that Shen Qingling did not care about such matters at all. In truth, it was quite unfair to Shen Qingling, as Gu Yijin did not deserve so much affection. He had essentially thrived at Shen Qingling's expense. Gu Yutang felt a pang of guilt as she observed Shen Qingling. Perhaps she should never have accepted this program. What if I posted on Weibo to clarify? No need. I'm not involved in the entertainment industry, and it's not important. All right then, have a good night. Gu Yutang felt an urge to do something, yet Shen Qingling was not receptive and did not require her assistance. A sense of unease washed over her. After a night of brewing controversy, Gu Yutang found herself in a foul mood upon reading the comments. However, intervening would only provoke backlash from the audience, leading to even greater disdain for Shen Qingling. Yet the public opinion swiftly turned. A post emerged on a certain entertainment forum. ISNT this Gu Qingling. The masked figure looks just like him. This post immediately drew considerable attention. The platform was dedicated to entertainment gossip, infamous for its dramatic flair, and had a specific section for discussions. Prior to this, all remarks regarding Shen Qingling had been negative. However, this unexpected post did not seem like a smear campaign, causing many curious onlookers to click on it. The post featured several images and screenshots from a public account, despite attempting to blend into the crowd with a mask. Shen Qingling was recognized at first glance. His height was too conspicuous, and his attire matched perfectly with what he wore during the show, confirming his identity as Gu Qingling. However, contrary to the rampant speculations, he was not out indulging in a life of excess. Rather, he was engaged in charitable work at an orphanage. The images originated from the Jiangshang orphanage, with the article and shared photographs posted by Jiangxing News. The content revealed that the orphanage had received funding from an anonymous benefactor and was actively conducting charitable activities. Among the 10 photographs, 5 depicted Shen Qingling. There were images of him donning a volunteer vest while moving supplies, crouching beside a table to teach children how to paint, navigating through the rain at a book protection event, cradling a child to sleep, and ultimately exhausted and resting against a wall. In these pictures, he was not the focal point. Rather, he was just one of many volunteers, merely a silhouette among the crowd. It was only due to the program that he had drawn attention and recognition. The final image showcased Shen Qingling, masked during an interview. The reporter noted that this volunteer had worked tirelessly from dawn until dusk, barely pausing to eat, and had sustained this pace for several days. According to the director, this volunteer was also a child from the Jiangxing orphanage who had gone on to attend Jiangxing University, serving as an inspirational figure for the orphanage's children. This post ignited a massive discourse, with the unexpected twist leaving many in shock. What? Are you telling me Gu Qingling is not out partying, but instead dedicating his time to the orphanage? OMG, what a stunning reversal. It's my favorite moment, haha. Gu Qingling has been quietly making a significant impact. So, this explains his late nights? He has been so exhausted that he fell asleep against the wall, leaving no energy to attend to Gu Yijin. Thinking back to the sympathy expressed for Gu Yijin on Weibo tonight is amusing. Gu Qingling is merely fatigued from his charitable efforts at the orphanage, while your brother was waiting for him to dine until he fainted. Isn't it odd that no one has remarked on how stunning Gu Qingling's eyes are? They are even more captivating than those of the stars. Previously, he was merely a fleeting figure in the Gu household, and now he has completely taken my breath away. Could it be that Gu Qingling is not only handsome, but also kind-hearted? This is simply outrageous. How tragic it is that he has been vilified. Don't you find it curious? Pay attention to the article's mention of a child from the orphanage. Could Gu Qingling be someone adopted from there? How could he be adopted? If that were the case, why would Mrs. Gu be so attentive to him? And why does Gu Yijin keep approaching him to no avail? Something seems off here. I sense a juicy scandal brewing. Hurry and let the sun rise. I want to witness the drama unfold. Chapter 65. Shen Qingling, the alleged illegitimate child. This post was published in the dead of night, coinciding with a Friday when many were on holiday, indulging in the latest gossip. Midnight revelations are always more exhilarating and engaging. Unsurprisingly, the post went viral, accompanied by a surge in trending topics. It remains uncertain whether the production team purchased the trending spot or if the heat was genuinely organic. Numerous marketing accounts transferred the post to Weibo, and discussions about Shen Qingling proliferated in the program's dedicated forums, even infiltrating the comment section of Gu Yijin's Weibo. The top trending topic was Gu Qingling's orphanage. The comments section began to see supporters for Shen Qingling emerging. Is it true that Gu Qingling has been criticized for so many days only to be revealed as doing charitable work? Will Gu Yijin's fans apologize? I can't imagine how annoying it would be for Gu Qingling to come home after a long day only to deal with Gu Yijin. Gu Qingling must be devastated, scrolling through his phone to find nothing but insults, while Gu Yijin has somehow become the victim. What a ridiculous world. Oh, the fans will just claim Gu Qingling is the illegitimate child of the Gu family, someone unworthy of their brother's apology. What exactly is Shen Qingling's status in the Gu family? Why does the public account refer to him as a child from the orphanage? Is this connected to some family feud? Honestly, I feel Gu Yijin is being pretentious. Shen Qingling is clearly a reserved individual, and his repeated appearances on camera seem designed for him to be criticized. What wrong has our introverted friend done? Will the production team provide an explanation? Why is there such avoidance regarding Shen Qingling's identity? As a member of the Gu family, why isn't he participating in the show? The fans of Gu Yijin, known as AIE, found themselves outmatched by ordinary viewers as their comments in defense of Gu Yijin were drowned out and even ridiculed. The audience's curiosity gravitated more towards Shen Qingling's identity than the incident involving Gu Yijin's fainting, eager to unravel his true position within the Gu family. If he were indeed an illegitimate child, why would he receive such affection from Salon? Logically, she should favor her biological son, Gu Yijin, yet the reality seemed contrary. As interest in Shen Qingling grew, some individuals began to investigate his identity, primarily driven by Gu Yijin's fans, who approached the matter with malicious intent, seeking to expose Shen Qingling as an outsider, an unworthy member of the Gu family, incomparable to Gu Yijin. In truth, Shen Qingling's identity was not difficult to ascertain. He was already quite well known at Jian University. Initially, viewers assumed his surname was Gu, failing to connect him to a specific individual. The students at Jian University were unaware of his ties to the Gu family, as his fame was often overshadowed by his impoverished background. Now, Gu Yijin's fans were frantically pursuing answers. After some inquiries at Jian University, they linked Shen Qingling to the institution. Learning that Shen Qingling's surname was Shen, not Gu, brought them immense joy, as if this revelation could validate their claim that he was not a member of the Gu family. The fervor escalated, with Gu Yijin's fans overtaking the program's forum and fan club app to disseminate their findings. Shen Qingling's surname is Shen, not Gu. He is not a true member of the Gu family. This post showcased academic records from Jian University and a list of exemplary students from the Jiang City Orphanage, both featuring the name Shen Qingling. This evidence confirmed their identity, aligning the 2 points of Jiang City Orphanage and Jian University. As Lin Qingdai had previously mentioned, he was a student there. This twist captivated many who sought entertainment from the unfolding drama. Interestingly, the Gu family never mentioned his surname, referring to him simply as Qingling. Now, the mystery is solved. His name is Shen Qingling. So why does he have a surname Shen? Could it be that President Gu has brought home an illegitimate child? Surely, Madame Gu's affection for him isn't merely a faade. Can a wealthy family be so theatrical? Thus, Gu Yijin is indeed the legitimate heir of the Gu family. Isn't it laughable to sympathize with an illegitimate child? What is wrong with doing charity work? Isn't it natural for the orphanage that raised him to receive some form of gratitude? Instead of focusing on that, why not clarify one's own identity? Wait, has anyone noticed he topped the entire department in this transcript? This is Jiang University's top student, for heaven's sake. An orphan from the orphanage who aced Jiang University, securing the top position. How remarkable. Is the original poster a fan of Gu Yijin? Isn't this doxing? This is illegal. Would you dare post Gu Yijin's transcript? Alright, Shen Qingling doesn't he even have a social media presence? He hasn't reacted at all since the insult started. He must possess a strong inner resolve. Honestly, Shen Qingling hasn't done anything wrong. He hasn't even participated in the program. Aren't you disrupting his life? Gu Yijin's fans should refrain from imposing their fandom's norms on ordinary individuals. Discussions ensued regarding whether Shen Qingling was indeed an illegitimate child and the legality of Gu Yijin's fans doxing. The program's heat seemed to be siphoned entirely by the Gu family, particularly by Gu Yijin and Shen Qingling. The latter garnered the most attention, with Gu Yijin's fanbase surpassing 1 million within just a few days. Gu Yijin's fainting incident further fueled fans' sympathy, intensifying their disdain for Shen Qingling. As Shen Qingling's orphanage background and true surname came to light, Gu Yijin's fans began to gain the upper hand. The audience remained in the dark about the legitimacy of the illegitimate child allegations. Yet Gu Yijin's supporters staunchly asserted that Shen Qingling was indeed an illegitimate child. Public sentiment that once favored Shen Qingling gradually turned against him. However, just one night later, Saturday morning brought an unexpected reversal. What should have been a monotonous early morning was interrupted in the Gu family's empty living room, where everyone was still asleep. The primary live streaming room, Room 1, typically the most crowded during afternoon and evening hours, had only a few tens of thousands of viewers online, mostly engaged in quarrels. Some were concerned about Gu Yijin's health, while others criticized Shen Qingling, with a mix of onlookers and those lamenting their school or work obligations. At approximately 6:40, an influx of viewers suddenly flooded the live streaming room, overwhelming the chat with messages. unbelievable twist. Room 7, oh my goodness. Quick, check the camera in room 7. Everyone, come to Gu Family's room 7. Don't sleep. Wake up, sisters. Come to room 7. Gu Family's room 7 has captured something. Hurry. Who hasn't seen room 7 yet? The messages rolled by in succession, even catching the attention of other production teams. The question remained, what was happening in Gu Family's room 7? The answer was, Shen Qingling, unmasked without a face mask. Chapter 66, you are Shen Qingling? Today, Saturday, marks the day Shen Qingling is to meet Lin Xingyan, but their rendezvous is scheduled for the afternoon, allowing Shen Qingling to visit the orphanage in the morning. Although the director advised him to take a break after a grueling week, he stubbornly refused to heed the counsel. This morning, as he set out to the orphanage as usual, he neglected to check the weather, and before long, rain began to pour. Soaked to the skin, Shen Qingling had no choice but to return home to change his clothes. He deliberately avoided entering through the living room, aware of the surveillance cameras there, and instead attempted to sneak in through the back door of the villa via the garden. Unbeknownst to him, the production team had also installed cameras at the back entrance. In a hurried sprint to the back door, he unwittingly stepped into the hidden camera's view. Meanwhile, viewers who had risen early to catch the live stream were still groggy on their commutes when a series of alluring gasps filled their earbuds, instantly rousing their attention to their phones. Oblivious to the unfolding spectacle, the young man removed his coat, revealing a white, damp t-shirt clinging to his well-defined abs. The tantalizing hint of his 8-pack and his faint breaths stirred the imagination. His upper body, clearly visible through the thin fabric, was accentuated as he continued to breathe heavily after his run. He brushed aside the wet hair from his forehead, unveiling his smooth, full brow and striking, piercing eyes. Without the distraction of bangs, his rain-soaked eyes could only be described as beautiful, droplets of water delicately clinging to his lashes before cascading down. Then, at last, he removed his mask. The live chat erupted. A flurry of question marks and exclamation points flooded the screen. Wait, bro, is this real? You are Shen Qingling? Then who is the ugly guy in the comments? Oh my god, are you kidding me? Why didn't anyone tell me Shen Qingling looked like this? Who cares about Gooey Jean now? This is insane. Production team, please tell me this is scripted, quickly. Did you find someone to play Shen Qingling? I take back every harsh word I ever said about Shen Qingling. Do you hear me, production team? Don't let him see it. I cannot bear to hurt this man. Anyone who insults Shen Qingling again, I will smash my nearby meal. Initially, the comments were relatively sane, expressing shock at the unexpected twist. However, as more viewers from other streams poured in, the chat became increasingly chaotic. Let me in. How can a rural person like me resist such temptation? Tears. Shen Qingling is a scholar, so his English should be excellent. Let us see what level. Drooling on my data cable, watching abs, and feeling electrified, pretending to be strong. Tears. I used to say I hated muscular men and found them disgusting, but now I realize I was just pretending. Let us be friends, the kind that knows each other's depths and lengths. Is it you doing push-ups or me doing squats? Shy. Shen Qingling, I am willing to marry you, even if you don't want to. The young man in front of the camera seemed utterly unaware of the frenzy he had incited. Frowning, he felt the uncomfortable stickiness of his damp clothing and decided to simply remove his shirt. The chat exploded even further. Shen Qingling wore gray pants today. After being drenched by the rain, every detail was accentuated. The girls watching the live stream let out shrill gasps, their faces flushed, unable to look away. Fine. Just one more look. No, I can't look. Okay, just one more glance. Some were shy, some were comparing, and others were feverishly taking screenshots. This marked the birth of Shen Qingling's first dedicated fan club. Saturdays attract the most online activity, and with his stunning looks, Shen Qingling surged back into trending topics. With videos and 365-degree screenshots, even close-ups of his gray sweatpants were featured. What a magnificent face. Speaking of grand, he must be over 25, right? If anyone makes Shen Qingling shed a tear, I wouldn't mind destroying all of humanity. Are those gray pants really that impressive? The data is simply outrageous. Who dares measure? It could be fatal. If this face were on my head, I would have died of embarrassment long ago. And he is still wearing a mask, facepalm. This is irrefutable. His frontal view looks like my husband, his profile looks like my husband, his left cheek looks like my husband, and so on. For this photo of Shen Qingling, I give a 96. That's a 4-point deduction from perfection. While boiling medicine, I caught a glimpse of Shen Qingling's photo and was so entranced that I burned several doses. A true gentleman can bend and stretch. And I apologize for my previous insults toward Shen Qingling. The Gu family has practically monopolized trending topics these past few days. And with Shen Qingling's face making an appearance, the discussions exploded. The dedicated fan group on the celebrity tracking app was inundated with posts about him. Even without a Weibo account, fans created a thread solely for Shen Qingling, filled with screenshots from today. This is the beauty of an unexpected rise. Shen Qingling, merely by removing his mask to reveal his face, eclipsed everyone else in the program. He stole not only the viewer's attention, but also that of the director and production team. This astonishing turnaround caught everyone off guard. The crew members of the production team were glued to the screen, utterly astonished. Shen Qingling's face looked breathtaking on the gigantic display. My goodness, lowly sister, come quickly. This is Shen Qingling. OMG, old Zhang. Hurry, block the door leading upstairs from the back. Don't let Shen Qingling escape. Shui Wu, call the director, quickly. We can't miss this moment. You go and strike up a conversation with Shen Qingling. Don't let him slip away through the garden again. Oh, and don't let him know there are cameras there. Feign a chance encounter. Understood? Dig up some juicy details. Ask him everything the audience wants to know. Qili, who had been peacefully napping, was abruptly awakened by a flurry of phone calls. Upon answering and hearing the news, she sat up straight in shock. She unlocked her phone, and her eyes nearly sparkled at the sight on her screen. Firstly, because of the stunning twist regarding Shen Qingling's looks, and secondly, because she had discovered the explosive highlight of this season. Shen Qingling is destined to be a sensation. Qili was resting at a hotel near the Gu residence. The moment Shen Qingling made his appearance, someone had already called her, allowing her to arrive just in time, as he was still in front of the camera. Qili was determined to keep him there to uncover more secrets. Shen Qingling stood at the back door, wringing out his clothes, preparing to head upstairs when unexpectedly, two staff members in work uniforms appeared. Shen Qingling was caught off guard by their sudden presence and frantically searched for a mask. Unable to find one, he attempted to open the door to go upstairs, only to discover it wouldn't budge for some unknown reason. He turned to leave through the garden path, but the two women blocked his way. One of them casually stepped in front of him, while the other, with bright eyes, asked, "Are you Shen Qingling?" Chapter 67. Male idol. The girl affectionately nicknamed Lowly Sister truly lives up to her name, for she possesses an enchanting cuteness. Not tall in stature, her large, sparkling eyes, delicate nose, and petite lips exude charm from every angle. The production team thought that with those big eyes, Shen Qingling would be unable to utter any harsh words. It can only be said that the director's team had an exceptional knack for choosing endearing girls to approach Shen Qingling. How could Shen Qingling bear to refuse such an adorable lowly sister? Of course, the fundamental reason was that Shen Qingling willingly immersed himself in the role. Otherwise, it would be futile regardless of who stood before him. Having been accustomed to various beauties, in a sense, Shen Qingling could be regarded as a sigma male. Ordinary beauties failed to stir his emotions. Now was the time for him to engage in the performance, and, as a professional actor, he nodded slightly. With his cool demeanor, he was not one to speak excessively. Lowly Sister feigned a sigh, remarking, "It's still raining outside. We can't find a place to take shelter, so we have to hide here." She blinked her innocent big eyes at Shen Qingling, filled with anticipation and pleading. Both of them were adorned with raindrops on their clothes, clearly having come in from the rain. Who would have thought they would deliberately get soaked just to linger a bit longer in front of Shen Qingling? Shen Qingling said nothing, silently stepping inside to make room for the other girl. The two girls exchanged glances. Wonderful. Shen Qingling had not sent them away, thus salvaging their chance at earning a bonus. This suggested that Shen Qingling was not the emotionless man the audience perceived him to be. As they stood close, the two girls felt a surge of nervousness. The impact of seeing his face up close was overwhelming. Such a handsome visage, comparable to a model. As members of the production team, they had encountered numerous handsome men in the entertainment industry, yet none matched the striking allure of Shen Qingling. His face alone was more than sufficient for stardom. He could easily overshadow the current top celebrities. What a pity that he had been labeled an ugly man for so long while wearing a mask. Would the audience not feel embarrassed? Not only was his face captivating, but his physique was equally impressive. Those 8-pack abs that chiseled the line. The two girls glanced down. Ahem, such large gray pants. One could not deny that Shen Qingling was remarkably fair-skinned. It was a complexion that radiated a hint of pink. How could a man possess such extraordinary facial and bodily features? And at just 18 years of age, it was enough to leave one feeling flustered. The sudden appearance of the two girls caught Shen Qingling off guard. At first, he had forgotten to put on his shirt, but now, standing together, he realized the two girls were looking at him differently, prompting him to hastily dress. Oh, I'm dying of laughter. Shen Qingling isn't cold towards Gui Jin. He treats everyone this way. A bit of a cold charm, what's going on? He seems aloof, yet he's silently made room for the crew. He's actually quite nice, just not very talkative. I wish I could possess that adorable lady and pin Shen Qingling against the wall for a kiss. Shen Qingling's ears turned red. Wow. Is he really that pure? Ha! A handsome guy who blushes? Do such creatures still exist? I want to become a devoted fan. Not to mention, his outfit is practically non-existent. The hint of skin is even more enticing. Am I the only one curious about how this guy achieved those abs? Even as a man, I feel shy looking at them. Shen Qingling is undoubtedly a dreamboat for male admirers. Remember, it's the brothers who lend you a hand, but it's the male admirers who lift you higher. The peculiar statements in the comment section were not solely from females. Many were from males as well. Shen Qingling's face captivated both genders, and even men had to concede his handsomeness. Water Mist, a tall girl wearing glasses, smiled at Shen Qingling and said, "Why are you up so early? It seems the Gu family hasn't risen yet. I have matters to attend to." Lowly Sister couldn't help but chuckle softly. Shen Qingling was just as he appeared on the show. Whenever asked, it was always about business. She had already discerned that Shen Qingling was not impatient, merely reticent. Yet, he would blush under her gaze, creating an irresistible contrast. What woman could possibly turn down a Shen Qingling like this? Summoning her courage, she inquired, "Are you involved in charity work at an orphanage?" A flicker of surprise crossed the boy's eyes, and after a moment's hesitation, he nodded. "How did you know?" "I saw it on Jiangxing News. I didn't expect you to be so busy with that. With so many people criticizing you outside the show, why don't you explain yourself?" "Why should I explain?" He replied. "If the matter escalates, it could lead to online harassment, affecting my life. Some viewers are irrational. It is they who are irrational. They who hurl insults. I am merely doing my own thing. Why should I change myself because of them?" Lowly Sister and Water Mist were momentarily stunned, and Water Mist's gaze toward Shen Qingling shifted significantly. "You don't care how others perceive you? They're all strangers. Why should I be concerned?" "Shen Qingling, you truly possess a powerful inner strength. However, there is something you may have overlooked. I feel compelled to remind you. Someone has uncovered your school and major, even your transcripts." To their surprise, Shen Qingling simply smiled. The two girls were captivated by his smile, momentarily lost in thought. The comment section erupted with screams and declarations of admiration. Lowly Sister swallowed hard. "What are you smiling about?" Shen Qingling raised an eyebrow with a smirk. "What? Do they wish to see my top grades?" Both girls felt themselves swooning under Shen Qingling's demeanor. "My goodness, Shen Qingling, don't be so handsome. This expression is making me dizzy." The bunkmate asked me why it's raining. Just a whiff of the air Shen Qingling passed through is enough to show 2 lines on my pregnancy test. I suggest male stars in the entertainment industry learn Shen Qingling's eyebrow raise. It's intoxicating. This is what a melting ice mountain smile looks like. Those young heartthrobs can't even grasp a fraction of his essence. I support Shen Qingling entering the entertainment industry to save the viewer's eyes. The confidence and handsomeness in his words are overwhelming. I can't even imagine how stunning Shen Qingling would be in glasses. Does Shen Qingling need a sprinkler? The kind that sprays while calling out shy. Water Mist regained her composure and cleared her throat, saying, "What we mean is that they have exposed everything about you online, and the impact is quite negative. It's not good for you." Shen Qingling replied calmly, "I have nothing to hide, but I appreciate you informing me." With a clear conscience, Shen Qingling indeed had nothing to be ashamed of. His persona was built upon a foundation that could withstand scrutiny. The deeper one delved, the more they would discover his worth. Shen Qingling would never falter. He would not reveal his vulnerabilities. Lowly's sister cautiously probed, "But they say you are from an orphanage, a love child of the Gu family. Shouldn't you clarify that?" As she uttered those words, she felt a pang of reluctance, fearing it might hurt Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling sighed, "I am not a love child. Their imagination is simply too rich." Shen Qingling was fully aware of the rumors circulating online, but he desired precisely this effect. The tempest of gossip would serve as a stepping stone, propelling him to greater heights. Upon hearing that Shen Qingling was not a love child, Lowly's sister and Water Mist both sighed in relief. Great! Shen Qingling won't be criticized anymore. Lowly's sister blinked her big eyes curiously, asking, "May I ask why you don't participate in the program?" Shen Qingling lowered his gaze, a hint of inexplicable sadness washing over him. Despite his seemingly indifferent tone, he remarked, "Even without participating, so much has transpired. Wouldn't joining only invite more complications? I do not relish being the center of attention. It is quite difficult to remain unnoticed with such a visage. One could easily thrive in the entertainment industry. Hence I wear a mask." At this juncture, Shen Qingling glanced at the rain outside, which had begun to diminish. He decided it was time to depart. Having played his part sufficiently, any further exposure would be excessive. Today's objective was merely to make a striking appearance. Lingering too long before the camera would only leave the audience yearning for more. Thus, a brief glimpse would suffice, allowing them to savor the moment. "The rain has lessened. I shall take my leave now. Wait, is there something else? Aren't you going to change your clothes? You might catch a cold. The mask has slipped. It is rather inconvenient," he implied, expressing his reluctance to be filmed. Shen Qingling remained steadfast in his persona. Sister Lowly and Shui Wu exchanged glances, unaware that Shen Qingling had already been in front of the camera for quite some time. Sister Lowly retrieved a pink mask from her pocket and offered it to Shen Qingling. "I have a pink one. Would you like it?" "Thank you, but no need," he replied before departing. Sister Lowly and Shui Wu hastily moved away from camera 7. On their way back to the director's team, they engaged in conversation. "Do you think Shen Qingling is aware of the cameras? Will he blame us?" "Alas, I do not know. I feel rather guilty. It's the first time I've felt remorse about such matters." "Same here. Previously, when we were digging for sensational stories with He Qili, we only felt exhilaration. However, facing someone as pure and innocent as Shen Qingling, we seldom experience guilt. After all, Shen Qingling was unlike those others. He harbored no scandal worth investigating. Standing in stark contrast to the elite, I can see that he is not a callous individual. Yet the camera can be misleading, compounded by the fervor of Gu Yijin's fans. They merely indulge in the opulent fantasies crafted by Gu Yijin, immersing themselves in the role of a wealthy spouse, essentially a dream girl narrative. I wonder if those who heard Shen Qingling's denial of being an illegitimate child will take heed, or if they will continue to stir up trouble. The director likely revels in this chaos. She delights in watching the audience tear each other apart. Who could have anticipated such a lively beginning for the Gu family this time? Chapter 68. Oh dear, that's Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling has been trending for an entire morning, and public opinion has already swayed in his favor. However, the audience remains curious about his identity, until the Gu family completely clarifies or reveals his identity. Shen Qingling's status will remain shrouded in mystery. Ultimately, the outcome is advantageous for Shen Qingling, so the current doubts do not significantly affect him. At this moment, the audience is less concerned about his identity and more captivated by his visage. Undoubtedly, Shen Qingling's face has ignited a fervor among viewers, who are pleading with the production team to allow him to participate in variety shows. Director He, do you realize how much of a loss it would be not to have Shen Qingling on the show? That face is worth a fortune. Are you truly willing to forfeit that? I suspect Director He himself might not have realized how handsome Shen Qingling is. Otherwise, how could he possibly overlook him? Initially, I thought Gu Yijin was quite handsome, but after seeing Shen Qingling, he pales in comparison. Are you really going to disregard such a star presence? Has the director made too much money in recent years to care? Sister, I have a bit of money. Just tell me how much it would take for Shen Qingling to join the show. I need Shen Qingling. Without him, I will be barren, devoid of hormones. And if marriage and birth rates decline, it will be the production team's fault. Shen Qingling has cured my years of strabismus. My eyes are straightened just by looking at him. Such a benevolent soul must join the program. Shen Qingling has resolved my long-standing infertility. Suddenly, I feel an urge to marry. Thank you, Shen Qingling. I support his participation in show. In addition to Weibo and trending topics, the production team's Weibo backend has been inundated. Some fans of Gu Yijin are fervently opposing Shen Qingling's participation, hurling vicious insults. Yet, the majority are clamoring for his inclusion. He couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing this. Director He, should we have a conversation with Shen Qingling regarding his potential participation? Of course we should. How could I possibly miss out on such a hot topic? Shen Qingling is the key to our show's success. Even without participating in variety shows, he manages to stir up a storm. Even during his ugly masked phase, he garnered substantial attention, perhaps aided by Gu Yijin's support. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that Shen Qingling is more than he appears. His popularity, the stark contrast he represents, and the audience's thoughts seem to be firmly within his grasp. Am I overthinking this? It feels as though I've encountered an extraordinary individual. But he seems quite disinterested in joining the show, Shui Wu remarked. He doesn't seem to care about the discussion surrounding him, whether they praise or criticize him. I truly admire his mindset. He squinted thoughtfully. I know he doesn't want to participate in variety shows, so approaching him directly would be futile. We need to find someone with decisive influence. Who? Madame Gu. Once we secure her support, everything else will fall into place. She won't tolerate her son being insulted online, especially a child who has endured so much before being brought back. He understands that when Sulan likely feels a deep sense of guilt towards Shen Qingling, which is why she appears so biased in his favor on the show. However, this is only natural. A mother merely wishes to make amends for her child. Shui Wu suddenly grasped the situation. Indeed, Shen Qingling seems a bit gentler towards Madame Gu, while he remains indifferent towards others. He discerned the essence of the matter. Within the Gu family, only when Sulan could influence Shen Qingling. Thus, she needed to consider how best to persuade when Sulan. Gu Yijin awoke feeling as though the sky had fallen. He gripped his phone tightly, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Damn, why on earth did the production team place cameras at the back door? Even if they did, why did Shen Qingling have to encounter the rain? Shen Qingling's face alone could drive women wild, and after being drenched, he was even more captivating. Gu Yijin's expression darkened as he glanced at the high-definition photos of Shen Qingling flooding Weibo. Yet, he understood that Shen Qingling wasn't at fault. He was completely unaware of the camera's presence. It was all the rain's fault. After rising, Gu Yijin had no appetite for breakfast and spent the day scrolling through posts related to Shen Qingling online. Posts and introductions about Shen Qingling sprouted like mushrooms after rain. Many from students at Jian University. Opening the dedicated group, he found it filled with discussions centered on Shen Qingling. Please, that's Shen Qingling. How dare you question his looks? Some people are just jealous. I suspect a number of them are goblins envious of our male god. If you want to know more about Shen Qingling, you can download the Encounter app. It's overflowing with handsome photos and posts about him. Students from Jian University are furious at your insults directed at Shen Qingling. He is our campus heartthrob. My heart aches for him. I want to get mad if you call Shen Qingling ugly. I'll only laugh. Those who insult him because they favor Gu Yijin are downright amusing. Shen Qingling is renowned at Jian University for his aloofness and brilliance. Each of his achievements is unparalleled. Okay, check out Shen Qingling's profile. The fan club welcomes you to join on the Encounter app. The Encounter app suddenly welcomed a surge of new users, with Shen Qingling's name trending at the top. However, this had become the norm. Shen Qingling was no stranger to the app, and many girls had even formed a fan club for him. His photos were being shared from Encounter to Weibo and dedicated groups, each worthy of being a screensaver. Meanwhile, Ruan Mingyi and Yi Qiao were also engrossed in the drama. Ruan Mingyi exclaimed, "Are these people insane? How can they insult Shen Qingling just for Gui Jin's sake?" Ruan Mingyi was furious. Questioning others was one thing, but how could they dare criticize Shen Qingling's face? She longed to respond to those trolls with a resounding, "Please." That's Shen Qingling. Moreover, Gu Yijin exuded a hint of femininity and pretense. He was no match for Shen Qingling. Those who still fawned over him clearly had never experienced true quality. Yi Qiao teased, "Why are you so concerned about Shen Qingling? Didn't you sever ties with him?" Ruan Mingyi retorted, "He and Gu Yijin are trending every day. It's impossible not to see. And those who insult Shen Qingling's looks are just implying that my previous judgment was flawed." Yi Xiao nodded vigorously. Yes, you're merely a spectator, not someone longing to see Shen Qingling." Ruan Mingyi sighed, closing her phone in frustration. Yi Qiao shook her head. "If you truly care, why not just go back and find him? A simple apology would suffice." Ruan Mingyi replied, "He and I belong to different worlds. He takes relationships too seriously, while I am far from earnest." Thinking of the boy's stubborn and earnest expression, Ruan Mingyi felt a pang of sorrow. Yet, any woman who captured Shen Qingling's affection would surely find happiness. Who in this world could receive all of his love and tenderness? Just the thought ignited a surge of jealousy within her. Yi Qiao observed, "Haven't you realized how serious you are about Shen Qingling?" Yi Qiao knew Ruan Mingyi better than anyone. She had never felt this way before, and since meeting Shen Qingling, she had ceased to notice anyone else. Her heart and mind consumed by him. Even though she had sworn to part ways with Shen Qingling, she had never truly relinquished her interest in him. Ruan Mingyi was stubborn, yet she had scrolled through Shen Qingling's posts hundreds of times on Encounter. She would check his WeChat moments multiple times a day, fearful he might delete her. Every day, she would open and close Shen Qingling's chat box, typing a line of text only to delete it all. Repetitive cycles. Again and again. Is this indifference? Ruan Mingyi paused, momentarily stunned, before shaking her head. Perhaps it is merely a fleeting sentiment. I shall not truly fall for any man. Yi Qiao seized Ruan Mingyi's phone, to which Ruan Mingyi inquired with curiosity, "What are you doing?" Yi Qiao nonchalantly replied while opening WeChat, "I'm deleting Shen Qingling." Ruan Mingyi, her face a mask of anxiety, swiftly snatched the phone back, repeatedly confirming that Yi Qiao had not removed Shen Qingling. Angrily, she glared at Yi Qiao. "What are you doing? Who gave you the right to delete him?" Yi Qiao chuckled. "Why so flustered over a mere WeChat contact? You did declare to Shen Qingling that you would never meet again." Ruan Mingyi fell into a despondent silence. After a moment, she stubbornly asserted, "I do not harbor feelings for him. It's just that his handsome appearance lingers in my mind." Yi Qiao rolled her eyes. "You are hopeless. Why be so obstinate?" Ignoring her, Ruan Mingyi retreated upstairs to drink alone. Meanwhile, Shen Qingling noticed his points steadily rising, soaring from 0 to 170,000. Remarkably, this was only within a single morning. Shen Qingling felt he was not far from reaching 1,000,000 points. Today, at the orphanage, he sensed someone was photographing him. He feigned ignorance, continuing with his tasks. After lunch at the orphanage, he purchased a mask and returned home, took a shower, changed into fresh clothing, and then headed to meet Lin Xingmian. En route, he couldn't help but ponder who had aided him. It was within his expectations that the Jiangxing orphanage would take photos and post them on their WeChat public account. He knew someone would disseminate them, and if no one else did, he would take matters into his own hands. The outcome would remain unchanged. However, the unexpected element was Jiangxing News. How could they report on this? The situation unfolded far more smoothly than he anticipated, as if someone were assisting him from behind the scenes. In her office, a woman leisurely sipped her coffee, her fingers rhythmically tapping on the desk, revealing her current state of contentment. "Has the money been transferred?" "Yes, it has, President Sheng. Instruct him to keep his mouth shut." "Understood." Sheng Mo glanced at her phone, observing the complete reversal of public opinion, and a satisfied smile graced her lips. With her assistance, shouldn't he offer her some compensation? As Sheng Mo contemplated how to arrange a meeting with Shen Qingling, a call suddenly interrupted her thoughts. He was headed to the Qingshan Villa district to meet a woman. Sheng must smile vanishit and irreli. Update. Just got sanctioned. No more viewing. Sob sob sob. Chapter 69. A disobedient puppy deserves a lesson. Shen Mo received several photographs. In these images, Shen Qingling smiled tenderly at another girl, a sight she had never witnessed before. He even brought flowers. How romantic! A tempest brewed within Sheng Mo's eyes. How could her dog wag its tail at someone else? This disobedient puppy needed a lesson. Unbeknownst to Shen Qingling, a storm was approaching. On this sunlit afternoon, he encountered the little angel, Lin Xingmian. She had been eagerly waiting at the door for quite some time before his arrival. Dressed in an exquisite white gown, complemented by a soft sweater, her hair cascading down, she appeared ethereal in the sunlight. It had been ages since she had dressed with such care. This outfit was a gift from her sister, and she had anticipated this day for a whole week, counting down the days with fervor. For her, each moment spent awaiting Shen Qingling felt like a step closer to happiness, igniting hope within her heart. The moment Shen Qingling appeared, her eyes sparkled with joy. Approaching him was akin to stepping into bliss. She stifled her excitement, her cheeks flushed from the sun, nervously clutching the hem of her dress. "Good afternoon, Teacher Shen," she murmured, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterflies poised to take flight. Shen Qingling recalled the afternoon when the girl had kissed a butterfly. He smiled warmly, bending down to gently ruffle Lin Xingmian's hair. "Good afternoon, Mian." A splendid bouquet of flowers caught her eye, and Lin Xingmian looked up in astonishment. "Did Teacher Shen bring me flowers again?" The blooms were different from the last time, utterly beautiful. Yet, she would cherish anything gifted by him, not for the present itself, but for the precious sentiment behind it. Observing her momentary stupor, Shen Qingling chuckled. "I passed by a flower shop and remembered that your balcony lacks this color. It should look lovely alongside your sunflowers." Lin Xingmian's heart raced. She was too mesmerized to focus on the flowers, instead captivated by the depth of Shen Qingling's gaze. In that instant, his eyes outshone countless stars, reflecting her image as if they contained only her. The girl struggled to articulate her feelings, bewildered by their significance. Her face growing warmer as a multitude of tiny flowers bloomed within her heart. After accepting the flowers, her pinky trembled slightly, and she bit her lip, fearing her joy would appear too peculiar to Shen Qingling. Suddenly, her spirits soared, as if the very sunlight had grown warmer. In a soft voice, she asked, "Where are we going today, Teacher Shen?" She recalled his promise to take her out, and now she felt less reluctant about venturing outside. For the first time, she anticipated the world beyond her door. With Shen Qingling by her side, the outside world no longer evoked fear. It was a realm filled with sunshine and rainbows. Shen Qingling teased her with a hint of mystery. "That is a secret for now, Mian. Just follow me." His words enveloped Lin Xingmian in a blanket of security. Just seeing him brought her comfort, and she couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and with a shy smile, she looked up at him. "Teacher Shen, I have a gift I want to give you." Summoning immense courage, she quickly turned and hurried inside, glancing back to see if he followed. Anxious, she dared not look at his expression. Shen Qingling perceived her nervousness but said nothing, silently trailing behind her up the stairs. Lin Xingmian led him to the art studio, where a black cloth concealed a painting. She stood beside it like a child awaiting praise, her large eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Shen Qingling approached and unveiled the artwork, revealing a painting of little mushrooms and an umbrella. The meaning was unmistakable. In that moment, Shen Qingling felt profoundly touched. He had become an irreplaceable presence in her life. With eager eyes, she inquired, "Teacher Shen, do you like it?" Despite her attempts to mask her excitement, her joy was palpable. This was a girl as pure as freshly fallen snow. Her thoughts were transparent to Shen Qingling. He smiled gently. "I love it, Mian. You've done wonderfully." Lin Xingmian blushed again, lowering her gaze to her toes, unable to suppress her quiet laughter. Her dimples sweet as honey, reflecting her elation. She was so happy to receive his praise. Shen Qingling covered the painting with the cloth once more. "We'll keep this here for now. I'll take it with me after our sketching session. Okay, I have another painting I'd like you to see. Shen Qingling, curious, followed her to her room. There on the desk lay the piece he had gifted her, the sail in the sea of clouds. Unlike before, the sailboat was no longer solitary. It depicted two figures, himself and Lin Xingmian, while a butterfly perched on her hand and a cloud hovered above them. The butterfly represented her grandmother, and the cloud signified her sister, Ji Yunmiao. She wished for them to remain together forever, a beautiful vision she cherished. To Lin Xingmian, Shen Qingling held significance akin to that of her family, yet with a unique meaning that transcended familial bonds. Gazing into her innocent, clear eyes, he reached out to pat her head. Mian, this painting is truly beautiful, like a dream. Teacher, I hope this isn't a dream. It's not a dream. It will become reality. It already is, for I am here. Her words were simple, yet profoundly moving. Perhaps those with complicated emotions are more easily touched by such a girl. Indeed, Shen Qingling felt more at ease in her company. There was no need for ulterior motives. Sincerity was all that was required to endear her. He noticed several jars filled with pink stars on her desk. Are you making stars again, Mian? I love folding stars. Grandma said it's a way to express longing. When I think of Teacher Shun, I fold stars. Each star represents my thoughts. Unlike the star she folded for her grandmother, each star crafted for Shen Qingling brought her immense joy, often accompanied by an unintentional smile. At times, a particular phrase or expression of his would flash through her mind, causing her to blush. She had never felt so peculiarly before, unaware that this was the awakening of her romantic feelings. After admiring the painting, they prepared to leave. Just before stepping out, Shen Qingling asked, "Do you have a hat, Mian?" She shook her head. "Then we'll buy you a hat later." Lin Xingmian felt a sense of care from him. Her fair skin was so delicate that even a hint of sunlight could burn it. Together, they ventured outside, walking from the entrance of the villa to the street to hail a cab, oblivious to a pair of eyes watching them from the shadows. Shen Qingling recalled the items Lin Xingmian desired, leading her first to a pet shop, where the cats and dogs were irresistibly adorable. Lin Xingmian stood captivated before a lovely cat, her eyes brimming with curiosity and affection. As she turned to glance at Shen Qingling, her eyes were as exquisite as those of a beautiful kitten, round and large, resembling transparent glass. Both the girl and the cat gazed wide-eyed at Shen Qingling, softening her heart. This kitten bore a striking resemblance to Mian. Could it be? Would Mian like it? What if we brought her home? No, perhaps that is not a good idea. Lin Xingmian's mood suddenly soured. She feared she would not be able to care for the kitten properly. She dreaded the thought of the kitten becoming like her, an abandoned creature devoid of care. A kitten left alone would be most pitiable. If she herself was unwell, how could she look after such a delicate being? Merely providing food and water would suffice for the kitten to thrive at the pet store. It need not accompany her to that cold, unwelcoming house. Surely, it would be adored by the many visitors here. Noticing her change in demeanor, Shen Qingling approached and gently placed the kitten in her arms. Lin Xingmian felt anxious and helpless, scarcely daring to breathe. Her gaze fixated on the small creature in her embrace, appearing somewhat dazed. The kitten mewed softly, causing Lin Xingmian's eyes to soften once more. How adorable! Yet, she could not bring you home. She nuzzled her face against the kitten, which nestled its head against her, eyes closing in slumber. The shop assistant smiled and remarked, "She seems to like you very much. Would you consider taking her home?" With a hint of regret, Lin Xingmian shook her head. "I fear I would not care for her well." Shen Qingling replied, "Why not give it a try? I believe Mian can look after her. You are so responsible. You would never allow her to become a forlorn little kitten, would you?" Lin Xingmian began to wrestle with her thoughts. The scars within her permeated every aspect of her existence, constantly casting shadows over her past wounds. Does the kitten truly like me? She has fallen asleep in your arms. So she must indeed like you. Shen Qingling reassured her. Gently, Lin Xingmian stroked the kitten's head. Observing her wavering resolve, Shen Qingling decisively addressed the shop assistant. "We will purchase this kitten. I will take care of the payment." Chapter 70. She embraced the entire spring teacher Shun. "I cannot allow you to incur expenses. You are here to teach me. After all, how can I let you spend money?" Mian said. Today, she gifted me a painting, and as a teacher, one should reciprocate. This little cat is today's classroom gift. Lin Xingmian wanted to say something more, but Shen Qingling took it upon herself to pay. A wave of sweetness blossomed in her heart as she gazed at the cat in her arms, laughing softly. You are so wonderful, so adorable. It was uncertain whether she was referring to the kitten or something else entirely. After purchasing the cat, Shen Qingling promised to return for it later that evening. Lin Xingmian gently suggested, could we perhaps wait a couple of days? I would like to buy some supplies for the kitten and study how to care for her. Shen Qingling smiled. Mian, you are such a responsible owner. That sounds splendid. You won't feel lonely at home anymore with the kitten to keep you company. What shall we name her? Let us leave it to Mian. Let us call her Lingling. After saying this, she cautiously glanced at Shen Qingling. Which Ling? Wang Lingling. I thought it might be my Ling character. They're quite similar. Shen Qingling's remark made her bite her lip in shyness, turning away without further explanation. Shen Qingling chuckled at the sight of the girl fleeing in fluster. Noticing the bicycle parked outside the shop, he inquired, Excuse me, is that bicycle outside yours? Yes. I would like to rent your bicycle. Thus, Shen Qingling rented the shopkeeper's bicycle. The last time he rode a motorcycle was exhilarating, feeling the rush of wind and freedom. This time, he sought to experience the gentle breeze and warm sunlight. Mian, hop on. Bicycles. Indeed, that shop is not far. We can simply ride there. The weather is splendid today. It would be a shame not to enjoy the scenery while basking in this spring light. Lin Xingmian felt as if she were in a romantic drama. Teacher Shen appeared even more handsome than the male lead on television. Glancing back at her as he sat on the bicycle. Get on. With bright eyes, Lin Xingmian climbed onto the back seat. How could she avoid falling off? She resolved to wrap her arms around Teacher Shen's waist. Though it was also feasible to grip his clothing, holding his waist felt more secure, preventing any tumbles. She convinced herself to embrace him, her fingertips trembling. So nervous. Shen Qingling simply smiled and asked, Have you held on tightly? I will start moving once you do. I'm holding on tight, Teacher Shen. All right, let us go. As Shen Qingling pedaled, Lin Xingmian gently rested her head against his back. She could hear nothing, as if the world had quieted down to just the two of them. What a wondrous feeling. Shen Qingling navigated through the tree-lined avenue, and Lin Xingmian basked in the sunlight and the gentle breeze, as though she had embraced the entirety of spring. In her past, her world lacked the four seasons, but now she welcomed her own spring. Lin Xingmian retrieved her phone from her bag and opened the camera, capturing a photograph of herself and Shen Qingling from behind. Every moment spent with Teacher Shen was worthy of preservation. When Shen Qingling turned around, she hastily put her phone away. Shen Qingling placed a box of assorted candies into her hands. Whenever Mian feels down, she can enjoy some sweets. Yet Lin Xingmian thought, whenever I miss Teacher Shen, I can indulge in candy. She took out 2 pieces, sharing one with Shen Qingling as they resumed their journey. As she sat on the back seat, savoring the candy, a smile never left her face. The sweets gifted by her teacher were delightful. Her heart brimmed with sweetness. It was astonishing to realize one could feel such happiness. Teacher Shen never broke a promise. He truly fulfilled every commitment made to Lin Xingmian, which, to her, constituted pure bliss. The bicycle glided through the streets, halting in front of flower shop. Upon entering, Lin Xingmian's gaze was immediately drawn to the ice-blue roses, reminiscent of the feelings Teacher Shen evoked within her. She wished to purchase the flowers as a gift for him, believing he would be delighted to receive them. Teacher Shen, yes, do you find this beautiful? Mian likes this? I want to give it to Teacher Shen. Is that all right? Her gentle smile surpassed the beauty of all the flowers in the shop. Shen Qingling hesitated briefly before responding with a smile, of course. It was difficult to refuse when faced with those eyes. Teacher Shen, could you wait for me outside? Once Shen Qingling stepped out, Lin Xingmian requested a card and pen from the shopkeeper. After careful contemplation, she inscribed a heartfelt message on the card. In my desolate world, you're the only blooming rose. After writing it down, she felt it might be overly sentimental. Yet, this was her true sentiment. After some thought, she decided to return the card to her bag instead of placing it with the flowers. It contained emotions she could not express. The girl exited the flower shop, clutching the bouquet. Mian Mian, I am right here. A gentle call, laced with laughter, reached her ears. Turning around, she found teacher Shen waiting for her against the light. Everything felt surreal and beautiful, stirring emotions within her that brought tears to her eyes. As tears fell upon the roses, she truly felt happiness envelop her. The 3 folded stars seemed to represent her wishes, each one fulfilled. Suddenly, a tide of emotions surged within her. Happiness gave way to anxiety and fear. She longed for teacher Shen to remain by her side. If she were to lose him, her world would revert to its former desolation, and she would wither. Seeing Shen Qingling approaching, she quickly wiped her tears and carefully extended the flowers toward him. Teacher, these are for you. Her earnest and nervous demeanor resembled a confession. Even without uttering a word, Shen Qingling understood her feelings. The blush on her cheeks conveyed more than any declaration could. Shen Qingling accepted the flowers with a smile. Thank you, Mian Mian. Teacher, shall we take these flowers and go sketching? Certainly. Lin Xingmian had never drawn people before, but this time, she wished to portray teacher Shen. Even without looking directly at him, his image was etched in her heart. The two made their way to a nearby botanical garden to sketch. Though it was labeled as sketching, it resembled more of a date. They strolled into the cherry blossom garden, where the blossoms were stunning at this time of year. Numerous couples were taking photos and enjoying the scenery, and it was only natural that Shen Qingling and Lin Xingyan were perceived as a couple. Nearby, a vendor selling couple bracelets called out to them, hoping to entice them into purchasing a matching pair. Handsome, why not buy a pair of couple bracelets to wear together with your girlfriend? Chapter 71. The Punishment of a Yandere No Need. Teacher Shen, I wish to see it. Shen Qingling initially intended to refuse, but Lin Xingmian, upon catching sight of it, felt an irresistible urge to purchase. Shen Qingling halted her steps, patiently waiting for Lin Xingmian to acquire 2 bracelets. Lin Xingmian selected a star-themed bracelet for Shen Qingling, while she herself opted for a cherry blossom design. Teacher Shen, I find this one quite beautiful, implying her desire to gift it to Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling did not decline her kindness and adorned her wrist with the bracelet. Lin Xingmian, too, attempted to wear her bracelet but struggled to fasten it with one hand. Let me help you. Shen Qingling took the bracelet from her and bent down, meticulously fastening it for her. Lin Xingmian felt a wave of happiness that nearly overwhelmed her. Teacher Shen, will you always be my teacher? That depends on whether Mian Mian will send me away. I won't. I hope you will always be by my side. Shen Qingling paused, lifting her gaze to meet Lin Xingmian's. What if you marry one day? Lin Xingmian shook her head. I won't. That's foolish. Being alone is too lonely. With teacher Shen, I am no longer lonely. Shen Qingling smiled, and the two strolled beneath the cherry blossom tree, retrieving paper and pencils to sit down and draw. Lin Xingmian, recalling their earlier conversation, could not resist asking, Teacher Shen, do you have someone you like? Are you getting married? No. Lin Xingmian pondered. If Shen Qingling were to find someone and marry, what would she do? The thought filled her with sadness. What is wrong, Mian Mian? Teacher, if you marry, will I still be able to see you? Hearing the girl's slightly jealous yet innocent question, Shen Qingling laughed. Why are you laughing, teacher? Because you are adorable. Lin Xingmian tilted her head in confusion, wondering why Shen Qingling found amusement in her query. That question is very distant. Many things depend on fate. It is not distant. Lin Xingmian had already envisioned a lifetime. If Shen Qingling were to vanish, her life would come to an end. Perhaps one could still exist physically, but the heart would be lifeless, and the soul would dissipate with her departure. As Shen Qingling sketched, she remarked, life is long. You will encounter many people. Perhaps one day, that person will appear, and my existence will become inconsequential. Teacher Shen is different. In what way? You are the only umbrella. The others that come later hold no significance. It was Shen Qingling's timely appearance that had rescued her in her moment of need, rendering anyone who followed irrelevant. I understand. Shen Qingling's acknowledgement brought a smile to Lin Xingmian's face. The two sat quietly beneath the cherry blossom tree, drawing in a picturesque scene akin to a romantic drama. However, this idyllic moment was perceived quite differently by another woman. She observed Shen Qingling as she took Lin Xingmian to a pet store to buy a cat. She watched them ride bicycles through the tree-lined avenue, wandered through a candy shop and a flower shop, saw Shen Qingling accept the flowers Lin Xingyan had gifted her, and watched as Shen Qingling adorned her wrist with a bracelet. At that moment, they resembled a young couple sitting beneath the cherry blossom tree, an eyesore indeed. Sheng Mo's tone was icy, her eyes harboring an indescribable dampness. The woman, who was fervently obsessed with wealth, was not seated in the Sheng Corporation's office poring over reports, but was instead lurking nearby, fixated on Shen Qingling and Lin Xingyan. From the moment Shen Qingling and Lin Xingyan stepped out, she had been shadowing them. Even the mere photographs had been unbearable. Witnessing Shen Qingling's gentleness towards another woman was intolerable. This was a side of Shen Qingling she had never encountered before. No woman could fail to fall for such a version of him. Yet, that tenderness was not directed at her. Was there something uniquely captivating about this girl? In just this short span, Sheng Mo had thoroughly investigated Lin Xingyan. While she did not believe Shen Qingling had fallen in love with Lin Xingyan, she felt a twinge of pity. After all, with his current status, why would he need to take on the role of an art teacher? This pittance of money was something when Solon would not deny him. Ultimately, it was merely an overflow of sympathy. Absurd. Wanting to save a girl lost in darkness? Why not extend that kindness to her? She too required his salvation. Sheng Mo's irritation mounted, and she turned away to make a phone call. Whatever it costs, just give it to him. No questions asked. If you fail to achieve it within an hour, you may resign. Meanwhile, Shen Qingling was immersed in her drawing, oblivious to the fact that the botanical garden staff had announced an emergency closure, instructing everyone to vacate the premises. Shen Qingling inquired with the staff, but received no further information. Sheng Mo had directly utilized her wealth to secure the situation. A price unimaginable to the average person was but a trifling matter for her. Upon exiting the botanical garden, Shen Qingling discovered her bicycle reduced to mere parts. "What on earth?" she exclaimed. "Is there really someone brazen enough to steal bicycle parts at a time like this? What are the security guards doing? The parts aren't even worth much." Lin Xingyan was taken aback by such maliciousness, astonished that even a bicycle could be targeted. She comforted, "It's all right, Teacher Shen. We can take a taxi back." Shen Qingling nodded. "All right, I'll take you home first." After escorting Lin Xingyan back, Shen Qingling negotiated with the pet store staff to compensate her. She could only blame her misfortune for encountering such a situation. This time, Shen Qingling truly did not overthink it. After all, there were many abnormal individuals in society and a plethora of people vandalizing electric bike seats. Who knew if someone was simply envious of his looks? Even if one were to entertain conspiracy theories about someone deliberately targeting him, dismantling his bicycle seemed trivial. It posed no real harm to him. The disassembly of the bicycle held little impact on Shen Qingling. Yet Sheng Mo found the bicycle irksome, exceedingly so. Its removal did nothing to alleviate her mood. After resolving the bicycle issue, Shen Qingling prepared to hail a taxi back to the Gu family home. As soon as she entered the vehicle, she succumbed to sleep, not due to fatigue, but because the car was laced with a sedative and the masked driver posed no threat. When Shen Qingling awoke, darkness enveloped her. She was bound, her eyes covered by a blindfold. Had she been kidnapped? The ground beneath her feet was soft, reminiscent of a carpet. The air bore no foul odors, only a pleasant fragrance, akin to that of a woman's bedroom or a high-end hotel. She attempted to move, only to hear the clinking of chains. Then, the sound of a door opening and the approach of high heels reached her ears, followed by the scraping of a chair being pulled out. "You are awake." It was a woman's voice, unfamiliar to her, and upon closer inspection, it seemed altered. "Who are you?" "Who I am is inconsequential. What do you intend to achieve by binding me?" "Of course, to punish you." Chapter 72. Sheng Mo is truly insane. The woman's voice carried an air of danger. Sheng Mo's expression was one of evident mockery and playfulness. Shen Qingling furrowed his brow, questioning, what does this mean? Did I offend someone from that circle? What do they want with me? I have no interest in such matters. Suddenly, Shen Qingling felt his chin pressed against a cold, hard object, high heels. Sheng Mo sat back in her chair, legs crossed, the heel of her shoe resting against Shen Qingling's chin. With a delicate motion, she lifted his chin, The chains binding his wrists and the blindfold over his eyes created a sense of helplessness about him. Observing Shen Qingling's predicament, Shen Mo was inexplicably exhilarated, as if she had uncovered a hidden treasure. He was compelled to raise his chin, furrowing his brow in confusion. "Did I offend you?" "No," she replied, "but you're being unruly." "What?" Shen Qingling was bewildered. A madwoman, indeed. What did she mean by unruliness? Who was she, after all? As Shen Qingling's mind raced, Shen Mo's gaze fell upon the prominent Adam's apple of the young man. Her fingertips grazed it lightly, causing him to instinctively recoil, only to become even more restrained in his demeanor. One of Shen Mo's movements seemed to ignite something within him, and he sensed that something was amiss with his body. Furrowing his brow deeply, he spoke with a hint of humiliation. "Did you drug me?" This time, it was different from the last. Previously, he had willingly walked into a trap and had swiftly obtained the antidote, enduring not much torment. But now, he was entirely at her mercy, and it appeared that this woman had no intention of releasing him easily. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. "Here I am. You should beg me." Her condescending tone transformed Shen Qingling's expression from one of tight-lipped endurance to an increasingly dark demeanor. "I have no such inclinations," he retorted, his voice growing hoarse, yet imbued with an unusual allure. Shen Mo narrowed her eyes and caressed his flushed cheek, noting the heat radiating from him. As beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, dampening the strands of hair that fell across it. "Let me remind you, this drug is potent, not something to be taken lightly. Are you certain you wish to endure it?" Shen Mo waved the vial of medicine in her hand. "The antidote is right here, but you must plead for it." Her eyes, shrouded in shadows, were filled with obsessive affection, her voice laced with a twisted tenderness. "Seeing you like this pains me. Just admit your fault, and I shall forgive you." Surprisingly, Shen Qingling remained unresponsive, or perhaps he was merely enduring, turning his face away in silence, refusing to utter a single word despite the discomfort coursing through his body. Shen Mo felt as though her words had struck a wall of cotton. Rising, she tossed the vial aside, where it rolled away, stopping just out of Shen Qingling's reach. Not speaking, the heel of her shoe suddenly pressed forcefully against his Adam's apple, inflicting pain, yet silencing him. They were opposites in that moment. Shen Mo was impeccably dressed, while Shen Qingling found himself ensnared in a quagmire of desire. Shen Mo observed the scene with keen interest. Whether he pleaded or not, his suffering remained inevitable. From their first intimate encounter, Shen Mo had discerned that he was a prideful youth. To force him into a state of vulnerability before a stranger was indeed a memorable punishment, struggling against the torment. Shen Qingling felt his lashes dampen with sweat, his face flushed with desire. Suddenly, the pressure around his neck vanished, supplanted by a soft touch upon his lips. The woman was kissing him. Shen Qingling's eyes widened in surprise. Such familiarity. He could distinctly sense the mingling of their breaths, even catching the faint rhythm of his own heartbeat. Shen Mo recalled their first kiss, her demeanor softening slightly. The coolness of her touch alleviated the heat surging within him, and he found himself inexplicably captivated. The woman chuckled softly, her laughter laced with seduction. "Weren't you so tough? A kiss and you soften," summoning his resolve. Shen Qingling forcefully pulled himself from the depths of desire, turning his face away in defiance. Shen Mo's expression stiffened, her smile fading. She seized his head, pressing it against the wall as she kissed him again. This kiss was nothing like the previous comforting one. It was a fierce blaze, consuming and devouring. Rather than a kiss, it felt more like a ravenous bite. Pain blossomed on Shen Qingling's lips as she drew blood. Peering down at him, Shen Mo felt an intoxicating thrill surge within her. The sight of his blood-streaked lips, his heaving chest, the graceful curve of his neck, broad shoulders glistening with sweat, and his expression of suppressed anguish. Truly, it was intoxicating. How captivating, she mused, producing a camera to capture this moment. After securing a satisfactory photograph, she crouched beside him, gently wiping the blood from his lips with her finger, her tone turning warningly serious. "Stay away from those women." As she glanced down, noticing the bracelet adorning his wrist, her expression darkened, filled with an intense desire to incinerate the cherry blossoms of the botanical garden. Removing the bracelet from Shen Qingling's wrist, she rose to tower over him, declaring, "You will endure this today and remember this experience. It is your punishment." The sound of her high heels gradually receded. Clearly, he would not be leaving this place today. Shen Qingling remained still, uncertain of the presence of surveillance cameras, unwilling to make a move. Damn it. Sheng Mo is truly insane. Shen Qingling deduced the woman's identity. The moment her lips met his, the familiarity ignited suspicion within him. Coupled with previous coincidences, he could not help but question Sheng Mo's motives. Was it truly the mere 20 points of affection that drove her to such madness? What if those points reached their zenith? Yet, it seemed she had no intention of harming him. Perhaps his association with Lin Xingmian had simply provoked her. No wonder the botanical garden suddenly closed and the bicycles were dismantled. Sheng Mo was the embodiment of jealousy. No, she was an unadulterated Yandere. Engaging her head-on was futile. He still needed to woo her. Shen Qingling was nothing if not tenacious, enduring torment while keeping his goal in mind. 077. The system store has the antidote. The host can exchange points for it. Shen Qingling, I refuse. How could he squander the hard-earned points on this? He would endure, no matter what, repeating a million points. After Sheng Mo exited, she cast a cold smile at the starry bracelet in her hand, tossing it into the trash bin. As for the flowers gifted by Lin Xingyan, she had set them ablaze, leaving not even ashes behind. Tomorrow, she would ensure Shen Qingling would not see the light of day. Chapter 73. Gu Yijin is wronged. Meanwhile, Lin Xingyan sent a message to Shen Qingling. Lin Xingyan, has teacher Shen arrived home? However, Lin Xingyan received no response from Shen Qingling. As evening fell, she sent another message. Lin Xingyan, is teacher Shen busy? Still, there was no reply. She assumed that Shen Qingling might be in a bad mood or preoccupied, and she could only gaze at her phone with disappointment. Before going to bed, she sent one last message. Lin Xingyan, see you tomorrow, teacher Shen. Unfortunately, she still did not receive a response before she fell asleep. The Gu family was in a state of panic. Shen Qingling had inexplicably vanished. When Sulan was the most anxious of them all, everyone had expected Shen Qingling to return by around 10 o'clock, as he had done in previous days. However, when 11 o'clock came, he was still missing. When Sulan's messages and calls throughout the day had all gone unanswered, unable to sit still any longer. When Sulan had searched both the school and the orphanage, but to no avail. She contemplated calling the police, but Gu Chengwang stopped her. To evade the surveillance cameras, the family convened on the second floor to discuss the matter. Gu Chengwang dismissed when Sulan's suggestion, "You can't report it yet. It hasn't been 24 hours. If you do, it will cause a commotion throughout the city. Don't forget, we are still filming a show." When Sulan, her face etched with worry, replied, "But he hasn't come home, and his phone is unreachable. I'm truly concerned for him." Suddenly, a thought struck her as she glanced at Gu Yijin. She feared he might have done something to Shen Qingling, as previous incidents could very well be linked to him. If anyone in this household wished for Shen Qingling to disappear, it would undoubtedly be Gu Yijin. Gu Chengwang also cast a glance at Gu Yijin, questioning, "Do you know where Qingling is gone?" Gu Yijin felt perplexed as everyone turned to him. Why was Shen Qingling's disappearance his concern? He felt utterly at a loss. While he may have previously wished him harm, none of his attempts had succeeded. Suppressing his rising anger, Gu Yijin replied, "I don't know. I don't even have his phone number. How could I possibly know where he is?" Lin Qingdai chimed in, "Aren't you always concerned about Brother Qingling's whereabouts?" Gu Yijin retorted, "What do you mean by that? I genuinely have no idea." Gu Chengwang, frowning, inquired, "What were you doing today?" His tone was laden with suspicion. He shared when Sulan's thoughts. If Shen Qingling had indeed vanished, the likely beneficiaries were either Gu Yutong or Gu Yijin. While Gu Yutong was not likely to be so cruel, Gu Yijin certainly was a different story. Gu Yijin defended himself. "I was ill and spent the entire day in bed. Aside from getting meals and water, I went nowhere. If you don't believe me, ask the household staff. Besides, there are cameras from the production team watching me. What could I possibly do?" "Let me see your phone," Gu Chengwang demanded. "Can I?" Gu Yijin shot back. "It's not that I can't. I have my own privacy. I want to look at what I shoot in tea." Under the oppressive gaze of Gu Qingling, Gu Yijin reluctantly produced his phone. Gu Qingling scrutinized Gu Yijin's call logs and messages, even checking his Weibo search history. Upon opening his Weibo, the search bar was filled with names like Gu Qingling and Shen Qingling, having been searched over 100 times. The screen was awash with references to Qingling. He had even followed Shen Qingling's fan club with a secondary account. Everyone regarded Gu Yijin with incredulity. He felt as though he had been stripped bare. Why are you searching for others' names instead of your own? When Qingling was being criticized, I was simply concerned about public sentiment, hence my searches. You can ask Qingling. I even mentioned it to him, but he didn't take it to heart. When Salon was not convinced of Gu Yijin's altruistic motives. Even if there was no incriminating evidence on his phone, it did not absolve him of potential wrongdoing against Shen Qingling, as such records could easily be deleted. With a tight-lipped expression and a piercing gaze directed at Gu Yijin, she stated, "If Qingling does not return safely tomorrow, I will dig to the ends of the earth to uncover the malicious individual behind this, even if it means we all perish together." Her eyes were fixed squarely on Gu Yijin. Gu Yijin felt as if he might faint from anger. "Why are you looking at me? Go find him." He never expected to be wronged in such a way. Gu Qingling interjected, "Enough with the theatrics. I will send people to look for him. Do not worry. Qingling is no fool. I trust he will return safely." In the live stream, viewers began to notice Shen Qingling's absence and speculated. Why hasn't Shen Qingling returned today? Is he too scared to show his face? It's because you all spread too many vicious rumors. Tone it down. Or I want to know what to watch when he is gone. There's no one of such quality in this show. I can't even sleep. Did you notice how the Gu family looks troubled? Especially Mrs. Gu. She seems very anxious, constantly making calls. Could she be trying to reach Shen Qingling? Where has Shen Qingling gone? Is something wrong? Could it be that he is avoiding Gu Yijin? Being clung to by someone is more terrifying than stepping in something unpleasant. What nonsense! Yijin is resting in bed. He has been sick all day and looks pale. Don't drag innocent people into this. Is there a power struggle among the wealthy heirs? Is Gu Yijin trying to eliminate Shen Qingling because he fears losing his inheritance? Have you watched too many dramas? Gu Yijin is a good person. How could he harm anyone? What if something has happened to Shen Qingling himself? Don't drag his father into this. This is getting exciting. This is the kind of affluent family drama I wanted to see. Will Shen Qingling appear tonight? Let us wait and see. Tonight was destined to be an unsettling one. Gu Qingling mobilized many to search for Shen Qingling. When Sulan leveraged her connections to gather information, Gu Yutong and Lin Qingdai set out together to search for him. Meanwhile, Gu Yijin remained at home, not idle. He hid in his room and called Zhang Jing, his face etched with urgency. Something has happened to Shen Qingling. You must find him immediately. On the other end, Zhang Jing was taken aback. What? You want me to find Shen Qingling? Haven't you always want him gone? Stop asking questions. He cannot come to harm today. Everyone suspects me, not you. But who else in Jiangxing would want to harm him? How the hell would I know? I'm just as confused. The priority is to clear my name. If something happens to Shen Qingling, when Sulan will come after me. Fine, don't panic. I'll go look for him right away. After hanging up, Gu Yijin cursed under his breath. Damn it, Shen Qingling, I truly owe you one. Chapter 74. The lovesick poet. It is true that he owes Shen Qingling. Gu Yijin gazed out the window with a complex expression, the overcast sky mirroring his troubled heart. Shen Qingling could perish, but not at the hands of another. They are true rivals, destined to meet their ends at each other's hands. Shen Qingling must descend into the abyss and transform into someone akin to him, ready to confront him with strength. It would be utterly absurd for him to die at the hands of another. Now that Shen Qingling has vanished, the one who longs for his return the most is Gu Yijin. The city of Jiangxing is rife with anxiety tonight, and despite the Gu family's discreet search, news of it spreads like wildfire. Sheng Mo leisurely observes the surveillance footage at home. Shen Qingling had not dined and, after the medication wore off, succumbed to sleep. Watching him sleep so peacefully brings Sheng Mo both pain and joy. Suddenly, Sheng Xia knocked on her door. Sheng Mo, not bothering to turn off the surveillance, said, "Guomin," thinking she was merely reviewing reports. Sheng Xia didn't notice the peculiar items on her computer. With a grave expression, she furrowed her brow and said, "Something has happened." Sheng Mo remained calm. "What is it?" Sheng Xia sat in the chair opposite her, still frowning. "Shen Qingling is missing. Antwan is searching everywhere." Sheng Mo's eyes widened in surprise. "Missing? How could this happen?" Sheng Xia continued her analysis with concern. "It does seem strange. How could someone as lively as Shen Qingling simply disappear? Jiangcheng is relatively safe, or has he offended someone? Or perhaps he simply doesn't wish to return. Did he have a quarrel with the Gu family? What should we do? Should we help search for him? After all, we have a long-standing relationship." "Very well. I will have someone assist in the search." Sheng Xia sighed. "I hope he is safe. If anything were to happen to Shen Qingling." Sheng Mo fixed her with a stare. "If anything were to happen, it is of no concern to you." "How can it not be? A life is at stake. Have you suddenly taken on a kind heart? Or are you just unwilling to let go?" "I'm not. Let me make it clear. Whether Shen Qingling is alive or dead is irrelevant to you." Sheng Xia pursed her lips and turned to close the door as she left. Sheng Mo scoffed, knowing that even if Shen Qingling were to die, his ashes would remain with her. No one else would dare touch a single fragment. Outside, chaos ensued as they searched for Shen Qingling, while he slept soundly until the next morning. When Shen Qingling awoke, sunlight streamed in through the window. The chains binding his hands had been removed, and the blindfold was gone. He surveyed his surroundings and realized he was in a luxurious hotel, having slept in a presidential suite. Lowering his gaze, he pondered how he could not simply endure Sheng Mo's treatment. His phone lay on the table, but it was dead and unresponsive. Shen Qingling picked it up and stepped out to the front desk to charge it. Upon turning it on, he discovered over 100 missed calls and hundreds of messages, all inquiring after him. Among the frantic texts, one stood out with a strange opening. Furrowing his brow, Shen Qingling read aloud, "I want to carve open your heart." This was a love letter from Sheng Mo. "I want to carve open your heart to see if I reside within. I wish to chain you, confining you in a basement where you can only know love for me. I desire to shred you and stuff you into a doll. I wish to sever your limbs so you cannot escape. I will pour molten wax into your throat, rendering you silent. I want to nail you to the wall, transforming you into my private masterpiece. I will etch my name onto your bones with a sharp knife and with a red-hot branding iron. I shall imprint love upon your heart eternally. I could sever your head and carry it to witness the beautiful sunrise. I could snap each of your tendons, dancing with you in the moonlit rose garden. I could bind our bodies together with steel rods, sitting by the seaside gazing at the stars above. I will embrace you, and your grave and funeral shall be enveloped in my arms. The greatest love I can offer you is to consume you, allowing you to enter my stomach and merge with my heart. Wherever I am, you shall also be. I will slice your flesh into pieces, air drying it to create everlasting flowers, your pale skin devoid of color, your dark hair woven into tassels, adorning your deep brown eyes. I gaze at it as if looking into your affectionate eyes, yearning to cut open your gaze that looks upon others. From this moment forth, your eyes shall hold only me. Shen Qingling, Shen Qingling, Shen Qingling. My soul pray, surrender entirely to me. Hush, turn around. I am right behind you." Shen Qingling's eyelids fluttered, and he turned around, finding nothing but emptiness. He exhaled in relief, muttering, "Madman." He quickly returned a call to Wen Sulan. Having spent the night in worry, her tears flowed upon hearing Shen Qingling was safe. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Where are you? My child? Mother is coming to get you." Shen Qingling provided the name of the hotel, and when Sulan immediately drove over, he intended to check the hotel surveillance and inquire about the name under which the room was booked, but the front desk refused to disclose any information, citing privacy concerns unless it was the police. Shen Qingling deduced that Sheng Mo had left a contingency, and he likely would not achieve any results. At least he now knew that it was Sheng Mo, unearthing a wolf lurking in the shadows. This was not a complete loss. Entering the restroom, he doused himself with cold water. He had to recover from his illness. After suffering such a significant loss, he ought to earn some of Sheng Mo's affection in return. That maddening lovesick fool would learn to feel some remorse. he wouldn't dare treat him so carelessly again. Lovesick individuals often speak of killing you. Yet if something were to truly happen to Shen Qingling, Shen Mo would be beside himself with worry. When Sulan arrived, she found Shen Qingling standing pale at the door, as if he might collapse in the next moment. Her heart ached for him, and though she wished to inquire further, Shen Qingling remained silent. Lowering her gaze, she noticed the marks on his wrist left by the chains, nearly causing her to faint. It was clear that she had misunderstood, thinking Shen Qingling had suffered inhumane treatment. Seeing him in such a state made her want to ask, yet she hesitated. "We should go home," he said weakly, his eyes cast down. As she drove, tears streamed down her face, wishing to exact vengeance on anyone who had harmed her son. Upon returning to the Gu family, Shen Qingling fainted at the doorstep. The Gu family was thrown into chaos, and the news erupted on social media. At the moment Shen Mo received the news, he could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. What? Shen Qingling fainted? Chapter 75. The hand that strikes shall be severed after Shen Qingling fainted. When Sulan could no longer concern herself with the program, she cried out for help, prompting the crew to abandon their tasks. A tall, robust man carried Shen Qingling upstairs to the bedroom. The Gu family, hearing the commotion, emerged to investigate. Gu Yijin was the first to rush over, only to find Shen Qingling's room surrounded by a crowd. He squeezed through, discovering Shen Qingling lying on the bed, pale and barely breathing. In Gu Yijin's memory, Shen Qingling had always been aloof, composed, and seemingly invincible. Yet, here was this once formidable figure reduced to a state of frailty. Gu Yijin was momentarily stunned when Sulan ushered the crew out, awaiting the family doctor. Gu Chunwang looked at Sulan and asked what had transpired. Overcome with emotion, Sulan leaned by Shen Qingling's bedside and wept, I don't know. This child remained silent, refusing to speak. "It's all my fault. I failed to protect him. It's my fault." The image of Shen Qingling collapsing before her like a gust of wind shattered her heart. Filled with guilt, she realized that instead of mending their relationship upon returning home, she had only caused him more pain. He was either being berated online or succumbing to illness in reality. When Sulan's self-reproach deepened, for some reason, Gu Yijin found her words unsettling. His gaze fell upon the bruises on Shen Qingling's wrist, causing his pupils to constrict in alarm. His wrist. Everyone turned to examine Shen Qingling's wrist. The Gu family, well versed in the ways of the world, recognized that such marks were not the result of ordinary mishaps, but rather indicative of chains. Coupled with Sulan's mention of Shen Qingling's silence, Gu Yutong's eyes widened in disbelief as she covered her mouth, then erupted in fury. Who could commit such a beastly act? Though Gu Yutong had never particularly cared for Shen Qingling, he was still blood of the Gu family. How could someone outside the family inflict such harm and humiliation upon him? Gu Yutong's anger surged. Gu Chunwang approached Shen Qingling for a closer look, his brows furrowing deeply. There's a wound on his lip, as if bitten. At that moment, the Gu family's fury reached its zenith. In Jiangqing's high society, there were many who took pleasure in the company of handsome young men, with certain individuals particularly enamored by such pursuits. They favored youthful and attractive boys, and Shen Qingling, being an elusive beauty, was a rare gem. Just yesterday, he had inadvertently trended on social media, and now he had vanished. The family couldn't help but speculate if his sudden disappearance was due to unwanted attention from Jiangqing's deviants, wondering if he had suffered unspeakable atrocities as a result. The Gu family believed that Shen Qingling had faced inhumane treatment, and he was in a precarious situation. The error had spiraled into greater chaos. Gu Chunwang was furious. "How dare they harm my son? If I don't see them imprisoned, I am not a man. Call the police. We must report this." After the initial anger subsided, Gu Yutong regained her composure and shook her head. "Father, we cannot call the police. If this escalates, how will he face the scrutiny and gossip? We are still filming the program. If this leaks, he will bear that label for life, which is far too cruel. Even if Shen Qingling is a man, such an incident would cast a shadow over him. Wouldn't it only deepen his wounds if others looked at him through tainted lenses?" Lin Qingdai, having taken a leave of absence from her classes, saw Shen Qingling's condition and was reminded of her own traumatic dreams, her eyes swelling with tears. She sobbed, "Let us wait for Brother Qingling to wake up. The priority is to comfort him and prevent any psychological scars." Even Guijin could not help but feel sympathy for Shen Qingling. Who could be so cruel, even at his most depraved? He had never wished for Shen Qingling to endure such a fate. He had only intended for him to engage with women. Gu Yijin, seething with indignation, exclaimed, "Such a person is nothing but filth. What if they strike again after we find them? Who knows if there will be a next time?" Gu Qinhuang nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we can investigate privately without alerting anyone. We don't have to rely solely on the police. I can conduct inquiries myself." The only complication was if the perpetrator were a prominent figure in Jiangsheng, as such individuals often evaded repercussions, knowing they would not be easily tracked. Astute individuals would leave no traces behind, and now the only lead lay with Shen Qingling. Gu Qinhuang scanned the room and spoke with an authoritative tone. "Everyone must keep silent about today's events. If even a whisper escapes, I will show no mercy. To the outside world, we will say that Qingling spent the night at a friend's house, his phone died, and he fainted this morning due to being caught in the rain. Is that understood?" Everyone nodded in agreement. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. The family doctor had arrived. As the doctor entered, Gu Qinhuang specifically instructed, "Check to see if there are any injuries on his back." The doctor's pupils widened in shock. Then he bowed his head, replying, "Yes, Mr. Gu." Gu Qinhuang maintained a stoic expression as he awaited the doctor's findings. He could hardly fathom that someone would dare to harm a member of the Gu family. The individual behind this could either be of higher status than the Gu family or a true lunatic, indifferent to the consequences. Outside, the others anxiously awaited the doctor's report. When Sulan stared blankly at the door, as if she could see through it to the ailing child within. She longed to hear the doctor declare that Shen Qingling was unharmed, yet feared that the truth would be the opposite. Gu Yutong, witnessing her distress, offered a comforting remark. "Aunt One, he'll be fine." But when Sulan remained unresponsive, lost in her thoughts, she berated herself for her weakness and ineffectiveness. How tragic it was for a child to have such a feeble mother. As she continued to chastise herself, her thoughts grew increasingly extreme. Then, a fierce determination began to emerge within her. No longer would she be a mere ornamental figure in social circles. She now had someone to protect, and she must become strong. As a mother, her duty was to shield her child from harm. This turmoil had sparked a transformation in Wen Sulan. No mother could tolerate the thought of her child suffering in such a manner. She would become a fierce guardian, a shield against the storm for Shen Qingling. Locking her gaze with Gu Qinhuang, she declared, "We must find that person. Whoever harmed Qingling will face retribution. If they truly went too far, they should be castrated and their remains fed to wild dogs." Gu Qinhuang lowered his gaze at his typically timid wife, surprised by her ferocity. As she noticed his silence, she pressed on, "Why are you silent? That is your son. Aren't you the one who values your dignity above all else?" Gu Qinhuang observed the wild fury in her eyes, a manifestation of years of suppressed anger and regret, intertwined with guilt over Shen Qingling. At a loss for how to console her, he could only pat her back and say, "Calm yourself. We will ask Qingling about it once he wakes." With tears in her eyes, when Sulan pushed him away, gritting her teeth, "You're always so rational and composed, forever prioritizing the interests and so-called glory of the Gu family. Do you not care for your child? He shares your blood. We have never truly raised him, and we are both inept parents. If he does not return, perhaps he would not have suffered this fate. The inability to safeguard him renders us unworthy of the title of parents. We failed to protect him in his youth, and now that he has returned, the situation remains unchanged. Gu Yijun has endured no harm during his years in the Gu family, while Qingling has faced both scorn and injury upon her return. In what way have we justified our existence in relation to her? Gu Qinhuang, you once traversed a similar path. As a father, could you not spare a fragment of affection from your frigid world for him? Consider it a form of solace and recompense for your younger self." When Sulan bit her lip until it bled, she no longer wished to maintain the facade of tranquility. The peace within this household is sustained solely through the sacrifices and concessions of others. Her feelings towards Gu Yijun can never revert to what they once were. She despises him, hating that he has partaken in all that was rightfully Qingling's, resenting him for stealing the joyful moments that belonged to her and Qingling. How she wishes he would simply vanish from existence. Gu Chengwang observed when Solon, wanting to say something, yet faltering on how to begin. As the patriarch of the Gu family, it seems that every father bears a similar demeanor, silent, grave, immovable. To speak more harshly, they're the most selfish individuals within this household. In the past, he too, like Shen Qingling, received little more than the expectation of upholding the family's honor. The bond of paternal love was scant, and even his choice of spouse was not his to make. His feelings towards Gu Yijuan cannot be described as love or concern. Rather, he merely nurtured a successor, not a son. He once vowed to himself that he would not emulate his father, yet ultimately, he has become the very image he abhorred. He raised Gu Yijuan in the same manner, resulting in a flawed outcome. Must Shen Qingling also succumb to such a fate? Gu Chengwang does not wish for Shen Qingling to become the next Gu Yijuan, nor does he desire for him to mirror his own past. Perhaps his children too could attain happiness. When Solon fixed her gaze upon him, determined to elicit an answer, her words regarding offering solace to the younger version of himself struck a chord in Gu Chengwang's heart. With a complex expression, he replied, "I understand." Gu Yijuan sensed an impending disaster when Solon had been unsettled by Shen Qingling's situation, and it appeared that Gu Chengwang's attitude towards Shen Qingling was beginning to shift. What he had failed to alter over the years, Shen Qingling had accomplished in merely a few days. What, then, was the value of his long-standing efforts? At that moment, the doctor emerged, and all eyes turned to him. He has caught a chill and developed a fever, and his strength is depleted. There are no injuries aside from his wrist and lips. Has he regained consciousness? No, he remains feverish. I have administered antipyretics. Let him rest for now, and I will check on him every 2 hours. Chapter 76. Jealousy to madness. The tumultuous events surrounding the Gu family have ascended to trending topics on social media. The moment Shen Qingling fainted, the cameras along the corridor and in the living room captured every detail with utmost clarity. The incident of Shen Qingling's fainting surged to the forefront of public discourse. The terms Shen Qingling missing, Shen Qingling fainted, and aristocratic family turmoil rapidly claimed the top 3 spots in trending searches. Audiences were left speculating about the events of the previous night. Did Shen Qingling truly go missing overnight? How did he suddenly return only to faint again? I'm beginning to suspect a conspiracy. If both Gu Yijuan and Shen Qingling are children of the Gu family, could this not involve a struggle for inheritance? Let us not forget Gu Yutong. Just because she is a woman does not mean she lacks the right to inherit. What if she harbors resentment and wishes to eliminate her 2 brothers to ascend? Gu Yutong has entered the entertainment industry. It is evident she is not being groomed for the role of heir. The prospects for inheritance seem bleak. Perhaps her intentions are merely to retaliate against her brothers. It would be more plausible to suspect Gu Yijuan. The relationship between Gu Yijuan and Shen Qingling remains a mystery. It is still unclear who the illegitimate child is, but one of them certainly is not a legitimate offspring. How do we know one of them is not a legitimate child? The Gu family has yet to comment. Let us refrain from conspiracy theories. After all, Yijuan could never be that sort of person. The disparity in their appearances is too great. If Shen Qingling and Gu Yijuan were biological siblings, how could their looks differ so drastically? The Gu family's affairs have created a considerable uproar, surpassing any season's popularity since the show's inception. The production team convened an emergency meeting. They were eager to capitalize on this frenzy without antagonizing the Gu family or facing accusations of exploiting a tragic event. Some discussions come at a price. Hichili furrowed her brow in contemplation. I initially intended for the Gu family to reveal Shen Qingling's identity, but they refused. Others were puzzled. Why reject it? The illegitimate child rumors do not benefit the Gu family's public image. This is Shen Qingling's preference. I cannot fathom why he would rather endure criticism than disclose his identity, especially when doing so could absolve him of all tarnish. This was exceedingly strange. Could it be for Gu Yijuan? If Shen Qingling were to clarify the situation, all the accolades and glory previously bestowed upon Gu Yijuan would be seized by Shen Qingling. I recall that the Gu family's initial participation in the variety show was to elevate Gu Yijin's status. Indeed, Gu Yutong had taken on the show with the same objective. Thus, it seems the Gu family is excessively biased. Shen Qingling bears the brunt of criticism, while Gu Yijin reaps the rewards. Shen Qingling had never received anything from the Gu family before. Upon his return, all he encountered was disdain. I find myself pitying him. Alas! Now, most of the staff are aware that the intended star of the show is Gu Yijin, while Gu Yutong merely serves to pave the way for him. Prior to this, Shen Qingling likely existed merely as a pawn. Shen Qingling had garnered not only the audience's concern and sympathy, but also that of the production team. One must not underestimate the influence of the production staff. Many inquire about so-called insider information. The more elusive the information, the more authentic it seems to the public. Shen Qingling's reputation within the production team has already surpassed that of Gu Yijin. The Gu family had not anticipated that Shen Qingling, a participant absent from the show, would seize the spotlight, garnering unprecedented attention. This was precisely why Shen Qingling chose not to reveal his identity from the outset. The greater the mystery, the more the audience's curiosity would be piqued, leading to increased discussions surrounding him. The eventual twist would be all the more thrilling. He chilly believed that the incident of Shen Qingling's fainting would invite even more unfounded speculation. If there was an opportunity to have Shen Qingling clear the clouds of illegitimacy and then join the show, it would be ideal. He chilly negotiated with the Gu family, exchanging a statement from the production team to persuade Shen Qingling to participate. Due to the incident trending online, the level of scrutiny was immense, and everyone was questioning what Shen Qingling had endured. Therefore, the Gu family hoped to leverage the production team's platform to resolve the matter, believing a direct statement would be most effective. Regardless of the audience's initial beliefs, once the commotion subsided, the statement would hold significance. After reaching an agreement with the Gu family, he chilly issued a statement through the official program's Weibo, echoing the narrative provided by Gu Chengwang, claiming that Shen Qingling had been at a classmate's home. However, the audience was astute. No trace of deception escaped their scrutiny, and conspiracy theories flourished, with many casting suspicion upon Gu Yijin. Gu Yijin, sitting at home, found himself ensnared in an unexpected predicament. Infuriated by the flood of conspiracy theories online, he felt a deep sense of indignation. Even if I were to confront Shen Qingling, I would never resort to such underhanded tactics. I am not involved in any chains or weird behaviors. I am neither a homosexual nor a pervert. The imagination of these netizens was indeed boundless. If he were to uncover the individual orchestrating these rumors, he would not hesitate to exact retribution. To this day, there has yet to be a fully convincing explanation for the incident. The production team had done all they could in this age of entertainment. The directors sought only fame and fortune, and they would not go beyond that. The matter of Shen Qingling's fainting had escalated to such proportions that one individual remained oblivious. Lin Xingmian rarely visited the internet, focusing solely on Shen Qingling's WeChat while neglecting all else. By afternoon, with Shen Qingling still absent from class, she sensed something was amiss. She never doubted Shen Qingling's previous words. Her intuition told her that there must be a valid reason for his absence. She believed Shen Qingling was not the type to break promises. With Shen Qingling's lack of response from the previous day weighing heavily on her mind, Lin Xingmian could no longer contain her concern and reached out to Ji Yunmiao. Ji Yunmiao, amidst her busy experimental class, glanced at her phone and learned of Shen Qingling's fainting incident, promptly informing Lin Xingmian. Upon hearing the news, Lin Xingmian's anxiety escalated, akin to ants on a hot pan. She yearned to visit Shen Qingling, but felt a wave of nervousness due to her long-standing avoidance of social interactions. Lin Xingmian: Sister, I wish to visit Teacher Shen, but I'm afraid. Ji Yunmiao: Would you like me to accompany you? Teacher Shen cares for you, and we should visit him while he is unwell. Lin Xingmian: When shall we go? I want to see Teacher Shen as soon as possible. Ji Yunmiao: Do not rush. I will come to fetch you right away. As Ji Yunmiao made her way to pick up Lin Xingmian, she pondered how they might gain entry to see Shen Qingling. His identity was currently a mystery. An entry into the Gu household was undoubtedly challenging. Ji Yunmiao attempted to contact Shen Qingling. Lin Xingyan had always only dared to message him, never to call. Ji Yunmiao believed they would require Shen Qingling's consent to gain access to the Gu family. When the call connected, a woman's voice answered. Ji Yunmiao surmised it must be Shen Qingling's mother. This was the fifth call received by Wen Sulan. The first was from Sheng Mo, who along with Sheng Xia, intended to visit Shen Qingling. The second was from Ruan Mingyi, who also wished to see him. The third was from an unfamiliar girl, who inquired about Shen Qingling's condition. The fourth was from Song Jining, who too wanted to visit. The fifth was Ji Yunmiao. When Sulan felt gratified by the numerous individuals concerned for Shen Qingling, indicating her son was quite well-liked rather than being socially inept. Once Shen Qingling awoke, she intended to share this with him, should he wish. She would invite these young ladies over for a gathering, hoping it might lift his spirits and help him forget his troubles. Shen Qingling finally regained consciousness around 3 in the afternoon, surrounded by concerned members of the Gu family. He felt somewhat disoriented. All he had wanted was to make Sheng Mo feel guilty. Why did the Gu family wear such sympathetic expressions? It was an expression of profound compassion, as if they wished to comfort him, yet were at a loss for words. Shen Qingling, with a look of confusion, inquired, "Why do you all gaze at me like this?" When Sulan replied, "Dear child, when you return home and feel the urge to cry, do so freely. We shall not utter a word. No matter what transpires, your mother will always stand by you. Now, tell me, who is that person? I shall ensure he meets a dreadful fate." Gu Yutong added, "Qingling, I understand this is difficult to accept, but I hope you can find some clarity and let this matter fade from your memory. It is not your fault." Lin Qingdai reassured, "Brother Qingling, you are wonderful. It is those wicked individuals who are at fault. Your goodness and perfection have merely made you a target. No matter what occurs, you will always remain the impeccable Brother Qingling. Just be yourself." Gu Chunwang affirmed, "What everyone says is true. Regardless of the challenges, we will face them together. I have already arranged for a psychologist for you. If you prefer not to speak with us, confide in the doctor." The only one who remained silent was Guijin. As he observed everyone comforting Shen Qingling, the flicker of sympathy he once felt evaporated, leaving behind only twisted jealousy and resentment. He had never received such affection. Never. In the mere days since Shen Qingling's return, he had acquired the love he had always longed for. Gu Yijin darkly mused. If Shen Qingling were to become embittered, it would be intriguing to see if he could retain his kindness and innocence after enduring such trials. You extend goodwill to the world, yet it responds with malice. Shen Qingling, will you change this time? Shen Qingling felt utterly perplexed. Noticing his troubled expression, when Sulan gently remarked, "All right, let us allow Qingling some time to think. Let's not discuss it further." After sending the others away, she refrained from mentioning the troubling matter, fearing it would upset Shen Qingling. Instead, she spoke of the girls who had called him. "Qingling, your friends are quite concerned about you. Would you like to meet them?" "Very well. I shall call them back for you and invite them over in a couple of days," she offered. Shen Qingling lowered his head and smiled softly. Sheng Xia, Sheng Mo, Ruan Mingyi, Song Jining, Ji Yunmiao, Lin Xingyan. When these women gathered, it would surely be an extraordinary scene. "Sheng Mo, if you dare treat me this way, then you shall experience the bitterness of neglect. I intend to incite such jealousy in you that you will never again have the audacity to approach him." Chapter 77. The blood flowers blooming in darkness, Sheng Mo received a return call from Wen Sulan and learned about Shen Qingling's condition during the conversation. A fever? Arriving at the Gu family in 3 days? "All right, aunt." After hanging up, Sheng Mo stood in a daze. How could this be? After fainting, Shen Qingling had developed a high fever and would need a few days of rest to recover. It sounds quite serious. The woman frowned lightly, feeling uneasy. She wished to visit Shen Qingling, but when Sulan mentioned that no visitors were allowed for the next couple of days, Sheng Mo suddenly felt a wave of irritation. Not directed at others, but at herself. If only she had not acted so impulsively. Regret washed over her. Indeed, Shen Qingling had grown up in an orphanage, and her health was likely fragile. She had drugged him, and he had endured it, depleting his strength after a night without food or water. Sheng Mo realized she had crossed the line this time. Yet, she could not suppress her feelings. She loathed witnessing his smiles directed at other women, despising each one of them, especially when she observed the tenderness Shen Qingling exhibited towards that young girl. Jealousy coiled around her like a vine, rendering her unable to remain calm. The jealousy was driving her to the brink of madness. The image of Shen Qingling and Lin Xingyan sharing a moment of happiness stabbed at her heart, a vivid memory that lingered painfully in her mind. She resented her inability to control her jealous heart and her powerlessness to possess Shen Qingling. Suddenly, the room darkened. Rain was imminent. Sheng Mo approached the window, gazing at the overcast sky, mirroring her current emotions. The last time she had kissed Shen Qingling was right here. She brushed her lips, lowering her gaze as if enduring some unspeakable torment. After a moment of silence with her eyes closed, she found it impossible to remain composed and moved to the table. Retrieving a small knife from the drawer, the reflection of her fierce brows and eyes glimmered upon the blade. She lifted her skirt and pressed the knife against her thigh, carving out wounds, blood gushing forth and staining her black dress a deep crimson, resembling blood flowers blooming in the dark. Stunning, yet haunting. Sheng Mo's face turned pale from the pain as she bit her lip, her body trembling. Perhaps this was a way to empathize with Shen Qingling. She had hurt him. Now, it was her turn to punish herself. She had always been unable to control her impulses, and if this continued, she would only descend deeper into an endless abyss. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. Sheng Mo recognized it was Sheng Xia and, with an expressionless face, said, "Come in." Upon entering, Sheng Xia's pupils constricted at the sight before her, but she quickly regained her composure. She approached and snatched the knife from Sheng Mo's hand, muttering, "Why are you having episodes again? Haven't you taken the medication prescribed by the doctor?" Sheng Mo lowered her eyes and coldly laughed. If taking medicine could solve everything, there wouldn't be so many mental illnesses in the world. Sheng Xia retrieved a first aid kit to tend to her wounds, wrapping the bandages while asking, "Who provoked you this time?" Clearly, this was not the first time, as she handled the situation with practiced ease. Sheng Mo remained silent, her gaze fixated on the gloomy sky outside. It was raining. "You aren't planning to go to the office like this, are you?" "No, I have no mood for it." "Did you have a fight with that man you kissed?" "You talk too much." "Oh, then let me mention something else. I heard from Gui Jean that Shen Qingling is quite ill. Aunt went through quite a tantrum today. I don't know what exactly happened, but it's definitely not just a simple cold." Sheng Mo's expression darkened further. "Shut up. Is that off limits too? Fine, I want to say it. Talking to you is pointless. You clearly don't care about anyone else's well-being." Sheng Mo's eyes flickered as she turned to Sheng Xia and asked, "Do you think anyone in this world could love me?" Sheng Xia raised an eyebrow, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. "What do you think?" "I don't know." "No. Why not?" "Because you can't learn to love someone normally, and others won't offer you normal love either. You speak as if you know how to love normally. You treat Gui Jean like a well-behaved dog. Would you still love him if he lost all his charm?" The words were too blunt, making both feel awkward. The Sheng family was devoid of warmth. Sheng Xiao packed up the first aid kit and said, "I'm leaving. If you have another episode, I won't help you anymore. Handle it yourself. 3 days until I go to the Gu family." "All right, understood." After Sheng Xia exited the room, she couldn't help but sigh. One couldn't tell who owed whom. Truly, there wasn't a single normal person in that family. Sheng Mo found herself in a state of waiting. She had never felt 3 days to be so interminable. Day after day, she tormented herself, unsure of the significance of it all, but the pain kept her more alert. Meanwhile, lying in her room, Shen Qingling observed the data panel indicating that Sheng Mo's affection for him had risen from 20 to 30. This meant that Sheng Mo's feelings had increased by 10 points. For other targets, this may seem trivial, yet earning 10 points of affection from Sheng Mo was no easy feat. It appeared that the woman still had a heart that felt pain, not entirely indifferent. There was hope. Moreover, Ruan Mingyi's affection had also increased. Deep down, she had never truly given up on Shen Qingling, unable to resist keeping an eye on him. However, her pride compelled her to insist that she didn't care about him. When Shen Qingling's fainting incident trended online, Ruan Mingyi felt as if her soul had been snatched away. She initially intended to refrain from contacting him, but ultimately felt compelled to check on him. After much hesitation in the WeChat dialog box, she finally sent a message. Are you okay? Receiving no response from Shen Qingling, Ruan Mingyi grew anxious. After flipping through her thoughts, she could not resist calling him. Initially, upon hearing a woman's voice, she felt a pang of jealousy, but upon realizing it was Wen Sulan, she felt relieved. Yi Qiao, seeing her in such a state, advised, "Why not find a time to visit Shen Qingling?" Ruan Mingyi awkwardly replied, "What identity would I have to go? Would he even want to see me? Just thinking about the possibility of him coldly telling me to leave makes my heart ache." She yearned to see him again, yet feared his lack of response even more. She dreaded the idea of him telling her to go away. The memory of her crying in the CAF was still fresh, too embarrassing to bear. She feared she might impulsively kneel before Shen Qingling, begging for forgiveness. Yi Qiao noticed her desire to go, but also her fear of lacking an excuse. Ruan Mingyi merely needed a way out. As long as Shen Qingling was willing to provide it, she would climb any ladder offered. Unfortunately, Shen Qingling's character would never allow her this opportunity. He wanted to see her bow her head before him. Only when she truly humbled herself would she begin to care for him. The Ruan and Gu families were not strangers. If all else failed, she could visit him under the Ruan family's name. It wouldn't be without justification. "I understand, but Madame Gu said he needs to recuperate and won't see anyone for 3 days." Ruan Mingyi now awaited the day she would see him, akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting execution. Regardless of whether she stretched her neck or withdrew, it would lead to death. It would be better to face it with some resolution. Rather than suffer at home, she would prefer to face Shen Qingling's cold demeanor and die of frostbite, thus completely giving up. Alone at home, Ruan Mingyi indulged in fantasies, envisioning countless scenarios and dialogues upon meeting Shen Qingling again. Consequently, her affection for him increased. Aside from Ruan Mingyi, Lin Xingyan's affection had also risen. Even Sheng Xia and Chu Jiaojiao's feelings of affection and regret had escalated. Shen Qingling lay in bed, leisurely pondering. This illness was not in vain. Shen Qingling has now deduced the identity of the unknown caller is Chu Jiaojiao. Overcome with regret and shame, Chu Jiaojiao finds it difficult to face Shen Qingling. On the day she moved out of the dormitory, memories of Shen Qingling flooded her mind. At that moment, she was utterly alone, her roommates harboring disdain for her, wishing for her swift departure. She felt like a pariah, reviled by all. The men around her were utterly unreliable, and she could not expect the wealthy second-generation elites to assist her in moving. In their eyes, she was inconsequential, perhaps even less than that. The one person who truly cared for her had already been hurt by her actions. She had contemplated seeking help, yet the thought of abandoning her dreams of grandeur deterred her. To maintain her facade, she could not allow those men to witness her moving into a dilapidated rental. In such moments, she found herself nostalgically yearning for the days when Shen Qingling was by her side. Had their relationship not fractured, Shen Qingling would surely have come to her aid. Alas, one must always pay the price for their choices. On the very day she moved into the rental, Shen Qingling's name trended on social media. It was then that she discovered his connection to the Gu family, and the possibility that he was indeed the scion of the Gu clan. Overwhelmed with despair, Chu Jiaojiao shattered a cup, her brow furrowing as she nearly fainted. What had once seemed a mere step away from her dreams was now irrevocably destroyed by her own hand. In the days of torment that followed, she often thought of Shen Qingling, her feelings for him steadily intensifying. She mused that perhaps it is the nature of humanity to realize their regrets only upon loss. She frequently reminisced about Shen Qingling's kindness and their carefree days together, particularly recalling his words, "Jiao Jiao stands at the forefront of my future." Yet, being both stubborn and resolute, she understood that reconciliation was impossible and had no desire to return to Shen Qingling, unwilling to approach him like a fallen dog seeking pity. Now, Shen Qingling was a lofty young master of the Gu family, while she remained a destitute childhood friend, having wounded him for a mere 100,000. The chasm between them was insurmountable. Upon learning of Shen Qingling's illness and collapse, she could not resist the urge to call and express her concern, though she now dared only to use an unfamiliar number. Relieved to hear he had awakened, she ultimately refrained from disturbing him further. She thought to herself, "Let be this way. He is an eagle soaring high. while she is a frog at the bottom of a well. She would allow him to reside solely in her memories, vowing never to see him again until the day she realizes her dreams. Chapter 78. Your innocence and kindness will be your undoing. Chu Jiao's inner turmoil and suffering were unknown to Shen Qingling, nor did he wish to know. A woman like Chu Jiao would inevitably recall Shen Qingling whenever she encountered even the slightest setback in life. Her feelings of regret and affection would steadily rise. Shen Qingling found it unnecessary to exert much effort to win her over. Time would reveal everything to her. Currently, he had neither the desire nor the capacity to concern himself with her thoughts. His immediate focus was on Gu Yijin. Gu Yijin, in an inexplicable frenzy, had come to visit him in the dead of night, ostensibly to inquire about his health, but in reality, it was a manifestation of his own madness. Qingling, are you feeling any better? He asked, feigning sympathy, the kind that was obviously insincere. Upon witnessing Shen Qingling surrounded by family members offering their care, the genuine sympathy he initially felt was wholly replaced by jealousy. What magic did Shen Qingling possess? How could he so effortlessly transform the Gu family's eccentricities in madness? Compared to himself, Shen Qingling's demeanor towards the Gu family was far from warm, and he had never truly shown them any affection. He did not treat Gu Changwang with particular respect or filial piety, nor did he exhibit any tenderness towards Gu Yutang. And Lin Qingdai had received no assistance from him either. Yet the Gu family members seemed utterly bewitched, completely under Shen Qingling's spell. Even Gu Yijin found himself feeling a pang of sympathy for Shen Qingling. It was an utter betrayal of his own self. Gu Yijin earnestly reflected on himself and rekindled his hatred for Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling was oblivious to Gu Yijin's motives for his late-night visit. Yet he had already devised his own strategy for dealing with him. Lowering his gaze, he replied, "It's nothing serious, just a common cold." Gu Yijin continued to gaze at him with feigned sympathy, saying, "Oh, don't be so stubborn. Since it's just the two of us, why not share your thoughts with me?" Gu Yijin intended to draw forth Shen Qingling's memories of his past suffering, deepening his pain and hastening his descent into darkness. "Suffer, Shen Qingling. Embrace the darkness. I have nothing to share. What do you want with me?" Shen Qingling appeared remarkably composed, even less agitated than Gu Yijin, the outsider. Gu Yijin, frustrated by Shen Qingling's indifference, pressed on. "Qingling, do you understand why you have endured such trials? It is precisely because you are too kind. Your innocence and kindness will be your downfall." Shen Qingling's forehead bore a large question mark. Gu Yijin leaned closer, fixing his gaze on Shen Qingling's beautiful, clear eyes, whispering like a demon, "Qingling, let me enlighten you. The higher the social class, the more depraved they become. They're the most vile and shameless people in this world. You must see this clearly. Your kindness only accelerates your destruction. You need to learn to change, to adapt to the rules of this circle, so you can survive." At that moment, Shen Qingling comprehended Gu Yijin's intention to brainwash him. Noticing Shen Qingling's lack of reaction, Gu Yijin seized his shoulders. "Look into my eyes. Stop avoiding the truth. Avoidance will not resolve your problems. The reason you were hurt this time is that you are too attractive, yet lack the means to protect yourself. Surely, you did not guard yourself against others? Do not trust those around you too readily. Anyone could stab you in the back, even your parents." Gu Yijin fancied himself a devilish puppeteer, leading a sunny, kind-hearted soul into the abyss, molding Shen Qingling's blank slate into his desired image. Shen Qingling found Gu Yijin's fervor amusing and felt a desire to tease him. "And what about you? Can I trust you?" Gu Yijin was taken aback. What was this naive fool saying? He had just declared that no one could be trusted. Why was he looking at him with such an innocent expression? Gu Yijin smiled knowingly and replied, "Of course, you can trust me. You said we are friends. When you completely trust me, I will stab you in the back, making you aware of the world's treachery and the darkness of human nature. Let me be honest with you. I'm not as fragile as you think. This is not a significant matter." "Not significant? You cannot be serious." Gu Yijin thought about prying open Shen Qingling's mind to understand how he could remain so unfazed by such a situation. Shen Qingling nodded. It was merely an encounter with a rather perverse woman. I have often had girls follow me. This time, it was just a bit excessive. What? A woman? Not a man? No, it was indeed a woman. Finally, Gu Yijin understood Shen Qingling's calm demeanor. After Shen Qingling briefly recounted the incident, Gu Yijin felt a wave of disappointment. He had expected something far more dramatic than merely being tied up by a woman for a night. Nothing had happened. He thought this might provoke Shen Qingling's darkness. Gu Yijin's aspirations crumbled. That woman was truly inept. Having captured Shen Qingling, she merely restrained him for one night? How could she claim to be a pervert without doing anything to him? Useless. Gu Yijin could only muster a smile. So that's how it is. Everyone misunderstood. It is good that you are unharmed. Although the events unfolded differently than they had imagined, it was not entirely fruitless. At least Shen Qingling had confided the truth to him, suggesting a measure of trust. Gu Yijin had gleaned a glimpse into Shen Qingling's heart. He did not despise him. After Gu Yijin left, he relayed the events to the Gu family, hoping they would not feel too much sympathy for Shen Qingling, as the situation was not what they had presumed. Upon learning the truth, the Gu family members breathed a sigh of relief. However, this incident also served as a warning signal. It seemed necessary to find someone to protect Shen Qingling when Su Lan, however, inquired. How did Qingling come to confide in you? Did you bring it up on purpose? Why would he speak of this? When Su Lan suspected that Gu Yijin harbored ulterior motives, Gu Yijin explained, I was concerned he might bottle things up and develop psychological issues. So I engaged him in conversation, and it inadvertently led to this topic. Gu Yijin was not the least bit worried about Shen Qingling exposing him. Shen Qingling was far too kind-hearted to do such a thing. They were friends now, and Shen Qingling had shown forgiveness towards someone who had once been his enemy, let alone now. Reflecting on Shen Qingling's experiences, Gu Yijin suddenly thought that being too handsome might not be such a blessing after all. It was evident that Shen Qingling had been harassed by perverts numerous times, and now it seemed almost habitual. There was no denying that, in some respects, Shen Qingling possessed remarkable endurance. When Su Lan did not take the situation lightly, just because the perpetrator was a woman or the severity was less than they had imagined. Regardless of whether the individual is a man or a woman, they must not be overlooked. We must investigate thoroughly. The fact that Qingling was injured and fainted is undeniable, and I will not let this person go unpunished. When Su Lan displayed an unexpected firmness, and the others had no objections, Gu Qinwang noticed when Su Lan's transformation. Perhaps he should feel gratified? However, he was still somewhat unaccustomed to his wife's sudden change in demeanor. Yet, compared to her previous timidity, the current when Su Lan appeared more likable, resembling the temperament of the Wen family. In the days that followed, when Su Lan busied herself investigating the woman behind the incident, while Shen Qingling recuperated at home, she tended to him as if he were a cherished child, feeding him meticulously cut fruit and occasionally inviting psychologists for counseling. In Wen Su Lan's eyes, Shen Qingling was no different from an injured baby. Meanwhile, Gu Yijin could only lurk in the shadows. Gu Yijin had also heard about the recent decision of the Gu family to refrain from receiving guests, a precaution taken to prevent any unwanted public scrutiny regarding Shen Qingling's injuries. Indeed, they were taking meticulous care of her. The wounds on Shen Qingling's hands could be concealed with long sleeves, while the injury on her lips required several days of treatment before the marks would fade. By the third day, the injury on her lips had healed, leaving no visible trace, yet her complexion remained pallid. This was, of course, intentional. She had scarcely taken the medication prescribed by the doctor, deliberately prolonging her discomfort until several women arrived, particularly to elicit sympathy from Shang Yimou. Shen Qingling harbored a deep-seated grudge. She had not forgotten the torment inflicted by Shang Yimou. Over the past few days, Shang Yimou had attempted to reach out. Yet Shen Qingling pointedly ignored every message, refusing to respond even once. She wished for Shang Yimou to endure the same agony, to feel the discomfort of being punished. Remember the taste of punishment well, for there would be further trials awaiting you upon your arrival at the Gu residence. After 3 days of torment, Shang Yimou finally awaited her turn to visit the Gu family. The gathering was scheduled to take place in the Gu family's rear garden. Consequently, the Gu family requested that the filming crew remove their cameras, and the crew, recognizing their lack of authority over personal matters, reluctantly complied. Although the director was loath to relinquish this opportunity, she had no choice but to yield under the firm insistence of Wen Sulan. While the garden gathering would go unrecorded, the initial moments of Shen Mo and her companion's arrival would be captured in the living room of the Gu villa. Without exception, the attendees were stunningly beautiful women, each capable of debuting in the entertainment industry with ease. Shen Mo and Shen Xia were among the earliest arrivals. Today, Shen Mo presented herself with an air of gentleness, donning a flowing white satin mermaid gown, eschewing the professional suit and imposing demeanor of a corporate mogul, embodying a soft, feminine grace. Shen Xia, as always, was impeccably dressed, resembling a wealthy heiress, breathtakingly charming. Upon entering, she immediately took Wen Sulan's arm, affectionately greeting her. "Aunt Wen, good afternoon." Shen Mo offered a faint smile. "Aunt Wen." After exchanging pleasantries, another woman arrived, Ruan Mingyi. Shen Xia frowned slightly, and Shen Mo's expression turned colder. They both thought simultaneously, "Why is she here?" Moments later, Song Jining made her entrance. Shen Mo grasped her teacup tightly, her grip unyielding. Finally, Ji Yunmiao and Lin Xingyan arrived, causing Shen Mo's cup to shatter in her hand. Chapter 79. The overlooked Shen Mo. A group of stunning women graced the screen, igniting a frenzy in the comment section. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, my wives have arrived. Excuse me, is this beauty pageant being held in the Gu family's living room? This villa seems to have become enchanting. I wish to embody Mrs. Wen. So many beauties, my goodness. Is this the allure of Shen Qingling? I can't imagine how blissful I would be if I were Shen Qingling right now. 5 women, each possessing unique beauty. Is Shen Qingling truly that remarkable? Isn't that the heir of the Shen group, trending on social media? How did she shatter a glass? Suddenly, the cup in Shen Mo's hand shattered, drawing everyone's attention. When Sulan expressed her concern, and Shen Mo maintained a calm smile, I was momentarily distracted. My apologies. When Sulan frowned, Shen Mo, your hand, let me call a doctor to bandage it. Lin Xingyan, noticing Shen Mo's hand was cut by the glass shards, retrieved a tissue from her bag and offered it to her. However, her eyes reflected a hint of timidity, and she bit her lip, unsure of what to say. Looking down, Shen Mo was momentarily startled when a delicate, snowy hand appeared before her. She paused, raising her gaze to see who it was. It was her. Shen Mo accepted the tissue, lowering her eyes. Thank you. Lin Xingyan cautiously returned to Ji Yunmiao's side, resembling a well-behaved child. Ji Yunmiao gently patted her head as encouragement. Ever since Shen Qingling's arrival, Mian had transformed significantly, although still somewhat shy around outsiders. She was far more vocal than before, which Ji Yunmiao genuinely appreciated. Lin Xingyan was unaware of the identities of those present, nor did she particularly care. She only wished to know about teacher Shen's well-being. However, she felt too intimidated to speak with Mrs. Gu, opting instead to glance outside occasionally, wondering when teacher Shen would appear. Suddenly, a woman approached her, startling Lin Xingyan. Yuan Mingyi asked, "Little sister, what is your relationship with Shen Qingling?" She recognized nearly everyone present except for Ji Yunmiao and Lin Xingyan. Ji Yunmiao and Lin Xingyan looked alike, clearly sisters, yet their temperaments were entirely distinct. Ji Yunmiao exuded an air of high intelligence and cool elegance, while Lin Xingyan appeared as a delicate, doll-like sprite. Her eyes were exceptionally beautiful, clear as crystal, evoking no ill will. Knowing Ji Yunmiao might ignore her, Yuan Mingyi chose to engage the seemingly innocent Lin Xingyan. Feeling slightly anxious, Lin Xingyan made an effort to respond. "Teacher Shen is my tutor. So you are a student of Shen Qingling?" "Yes. Is that so?" I can hardly fathom someone like him choosing to be a tutor. Yuan Mingyi found it difficult to imagine Shen Qingling as a teacher. Could he possibly maintain a serious demeanor? At that moment, Shen Qingling descended from the second floor. Yuan Mingyi understood what kind of teacher Shen Qingling was. Mian has arrived. The young man appeared pale, still not fully recovered, yet he smiled gently at Lin Xingyan. a sight none had ever witnessed. Pale, fragile, and tender. The comments section erupted in excitement. Oh my, what a pale and melancholic handsome man. I'm feeling some type of way about Shen Qingling. This is the first time I've seen Shen Qingling so gentle. If he looked at me like that, I'd need to change my pants. Shen Qingling, could you please smile at the camera? Just one glance, I promise I'll be fine. I can't imagine how happy I'd be if I were Shen Qingling's student. I wouldn't blink an eye at 100,000 per hour. As a child, I was terrified of riding toy cars, but now I wouldn't want to get off Shen Qingling's. Shen Qingling, be romantic with me. I'll be wild. You take it slow. Shen Qingling, my canines are a bit sharp, bear with me. I just bought some cream puffs, but forgot the cream. Could you spare me some? Shen Qingling? Shen Qingling, can you handle this? I'm asking if you can. He actually called her Mion. So sweet and gentle. Shen Qingling, call me too. I'm XIN. The frenzy in the comments surpassed even the excitement from the last time Shen Qingling was seen in the rain. This time, the contrast was striking. They had uncovered a side of Shen Qingling previously unknown, akin to discovering a treasure. No one could remain unmoved by such a Shen Qingling. The normally aloof individual revealed his soul tenderness to you. Simply contemplating it could make one swoon. Shen Qingling's admirers had multiplied alarmingly. The system points had accumulated to 370,000. Lin Xingyin never anticipated that Teacher Shen would be the first to address her. Her lashes fluttered as she offered a shy smile. Hello, Teacher Shen. My sister and I came to visit you. Her voice was soft, yet audible to Shen Qingling. Ji Yumiao also wore a gentle smile. Qingling, are you feeling better? The other women were astonished at her words. Shen Qingling nodded. Much better. Thank you for coming to see me. At that moment, he turned to spot Yuan Mingyi beside Lin Xingyin. You're here. It appeared her presence was unexpected, and though his tone conveyed surprise, he refrained from embarrassing her out of politeness. Yuan Mingyi felt awkward, previously declaring she would no longer attend to him. Yet upon witnessing Shen Qingling faint, she had been as anxious as an ant on a hot stove, longing to rush to the Gu estate. Ahem, I came to check on you. After all, we are friends, Yuan Mingyi explained, lowering her gaze, unsure how to face Shen Qingling. In truth, even she could not comprehend the nature of her feelings for him. Seeing his pale visage caused her heart to ache with empathy. She could no longer convince herself that she did not care for Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling nodded and then glanced at Song Jining. The girl continued to gaze at him with admiration, her eyes brimming with affection and concern. How are you feeling? My parents brought this back from abroad. I hope it helps with your recovery. It's nothing serious. I appreciate your parents' concern. Shen Qingling exchanged pleasantries before finally noticing the two sisters from the Sheng family. Miss Sheng. Sheng Mo understood that this greeting was directed not at her, but at Sheng Xia. Sheng Xia's eyes brightened as she stepped forward. Shen Qingling, you look quite pale. Haven't you recovered after 3 days? Shen Qingling shook his head. I don't know why, but this time my recovery has been slow. As he spoke, he frowned and began to cough. Seeing this, Sheng Xia felt a pang of empathy. It was impossible for any woman to remain indifferent to someone as formidable as Shen Qingling revealing his vulnerable side. She quickly took his hand. Would you like to rest a bit more? Sheng Mo fixed her gaze intently on the contact between Sheng Xia and Shen Qingling. Her palm bruised from the pressure. From the moment Shen Qingling appeared, his attention had not once strayed to her. Not even for a moment. Finally, Shen Qingling turned to her. Ms. Sheng. The words were simple, detached, and polite. Only those 2 words. Not a syllable more. Even the affectionate address of Miss Sheng in the height of summer is more endearing. Even Ru Ingi, with whom the relationship has already frayed, has received a mere 4 words. A string within Sheng Mo has snapped. Chapter 80. The unraveling of a lovesick heart with a radiant smile, when Sulon suggested. Let us take a seat in the garden. The sun is just right for Qingling to bask in its warmth. Thus, the group made their way to the garden. A lively procession. The audience expressed their regret in the comments, eager to witness the interaction between Shen Qingling and these enchanting women. Speculations arose regarding the identities of these women and their connections to Shen Qingling. However, Such matters would unfold later. For now, Shen Qingling reveled in the sunlight and the picturesque scenery, and in the joy of deliberately vexing Mo when Sulan had transformed the rear garden into a charming little banquet, complete with a dining table and exquisite dishes, where basking in the sun and sipping wine created an atmosphere of sheer delight. This sense of contentment was reserved for those who had earned Shen Qingling's favor, such as the two sisters from the Ji family, Song Jining and Sheng Xia. The only two who felt left out were Ruan Mingyi, who sat despondently in a corner, sipping wine, and Yi Xiao, whose phone call interrupted her thoughts. "Hello. Where else would I be? I'm at home sleeping," Ruan Mingyi replied wearily. On the other end, Yi Xiao teased, "Sleeping? Have you fallen asleep? At Shen Qingling's house? Or are you dreaming of him flying to your side? Don't deceive me. I saw you on the variety show." Yi Xiao continued, "Just admit it. You can't let go of Shen Qingling. Go and apologize to him. Reconcile. What good is stubbornness?" Ruan Mingyi lowered her gaze, filled with sorrow. "But he is surrounded by so many people. It seems he doesn't need me at all. It's all too late." Shen Qingling had changed. The women around him were more accomplished than she could ever hope to be, leaving her feeling insignificant. What else with this defeatist attitude? Where's that thick skin of yours? Are you really willing to give up so easily? Yi Xiao urgit. Of course, I'm not willing, but I truly don't know how to win him back. He has grown so distant. Xiao Xiao, I'm so heartbroken. His attitude towards Sheng Xia is warmer than towards me. I'm losing my mind. What should I do? At this moment, Ruan Mingyi was no better off than Sheng Mo, teetering on the brink of collapse. She pretended not to care about Shen Qingling, yet it was she who was suffering, while he seemed indifferent. She was nearing the limits of self-deception, compelled to acknowledge that she had genuinely fallen for Shen Qingling, a love that remained unanswered. Once dismissive of love, treating men as mere toys, she now found herself yearning for a pure affection. She felt an overwhelming desire to beg for Shen Qingling's forgiveness, feeling as though she was betraying her former beliefs. The most despairing thought was that he might never love her in return. Was this her punishment for playing with emotions? On the surface, Sheng Mo appeared calm, yet she was on the verge of madness. After an hour at the Gu household, Shen Qingling had uttered only 2 words to her. Who would lose their mind in such circumstances? Watching him surrounded by other women intensified her simmering jealousy. Sheng Mo repeatedly reminded herself that Shen Qingling was unwell and that his condition stemmed from her actions. She could not afford to hurt him again. Yet, the pain was unbearable. She could hardly bear to see his gaze linger on others. Rather than diminishing, her possessiveness only deepened, forcing her to stifle her desires and struggle in solitude. The boy remained blissfully unaware of her turmoil, immersed in an atmosphere of joy. Shen Qingling, encircled by 4 women, was the center of attention, while when Salon observed the interactions with a glimmer of approval, reminiscent of selecting a daughter-in-law. Song Jining, effervescent and lively, exclaimed, "You have no idea how hard I work to defend you. I'm the president of your fan club. If anyone dares to speak ill of you, I'll be the first to charge into battle. The Qingling army will conquer all. Scoundrels, retreat." Her spirited declaration elicited laughter from Shen Qingling, who could not contain his amusement. Song Jining tilted her head playfully. "You smiled. Finally, it pains me to see you frowning." She continued, "To love someone is to bring them joy. I've been saddened by the negativity directed at you, so I took it upon myself to lead the fan club to support you." She recalled Shen Qingling's ambition to become a person of prominence and vowed to stand by him, witnessing his ascent. In his success, she would find joy, knowing she had contributed in her own way. She wanted the world to see just how remarkable he was. Shen Qingling deserved all the love. Lin Xingyan and Sheng Xia were captivated by Shen Qingling's smile. "Teacher Shen," Lin Xingyan tugged at his sleeve, "tomorrow, I'm bringing the kitten home." "That sounds wonderful. It seems you're ready," he replied, noticing the sparkle in her eyes. "Next week, when I visit, I'll get to meet the kitten." The girl's expression radiated hope, believing that Shen Qingling was a gift from the heavens. With each passing day, she now had something to look forward to. Previously lost in the past, she could not see the present or the future. But now, hope illuminated her path, with that person standing in her bright future. I'm sorry for not replying when I was ill, Shen Qingling said. You don't need to apologize, Teacher Shen. I know you didn't mean to ignore me. She replied, her trust in him unwavering. Lin Xingyan pulled out the candy Shen Qingling had bought. Teacher, this candy is delightful. It will surely lift your spirits. She placed the colorful candy in his palm, its vibrant coating shimmering in the sunlight, reflecting the beauty of her own eyes. After tasting a piece, Shen Qingling felt warmth spread within him. You truly are a little angel. Lin Xingyan distributed the candy to everyone present, a childlike gesture that amused Wen Sulan, who felt a pang of affection since she had no daughter of her own. Thank you, Lin Xingyan. What lesson did Teacher Shen teach you? Wen Sulan inquired with a smile. Teacher Shen is an exceptional artist. He teaches me how to paint. He always smiles at you. He is usually so serious. It's rare to see him like this. Indeed, who could remain stern around such a lovely girl? Wen Sulan replied, causing Lin Xingyan to blush. Madame Gu, you're so kind, so different from my own mother, she said, feeling a twinge of envy for Shen Qingling. You're too kind. How do you know I'm nice when this is our first meeting? Wen Sulan laughed. Because you care for Teacher Shen, you must be a wonderful mother. This compliment struck a chord with Wen Sulan, filling her with joy. The others observed with curiosity as Lin Xingyan succeeded in making Wen Sulan smile. Sheng Xia remarked, this little girl is quite remarkable. She has made Madame Wen so happy. Shen Qingling smirked. No one can resist Lin Xingyan, except for Sheng Mo. Her perfect facade was crumbling. She could no longer bear to witness Shen Qingling laughing and engaging with the other women. Taking a deep breath, she rose and moved to the fountain, attempting to remind herself to remain calm. She closed her eyes to mask the shadows lurking within her gaze, fearing that any moment of carelessness would unleash the jealousy and darkness festering inside her. She picked up a sharp stone scattered by the hot spring, gripping it tightly in her hand, and then pressed down with force. The woman grimaced in agony. Though painful, it paled in comparison to the overwhelming rage and bitterness swelling within her. Shen Qingling, how can you disregard my existence? How can you smile so tenderly at another woman? How can you not love me? Why? The stone dug deeper into her flesh, and blood began to drip from her hand as she kept her eyes closed. This was her first time losing control in such a public setting. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Greater turmoil was yet to come. A familiar voice resonated through the air. It was the voice she longed to hear. President Sheng. Chapter 81. I will kill you hearing that familiar voice. Sheng Mo turned in surprise. Indeed, it was him. She quickly moved her hand behind her back. How could she face Shen Qingling if he discovered her true self? No one would love the real her. No one, even as she hastily concealed her hand. Shen Qingling noticed. He frowned slightly and said, President Sheng, your hand seems to be bleeding. President Sheng. The title ignited a fury within Sheng Mo. Just a moment ago, he had affectionately called her sister. Why had everything changed overnight? Was it because there were now more important women around him, rendering her dispensable? Did he still remember that kiss? Or was she the only one who held onto their memories? Was she merely being self-indulgent? Sheng Mo lowered her eyes and replied, It's nothing. Just a cut from a broken cup. Is it really nothing? Yes, it's nothing. Seeing Shen Qingling approach her and take note of her, the tempest of anger within Sheng Mo subsided slightly, but just slightly. I intended to inquire about your health, but it seems you are quite busy. There was an unintentional hint of jealousy in her words, which Shen Qingling feigned ignorance of, as it was clearly intentional. After all, he had tormented her before. Now, it was her turn to toy with his heart. Who could be more ruthless? There are quite a few people here today, so I didn't notice President Sheng. My apologies. It's fine. Did this imply she was now the insignificant one? What, then, was the purpose of her seeking him out? Did you come to find me for something? A flicker of hope ignited within Sheng Mo's heart. Did he have something else to say to her? Had he noticed her injury, or merely come to check on her, since she was alone? The next moment, the young man spoke. My mother said she has something to discuss with you regarding a marriage alliance. It was Wen Sulan seeking her out, not him. Sheng Mo felt a sense of disappointment wash over her. The delicate quiver of her eyelids and the downward cast of her gaze made the small mole on her eyelid more captivating than ever. Perhaps it was because she revealed a vulnerability that was otherwise concealed. The stronger and more assertive a person, the more alluring they appeared when they showed fragility. This truth resonated with both Shen Qingling and Shen Mo. Shen Qingling found Shen Mo strangely enchanting at this moment. Shen Mo's disappointment was nearly palpable, impossible to disguise. Was it truly about Gu Yijin and Sheng Xia? All right, I'll come right away. Shen Qingling nodded and departed. The young man's back was devoid of any lingering sentiment, devoid of even a single word of greeting. The previous moments of ambiguous intimacy seemed to have been entirely her delusion. Sheng Mo pressed her lips together, inhaling deeply. It was best to endure this. There would be future opportunities. She made a concerted effort to suppress her ire, restoring her calm demeanor before approaching Wen Salon. By now, several individuals had gathered around Wen Salon: Gu Yijin, Sheng Xia, and Shen Qingling. The only one missing was Sheng Mo Antwan. Did you need something from me? Since you're not busy today, I thought we could discuss the marriage between our families. All right. Sheng Mo picked up a glass of water, preparing to steady herself. Wen Salon continued, what I propose is an alliance between Qingling and Xiaxia. Crash. The sound of the cup shattering interrupted her. Sheng Mo bent down to gather the shards. It's fine, please continue. I'm quite pleased to hear that Xiaxia has changed her mind and is willing to be with Qingling. Sheng Mo paused, lifting her head to inquire. What about him? Is he willing? Her gaze landed on Shen Qingling. Just as she was about to speak, Sheng Xia interjected, linking her arm with Shen Qingling's. Smiling sweetly as she tilted her head and said, Qingling said he would consider it, right? As long as I behave well during this period. At that moment, Sheng Xia looked at Shen Qingling with stars in her eyes, her affection soaring. Shen Qingling cast a glance at Wen Salon, seemingly reluctant to undermine her authority. He did not push Sheng Xia away, merely pursed his lips and nodded, suggesting he would consider the matter, even if Shen Qingling merely indicated he would contemplate it. Sheng Mo was driven to madness. She abandoned the shards of glass and pulled Sheng Xia aside, leaving the others in stunned silence. Sheng Mo led Sheng Xia to a secluded corner, ensuring they were alone before halting. Sheng Xia, irritated by Sheng Mo's forceful grip, flung her hand away and exclaimed, What are you doing? Why are you causing a scene at the Gu family? The shadows in Sheng Mo's eyes could no longer be concealed as she gritted her teeth and demanded, Who permitted you to ally with Shen Qingling? What did you say before? Have you forgotten? Sheng Xia, nonchalant, tossed her hair and replied, What was in the past is in the past, and now is now. What does Gu Yijin have that compares to Shen Qingling? Why can't I form an alliance with someone more outstanding? You are truly strange. Why would you wish for me to ally with Gu Yijin, who has already been abandoned by the Gu family? Sheng Xia's suspicions arose, though she did not pinpoint the truth. Are you afraid that I will marry Shen Qingling and seize your inheritance? Sheng Mo's expression darkened. Regardless, I will never agree to your marriage with Shen Qingling. Sheng Xia scoffed. You think you could just say no? As long as Shen Qingling is willing, I will marry him. Your words hold no weight. In a sudden surge of rage, Sheng Mo slapped Sheng Xia across the face. The storm brewing in her eyes was about to erupt. Yet, Sheng Xia defiantly met her gaze, gritting her teeth and coldly stating, Sheng Mo, hitting me one T change anything. I just like Shen Qingling. Even if he inherits the Gu family, I won't covet your inheritance. What are you really afraid of? Sheng Mo reiterated her stance. I will not agree to your marriage with Shen Qingling. The next moment, her gaze turned venomous as she fixed her eyes on Sheng Xia, declaring, If you dare to do this, I will kill you. Sheng Xia saw a palpable intent to kill in Sheng Mo's eyes. She truly intended to take her life. Fearful, Sheng Xia stepped back, only to find herself against a wall, with no retreat possible. Trembling, she uttered, You're insane. I'm your sister. Is the inheritance really that important? What Sheng Xia failed to comprehend was that what Sheng Mo coveted was not the Sheng family inheritance, but rather Shen Qingling. Sheng Mo's grip tightened around Sheng Xia's neck. I will ask you once more. Are you certain you wish to marry Shen Qingling? Sheng Xia, stubborn as ever, replied defiantly. I want to. If you have the ability, Then go ahead. Kill me. Do you think I wouldn't dare? Leaning closer, Shang Mo whispered menacingly, I have 1,000 ways to make you vanish from this world. You crazy person, you should have died back then. Do not test my patience. If you truly dare to marry Shen Qingling, I will not hesitate to ensure that both of you meet your demise. Sheng Mo had completely lost her sanity. Chapter 82. You should drink some traditional Chinese medicine, sister. The voice of Sheng Xia, filled with desperation, broke through the air, causing Sheng Mo to momentarily falter, loosening her grip just enough. Seizing the opportunity, Sheng Xia pushed her away and fled, gasping for breath. Since that incident, she had never called Sheng Mo sister again. Today, survival compelled her to utter it once more. Sheng Mo gazed at her trembling hands, a flicker of rage igniting within her as she watched Sheng Xia retreating. Indeed, she should never have shown weakness towards Sheng Xia. Once free from Sheng Mo's clutches, Sheng Xia collapsed onto the grass, breathless, relieved that Sheng Mo had not pursued her. She took deep breaths, attempting to smooth her disheveled hair and clothes. But she feared the marks on her neck would be evident. Sheng Mo's grip had been merciless. Surely there would be red marks that would not fade quickly. What to do? Just then, a pair of hands appeared before her. Looking up, she found Shen Qingling. Instinctively, she raised a hand to shield her neck's injury. Acutely aware of how disheveled she must appear, the youth's cool, melodious voice reached her ears. I won't pry into your private affairs. Sheng Xia was taken aback. Did Shen Qingling see? Anxiously, she inquired. What did you see? Shen Qingling reassured her. I saw nothing. I merely found you alone here and felt a bit concerned. So I came to check. Sheng Xia's breath hitched. Was he unaware that such words could render one utterly defenseless? She bit her lip, hesitating before placing her hand on his. With a gentle tug, he helped her to her feet. By instinct, she leaned against him, inhaling the pleasant scent that enveloped him, which left her slightly entranced. Nestled against his chest, she felt a rapid heartbeat. Was it hers or his? Had she fallen asleep? A teasing remark from Shen Qingling abruptly brought her back to reality. She stepped back, reluctantly leaving the warmth of his embrace. Wait for me here, he instructed before walking away. Puzzled by his intentions, Sheng Xia obediently stood still, awaiting his return. After a short while, he returned, holding an exquisitely packaged box. Sheng Xia blinked, asking, What is this? He placed the box in her hands. You'll find out when you look. Upon opening it, she discovered a beautiful silk scarf lying quietly inside. Stunned, she realized that he had noticed her neck injury and, instead of questioning her, had chosen to preserve her dignity by gifting her a scarf. Do you need help putting it on? He offered. Sheng Xia felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Was this what it felt like to be treated as Shen Qingling's betrothed? Oh heavens, if she truly became his fiancée, she would gladly reside in a villa and drive luxury cars. Yes, please help me, she replied, her cheeks flushed like a shrimp. The earlier incident with Sheng Mo had not left her feeling this breathless. Shen Qingling carefully tied the scarf around her neck, his focus unwavering. Being so close to his face made her feel lightheaded. Shen Qingling, could you step back a little? Why? I'm feeling a bit faint. What? I mean, you're just too handsome. Shen Qingling paused, lifting his gaze to meet hers. Quickly hide that look. I can't take it anymore. With a step back, he turned away. Then tie it yourself. I want to look. Anxiously, Sheng Xia hastily tied the scarf and approached him, poking his shoulder gently. Shen Qingling. Thank you. Will you truly consider me as your fiancé? She asked shyly, her head lowered, swaying slightly like a delicate bird. Not far off, Gu Yijin and Zhang Jing observed the scene. Zhang Jing remarked with a hint of malice. Shen Qingling is quite a charmer. He has so many women captivated. Gu Yijin replied, being exceptionally handsome isn't always advantageous. Attracting too many women isn't necessarily a blessing. What do you mean? Zhang Jing queried. You wouldn't understand. Upon learning that Shen Qingling had faced numerous unwanted advances, Gu Yijin found himself less envious of his looks. Look at how those two are entwined. It seems like he's really trying to steal your thunder, Zhang Jing commented. With unwavering determination, Gu Yijin shook his head. Why wouldn't he do that? Zhang Jing retorted. They're practically in each other's arms. You still insist he won tea? Sheng Xia is not simply love-struck. Do you think she would remain loyal to you if you lost your standing? Impossible. I'm not referring to Sheng Xia, but to Shen Qingling. Shen Qingling has already embraced Sheng Xia. Did you not see? Gu Yijin scoffed. That is clearly Sheng Xia's little ploy. Shen Qingling has no interest in her. Zhang Jing's eyes widened. What's wrong with you, Yijin? Have you been bewitched by Shen Qingling? Gu Yijin sighed. You don't understand him. When Sulon proposed a union between Shen Qingling and Sheng Xia, he knew Shen Qingling would refuse. His attitude during our departure from the Sheng family made that clear. I know Shen Qingling too well. With his pure and kind nature, he would never covet someone else's fiancée. Zhang Jing regarded Gu Yijin in disbelief. You should drink some traditional medicine. Why drink traditional medicine? To regulate your disposition. Yijin, I think Shen Qingling is more complex than he seems. You should be cautious. You're overthinking it. Shen Qingling is hopelessly naive and altruistic. He even treats me, his enemy, like a friend. What malevolent intentions could he possibly harbor? How do you know he isn't just pretending? If he had such acting skills, he'd be an award-winning actor by now. Zhang Jing was left speechless. Gu Yijin smirked, raising an eyebrow. How about we make a wager? Gu Yijin and Zhang Jing stealthily approached Shen Qingling and Sheng Xia from behind. Sheng Xia was still waiting for Shen Qingling to respond to her question. Will you truly consider me as your fiancé? Not all. Sheng Xia's smile froze at the corners of her mouth. Eagerly, she asked why. Is it because I previously spoke thoughtlessly? I apologize. It was not my intention. No, I'm not that petty. Then why? Am I not pretty enough? Not smart enough? Neither. Only then did Shen Qingling turn to face her. Because you're Gu Yijin's fiancé. Sheng Xia's eyes widened slightly. But that was in the past. Shen Qingling frowned. He cares for you deeply. The implication was clear. How could a virtuous man like him ever dream of taking someone cherished by Gu Yijin? Chapter 83. Please stop fighting. In the midst of a heated exchange, Sheng Xia grasped Shen Qingling's hand and exclaimed, his affection for me is his own affair. I no longer harbor feelings for him. Shen Qingling shook her head in disapproval, responding, that cannot be. When I mentioned I would consider it, I did so to spare my mother's feelings and to avoid putting you in an awkward position. With a crestfallen expression, Sheng Xia pouted and pleaded. Can you not reconsider? I will clarify everything with Gu Yijin. Truth be told, he does not care for me deeply. He has been passionately involved with other women behind my back. Shen Qingling feigned ignorance, her eyes widening in surprise as she remarked, is that so? Is he truly such a person? Suddenly, Gu Yijin appeared out of nowhere, exclaiming, what nonsense are you spouting, Sheng Xia? At that moment, Sheng Xia felt a surge of indignation upon seeing him. If it weren't for Gu Yijin, Shen Qingling would undoubtedly have agreed to their union. Every fault lay squarely on Gu Yijin's shoulders. With a scoff, Sheng Xia retorted, am I not stating the truth? I witnessed it firsthand. How dare you deny it? Gu Yijin shot a glance at Shen Qingling, who was regarding him with an inscrutable expression, seemingly torn between belief and disbelief regarding Sheng Xia's claims. Furious, Gu Yijin declared, Sheng Xia, cease your baseless accusations. I was drugged. In Shen Qingling's eyes, Gu Yijin ought to be a decent older brother, having finally gained her trust. He feared that Sheng Xia would ruin everything, jeopardizing his ulterior motives against Shen Qingling. Gu Yijin turned to Shen Qingling, attempting to explain, please, let me clarify. Zhang Jing, witnessing this bizarre spectacle, felt utterly bewildered. The once engaged couple, Gu Yijin and Sheng Xia, were now at odds over Shen Qingling. This was a development beyond comprehension. Gu Yijin seized Sheng Xia and thrust her before Shen Qingling, insisting, someone truly drugged me that day. You need to explain this, Sheng Xia. Desperation laced his voice. Shen Qingling appeared to manipulate both parties as if they were mere pawns. Feigning concern, he frowned and asked, is that true, Sheng Xia? In her eagerness to sever ties with Gu Yijin, Sheng Xia was ready to speak her mind. No, Shen Qingling, do not listen to his deceit. He is merely toying with women. Fang Qingran can attest to this. She saw it all. She was the one who informed me. Suddenly inspired, Sheng Xia exclaimed, yes. I'll call Fang Qingran. If you doubt me, let her speak and witness how you will squirm. As she reached for her phone, Gu Yijin's expression shifted, and he lunged to snatch it from her grasp. Their struggle ensued on the grass. Stop fighting, Shen Qingling shouted from the sidelines. Zhang Jing stood there, mouth agape, utterly stunned. It was madness, pure madness. The farcical scene culminated when Gu Yijin and Sheng Xia inadvertently toppled Shen Qingling in their scuffle. Looking even paler than before, Shen Qingling coughed weakly. Gu Yijin, filled with rage, struck Sheng Xia, saying, "Look what you've done. You knocked Qingling down." This marked the second slap Sheng Xia endured that day. She could tolerate being struck by Sheng Mo, but how dare Gu Yijin lay a hand on her? Fighting back, she slapped him in return, her voice rising. "Gu Yijin, you were once merely a sycophant at my side, and now you dare to hit me? Moreover, it was you who pushed Qingling. If you weren't guilty, why did you snatch my phone? Are you not afraid Fang Qingran will expose your true nature?" As Gu Yijin found himself cornered, he resorted to mutual accusations. "And you, Sheng Xia, are you any better? You once swore to me that you would never break our engagement. You proclaimed you would never marry Qingling, that you would only wed Gu Yijin. You even insulted Qingling, calling him a worthless orphan." Sheng Xia's expression soured as she glanced at Shen Qingling, who seemed taken aback, disappointment etched across his face. Her heart shattered at the sight. With urgency, she glared at Gu Yijin. "You lie." Gu Yijin retorted, "You know the truth in your heart." Exhausted, Shen Qingling lowered his gaze, declaring, "Enough. You two can converse. Whatever misunderstandings exist can be resolved without needing my explanation." With that, he turned and walked away, his silhouette embodying solitude and sorrow. Both Gu Yijin and Sheng Xia paused, struck by the realization that they had caused Shen Qingling pain. They exchanged accusatory glares, blaming one another for his distress. As Shen Qingling retreated, he glanced back at them, while Gu Yijin and Sheng Xia continued to bicker, with Zhang Jing attempting to mediate, only to be knocked down by Sheng Xia's punch. Shen Qingling raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk gracing his lips. What a bunch of fools. He had them all dancing to his tune, even Sheng Mo. When Sheng Mo approached and witnessed the altercation, Sheng Xia halted her quarrel with Gu Yijin, sensing apprehension. Sheng Mo's cold voice cut through the air. "Stop right there." Swallowing hard, Sheng Xia turned to face her. "What do you want?" Sheng Mo stepped between them, inquiring, "What are you two arguing about?" Gu Yijin scoffed, "Miss Sheng. Sheng Xia is furious at me because Shen Qingling rejected her proposal of marriage, and she has taken it out on me. You ought to discipline your sister. Look at how she is clawing at my face." Sheng Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. "Oh, Shen Qingling refused to marry Sheng Xia? Indeed, he did not wish to take my fiancée from me, hence his refusal. Why did he previously claim he would consider it then?" "Merely to save face for my mother," Gu Yijin explained. Sheng Mo raised an eyebrow, her ire dissipating. She had suspected that Shen Qingling would not be interested in Sheng Xia. In a surprisingly cheerful tone, she approached Sheng Xia, whispering, "Do you see now? He never wanted you. You are only worthy of someone like Gu Yijin. I will clarify everything with Shen Qingling. He merely misunderstands." Sheng Xia retorted, her eyes filled with venom as she glared at Gu Yijin. "Only a dog would marry Gu Yijin." Gu Yijin shot back defiantly. "Only a dog would choose you." Sheng Xia. Their animosity had now reached a boiling point. Unconcerned with their relationship, Sheng Mo turned to Gu Yijin, stating, "In truth, the Sheng family prefers a union with you. My intentions have never wavered. It has always been you." Gu Yijin was taken aback, utterly astonished. "You truly hold me in such high regard. Yet, given the current state of affairs with Sheng Xia, how could a marriage be feasible?" He glanced at Sheng Xia, his expression darkening. "The situation has escalated to this point. How can we possibly unite now?" Chapter 84. My union with Shen Qingling. Sheng Mo spoke coldly. "It is merely a union. Love is not a prerequisite. Please contemplate this carefully. I shall convey my thoughts to Aunt Wen." With that, Sheng Mo departed with a nonchalant air. Gu Yijin felt exhilarated. It appeared that Sheng Mo possessed quite the discerning eye. She was correct. It was merely a union, devoid of emotional entanglements. After all, his previous attempts to woo Sheng Xia were solely for mutual benefit with the Sheng family. rather than genuine affection for that headstrong and frivolous young lady. With Sheng Mo's words, what was there left to fear? As long as the true power holder of the Sheng family acknowledged him, Sheng Xia's desires were inconsequential. Gu Yijin stepped forward, gripping Sheng Xia's wrist fiercely, declaring, "You shall not marry Qingling. President Sheng has expressed that he favors me as his union partner, so you shall be entangled with me for eternity." With that, Gu Yijin forcefully shoved Sheng Xia away, releasing years of pent-up frustration. From this moment forth, he would no longer endure. Sheng Xia could only stand in place, screaming in madness. The grand drama concluded. Sheng Xia's regret reached its zenith, and her emotional turmoil peaked at 83. After experiencing tumultuous highs and lows, Sheng Mo's mood improved by 10 points. The progress bar finally reached 40. Shen Qingling sighed, acknowledging the difficulty of the situation. He deliberately provoked Sheng Mo, continuously teasing her until she lost her composure. Then, just as she teetered on the brink of despair, he offered her a glimmer of hope. It was akin to playing with a dog, with the only distinction being that this particular canine was a touch more unruly. Taming a fierce hound. Now that was intriguing. Shen Qingling was a master of manipulating human emotions, far surpassing Sheng Mo in this regard. Though he appeared to do nothing, he calculated the hearts of all around him. When he returned to Wen Sulan's side, his dejected demeanor attracted everyone's attention. Inquiries about his well-being arose, to which he forced a faint smile. "I'm fine." Anyone could see he was disheartened. He sat alone in a daze, while others wished to offer comfort, but were at a loss for words, unaware of the circumstances. Lin Xingyan approached cautiously, asking, "Teacher Shen, are you feeling unwell?" Shen Qingling seemed uncertain of how to explain his feelings. He sighed with a complex expression, "I'm fine. I simply did not realize how unlikable I truly am." Lin Xingyan's beautiful eyes widened. "Teacher Shen is the best person. How could anyone dislike you? Who is so cruel as to say such hurtful things to you? It is utterly unacceptable." Lin Xingyan felt a pang of sympathy. She gently took Shen Qingling's finger, saying, "Please do not be sad. In my heart, you are exceptionally wonderful. Truly, Teacher Shen was like an angel, a gift from the heavens." Teacher Shen was good, while those others were wicked. Shen Qingling smiled softly thus. "Mian Mian is different from them." Lin Xingyan, with a childlike innocence, replied, "No matter what others say, in my heart, Teacher Shen is the best." She pondered how to uplift Teacher Shen's spirits, and her gaze fell upon the nearby flower house. With her eyes sparkling, she exclaimed, "Teacher Shen, would you allow me to teach you how to weave flower crowns?" Her grandmother had once taught her this art, and she found that immersing herself in such a task could dispel negative emotions. Weaving flower crowns? Indeed, those flowers appear exquisite. "May we pick some, Teacher Shen?" "Of course. Let's go." The girl's eyes twinkled with joy. Previously, it was Teacher Shen who dispelled her gloom. Now, she longed to do something for him, even if it was a small gesture that would bring her happiness. Lin Xingyan and Shen Qingling arrived at the flower house, filled with blooms more abundant than any florist, arranged with impeccable precision, clearly tended by a skilled gardener. Lin Xingyan's eyes sparkled as she reached out to caress the flowers. "So beautiful. Beautiful flowers for the beautiful Teacher Shen." Shen Qingling chuckled at her words. "Beautiful? Am I truly so?" Lin Xingyan shyly nodded. "Yes, very beautiful. Your eyes are beautiful. Your nose is beautiful. Your lips are beautiful. Your spirit is even more beautiful." In Lin Xingyan's eyes, Shen Qingling radiated with a 20-layer soft glow. The two selected an array of flowers in the flower house. Lin Xingyan sat down to weave a crown, while Shen Qingling watched, enveloped in a serene moment. The transparent flower house was illuminated by sunlight, casting a halo around the girl as she earnestly crafted the crown for Shen Qingling. Sunlight danced upon her, illuminating her hair and accentuating the delicate fuzz on her face, rendering her irresistibly charming. In that moment, Shen Qingling felt she truly resembled an angel. When Sheng Mo, Sheng Xia, and Gu Yijin returned, they noticed Shen Qingling was absent and began inquiring. "Where's Qingling gone?" Sheng Xia asked. Gu Yijin retorted, "How can you still ask? You drove him away." As the two were on the verge of another quarrel, Shen Mo frowned and interjected, "Silence." Song Jining and Ji Yunmiao were seated together, engaged in conversation. Song Jining lamented, "He seems rather downcast. His mood appears quite low. Mian has gone with him to the flower house." Shen Mo glanced towards the direction of the flower house. Following the earlier incident regarding Shang Xia's desire to unite with Shen Qingling, she now found Lin Xingyan quite endearing. This time, Shen Mo astonishingly did not feel anger. She calmly took a seat. Shen Mo's threshold for irritation had significantly risen. She no longer lost her temper at the slightest provocation. Shang Xia and Gu Yijin huffed in disdain, seating themselves at opposite ends of the table, one at the leftmost edge, the other at the rightmost. When Salon sensed the tension between the two, but remained oblivious to the cause, she turned to Sheng Mo and asked, "What has transpired between them? They seem off." Sheng Mo replied coolly, "Aunt, you may not be aware, but they just had a confrontation regarding Shang Xia's desire to unite with Qingling." When Salon's eyes widened, "What? They fought. Were there any injuries? Could it be that Gu Yijin opposed Shang Xia's union with Qingling, resulting in a heated argument?" "Only minor injuries. However, it seems that a union between Shang Xia and Qingling may not be suitable after all. Shang Xia is tempestuous, and Shen Qingling is not one for sweet words or consolation. Gu Yijin appears to be the more appropriate match. Wouldn't you agree?" When Sulan furrowed her brow, hesitating, "But," Sheng Mo interrupted gently, "I understand your concerns. From now on, the Sheng family support will consistently lie with Shen Qingling. You need not worry." At this juncture, Sheng Mo's expression darkened. She lowered her gaze. "If you still harbor concerns, there is, in fact, a more prudent solution." When Salon, intrigued, asked what solution, Sheng Mo dropped a bombshell. "Let me unite with Shen Qingling." Chapter 85. She is not a silent sea. Sheng Mo appeared calm. Yet she had been teetering on the brink of madness for quite some time. Otherwise, she would not have suddenly proposed a marriage alliance with Shen Qingling. When Sulan could hardly believe that she was speaking earnestly. To be frank, she had thought that Sheng Mo would never marry in her lifetime, for she had no need for a man, let alone a matrimonial union. Prior to this, Sheng Mo had always given the impression of being devoid of emotion, driven solely by self-interest. Her gaze was perpetually composed, rational, and unruffled, like a meticulously programmed machine, impervious to external disturbances. This was true of her character as well, calculating every gain with exquisite self-interest, cold and unfeeling. When Sulan recalled the first time she met Sheng Mo, at that time, Sheng Mo was still an underage girl, and her beauty had struck Wen Sulan profoundly, particularly the striking allure of her eyes. Yet those enchanting eyes were devoid of warmth, incapable of harboring affection for anyone. Unbeknownst to Wen Sulan, those emotionless eyes were filled with feelings when directed towards Shen Qingling. Sheng Mo was heartless towards others, yet directed all her fervor and fervent love towards a singular individual. She was both a heartless person and the most passionate of souls, unfeeling to the world, yet deeply affectionate towards Shen Qingling. To employ a somewhat cliché phrase, she was not a silent sea, merely untroubled by your presence. The arrival of Shen Qingling had stirred tumultuous waves in her world. Alas, she could not allow anyone to discover the depth of her fervent love, for it could incinerate everything in its path. To Wen Sulan, it seemed that Sheng Mo harbored little affection for her parents and sister, let alone for her future betrothed. Wen Sulan hoped that a union between Shen Qingling and Shang Xia would be founded on genuine passion, as she believed that when Shang Xia loved, her ardor was sincere. In contrast to Sheng Mo, who embodied an icy demeanor, Shang Xia was vibrant and full of life, a stark contrast to her sister's cold disposition. When Shang Xia was enamored, she would orbit around her beloved, seemingly willing to offer everything and sacrifice for him. Of course, this was merely an illusion, one that Wen Sulan was unaware of. Gu Chengwang was insistent on forging a marriage alliance between the Sheng and Gu families. If a union with the Sheng family were inevitable, Wen Sulan naturally wished for it to be with Shen Qingling rather than Gu Yijin. The two families were already intricately bound in cooperation. and the choice of a spouse signified who would ascend that well-prepared vessel of fortune. When Su Lan was unwilling to bestow this opportunity upon Gu Yijin, as it would not bode well for Shen Qingling should Gu Yijin gain the support of the Sheng family. Furthermore, she could never fathom why Gu Qinhuang was adamant about retaining Gu Yijin. In matters of affection, it was evident that Gu Qinhuang had little to offer, and his paternal love was scarce. Despite the turmoil of recent events, he remained a mere spectator, leaving Wen Su Lan perplexed by his intentions. She could only strive to secure more for Shen Qingling. After a moment of silence, Sheng Mo continued, "And you must understand, I am the superior choice compared to Shang Xia. With my assistance, he will undoubtedly secure his position as the heir of the Gu family, unassailable and unwavering. Thus, the two families will stand united, and Jiang City shall be our domain." From a pragmatic standpoint, Sheng Mo possessed power, wealth, and cunning. A union with her would undoubtedly be the most advantageous choice for Shen Qingling. Yet, from the perspective of happiness, Wen Su Lan believed that Shen Qingling would find no joy in such a union, for while she had everything, she lacked affection. Moreover, Wen Su Lan could not comprehend her intentions. Why propose a union with Shen Qingling when a marriage with Shang Xia would suffice? Wen Su Lan did not entertain the notion that Sheng Mo harbored feelings for Shen Qingling. Her mind was preoccupied with speculations about hidden motives and whether Sheng Mo sought to gain something from this alliance. Sheng Mo's prior reputation was so deeply ingrained that no one would believe such a woman would enter into marriage for love. Their conversation was conducted in hushed tones, unnoticed by the two seated at opposite ends of the table. When Su Lan first glanced at Shang Xia, then turned to Sheng Mo, saying, "But I see that Xia is quite fond of Qingling. Wouldn't your actions hurt her?" After all, Gu Yijin had not seemed particularly troubled by the prospect of a union between Shang Xia and Shen Qingling. Young affections are fleeting, and in Wen Su Lan's view, Shen Qingling would not consent to marry Shang Xia. How could someone like him bear to take away Gu Yijin's betrothed? Moreover, unbeknownst to Sheng Mo, Shen Qingling had once visited the Sheng family, during which Shang Xia had declared at the table that she would never marry that worthless boy returning from the orphanage. Just moments ago, Gu Yijin had relayed Shang Xia's private sentiments to Shen Qingling, which had evidently saddened him. Was Sheng Mo truly prepared to proceed with the union between Shen Qingling and Shang Xia? Sheng Mo's words rendered Wen Su Lan hesitant. There was no need for Sheng Mo to deceive her. She could simply inquire with Shen Qingling to ascertain the truth. If that were indeed the case, a union with Shang Xia might not be necessary. Yet this did not imply that she would readily accept a marriage between Shen Qingling and Sheng Mo. Sheng Mo's proactive approach suggested ulterior motives. She would not expend such effort without a vested interest. Sheng Mo was astute, and even if she asked, she would not receive an answer. "Aunt, please consider this matter carefully. I will present my sincerity." At that moment, Shen Qingling and Lin Xingmian returned, interrupting their conversation. Shen Qingling approached Wen Su Lan and gently placed a flower crown upon her head. Wen Su Lan looked up at him and smiled. "Is this crown made by you, Qingling? It is truly beautiful." Shen Qingling replied with a faint smile, "I lack such skill. It was crafted by Mian Mian. She holds great affection for you." Lin Xin Mian offered Wen Su Lan chai, innocentes mai. Wen Su Lan mused that if considerations were set aside, it would be wonderful to have a girl like Lin Xingmian as her daughter-in-law. Alas, being part of the Gu family, Shen Qingling lacked such freedom. A girl of her purity would not find happiness in the Gu household. Wen Su Lan took Lin Xingmian's hand and stood, saying, "You two continue your conversation. I will take Mian Mian to fetch something." Lin Xingmian instinctively glanced at Shen Qingling, her nervousness evident as she blinked rapidly. Shen Qingling smiled reassuringly. "It's all right. Go ahead, Mian Mian. I will be here waiting for you." When Su Lan led Lin Xingmian away, Sheng Mo noticed that Wen Su Lan was quite fond of Lin Xingmian. How delightful it was. Everyone adored an angelic girl. Lin Xingmian and she were polar opposites. Was the same true in Shen Qingling's heart? She turned to him and asked, "Would it be convenient to speak privately for a moment?" Chapter 86. The advantage lies with me. Shen Qingling and Shen Mo arrived at the fountain. I wonder what Mr. Sheng wishes to discuss with me? Wasn't he calling me sister just last time? How has it suddenly changed to Mr. Sheng today? Surely, you are not seeking me out solely due to this title. Shen Qingling did not directly respond to her inquiry, allowing her to spiral into her own thoughts. Shen Mo chose not to dwell on the formality of titles and instead broached the subject of their potential union. I just spoke with your mother. The union between Sheng Xia and you is not suitable. Yes, I am aware. Thus, I propose that we unite instead, Shen Mo stated, maintaining a steady gaze into Shen Qingling's eyes, eager to discern whether his reaction would be one of surprise or aversion. Shen Qingling displayed a moderate response. He was indeed surprised. Feigning astonishment, his expression subtly shifted before he frowned and replied, "How can this possibly be acceptable?" Sheng Mo's eyes darkened as they bore into his. Why should it not be? She narrowed her gaze, her intensity palpable. What could Sheng Xia offer you? A vacuous fool like her could hardly contribute anything of value to your future. I have already inherited the Sheng family. Whatever you desire, I can assist you in acquiring, be it the position of heir to the Gu family or the Gu Corporation. Our union would be a formidable alliance. Why not embrace it? Shen Mo reasoned that if she could not immediately win Shen Qingling's heart, she could pursue a union instead. Love could come after marriage, after all. As long as he was bound to her side, she believed persistence would yield results. Once Shen Qingling consented to their marriage, she would have the authority to distance him from any other women, ensuring no one else could encroach upon his space. Given Shen Qingling's disposition, she was confident that once he agreed to the union, he would instinctively keep his distance from other women. She had even devised a strategy to persuade Gu Qinglong. She was prepared to relinquish significant benefits for Shen Qingling's sake, convinced that Gu Qinglong would not pass up such substantial advantages to pursue a union with the foolish Sheng Xia. Previously, the arrangement had favored Sheng Xia because Shen Mo had been unwilling to enter into a marriage, having dismissed Guijin. Now that she was amenable, Gu Qinglong would likely acquiesce. Once Gu Qinglong made his decision, when Salon would have no grounds for dissent, she would have to comply. After all, it was a choice between two. With Sheng Xia out of the picture, it would inevitably fall to her, leaving Wen Salon with no alternative. As for Shen Qingling, with the many unkind words Sheng Xia had hurled at him and her status as Gu Yijin's fiancée, he would never agree to marry her. The advantages she could provide him far surpassed anything Sheng Xia could offer. In truth, their aim in marrying Sheng Xia was to gain her support and assistance. As long as Shen Qingling remained rational, he would not refuse such a proposition. Shen Mo felt confident in her calculations. The advantage lay with her. Yet, she had not anticipated Shen Qingling's response. Mr. Sheng, you are indeed remarkable, capable, and exceptional. These attributes are undeniable. However, Mr. Sheng, marriage is not akin to seeking employment. Your impeccable resume is of no consequence here. I seek marriage for love, not for gain. Shen Qingling's words left Shen Mo momentarily speechless. She gazed at him in disbelief. What are you saying? For love? Her laughter rang out, mocking Shen Qingling's naivety. Have you not come to terms with reality? Being part of the Gu family, you are destined to be devoid of love. No, you're mistaken. Regardless of my circumstances, if I desire something, I will have it. It is merely a matter of choices, Shen Qingling replied, his tone steady. Shen Mo felt a surge of anger. Was Shen Qingling implying that he would willingly forsake the Gu family's inheritance for what he termed love? She suppressed her fury and questioned him. Whose love are you pursuing? Wan Mingyi or Lin Xingyan? Shen Mo's composure rapidly unraveled at Shen Qingling's provocations. The next moment, however, his words quelled her ire. I am willing to wait for her. The malice in Shen Mo's gaze slowly dissipated. It was not simply a matter of falling in love with a woman. Shen Qingling had taken her on an emotional roller coaster, plunging her into despair only to grant her a glimmer of hope. Consequently, Shen Mo's infatuation with him intensified. Shen Qingling had deftly seized control over Shen Mo's emotions. In this dynamic, she had never truly been the dominant force. She merely appeared to be. In relationships, Dominance is not determined by status, madness, or assertiveness. From the outset, Shen Qingling held the reins of this connection. A mere gentle enticement from him was enough to send Sheng Mo into a frenzy. Now, the onus was on her to respond, to take initiative, and to yearn for what she could not attain. She found herself compelled to decipher his intentions, to seek his presence, her thoughts consumed by him. Should she fail to elicit a response from Shen Qingling, she would spiral into chaos and despair. If a title could haunt her thoughts, how could she claim to be in control? In this relationship, the true power dynamic had always belonged to Shen Qingling. He maintained his position of strength with an air of innocence, employing superior tactics and a shrewd mind. There is a saying, the hunter always appears as the prey. Sheng Mo believed herself the hunter, unaware that she had stepped into a trap meticulously laid by Shen Qingling. From the moment Shen Qingling learned of Sheng Mo's connection to the 3S family, he sought a union with her. Should the Gu and Sheng families insist on a marriage alliance, he would prefer Sheng Mo over Sheng Xia without hesitation. He had simply not anticipated that she would turn out to be a fragile and obsessive individual. Despite her madness, with proper guidance, she could become an invaluable ally. Shen Qingling was not a true saint, nor was he a self-denying ascetic. His return to the Gu family was driven by ambition equal to that of anyone else. Marrying Sheng Mo was merely a strategic step in his grand design. Yet, he understood that a genuine marriage with Sheng Mo was unattainable. He sought only to utilize the pretext of their union to obtain everything he desired. Moreover, it could not appear as though he were the one pursuing the opportunity for marriage. It must be initiated by Sheng Mo herself. For someone like Sheng Mo, only through her relentless efforts and struggles would she come to trust in the authenticity of their relationship. Otherwise, doubts about Shen Qingling's intentions would inevitably arise. To Sheng Mo, she could endure anything, but should she discover that from the outset, this had been a meticulously orchestrated ruse, she might very well devour Shen Qingling whole. Thus, Shen Qingling could allow her to believe she held the upper hand. In the end, when he acquired everything, no one would question his motives. In the eyes of all, Shen Qingling would be seen as the unwilling participant, the innocent one, a pure and untainted white lotus, untouched by greed or calculation. In the realm of coldness and cunning, Shen Qingling was a heavyweight contender. He was the epitome of a top-tier strategist. Regardless of the woman who entered his life, he would mold her into the figure he desired. To Lin Xingmian, the seemingly benevolent Shen Qingling concealed a heart as dark as night. Chapter 87. Lin Xingmian feints Shen Qingling. You must recognize reality. No matter who that woman is, she can never surpass the value I bring to you. However, marriage is not a mere exchange of equivalents. A union calculated by interest cannot lead to happiness. How can you be certain that being with me would not bring you joy? What if I could offer you both benefits and happiness? Sheng Mo's words seemed to leave the young man momentarily speechless. He hesitated, uncertain of how to respond. Stepping closer, Sheng Mo asked, "Do you despise me?" "Not at all." "Then why not at least consider agreeing to me? Why presume in advance that we would not find happiness together?" Speak your mind. I promise I will not be angered." Shen Qingling replied, "If I say it's because you're a Yandera, one till you explode?" After some internal conflict, he added, "To be honest, I simply do not understand why you would wish to enter into a marriage with me." Perhaps it was a common thought. Why would Sheng Mo choose to pursue this union herself? With Sheng Xia serving as a mere pawn, she need not engage directly, making her actions seem redundant. Sheng Mo's voice softened, laced with an almost imperceptible amusement. "What if I said it was because I like you?" She smiled gently, her gaze toward the young man filled with tenderness. In that moment, all her hostility and sharpness vanished, revealing a woman yearning for the affection of her beloved. "That's impossible. You cannot jest with me in such a manner." His immediate reaction was disbelief. And Sheng Mo knew he would not accept her words as truth. In this day and age, it was rare for her to speak sincerely, yet no one would believe her. She spoke her truths cloaked in jest, while simultaneously having to mask her genuine feelings with falsehoods. Lowering her gaze to conceal her disappointment, she said, "Then I shall refrain from jesting. The truth is, I am motivated by self-interest." I do not wish for you to be with Shangxia. In the past, Gu Yijin was a fool. Their union posed no real threat. But Shen Qingling, you are different. You surpass Gu Yijin in merit. And I am wary of your alliance with Shangxia. Is that reason sufficient? If Sheng Mo claimed her intentions were for love, none would believe her. But when she stated her motives were self-serving, everyone would choose to trust her. Yet I truly do not wish for this marriage, whether with you or with Shangxia. That is not a choice you can make. Sheng Mo's gaze was as frigid as a deep pool, and regardless of Shen Qingling's agreement, she would employ every method to compel his consent. Whatever Sheng Mo set her sights upon would invariably be hers. From a young age, she learned within the Sheng family that one must strive to seize what they desire. To relinquish was the choice of the incompetent. She had her sights firmly set on Shen Qingling. Ms. Sheng, I have no intention of inheriting the Gu family's fortune, so threatening me with that position is futile. Shen Qingling spoke the lie with a convincing demeanor. Sheng Mo smirked, raising an eyebrow. I am not threatening you. Your indifference to the heir position may well be true, but your mother does not share that sentiment. Sheng Mo knew that Shen Qingling returned to the Gu family for Wen Sulan, his only vulnerability. She advanced upon him relentlessly. Shen Qingling, you would not want to witness the fruit of Ant when lifelong efforts wasted, would you? She has invested so much toil into the Gu family. Whether it is Gu Yutong or Gu Yijin who inherits, you and your mother will meet a dire fate. Gu Yijin is not the good brother you presume him to be. He covets the heir position. Gu Yutong harbors deep-seated animosity toward your mother, a sentiment not easily dispelled. If you choose not to contend, you are effectively driving your mother to despair. Sheng Mo's words transformed Shen Qingling's expression. He knew she spoke truthfully, yet stubbornly averted his gaze, insisting that cannot be those kinds of people. Sheng Mo leaned closer, the distance between them negligible, their breaths almost mingling. The danger in her eyes and tone was unmistakable. I will leave you with this. If you forfeit your claim to the Gu family, I shall choose to assist others, and you will be left with nothing. Shen Qingling met her gaze, her eyes radiating danger, excitement, and determination. I will consider your words. Shen Qingling began to fish for her desired response, neither giving her what she sought nor allowing her to sink into despair. Yet at least this answer fell within the realm of Sheng Mo's acceptance. Sheng Mo's expression relaxed. Very well, I shall grant you time to reflect. The value of her affection for him increased by 2 points. Resistance came first, consideration followed, leaving her both disappointed and hopeful. This was the strategy Shen Qingling employed to heighten Sheng Mo's affection. I have one more request. What is it? Do not refer to me as Ms. Sheng anymore. Sister. Shen Qingling's ears flushed with crimson. Sheng Mo smirked, reveling in the moment. She stifled her excitement, striving to maintain a steady tone. Then I shall continue to call you Qingling, just as before. The two conversed by the fountain for a while before returning. Upon their return, Wen Sulan and Lin Xingyan had already returned to the garden. Wen Sulan had indeed taken a liking to Lin Xingyan, gifting her an exquisite set of jewelry. Lin Xingyan, not understanding its value, reluctantly accepted after several refusals, feeling uneasy and uncertain of how to handle the situation, waiting to discuss it with teacher Shen. As soon as Shen Qingling returned, Lin Xingyan approached him, tugging at his sleeve. The girl tiptoed and whispered in his ear, Teacher Shen, the lady gave me jewelry. Shen Qingling smiled and replied, That is wonderful. It seems my mother holds you in high regard. The girl furrowed her brow, anxiously biting her lip, but it feels a bit too extravagant. It is of no consequence. It is her heartfelt gesture. By accepting it, you will bring her joy. Really? Indeed. You offered her a floral wreath, and this is her way of returning the favor. Wen Sulan did not care about the jewelry's value. She adored Lin Xingyan's innocence and kindness, traits scarce in the world of affluent families. Because they were rare, they were all the more precious. Lin Xingyan nodded, cautiously touching the box, smiling brightly. It seemed that someone truly might appreciate her. What were you discussing, teacher? About the marriage alliance. Lin Xingyan's smile gradually faded. A sudden wave of profound sorrow enveloped her heart. Her mind was filled with the thought that Shen Qingling was about to leave her. The girl's face turned as pale as paper, and she stumbled, collapsing into Shen Qingling's embrace. Mian Mian, Mian Mian, Mian Mian, wake up. Chapter 88. She fell in love with Shen Qingling when Lin Xingyan awoke. Darkness enveloped the room. Where was she? It was an unfamiliar space. As the girl turned her head, she spotted Shen Qingling asleep beside her bed. A frown creased her brow as memories of her fainting spell flooded back. Teacher Shen was getting married. Her eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down her cheeks. Fearing she might awaken Shen Qingling with her sobs, she curled up in a corner, whimpering like a wounded creature. She huddled close, wrapping her arms around herself in a desperate attempt to find solace. Her clear, beautiful eyes gazed longingly at Shen Qingling's sleeping visage. As crystalline tears rolled down one by one, the tears blurred her vision, rendering Shen Qingling's figure indistinct. She realized that in the future his image would also fade, gradually vanishing from her world. The thought was excruciating. Just contemplating it felt suffocating. The people she cherished were slipping away. Her grandmother had gone, and soon. So would Teacher Shen. Though Shen Qingling had once assured Lin Xingyan that even after marriage, he would still be her teacher, she understood that it would never be the same. Once married, he would belong entirely to another woman. At that moment, she comprehended that her feelings for Shen Qingling transcended mere admiration a student held for a teacher. It was more profound than gratitude for guiding her out of the shadows. She had fallen in love with Shen Qingling. She could not pinpoint when this transformation occurred. Perhaps it was when he emerged from the rain, cradling a painting, or when he expressed his desire not to let her hopes dwindle, or when he led her outside to witness a rainbow, or when he took her to visit her grandmother and serenaded her, or when they rode into spring on his bicycle. Countless moments of heart-fluttering bliss had rendered Shen Qingling her salvation. Lin Xingyan could not help but love him. The tumult of her tormented mind suddenly cleared. She sniffled, rising from the corner to approach Shen Qingling's side. She beheld the face that lingered in her thoughts, unable to resist reaching out to touch him. Teacher Shen. No, he should not be addressed as such. She tentatively whispered the name hidden within her heart. Shen Qingling. The name rolled off her tongue, igniting an uncontrollable affection within her. Her trembling fingertips rested upon Shen Qingling's eyes, her favorite feature. His gaze, when directed at her, was so gentle, as if it contained a universe of stars, drawing her in, making it impossible to escape. And then, Shen Qingling opened his eyes. They locked gazes. His previously cold eyes softened, and his tender gaze turned shy. Mian Mian, you're awake. Teacher, you're awake. They both exclaimed simultaneously, laughter following suit. I. Shen Qingling began, you're currently in my home. Your sister is in the guest room next door, and I let her sleep first. You stay by my side the entire time? Yes. I was afraid you would wake up and feel frightened if you didn't see anyone. His words stirred a mixture of gratitude and sorrow within her. Teacher Shen was so kind to her, to the extent that it ensnared her heart, yet he remained forever out of reach. She pondered whether this was a punishment or a gift from the heavens. Shen Qingling's presence was a gift, but the fleeting nature of it felt like a punishment. Will Teacher Shen always be with me? Yes. I'm not just talking about today, it's forever. Shen Qingling smiled, saying, I'll be here tomorrow, the day after, and always. But didn't you mention a marriage alliance earlier? That was merely a discussion within the family. I did not agree. The light returned to her eyes. Really? Teacher Shen wanted enter into a marriage alliance? Shen Qingling sighed, his expression complex. I don't know. I just haven't agreed for now. Lin Xingyan felt a slight disappointment, but was relieved that, for the moment, Shen Qingling had not consented. She resolved to cherish every moment spent with him during this fleeting time, even if it was merely as a student. That alone brought her happiness. If only Teacher Shen would never marry. She recognized the selfishness of her thoughts, yet she was at a loss for how to keep him by her side. She had never dared to dream of being with Shen Qingling. He was a distant dream, something she could hardly fathom. Teacher Shen, you are truly wonderful. Love had no avenue for expression, and thus she could only utter these words. She always regarded him with reverence, like a person in darkness gazing at the moon. out of reach yet yearning for its light. In the past, she had failed to grasp the significance of moonlight. But now it finally made sense. Shen Qingling tousled her hair. Mian Mian, you were wonderful too. Would you like to sleep a bit more? It's still early. You should rest too. Lying there might strain your neck. Go to your room, teacher Shun, and I will behave and sleep. Shen Qingling chuckled. This is my room. Her eyes widened slightly, resembling a Navi, adorable fawn. A blush crept onto her fair skin. So, she was lying in teacher Shun's bed. She lowered her head. Biting her lip, Teacher Shun, will you come up and sleep? Her innocent tone dispelled any impure thoughts. I can sleep here just fine. Teacher Shun, come up. We can share the bed. It's quite spacious. It's all right. I'll watch over you as you sleep. But I'm scared and want you to stay with me. Her watery eyes met his, pleading, innocent, hopeful. Shen Qingling succumbed to her gaze, lying beside her fully clothed. The little angel occasionally played tricks. She knew Teacher Shun could not bear to refuse her, feigning fear. Lin Xingyan chastised herself for being so mischievous, yet she reveled in the fact that Shen Qingling had genuinely acquiesced. With Shen Qingling beside her, Lin Xingyan felt a rush of excitement and joy. There was a slight gap between them, yet it felt remarkably intimate. She could almost hear his breaths, her heart racing uncontrollably. She found it impossible to sleep, overwhelmed with happiness. Unable to resist, she turned to look at him. Shen Qingling was already gazing back. Under the moonlight, the girl appeared unreal in her beauty. Her innocent, clear eyes were filled with love as they locked onto his. No man could resist such a gaze. Can't you sleep, Mian Mian? A little. Then I'll tell you a story. Okay. Lin Xingyan obediently closed her eyes, anticipating the tale from Shen Qingling. His voice was melodious, akin to a gentle stream flowing through her heart, gradually calming her breaths. Are you asleep? Lin Xingyan remained silent, leading Shen Qingling to assume she had drifted off. As sleepiness washed over him, Shen Qingling closed his eyes as well. After a while, the girl who was supposed to be asleep opened her eyes. Cautiously, she reached out to touch the boy beside her. Shen Qingling remained unresponsive, lost in slumber. She carefully sat up and leaned toward him. Lin Xingyan's face burned. Her heart raced, and her breath became uneven. She leaned forward, placing a gentle kiss on Shen Qingling's cheek. Her long, soft hair cascaded over